A young boy, burdened by the weight of his family's hardships, accidentally falls into a cliff while foraging for herbs. At a critical moment, a mysterious pearl appears, transforming his misfortune into a blessing. Thus, he embarks on a journey into the realm of cultivation, steadily advancing towards immortality and ultimate freedom. Chapter 1. Lin Yi. As the sun gradually rises, a new day unfolds, repeating the cycle of life. Each household in the village must toil tirelessly for their livelihood, for they are steeped in poverty. The nearest town lies far away, and whenever they need to procure daily necessities or sell their produce, the journey consumes considerable time. The village children eagerly hope to accompany the adults on such trips, but due to the long distance, this wish is seldom fulfilled. Today, like any other, they venture out to tend to the crops, among whom is a family bearing the surname Lin. In this family resides a young child named Lin Yi, who is just 5 years old. This little fellow is exceptionally sensible, understanding the family's struggles, and assists with chores within his capacity. In the distance, someone calls out, "Little E." The caller is Lin Shum, a 6-year-old and Lin Yi's closest companion, affectionately nicknamed Little Fatty. Lin Yi smiles and remarks, "Little Fatty, you look so happy. Have you eaten some sweets?" Little Fatty beams with excitement, exclaiming, "I'm even happier than when I eat candy. Tomorrow, I'm finally going to the town." "Really, Little Fatty?" Lin Yi asks, his eyes lighting up with hope. Little Fatty nods vigorously. While Lin Yi shares in Little Fatty's joy, a twinge of disappointment lingers within him. He too wishes to go, but will his father take him along? Noticing Lin Yi's downcast expression, Little Fatty suggests, "I heard there will be a few others going tomorrow. Why not ask your father if he will be going as well? Then you can travel to the town together." Lin Yi, encouraged by his friend's words, begins to envision a glimmer of hope. Perhaps his father will indeed venture to the town tomorrow. As they walk, Little Fatty chatters incessantly, bubbling with excitement. Yet, Lin Yi's thoughts are consumed with the uncertainty of whether his father will go. The day drags on, and he yearns for it to transform into the next. At last, the hour for lunch arrives, and Lin Yi, filled with anticipation, dashes home. Not far from his dwelling, he spots smoke rising from the kitchen, signaling that his mother is preparing their meal. Upon entering, he calls out, "Mother, I'm back." He quickly scans the room, but his father's absence dampens his spirits. He makes his way to the kitchen, where he sees a frail figure, his mother. Though thin, her features remain striking, and her eyes radiate resilience. "Little E, dinner will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment," she says. Lin Yi nods and offers, "Mother, let me help you with the firewood." Seeing her considerate son, Lin Yi's mother feels a swell of pride. As he adds wood to the fire, he casually inquires, "Mother, where's father? Why hasn't he returned yet?" "Today, your father is not dining at home. He left early with some villagers to hunt and gather herbs in the deep mountains," she replies. Lin Yi acknowledges this with a soft "oh," and then brings up, "Mother, have you heard? Someone from the village is going to the town tomorrow." His mother, not paying much mind, responds that she is uncertain. Not pursuing the matter further, Lin Yi finishes his lunch. Unlike usual, he refrains from going out to work and instead waits at home, anxiously anticipating his father's return. As evening approaches, time seems to stretch endlessly. Rather than just wait, Lin Yi decides to help with chores, thinking it might make time pass more quickly and benefit his family. After what feels like an eternity, nightfall arrives, yet his father is still nowhere to be seen. Anxiously, he asks, "Mother, has father not returned yet?" She replies, "Given the time, he may not be coming home tonight." This response sends a chill through Lin Yi. Noticing her son's unease, his mother queries, "Little E, is there something specific you need from your father?" "No, mother, it's nothing," he replies. Understanding that he may not want to discuss it further, she does not press him. After dinner, they wait a while longer, but it becomes evident that his father may not return tonight, prompting Lin Yi to venture out to find Little Fatty. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach, Little Fatty eagerly asks, "How did it go? Any news?" Lin Yi, feeling downcast, shares, "My father went to the mountains. He might spend the night outdoors." Little Fatty reassures him, "Perhaps your father is already on his way back." Lin Yi recognizes the comfort in his friend's words and manages a smile. Seeing Lin Yi's gloom affects Little Fatty as well. Suddenly, he exclaims, "Little E, remember the bees we saw last time? I passed by there today, and it was overflowing with honey." Lin Yi recalls the beehive from their previous encounter, and, filled with nostalgia for the sweet taste, he and Little Fatty enthusiastically decide to head out under the moonlight, momentarily forgetting their worries. Arriving at a massive tree, the largest in the vicinity, its trunk so thick that it would take several people to encircle. It stands in its twilight years, riddled with hollows. Within one of the larger hollows, bees buzz around, attracted to the honey illuminated by the moonlight. Lin Yi exclaims, "Little Fatty, there's so much honey. This could last us a long time." Little Fatty responds with glee, "We'll have honey to eat." However, both boys soon wear frowns as they ponder how to extract the honey without getting stung. What should we do, Little Yi? Little Fatty asks. Recalling how adults collected honey, Lin Yi suggests, we can use smoke to lure the bees away, then wrap ourselves up to avoid being stung while we gather the honey. You're brilliant, Little Yi. Little Fatty responds. They set to work, gathering materials to create smoke and wrapping themselves as instructed. As they fan the smoke towards the hollow, they begin to hear the frantic buzzing growing louder. Soon, bees start to emerge from the hollow, and the boys share knowing smiles. Success is near to as more bees fly out. The numbers dwindle, signaling that the moment to collect their bounty is close at hand. Is it time, Lin Yi? Little Fatty asks. Lin Yi nods. Yes, I'll reach in. You bring the basket. He extends his hand into the hollow, trembling with excitement as he makes contact. There's so much in here, he exclaims. Carefully, Lin Yi extracts a piece of honeycomb, brushing off the few remaining bees, and breaks off a chunk to place in the basket. He then divides the smaller piece, offering half to Little Fatty. They forget about the abundance of honey, lost in delight as they indulge in their treat. Wow, it's so sweet. This is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted, Lin Yi savors, relishing the long-forgotten flavor. Both boys, at the tender ages of 5 and 6, find that honey is indeed the most exquisite food they could ever hope for. As they munch on the honey, they glance at each other, grinning widely, unable to contain their joy. After what feels like an eternity, they finish their small portion, still yearning for more, utterly enchanted by the experience. Once they recover from their bliss, they remember that there is still more honey to be collected. They resume their noble endeavor, and by the time they finish, the basket is overflowing, prompting them to gleefully carry it aside. Little chubby one, bring your basket over here. Let's split it in half, shall we? The little chubby boy readily agreed. Let's do it that way. After they divided the honey, both of them, still feeling the lingering sweetness, licked their sticky fingers clean before joyfully bouncing back home. As Lin Yi prepared to return home to share this joy with his mother, he realized it was already quite late upon his arrival. That a wry smile crossed his face as he pondered how swiftly time had passed. He placed the honey down, hastily washed up, and drifted into slumber, his heart transitioning from anxiety to delight. In his dreams, he savored the sweetness of honey, casting aside the troubles of the day. Chapter 2, The Little Eagle. At some unknown hour, a commotion erupted within the house, rousing Lin Yi from his slumber. Though he quickly succumbed to sleep once more. Uncertain as to why this morning was so noisy, he vaguely discerned his father's voice. Lin Yi initially thought he was dreaming, but it seemed his father mentioned preparing to take some items to the town for trade. Alas, even in dreams, his father was bound for the town, yet as he listened more intently, something felt amiss. Lin Yi pinched himself. Ouch. It dawned on him that this was no dream. He was oblivious to when his father had returned home, and the fact that he would be going to town today spurred him to leap from his bed and hastily pursue the source of the sound. Upon reaching his father, a robust man who bore the family's burdens, Lin Yi observed the assortment of items scattered on the ground: wild rabbits, pheasants, some still alive, along with various snakes and an array of wild herbs and fruits. Lin Yi instinctively recoiled from the snakes, maintaining his distance. His father declared, "This little eagle will remain here for us to rear. When it matures, it can accompany us on hunts." Only then did Lin Yi notice the small eagle nestled within the basket, evidently too young to fly, likely just hatched. He approached, cradling it tenderly in his hands. "Father, did you catch this in the mountains too?" "Indeed," his father responded. "While resting yesterday, I heard a flurry of chirping and discovered the little eagle. But just then, we heard a louder call from afar. We surmised the mother eagle was returning, so we decided to wait until she went out hunting again to take the little one. We should have returned last night, but ended up coming home only this morning." Lin Yi was enamored with this little creature, which pecked at his fingers, likely hungry. "Mother, look, the little eagle seems to be starving." Lin Yi's mother, glancing at the eagle, hurried to the kitchen to fetch some food. The little creature devoured it ravenously, clearly famished. Once satisfied, Lin Yi perched the eagle on his shoulder. Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed a solitary grass plant, its roots intact, and he speculated that his father must have deemed it special. That he circled the plant, scrutinizing it, but failing to discern its uniqueness. "Father, what is this grass?" Lin Yi's father followed his gaze and, unable to contain his smile, replied, "This is another surprise, aside from the little eagle. We were fortunate to find it yesterday. It's called golden silver grass, believed to be over 100 years old and remarkably effective for treating wounds. With this, our family need not worry about food or clothing for an entire year." Hearing his father's words, Lin Yi felt immense joy. Their years of hardship might finally see improvement. "Let's pack these up and take them to the town to sell for some silver." Just then, Lin Yi's mother interjected, "Little Yi, I noticed you searching for your father yesterday. What was the matter?" Lin Yi, momentarily distracted by earlier events, nearly forgot the most crucial issue. However, he hesitated, unsure of how to express himself. Adults typically hesitated to take children to town, especially when an overnight journey was involved. So, he began to mumble incoherently. Even he was unsure of what he was saying, let alone his parents. After listening for a while without comprehension, Lin Yi's father encouraged him. Little E, you're a young man now. Don't mumble. Speak plainly. Resolutely, Lin Yi proclaimed. Father, can I accompany you to the town today? He quickly added, the little chubby one is going to the town today. Lin Yi's father exchanged a glance with Lin Yi's mother, who remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. All right, but no complaining about fatigue during the journey. At that, Lin Yi leaped with joy, astonished by his father's swift consent. He had been prepared for a rebuttal, but he refrained from using his trump card. After all, he was a young man and had to reserve that for dire situations. Perhaps his father's good spirits stemmed from the prospect of a year of stability ahead, prompting his decisive agreement. Once Lin Yi regained his composure, he suddenly remembered the honey from last night and rushed to his room. His parents chuckled, shaking their heads at his frantic demeanor. Lin Yi emerged with his basket, exclaiming, Father, Mother, look what I have. His mother, surprised to see the basket filled with honey, inquired, Little E, where did this come from? With excitement, Lin Yi explained, Mother, after dinner last night, I went with the little chubby one to that big tree hollow and collected it. We can sell it in the town today for some money. Lin Yi's mother glanced at his father, who pondered briefly before saying to Lin Yi, there's no need to sell the honey. It will be perfect for replenishing our strength. We won't lack for money for a while, and it's too dangerous to gather it again. Lin Yi's mother concurred with this sentiment. Lin Yi nodded and inquired when they would set off, learning it would be soon. He had yet to wash up, so he hurriedly freshened himself. Once ready, he waited a short while before they all set off toward the village's entrance. Before they arrived, they spotted several villagers waiting, all set to journey to the town, including the little chubby one. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the little chubby one waved enthusiastically, and Lin Yi reciprocated as they approached. The little chubby one said, Little E, I knew you would come along. We were just waiting for you. Lin Yi beamed and asked, Is everyone here? Yes, we should be able to depart shortly. Before the little chubby one finished, the adults had already begun their journey. Lin Yi's heart raced with excitement as they set off toward the town. Lin Yi turned to the little chubby one and asked, What did you do with the honey from last night? Without hesitation, the little chubby one replied, Of course, I saved it to eat at home. You wouldn't take it to the town to sell, would you? As he spoke, he pulled out a bundle from his pocket, unwrapping it to reveal honey. He broke off half to share with Lin Yi. Without a second thought, Lin Yi accepted the honey, munching on it as he said, I originally planned to sell it in the town, but my parents suggested we keep it at home. As they chatted and enjoyed their treats, they lost track of time until noon arrived, prompting the adults to suggest they eat something. Watching the adults slowly nibble on their rations, Lin Yi felt a surge of impatience. Why were they taking so long? It felt as though an eternity had passed, though only a short while had elapsed. Gradually, as they drew nearer to the town, Lin Yi's heart raced faster. Approaching the town, he noticed a throng of people ahead. His father remarked, Today coincides with market day. Villagers from surrounding areas will gather here at that moment. Lin Yi comprehended the multitude of people. From a distance, he could see the town adorned with beautiful houses. Chapter 3. Deception. Upon entering the town, Lin Yi and his companions dispersed, temporarily parting ways with the chubby boy, having agreed to reconvene later. Lin Fu led Lin Yi to the trading area, where the sounds of various vendors calling out their wares could be heard from afar. Come and take a look. The best deals here. Guaranteed satisfaction. As Lin Yi and Lin Fu passed by, a vendor approached them, saying, Sir, come take a look. I assure you, you will be pleased. Lin Fu ignored the vendor and continued walking, yet the seller remained persistent until they had walked far enough to seek another target. Lin Fu turned to Lin Yi and said, My dear Yi, these are merely their sales pitches. Do not be deceived by them. Otherwise, you will be tricked 10 out of 10 times. In the future, I will take you out more often, so that as you grow, you may avoid many detours and spare our family from disaster. Lin Yi listened attentively, committing every word to memory. After navigating several winding paths, Lin Fu arrived at their destination, where a few individuals awaited a transaction. Lin Fu joined them in anticipation, and noticing some stalls were vacant, Lin Yi inquired, Father, why don't we trade at those stalls? Lin Fu replied with a smile, I am more familiar with this vendor. I have always conducted business here. Lin Yi nodded and glanced around, taking the opportunity to explore, while Lin Fu kept a watchful eye on him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Curious, Lin Yi moved towards the noise and soon found himself surrounded by a crowd. He spotted a monkey lying motionless on the ground, while a middle-aged man pointed accusingly at the vendor, exclaiming, Just moments ago, the monkey was lively. How is it that it lies here, lifeless, in your possession? The vendor remained calm, accustomed to such scenes, and replied, I can sell more, but I cannot let baseless accusations be thrown around. I run a modest business based on integrity. If your monkey has a problem, it cannot be blamed on me. The middle-aged man grew increasingly agitated upon hearing this. Impossible. This monkey has been well since it arrived at the market. Look at how well I have cared for it to fetch a good price. If it has a problem now, it must be your doing. The vendor, still unfazed, countered, if you accuse me, provide evidence and specify your claims. If it is proven to be my fault, I will buy it back at 10 times the price. Otherwise, do not slander me. There are people who witnessed this. The man was momentarily speechless, stammering you without being able to articulate further. He hailed from a poor village and had come to the market today, hoping to sell the monkey for a good price to improve his family's living conditions. Now, it felt as if the sky had fallen. He suddenly knelt, pleading, "Vendor, this monkey is our family's hope. I implore you to show mercy." The vendor, maintaining a stoic expression, responded, "I understand your plight, but as you can see, I too struggle to maintain this small stall. I am limited in what I can do." After a pause, he appeared to make a difficult decision. "Seeing your hardship, I will offer a higher price to purchase this deceased monkey. What do you say?" Middle-aged individuals find it difficult to accept this reality, repeatedly insisting that the monkey was perfectly fine just moments ago. The crowd surrounding them continues to grow, engrossed in speculation. The vendor, displaying a hint of impatience in his eyes, declares, "Let me reiterate one last time. If you wish to sell, I shall raise the price slightly. I have already shown considerable generosity." The middle-aged man persists in asserting that the monkey was just fine moments ago. The vendor gestures to a few individuals nearby, stating, "Look, you are now obstructing my business. If you do not decide soon, I will have them escort you away from my stall. The price I am offering is already exceedingly generous." The middle-aged man glances at those individuals, feeling helpless. Selling the deceased monkey at another stall might yield an even lower price. Reluctantly, he nods in agreement. The vendor, smiling, hands over some copper coins, adding, "You will certainly not find this price elsewhere. You are welcome to return next time." The middle-aged man, clutching the coins in a daze, departs. Lin Yi observes his retreating figure, profoundly affected. Having come from a humble background, the entirety of his family's hopes has instantly been reduced to mere copper coins. Contemplating the expectations of his family and the uncertain future that lies ahead fills him with despair. As Lin Yi walks back, he overhears two people discussing the recent incident. Alas, the vendor's little trick has likely victimized countless impoverished families. Indeed, but what can they do without experience? Selling elsewhere won't do them any good either. Precisely. He probably remains oblivious. Suddenly, a few taels of silver transform into mere copper coins, yet he cannot fathom that the monkey was not truly dead, merely in a temporary stupor. But no one dares to speak up. Who would dare? I recall an instance where someone exposed the truth, and that person mysteriously vanished. I heard that one of his relatives is a disciple of a certain sect, which gives him a sense of invulnerability. Who knows? I certainly wouldn't dare to speak out. We should leave quickly before he hears us. Yes, let us hurry. At that moment, Lin Yi comprehends the entire situation. He had been puzzled as to why the seemingly healthy monkey had suddenly collapsed. Now it makes sense. Clenching his fists tightly, Lin Yi feels a surge of indignation. The vendor is truly despicable, potentially ruining a family. Yet Lin Yi is powerless to intervene. Unbeknownst to him, he has already approached his father, Lin Fu. By this time, Lin Fu has finished selling his goods and, noticing Lin Yi's expression, inquires, "Xiao Yi, what troubles you?" Lin Yi recounts the earlier events. Lin Fu replies, "This place is a mix of all kinds. One must always remain vigilant." Lin Yi silently engraves this lesson in his heart and asks, "Father, where shall we go next?" "To Qingyao Hall. They buy medicinal herbs." Along the way, Lin Yi gazes around with growing curiosity as Lin Fu provides insights. They arrive at an imposing building, and Lin Fu explains, "This is the finest tavern in the town. The prices within are exorbitantly high. A single visit would exhaust our family's annual food budget. This place is frequented by nobility and dignitaries." Lin Yi observed the bustling crowd, adorned in elegant attire and radiating vitality, clearly hailing from affluent families. It was a stark contrast to their own world. Before long, the two arrived at the Qingyao Hall. Chapter 4. Qingyao Hall. Upon entering the Qingyao Hall, a clerk approached them with warmth and enthusiasm. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you to ensure your utmost satisfaction?" Lin's father, with a smile gracing his face, responded, "I intend to sell some herbs." The clerk warmly invited, "Please, follow me." They followed the clerk to a table where they sat down. The clerk inquired, "Esteemed guest, may I see the herbs you wish to sell? I shall appraise them accordingly." Lin's father nodded and replied, "Of course, I appreciate your assistance." Except for a single stalk of Jining Chao, all the herbs were presented. Lin Yi, not fully comprehending his father's intentions, remained silent and observant. The clerk examined the herbs on the table, furrowing his brow. "Is this all you have?" Lin's father did not elaborate, simply affirming, "Yes, this should be it." Upon hearing this, the clerk's demeanor shifted from warm to indifferent, coldly stating, "Do not be deceived by the quantity. These are merely worthless items. Worth only a few copper coins." Lin's father, unfazed by the clerk's attitude, inquired, "How much exactly?" The clerk, reluctant to waste further time, dismissively replied, "At most 10 copper coins. If you're going to sell, do so quickly, or I shall take my leave." This was in line with Lin's father's expectations, and he consented. Noticing another customer at the entrance, the clerk, fearing competition from his peers, hurried to finalize the transaction. He hastily counted out 10 copper coins and handed them to Lin's father. Just as he prepared to depart, Lin's father detained him. The clerk, visibly irritated, was further incensed when he saw the other customer whisked away. In a rush, Lin's father said, "Wait, I have one more herb. Perhaps you might take another look?" The clerk, now even more irate, retorted, "You have cost me a business deal." To which Lin's father assured, "I assure you, you shall not suffer a loss." Suppressing his annoyance, the clerk replied, "Very well, I shall see what herb could possibly justify the loss of a transaction." As Lin's father presented the Jin Yin Chow from the basket, Lin Yi noticed the clerk's eyes gleam with interest. The clerk exclaimed, "Surely, this is not merely worth a copper coin." Amused, Lin Yi observed his father remain calm as he placed the Jin Yin Chow on the table, smilingly asking, "Are you certain this herb is valued at just 1 copper coin?" The clerk coldly retorted, "Could it possibly be worth 2? Realizing that a deal with this clerk was unlikely, Lin's father sighed. "It appears this transaction cannot be finalized with you. I shall seek another clerk." In a moment of panic, the clerk quickly suggested, "Esteemed guest, wait. How about I take this herb to the appraiser at Qingyao Hall?" He reached for it. But just then, Lin Yi stepped in front of him, raising his chin and saying, "Brother, perhaps we should take it ourselves. Or we could request the appraiser to come here." The attendant, taken aback by the audacity of a mere child to disrupt his affairs, shot Lin Yi a disdainful glance and remarked, "Little brat, what do you know? Go play in the mud." Meanwhile, Lin's father had already grasped the gold and silver grass in his hands and suggested, "Let us proceed together." The attendant, witnessing the imminent loss of a valuable item, felt his face flush with frustration and retorted, "The reputation of Qingyao Hall is well known. Would we deceive you?" Lin's father, wishing to avoid further conflict, replied, "My intention was not to offend. Traveling together would save time." With no other choice, the attendant, wearing a sullen expression, led Lin's father and Lin Yi into the appraisal room. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a table where an elderly man sat, dozing. The attendant quietly and respectfully addressed the elder, "Lao Lu, could you kindly assist in appraising this herb?" The old man slowly opened his eyes, acknowledging the presence of a visitor. The attendant, maintaining his respectful demeanor, pointed to the gold and silver grass in Lin's father's hand, saying, "Lao Lu, this herb is difficult to identify. I require your expertise." Only then did the elder's gaze shift towards Lin Yi and his father, instructing, "Please place it here." Lin's father set the gold and silver grass on the table, and the elder's expression brightened with delight as he exclaimed, "Remarkable, this is indeed a golden silver grass." After a prolonged examination, the elder appeared quite enamored. The attendant feigned surprise, "Wow, this is a golden silver grass." The elder cast a mild glance at the attendant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin's father eagerly inquired, "Lao Lu, how old would you estimate this gold and silver grass to be?" The elder, without hesitation, replied, "Approximately 130 years. And what would its value be in silver?" The elder did not respond, glancing at Lin's father and then at the attendant, who promptly interjected, "Sir, Lao Lu is only responsible for the appraisal and does not deal with pricing." He continued, "This gold and silver grass is quite good. I, as a humble observer, will extend this business to you, offering the highest price of 10 taels of silver." Lin's father regarded the attendant, who remained unfazed, with a quiet contemplation. The attendant, noticing Lin's father's silence, insisted, "Sir, 10 taels of silver is already a generous offer, considering your standing. For other customers, it would not exceed 7 taels." Only after the attendant finished speaking did Lin's father respond, "10 taels is far too low. Not even 50 taels would suffice. I believe I shall seek other buyers." The attendant appeared astonished. "Sir, are you jesting? 50 taels of silver? Which apothecary would make such a purchase?" The elder, eyes closed, reveled in the exchange between the two. Lin's father stated, "I once witnessed the purchase of gold and silver grass. A 50-year-old specimen was valued at 30 taels of silver. This one, over a century old, is not merely worth double that price. Hence, I assert 50 taels is a remarkably low offer." The attendant, caught off guard by Lin's father's recollection, replied, "Sir, the last purchase of gold and silver grass was a unique circumstance. There was a shortage and urgent demand, which warranted such an inflated price. Currently, the highest for a 50-year-old specimen is merely 13 taels of silver." Father Lin chuckled, "For a 50-year-old variety, it costs 13 taels of silver. while the one over 100 years is astonishingly priced at 10 taels. It appears that this transaction is beyond your reach, my friend. The assistant, undeterred, replied with a smile. Dear guest, I can offer you a flat rate of 30 taels. Father Lin remarked, the 50-year-old variety is plentiful at Qingyao Hall. Yet the one over 100 years, the Jean silver herb, must be exceedingly rare. The assistant, wishing to avoid further haggling, stated, 40 taels of silver is the best I can do. If this deal is meant to be, it will happen. If not, perhaps next time will bring better fortune. Acknowledging that the price could not possibly rise further, Father Lin nodded in agreement. The assistant, seeing him acquiesce, felt no joy, as profits were minimal. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch the silver for the transaction, he said, hastily departing. The old man remained with his eyes closed, and shortly thereafter, the assistant returned, carrying a cloth bag. Father Lin inspected it meticulously, ensuring all was in order, grasping it tightly. It contained the sustenance for his entire family, a weighty responsibility indeed. As they prepared to leave, Father Lin solemnly thanked the old man, who remained unresponsive, eyes still shut. Just as Lin Yi stepped outside, the old man cast a fleeting glance. Chapter 5. Selection for the Ji Qing sect. As Lin Yi and his companion exited Qingyao Hall, they felt as though they were in a dream, momentarily overwhelmed by the substantial amount of silver they carried. It took a while for them to regain their composure. Realizing that they had spent a considerable time in the town, Father Lin then remembered that numerous household necessities remained to be purchased, prompting them to quicken their pace. As they neared the completion of their shopping, Lin Yi spotted the chubby boy at a crossroads. Hey, chubby, he called out, hearing Lin Yi's voice. The boy turned and rushed towards him. Lin Yi, how does it feel? He exclaimed with excitement. The village and the town are incomparable. I've learned so much. What about you? The chubby boy beamed. The town is incredibly fun. If I were in the village, I could never have imagined the wonders here. Oh, Lin Yi, I wish I could stay forever. Lin Yi shared his sentiment, longing to remain in the town, yet recognizing the impossibility of such a dream. It felt so close yet so far, relegated to the depths of his heart. By the way, chubby, Lin Yi inquired, have you gathered everything your family needed? We should be almost done. My father is handling the purchases, so I'm not entirely sure. They continued exchanging words when suddenly, the chubby boy remembered something. Lin Yi, I think I overheard someone discussing a sect that is recruiting disciples. Upon hearing the term sect, Lin Yi's interest peaked. Previously, in the trading area, a vendor had boasted of a relative within such a sect, allowing him to cheat so brazenly. This indicated that joining a sect would elevate one's status significantly. If he could also become a member, he could not only escape the village but also ensure his parents could live in the town, free from worry about their livelihoods. Thus, Lin Yi eagerly asked, Chubby, do you know where the selection is taking place? The chubby boy reminisced. I believe I heard them mention something called Lintang Square. Lin Yi, do you wish to give it a try? Lin Yi nodded eagerly and responded, Chubby, why don't we go together? After all, if we don't get selected, there's nothing to lose, is there? The chubby boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, Indeed, let us try, but first, I must inform my father. With that, he hurried off to speak with his father. Lin Yi followed suit. Approaching his own father to express his desire to participate in the selection of disciples, his heart brimming with anticipation. Lin's father pondered for a moment before saying, Xiao Yi, you must think this through. If selected, you may have to stay away for a long time, away from your mother and me, which could be quite arduous. Without hesitation, Lin Yi's gaze remained resolute as he replied, Father, I have made up my mind. Recognizing his son's determination, Lin's father did not readily acquiesce. For the child was merely 5 years old, too young to be entrusted to the outside world. He simply stated, let us first go and take a look. Although Lin Yi did not receive an immediate affirmation from his father, the prospect of companionship on this journey was a consolation. He quickly sought out the chubby boy and his father to join them. The selection square was not far, and they arrived shortly, observing numerous elders accompanied by children, all engaged in animated discussions. From the fragmented snippets of conversation, Lin Yi could confirm the chubby boy's words, realizing that the selection was nearing its conclusion. Lin Yi and the chubby boy hastened to join the queue, and noticing the dwindling number of participants, Lin Yi anticipated that it would soon be his turn. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted, Old Zhang, congratulations. I've heard your son has been selected. He is destined for great wealth. Upon hearing of someone's selection, envy flickered in the eyes of those present. Old Zhang turned to see the speaker, a broad smile spreading across his face as he replied, Ah, it's you, Old Wang. I came here on a whim, never expecting my little rascal would actually be chosen. Old Wang replied earnestly, Old Zhang, we've been neighbors for decades. You know my children have no hope of such fortune. If your son is to soar to greatness, do remember your old friend, Old Wang. Old Zhang chuckled, great wealth? We don't even know where the shadow of it lies. Old Wang continued, look at the Xiao family. They were once obscure, but have recently skyrocketed to prominence. Even the town mayor seeks their favor. Who would dare provoke the Shao family now? It seems that one of their own has entered a sect and garnered significant recognition. Hearing this, old Zhang couldn't contain his joy, envisioning a bright future ahead. At that moment, several individuals approached to congratulate old Zhang, who graciously thanked them. Reflecting on how such occurrences were unimaginable in the past, Lin Yi, absorbed in their conversation, suddenly realized it was his turn. A disciple, appearing to be around 15 or 16, approached with a serious yet slightly smiling demeanor, instructing Lin Yi, "Come with me." Lin Yi smiled and nodded in response, gesturing to the chubby boy as if to say that he would enter first. As Lin Yi crossed the threshold, he beheld the internal structure of the Lin Hall. A vacant space lay in the center, surrounded by tightly shut rooms, enveloped in an unusual silence, broken only by the footsteps of Lin Yi and his companion. They traversed the open area and approached a door, where the disciple gently knocked and announced, "Elder, the candidate is here." A voice from within acknowledged him. The disciple turned to Lin Yi and said, "You may enter." Lin Yi nodded in response, stepped forward, and pushed the door open. He discovered that the room was a grand hall, occupied by 3 individuals, 2 elderly men seated, and 1 disciple standing. Lin Yi hurriedly approached, his anxiety palpable, as he dared not meet the gaze of the 2 elders. Bowing his head, he murmured, "Greetings, elders." The 2 elders offered no reply, rising almost in unison to circle around Lin Yi. One elder reached out to assess Lin Yi's innate talent, which only heightened his trepidation. In the midst of his nervousness lay a flicker of hope, yearning to be chosen. After a prolonged examination, the elders exchanged glances and nodded toward the standing disciple. The disciple then approached Lin Yi and instructed, "Follow me this way." Unsure of whether he had been selected, Lin Yi obediently trailed behind, passing through another doorway where he noticed a group of children of similar age standing quietly. The disciple said, "You should join them." With that, he turned and departed. Lin Yi observed the others, who remained silent and still, and he could do nothing but mimic their demeanor. Time stretched on interminably, with no further arrivals. The stillness was profound, every heartbeat resonating clearly in the silence. After what felt like an eternity, the door swung open, startling everyone as a disciple entered, leading the 2 elders who approached Lin Yi and the others. One elder spoke, "First and foremost, congratulations on your selection to the Jiqing sect. A new chapter of your lives is about to commence. I am Elder Gu, and you may address me as such. This is Elder Lu beside me. I shall not prolong my words. We will soon set off for the sect. Before we depart, you have a moment to bid farewell to your elders. Then return swiftly to the hall." Upon finishing, Elder Gu gestured to the disciple, who then addressed Lin Yi and the others, "Come with me." As they crossed the vacant space and neared the entrance, the disciple cautioned, "Make haste. If you miss the time, you will forfeit your chance to enter the Jiqing sect." The group acknowledged his words. Once outside, Lin Yi hurriedly dashed toward his father, and upon reaching him, his excitement became evident. "Father, I have been selected." The onlookers expressed envy, while Lin Yi's father momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure, a broad smile spreading across his face. However, he soon inquired, "Shao Yi, are you truly certain about this decision?" With unwavering resolve, Lin Yi nodded repeatedly, seeing his determination. His father replied, "Since you are so eager to go, I shall not stand in your way. Take good care of yourself in the sect." At this moment, Lin Yi recalled the chubby boy, who wore a smile, yet harbored a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He said, "Lin Yi, congratulations. If you work diligently in the sect, you will achieve great success in the future, and I shall bask in your glory." Previously, Lin Yi had not noticed the chubby boy, presumably because he had not been selected, and he was uncertain how to offer comfort. Approaching him, Lin Yi embraced the chubby boy for a long while and expressed, "Thank you." He then turned to Lin's father and said, "Father, I am going in." Lin's father nodded, reminding him, "Shao Yi, take good care of yourself. Do not let your mother and me worry." At that moment of turning away, Lin Yi felt immense gratitude towards the chubby boy. Without him, Lin Yi would never have encountered the opportunity to join the sect and alter his destiny. Memories of their joyful laughter over the years flowed through his mind as he unwittingly stepped into the threshold of the sect. From then on, the sea would be vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to soar. Not far away, if Lin Yi could see him, he would surely recognize the attendant from the Qingyao Hall. At this moment, the attendant observed Lin Yi entering the gate, his gaze calculating something as if a decision had been made. Chapter 6. Vice Sect Master of the Jiqing Sect. After several days of arduous travel, Lin Yi finally arrived at the Jiqing Sect. The place was filled with children of a similar age, all forgetting the fatigue of their journey. Their faces alight with curiosity as they gazed at the towering peaks, each adorned with unique edifices. To them, these structures appeared grand and majestic, exuding an impressive aura. These children hailed from the town or remote mountain villages, and they had never envisioned buildings so lofty and vast, perched atop the peaks. At that moment, they longed to enter these magnificent structures immediately, excitement evident on every little face. Lin Yi was no exception, continuously surveying his surroundings. Inwardly, he encouraged himself, thinking, "Is this truly the place where I shall reside? I must strive to remain here, for it will allow me to receive silver from the sect to support my family." While Lin Yi contemplated these thoughts, numerous carriages arrived, filled with children of similar age. Like him, their faces bore signs of exhaustion. Yet upon witnessing the imposing architecture before them, they were filled with overwhelming excitement, sharing a common reaction. "Old Gu, I did not expect you to arrive so early this time. Did you manage to find any promising talents?" Elder Gu shook his head with a sigh, replying, "Elder Qin, you went there last time, didn't you? You should already know the situation there. What good talent could be found? On the other hand, you recruited several promising disciples last time. Judging by your expression, I believe this time will not be any different." Elder Qin chuckled, "Elder Gu, it is precisely because I did not find any last time that you had a greater opportunity. However, I did not anticipate." Elder Gu lamented, "I cannot boast of such good fortune. Speaking of which, how did things fare at your location?" Elder Qin replied, "Alas, there were only 3 or 4. Elder Gu was truly infuriated. It was merely 3 or 4 individuals, yet their pretense was astonishing. It was a blatant display right before him. Elder Lu, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. His demeanor mirrored that of Elder Gu. Internally, he cursed, "Silence does not render you mute. Why flaunt your superiority?" Elder Qin was about to say something when silence enveloped the space, as a middle-aged man strode in. "Greetings, Deputy Sect Master. Greetings, Deputy Sect Master." Whether elders or disciples present, all bowed and called out upon the appearance of this middle-aged figure, who was none other than the Deputy Sect Master of the Nanqing sect. The previously excited children, upon seeing the imposing Deputy Sect Master, succumbed to a palpable tension. Lin Yi discreetly cast a glance at the Deputy Sect Master, then quickly lowered his head, fearing to invoke any displeasure. The Deputy Sect Master addressed a steward. "Steward Yu, have all the elders returned from recruiting disciples?" Steward Yu replied earnestly, reporting to the Deputy Sect Master, "Only 2 elders are yet to arrive, and the reason remains unknown." "What do you suggest?" The Deputy Sect Master's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "It must be some unforeseen circumstance. Let us wait here a while longer." Afterward, the Deputy Sect Master turned his gaze towards Lin Yi and the others, whispering a few words to Steward Yu, their voices barely audible to the others. Upon hearing this, Steward Yu approached Lin Yi and his companions, stating, "All disciples, heed my instructions and arrange yourselves from shortest to tallest." At this moment, Lin Yi and the others were scattered, but upon hearing the command, they hastily complied. Many children were flustered and unsure of where to stand, some nearly on the verge of tears. After all, they were merely children under 10, with Lin Yi being merely 5 years old. Lin Yi, already the youngest, came from a humble background and was notably frail. Once he positioned himself, more disciples began to crowd in, all of taller stature, pushing him further back. Steward Yu pointed at several disciples, saying, "From here and here, form 3 rows." As they were already in formation, the arrangement proceeded swiftly according to Steward Yu's instructions. And Lin Yi found himself no longer at the edge. He observed that there were 3 others of similar height, while the rest towered above him. Soon, the sound of a carriage was heard, indicating the arrival of the final group. The carriage approached swiftly, and 2 elders hurriedly saluted the Deputy Sect Master. The Deputy Sect Master remarked, "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed elders. Please allow the disciples to line up." Yes, once everything was in order, the Deputy Sect Master stepped before Lin Yi and the other disciples, declaring, "You have just heard. I am the Deputy Sect Master of the Nanqing sect. Greetings, Deputy Sect Master." Lin Yi and his companions responded with clear voices. The Deputy Sect Master nodded and said, "First and foremost, congratulations on your successful selection into the Jiqing sect. The Jiqing sect boasts a history spanning several centuries and ranks among the most formidable sections. Currently, our sect comprises approximately 700 to 800 members. You find yourselves within the expanse of the Qingyan mountain range, which stretches vast and wide for thousands of miles, making it the largest mountain range in this region. Besides our Jiqing sect, several other powerful factions also reside within the Qingyan mountain range. Although you are still young, I must caution you to remain close to the sect when you venture out. Do not wander too far afield. The various sects maintain a wary vigilance towards one another, and encountering disciples from rival sects can be exceedingly perilous. Additionally, there exists another threat from the wild beasts inhabiting the mountains. While the likelihood of such encounters is relatively low due to the sheer size of the Qingyan mountain range, one must not be complacent. This warning is of utmost importance. Heed it well to avoid jeopardizing your lives. Indeed, Deputy Sect Master, Lin Yi had not anticipated the mountains to harbor such dangers, not only from rival sects, but also from the beasts lurking within. He reminded himself to refrain from straying far from the sect, as his youth rendered him incapable of defending himself in the face of danger. He believed that the sect would not allow such young ones to venture out recklessly, as doing so would be tantamount to courting death. The deputy sect master continued, "It is already late, and after your arduous journey, you must be feeling quite fatigued. Shortly, Steward Yu will escort you to dine, and afterward, you will be taken to rest. As for other matters, arrangements will be made tomorrow." With that, the deputy sect master cast a glance at Steward Yu before turning to depart. "Safe travels, deputy sect master." As the farewell echoed, the deputy sect master gradually vanished from Lin Yi and the others' sight. Steward Yu instructed, "Follow me in this formation." To Lin Yi, the sect appeared overwhelmingly vast, with its structures perched upon the peaks. Trailing behind Steward Yu, they found themselves panting from exhaustion. However, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, drawing their weary faces toward its source. Chapter 7. The law of the jungle. During the past few days of travel, they had subsisted on dry rations, and now, confronted with such an exquisite array of dishes, they indulged ravenously. Lin Yi, however, approached the meal differently. Although he too ate faster than usual, he remained comparatively slower than his peers. Having never tasted such delectable cuisine in his life, he savored each morsel, relishing the flavors. Lin Yi mused, "How wonderful it would be if my family could enjoy such sumptuous meals every day." This experience further fueled his determination to strive diligently and secure his place within the sect. Unbeknownst to him, the other children had already finished their meals, appearing unsatisfied. At that moment, Lin Yi found himself the sole diner, and as he contemplated these thoughts, he suddenly sensed numerous gazes fixed upon him. Lin Yi lifted his small head, only to realize that, apart from him, all the other disciples had already finished their meals. He promptly lowered his gaze and began to devour his food with great haste, keen to avoid drawing attention to himself or inciting the displeasure of his fellow disciples. They would be residing together in the sect henceforth, and offending anyone at this early stage could undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. In just a few moments, Lin Yi polished off the remnants of his meal, swallowing the last morsel whole. At that moment, Manager Yu appeared before them, glancing at the bowls and chopsticks before remarking, "Well done, no food has been wasted. Every meal henceforth shall be conducted in this manner." "Yes, Manager Yu." All the disciples responded in unison. Such delectable cuisine was something they relished, and upon finishing, they felt it had been rather insufficient. The notion of waste was utterly inconceivable to them. Manager Yu nodded and instructed, "Now, form an orderly line and follow me." Lin Yi and the others trailed behind Manager Yu as they descended the mountain peak, traversing a winding path. Fortunately, there was no intention of climbing further. After just having eaten, who could endure another arduous ascent? Before long, they arrived at a row of wooden cabins. A slightly portly young man, upon spotting Manager Yu, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to Manager Yu." Manager Yu nodded in acknowledgement and said, "These are the newly recruited disciples. Please make the necessary arrangements." The young man quickly replied, "Yes, Manager Yu, I will arrange it immediately," his body trembling as he spoke. Manager Yu shot him a disapproving glance, prompting the youth to sheepishly scratch his head. Turning to Lin Yi and the others, Manager Yu instructed, "You will follow his arrangements from here on." With that, he departed, and the young man, eager to bid farewell, was halted by Manager Yu. The young man addressed Lin Yi and the others, "From this point, remain calm and orderly, form a line of 10. In no time, the disciples had reformed into neat rows. The slightly overweight youth continued, "The first row, come with me. The rest remain here and do not wander or make noise. Do you understand?" "We understand," Lin Yi observed as the first row followed the young man into one of the wooden cabins. Shortly thereafter, the young man emerged again, leaving the disciples who had entered behind. "The second row, follow me in." As part of the second row, Lin Yi followed the young man into the cabin. It was at this moment that Lin Yi comprehended the purpose of the wooden cabins. They served as resting quarters, furnished with a row of beds and 10 bedding sets. The young man instructed, "Proceed according to your position in line. The number you hold corresponds to your bed." As the first in line, Lin Yi naturally found himself assigned to the first bed, a rather unfavorable position. However, he bore no complaints. It was merely a place to rest at night, and as long as there was a spot to lay down, he was content. Once the young man had made the necessary arrangements, he promptly exited the wooden cabin to organize the other teams. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his companions, having received no directives from the young man, remained inside the cabin, hesitant to take any further action and resigned to await his instructions. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, darkness soon descended upon them. Observing the nearby beds, several disciples stood by, their eyelids growing heavy with fatigue, yearning to climb into bed and indulge in a restful slumber. Lin Yi, too, felt the weight of sleepiness. Yet the young man had not yet returned, compelling him to strive to keep his eyes open. As he stood on the verge of dozing off, Lin Yi pinched himself sharply, a genuine pang of pain jolting him awake. He silently hoped the young man would arrive soon. Otherwise, he would need to resort to more painful measures to stay alert. In a state of drowsiness, Lin Yi thought he glimpsed a plump figure at the doorway, stirring a flicker of joy within him, the prospect of soon being able to sleep. However, upon looking again, he found the doorway empty. Realizing his mind was playing tricks on him in his desperate desire for rest, one disciple, unable to withstand the drowsiness, presumed the young man was unlikely to return and prepared to retire to bed. Just as he was about to make his move, a figure appeared at the entrance, the moonlight casting a long shadow behind him. Lin Yi initially thought it was yet another figment of his imagination, but the young man's voice confirmed his reality. Everyone may now rest. Please be mindful to keep the noise down at night and refrain from disturbing your fellow disciples, he instructed before shutting the cabin door. At the instant the door closed, Lin Yi could no longer hold back and climbed onto the bed. In his semi-conscious state, he seemed to hear voices. "You, move over there," one disciple, larger and more robust, commanded, pointing at a frail disciple. The latter, having secured a preferable sleeping spot, was the target of this unwarranted aggression. Although Lin Yi was discontented by the scene, he felt powerless to intervene, being younger and frilier himself. Fortunately, his own sleeping arrangement was less desirable. Otherwise, he too might have faced such treatment. The weak disciple, filled with resentment, desired to resist, but, upon seeing the imposing figure before him, could only acquiesce, feeling utterly helpless. As for seeking justice, could he even lodge a complaint? Overwhelmed by fatigue, Lin Yi surrendered to slumber. In his dreams, a smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he envisioned his home, where life began to improve gradually since his joining of the Jiuqing sect. He imagined enjoying delectable meals, with each future meal promising to be a culinary delight, much like the satisfying fare he had savored that day. Unbeknownst to him, the sound of the door creaking open shattered the silence. The dim wooden cabin was suddenly flooded with blinding sunlight. Lin Yi's sleep-laden eyes struggled to open, stung by the brightness. "Time to wake up," a loud voice rang out. Some disciples, still lost in the embrace of slumber, reacted sluggishly to the sudden disturbance. "Hasten to rise and prepare yourselves. Manager Yu is awaiting you. Should you delay, you will be sent back." Upon hearing this, all the disciples sprang into action. For the thought of being sent home due to slothful slumber was unbearable. How could they possibly explain that to their parents? Soon, Lin Yi and his companions finished their preparations and exited the wooden cabin, reorganizing their ranks. Before long, they beheld a familiar figure, Manager Yu, approaching the front of the line. Manager Yu addressed them. "Follow me." Lin Yi was uncertain about what lay ahead, yet he need not ponder, for the sect would provide guidance. They arrived at a small square. Manager Yu proclaimed, "Congratulations on joining the Jiuqing sect. In the forthcoming period, you shall reside together. The foremost priority upon joining the Jiuqing sect is martial training. All else pales in significance. Unless you can gain entry to Yaofeng, do not squander precious time on trivial matters. Only with formidable strength can one secure their position. It is the might of the Jiuqing sect that allows it to endure steadfastly in the Qingyan mountain range. Do you all comprehend this clearly?" "We understand." The disciples responded in unison, their voices ringing out. Satisfied, Manager Yu nodded and instructed them to wait, as he would soon commence the enrollment process. In a brief moment, a youth, appearing to be in his early teens, approached. He was likely the one responsible for the enrollment procedures. Without hesitation, the youth approached Manager Yu and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing this, Manager Yu scanned the crowd and inquired, "Who is Lin Yi?" "I am he," Lin Yi replied, taken aback that he was singled out. Not daring to be remiss, he quickly announced his identity. Manager Yu's face brightened as he said, "Lin Yi, you will accompany Lu Shizhi." The young lad regarded Lin Yi with keen interest. "Yes, Manager Yu," Lin Yi acknowledged, following the youth as the other disciples watched in confusion. Their curiosity piqued, yet they dared not speak in Manager Yu's presence, standing silently in place. The two walked in silence, Lin Yi trailing behind, his mind swirling with questions he deemed too audacious to voice. Upon reaching a mountain pass, the youth broke the silence. "Lin Shidi, my name is Lu Ruan. You may call me Lu Shixiang from now on." Lin Yi nodded, feeling somewhat reserved, and softly addressed him, "Lu Shixiang." Lu Ren smiled and nodded back, gesturing towards the mountain peak before them. "This is Yaofeng." Lin Yi gazed at the towering peak, curiosity coursing through him. He had not anticipated this to be Yaofeng. Just recently, he had heard Manager Yu mention it. Lu Ren continued, "Long ago, our sect primarily focused on alchemy, but as time has passed, this practice has gradually faded into obscurity, with most now dedicating themselves to martial arts. It is just the two of us who remain in the pursuit of alchemy." As he spoke, Lin Yi noticed a hint of regret and sorrow in Lu Ren's eyes, suggesting that in his heart, the art of alchemy ought not to be forsaken. Yet the present circumstances were beyond his control. Soon, they arrived at the summit of Yaofeng Mountain, where a vast expanse of flat land lay before them. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings, searching for the esteemed Fei Lao mentioned by his senior brother Lu Ren, but he found no trace of him. Lu Ren continued to speak, while Lin Yi listened quietly, yet certain questions lingered in his mind. Finally, unable to contain himself, Lin Yi inquired, "Senior brother Lu, I have yet to complete my registration." He gazed intently at Lu Ren, anxious that without registration, he might not be recognized as a disciple of the Jiuqing sect. As for where he would stay, Lin Yi was indifferent, as long as he was part of the Jiuqing sect. Lu Ren smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, junior brother Lin. I will first take you to the bamboo hut, your future resting place. Afterward, we will proceed with your registration and other necessary matters." "Thank you, senior brother," Lin Yi responded. "From now on, we shall be brothers. Please do not stand on ceremony." Lin Yi sensed that despite their brief acquaintance, Lu Ren was a remarkably kind person. Nodding, Lin Yi asked, "Senior brother Lu, why was I chosen to come to Yaofeng alone?" This puzzled him greatly. Lu Ren replied, "I am not entirely sure, but it seems to be related to Lu Lao from the Qingyao Hall. He recommended you to Fei Lao, who then entrusted me with your arrival." Recalling the elder from the Qingyao Hall, Lin Yi understood. They soon arrived at the bamboo hut, which contained only a bed, a table, and a chair, quite modest indeed. However, after surveying the space, Lin Yi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Under Lu Ren's guidance, Lin Yi completed his registration and received various living necessities, including bedding. This process consumed a significant portion of the day. It turned out that meals at Yaofeng were provided without the need to venture out. A dedicated person would deliver food to the entrance at the foot of the mountain, allowing Lin Yi to collect his meals there. He was unaware of when Lu Ren had arranged for his share of food. Yet the quality of the meals at Yaofeng surpassed those he had previously enjoyed. After dining, Lu Ren suggested that Lin Yi take a moment to rest. Lin Yi quietly sat at the table, lost in thought, and before he realized it, he drifted into slumber. Suddenly, he was roused by Lu Ren's voice calling from outside. Lin Yi opened the door of the bamboo hut and called out, "Senior brother Lu." Lu Ren approached, holding a booklet, and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "Junior brother Lin, this booklet contains knowledge about herbal medicine. You will find it invaluable in the future." Lin Yi accepted it and briefly glanced inside. It was filled with illustrations and text, the latter of which seemed as incomprehensible as a celestial manuscript to him. He hesitantly said, "Senior brother, I cannot read yet." Lu Ren chuckled, assuring him, "Do not fret, junior brother Lin. In due course, I will teach you to identify herbs and help you learn to read." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He considered himself exceptionally fortunate. This journey had been graced with luck, and it was thanks to the chubby boy that he had the opportunity to travel to the town and join the Jiuqing sect. His entry into the sect was made possible by his prior encounter with the esteemed Lu Lao of the Qingyao Hall in the town, which also granted him access to the Yaofeng. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to meet such a commendable senior brother as Lu Ren. Lin Yi felt as though everything was surreal, akin to a dream, and he feared the moment it might shatter. He listened intently as senior brother Lu Ren spoke. "Next, our primary responsibility is the management of the medicinal herbs at Yaofeng. At the very least, you must familiarize yourself with the names of the herbs, their growth cycles, and their functions. There is a wealth of knowledge regarding these herbs, and understanding them is crucial to their preservation." Lin Yi, however, was utterly bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. Observing Lin Yi's expression, Lu Ren reassured him, "Do not be anxious, junior brother. You are just beginning your journey, and it is perfectly acceptable to learn at a gradual pace. Mastery cannot be achieved overnight. It is a lengthy process. I too have spent considerable time accumulating knowledge. Once I have attained sufficient skill, I intend to request Elder Fei's permission to venture into the world and continue my pursuit of pharmacology. For now, let us commence with the basics of literacy." Thus began Lin Yi's inaugural foray into literacy, a fundamental skill that would prove essential throughout his life, as much of his future would involve engagement with written language. Understanding the written word would benefit him immensely. Lin Yi listened attentively as Lu Ren elaborated, diligently committing the information to memory and seeking clarification whenever he encountered confusion. He became thoroughly engrossed in the process. Had he not ventured beyond his village, he might have remained illiterate, forever oblivious to the joys of reading. Before he knew it, half an hour had elapsed. "Junior brother Lin, we shall pause here for today. We will continue tomorrow," Lu Ren announced. Although Lin Yi felt a lingering eagerness for more, he nodded in agreement. "Let us first explore the medicinal herbs," Lu Ren suggested. Lin Yi followed him out of the bamboo house, where Lu Ren provided a brief introduction. There were over 1,000 varieties of herbs, some precious, some of considerable age, and others more common, all cultivated and managed in designated areas. From Lu Ren's account, Lin Yi gathered that he had already undergone the process of herb identification. A year prior, Elder Fei had permitted Lu Ren to utilize common herbs for medicinal preparations, a topic that excited Lu Ren immensely. Before long, Lin Yi returned to his dwelling, where he took a moment to organize his thoughts for the forthcoming period. He resolved to dedicate 1/3 of each day to literacy and reinforcement, while the remainder would be spent memorizing the herbs of Yaofeng, thereby ensuring he could progress in both literacy and herbology simultaneously. Lin Yi set himself a goal to initially memorize 10 varieties of herbs, committing to at least 10 days of reinforcement. He understood that the time invested was inconsequential. Accuracy was paramount regarding the names, functions, ages, and other attributes of the herbs. The following day, after Lu Ren completed his lesson on literacy, Lin Yi accompanied him to the herb field. Lin Yi began pointing to the herbs, posing various questions to his senior brother. However, after inquiring about 10 varieties, he turned back only to realize he could scarcely remember the details. Confusion soon overwhelmed him. In that moment, he wished fervently to be able to read and write, to take notes that would allow for constant reference. It became evident that his goals needed to be adjusted. Perhaps starting with the memorization of a single herb would prevent such difficulties from arising. In the days that followed, Lin Yi led a remarkably simple yet fulfilling life. 3 months had swiftly elapsed since his arrival at the sect. During this time, Elder Fei had yet to return. However, Lin Yi had become acquainted with Elder Fei's appearance through a portrait. Over these 3 months, his senior brother Lu Ren had meticulously cared for him. At this juncture, Lin Yi could recognize numerous characters and had taken to borrowing some elementary books from the library for reading. Although his knowledge of medicinal herbs was still limited, he retained the names of those he had learned with considerable accuracy. As time flowed, another 3 months slipped away unbeknownst to him. Through unwavering diligence, Lin Yi had finally reached the ability to peruse simpler texts, yet he had refrained from revisiting that particular tome for half a year. Now, Lin Yi harbored new aspirations, aiming to identify 5 herbs as his initial target. Over the past 6 months, he had only memorized a handful of herbs, focusing on building a solid foundation, leveraging associative learning, and employing superior memorization techniques, which would undoubtedly enhance his retention speed in the future. One day, after teaching Lin Yi to read, senior brother Lu Ren congratulated him, stating that reading and recognizing words were no longer obstacles for him. Lin Yi could now read fluently and wholeheartedly expressed his gratitude to Lu Ren, silently cherishing the kindness bestowed upon him. By this time, Lin Yi had spent a year at the Jiuqing sect, having arrived at Yaofeng, and had gleaned much from his experiences. He had aged a year, now 6 years old, having learned to read and write while mastering a considerable number of medicinal herbs. Yet, Elder Fei remained absent, and Lin Yi hoped for an opportunity to repay the kindness he had received. Without Lu Ren's meticulous guidance, his progress would not have been so remarkable. In the days that followed, Lin Yi devoted himself entirely to the study of medicinal herbs, his speed of memorization increasing steadily. Despite this acceleration, he maintained a solid grasp of the material. Senior brother Lu Ren frequently conducted assessments, verifying Lin Yi's knowledge and correcting errors, which enabled Lin Yi to master the herbs more efficiently. The wheel of time continued its relentless march forward. 2 years had passed, and the 7-year-old Lin Yi had grown significantly taller. Compared to his initial arrival, he appeared more robust, his skin gleaming, largely due to a nourishing diet and regular exercise. Though he had not seen Elder Fei in 2 years, the elder's visage remained indelibly etched in Lin Yi's mind. He had acquired the ability to swiftly identify hundreds of medicinal herbs and had developed a keen sense of smell for them, confident that he was nearing the threshold of truly entering the realm of herbal mastery. When Lin Yi finally memorized the last herb in the Yaofeng garden, he let out a long sigh. Now 9 years old, he had come to recognize every plant within the garden, feeling a rush of exhilaration. All his years of effort had not been in vain, and he was finally reaping the rewards. In recent years, Lin Yi had only acquainted himself with senior brother Lu Ren and the elusive Elder Fei, whom he had yet to meet. Half a year ago, unable to wait any longer, senior brother Lu had entrusted Lin Yi with a letter for Elder Fei before departing from Yaofeng, embarking on a solitary journey through the world to explore the path of pharmacology. Upon entering Yaofeng, Lin Yi had heard Lu Ren speak of the day he would leave to pursue his studies further. He never anticipated that time would pass so swiftly. Over the years, Lin Yi was profoundly grateful to senior brother Lu, who had patiently taught him the art of identifying herbs and reading. Arriving at Yaofeng at the tender age of 5, he had received meticulous care from Lu Ren. Although Lin Yi felt a deep sense of loss at Lu Ren's departure, he did not attempt to hinder it, offering only his blessings and hoping that Lu Ren would fulfill his aspirations, even though he was uncertain when they would meet again. As Lin Yi entered the bamboo cottage, he retrieved the book that had silently witnessed his journey from ignorance to knowledge over the years. Opening the first page, He meticulously compared the herbs he had learned about with the text, noting discrepancies as they arose. Upon completing the review, he discovered several inaccuracies and promptly corrected them by cross-referencing with the herbs at Yaofeng, thus concluding his herb identification process satisfactorily. That night, Lin Yi experienced the most restful slumber since arriving at Jukingmen, dreaming of marriage and a house full of children. At some unknown hour, Lin Yi awoke to the dawn light. As was his custom, he rose to tidy his space. Upon opening his door, he was greeted by a figure that appeared both strange yet familiar. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed that it was Elder Fei returning. The sight of him felt remarkably comforting, prompting Lin Yi to hurriedly approach and call out, "Elder Fei." Elder Fei smiled warmly, a familiar expression, and remarked, "Xiao Yi, you've grown quite robust." Lin Yi, feeling slightly dazed, absent-mindedly touched his head and responded, "Have you encountered any difficulties over the years?" "Elder Fei, I have completely mastered that herbal book." Elder Fei's gaze softened, and he replied with a smile, "Xiao Yi, please bring the herbal book to me shortly." Lin Yi surmised that Elder Fei intended to assess his progress, and he nodded in agreement. He then added, "Elder Fei, please wait a moment." With that, he hurried back to the bamboo cottage and soon returned with a letter and the herbal book in hand. Lin Yi presented the letter to Elder Fei, explaining, "Elder Fei, senior brother Lu was unsure when you would return and left Yaofeng ahead of time. He asked me to deliver this letter to you." Elder Fei accepted the envelope, opened it, and after reading, nodded thoughtfully. "Your brother is wholeheartedly pursuing the path of pharmacology, which brings me great joy. I hope he achieves success in this endeavor. Now, Xiao Yi, come with me." Lin Yi approached Elder Fei, handing over the herbal book. Elder Fei casually opened a page and named an herb, to which Lin Yi responded without hesitation, "Tiger ear herb." With a whip-like grace, the two engaged in a question-and-answer exchange, with no errors in the process. Old Fei occasionally showed Lin Yi only images, then identified the herbs, continually varying the forms of inquiry. Yet Lin Yi responded effortlessly. Closing the tome, Old Fei expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Xiao Yi, well done. It seems you have truly grasped the essence of this knowledge. You have not been idle over the years. Starting tomorrow, you will learn to formulate medicines under my guidance." Subsequently, Old Fei produced another book and handed it to Lin Yi. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yi felt as though he were in a dream. He was finally able to learn the art of formulation. Identifying herbs was merely laying the foundation, while the true art of compounding was akin to raising a grand edifice from the ground up. Mastering formulation would significantly elevate his status. Regaining his composure, he recalled the book in his hands. Lin Yi flipped to the first page and lingered there for quite some time before proceeding to the second, then the third, becoming engrossed in its contents and losing track of time. Eventually, he glanced out the window and realized that night had fallen. Reflecting on the contents of the book, he recognized it as a vast ocean of herbs. This tome likely contained records of around 100,000 herbs, detailed meticulously, even including combinations of herbs. If Lin Yi could fully comprehend the herbs within this book, he mused, he might become a revered master of herbal medicine, though that was merely a fanciful thought. Yet at that moment, Lin Yi discerned a new direction. Alongside learning formulation, he would gradually absorb the knowledge contained in the ocean of pharmacopoeia. The next day, Lin Yi arrived early to meet Old Fei, who led him into the apothecary room for the first time. A potent aroma of herbs assailed his senses. Old Fei's expression was serious as he said, "Xiao Yi, formulating medicines requires utmost precision. There can be no room for negligence. Each potion is of great significance. Any error could result in harm rather than healing. Each herb corresponds to a specific formula. Do not alter them lightly. These formulas have been refined through the contributions of many, and it is imperative you remember this." After a pause, he added, "Of course, creating new formulas is permissible, but it requires rigorous testing to ensure safety before administration to others." Old Fei's words resonated deeply within Lin Yi. There were two modes of formulation, liquid and pill. "Here is a liquid preparation, and here is a pill," Old Fei demonstrated. Throughout the day, he imparted knowledge about the intricacies of formulation. Through Old Fei's teachings, Lin Yi understood the meticulousness and challenges inherent in the art of compounding, which explained the difficulty of aspiring to be an apothecary. As he departed, Old Fei gifted Lin Yi a compendium of formulas, which filled him with excitement throughout the night. The following day, Old Fei succinctly recapped the previous day's lessons. "Xiao Yi, today you will begin formulating. Start with the liquid. Pay close attention to the heat, the brewing time, and the order of herb placement." Lin Yi observed Old Fei's technique, noting that the materials were relatively simple: 3 types of herbs, Sambailon, a member of the Crassulaceae family, and Eryu. He watched as Old Fei measured the proportions of the 3 herbs, and the subsequent steps flowed seamlessly. Lin Yi thought to himself, "When will I be able to do this?" Finally witnessing a complete formulation process, he lay in bed that night, quietly reflecting on the procedure before drifting into a peaceful slumber. In the ensuing days, Master Fei diligently taught Lin Yi the art of concocting medicinal solutions, and the variety of mixtures became increasingly intricate, with the number of herbs employed growing ever more complex. One particular solution required the use of over 20 different herbs. Yet Master Fei executed it with remarkable fluidity. After several weeks, he declared, "From this day forth, we shall begin crafting pills." The process of pill making posed an even greater challenge. Nevertheless, Master Fei commenced with the simplest formulations, and witnessing his seamless technique instilled in Lin Yi a sense of ease, enabling him to swiftly produce his first pill. Holding the pill crafted by Master Fei, Lin Yi received further instruction. Pay close attention to the proportions of moisture, aroma, and color, as Master Fei elaborated on the intricacies of the process. In the days that followed, Master Fei continued to instruct Lin Yi in pill formulation. After more than a month of dedicated study, Lin Yi acquired a rudimentary understanding of the craft. On this day, as he entered the apothecary room as usual, he found no sign of Master Fei. Searching the herb peak yielded no results. It seemed Master Fei had ventured out once more, leaving Lin Yi uncertain of when they might reunite. Gazing at the vast expanse of the herb peak, solitude enveloped him, evoking a profound sense of emptiness. Chapter 10. Becoming an apothecary standing alone on the desolate herb peak, Lin Yi gradually regained his composure and resolved to forge ahead with his plans. Deciding to prepare the medicines himself, he excavated a stone chamber within the herb peak, transforming it into his personal apothecary. Gathering the necessary herbs from the fields, Lin Yi meticulously began his first attempt at concocting a medicinal solution, adhering to the prescribed formula. He measured the required amount of water, selected the designated herbs, and, within the allotted time, unveiled the mixture, only to be met with an overwhelming burnt aroma, indicating he had overcooked it. Undeterred, Lin Yi commenced anew, this time exercising greater control over the heat. Yet, when he lifted the lid again, the quality still fell short of Master Fei's standards. He repeated this process countless times, gradually inching closer to the desired outcome. At last, he achieved a solution that met Master Fei's criteria. As he gazed at the bubbling concoction, a smile broke across Lin Yi's face. Even though his own visage was smeared with soot, the joy he felt was immeasurable. Through relentless experimentation, Lin Yi began to discern patterns and develop his own insights. In the subsequent days, he continued his unyielding pursuit of perfection in crafting medicinal solutions. With time, his success rate soared, ultimately reaching a level of proficiency where not a single herb went to waste, and the efficacy of his potions improved significantly. As 6 months slipped by, Lin Yi had become adept at formulating the desired elixirs, achieving an initial milestone. Yet, the vast ocean of medicinal concoction remained daunting, and he had only mastered a handful of solutions thus far. The journey of mastery was far from over. During this half-year of toil, Lin Yi cultivated a set of principles. Through persistent exploration and accumulation of knowledge, he believed his skills in concocting potions would continue to ascend, allowing him to tackle even more complex formulations. With the success of his elixirs, his next goal was to embark upon the creation of pills, starting once again with the simplest varieties. The first step in pill making was to finely grind the herbs. The first batch of medicinal powder produced by Lin Yi was such that he could hardly bear to look at it. All that remained were remnants, with no trace of the desired powder in sight. He had previously observed Elder Fei's ease with the process, only to discover that the initial step was fraught with difficulty. As he commenced the second round of grinding, little improvement was evident. Yet, Lin Yi remained resolutely dedicated, repeating the process time and again. He had lost count of how many attempts he had made. His tender hands were covered in blisters, but his stubborn spirit refused to yield. In pursuit of the powder necessary for pill refinement, Lin Yi astonishingly devoted over a month to this endeavor. Reflecting on his journey, he found himself smiling wryly at the powder he had finally managed to grind. Once the powder was prepared, he advanced to the second stage, carefully placing it into the furnace in measured proportions, then diluting it with water. This phase unfolded relatively smoothly, achieving success after only a few attempts. The third step, however, was the most crucial, the baking of the pills. The initial attempt yielded only dregs. The second attempt was also a failure, and yet again, he faced disappointment. Countless repetitions ensued, each marred by burnt remnants. The scent was wrong, the color was off, everything was amiss. Seasons changed, from the chill of winter to the warmth of summer, as the solitary medicinal peak stood desolate. Thankfully, a few footprints remained, hinting at the presence of life. The disciples of Jiuqing's sect had long grown accustomed to this solitude, with scarcely anyone aware of Lin Yi's existence among them. One day, the tranquil medicinal peak erupted with a burst of laughter. Haha, I have finally succeeded. At that moment, Lin Yi cradled the pill in his hands, unable to contain his excitement. He had successfully refined the pill at last. The exhilaration lingered for quite some time. But once he regained his composure, he immersed himself once more in the art of alchemy. The medicinal peak, though increasingly desolate, began to emanate a rich fragrance that grew more potent with each passing day, gradually wafting into the surroundings and attracting various small creatures, thus infusing the peak with a newfound vitality. On a certain day, a stone door swung open, revealing a tall, handsome youth stepping forth. He stretched languidly, invigorating his limbs under the warm sunlight, relishing the moment. This youth was none other than Lin Yi, now 14 years of age. Having joined the Joqing sect at the tender age of 5, nearly a decade had passed, and the passage of time had left its mark, rendering him increasingly mature and poised. From a naive child who had entered Joqing sect to now, having taken significant strides towards becoming a competent alchemist, he had made remarkable progress. If he were to return to the town now, he would undoubtedly stand out among his peers. Lin Yi pondered. Though he could now concoct satisfactory pills, he remained uncertain of their efficacy. Lin Yi descended from the pill peak, carrying his medicinal pills. This marked one of the rare occasions he had ventured away from the pill peak since joining the sect. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the trading area, which was bustling with activity. However, the faces surrounding him were unfamiliar. Lin Yi selected an open space and unfurled a pre-written sheet of paper before him, silently awaiting the arrival of potential customers. As disciples passed by, some would glance in his direction before hastily moving on, often accompanied by murmurs of gossip. Who is this kid? Selling pills at such a young age? It's obvious they're fake. There are so many con artists these days, and they're getting younger. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Yi merely smiled wryly, knowing that if the pills he sold did not indeed possess their claimed effects, he, too, would perceive himself as a fraud. Time flowed slowly, and eventually, a boy around 15 or 16 approached, pausing before the sheet of paper. He hesitated, struggling to find the right words, before finally summoning the courage to ask Lin Yi, "Senior brother, do you have any pills for treating sprains?" With a smile, Lin Yi replied, "Yes, but it depends on where the sprain is." The boy explained, "A fellow disciple twisted his ankle during training today and is in so much pain he can't even stand." After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi responded, "Bring him to me so I can examine him. Only then can I prescribe the appropriate remedy and avoid delaying his recovery." At that moment, several surrounding disciples gathered around, warning the boy, "Junior brother, you must be cautious. He clearly looks like a fraud. You know how precious medicinal pills are. He can't possibly possess any. Just look at the exaggerated claims on that paper. It's obviously a scam. Don't fall for it." Others chimed in, echoing their concerns. What if his condition worsens instead of improving? Yes, indeed. They all added in unison. The boy began to waver, uncertain about what to do. Observing the hesitance in the youth, Lin Yi recognized this as his first transaction and was determined not to let it slip away. "Junior brother, go fetch that fellow disciple, and I will demonstrate the efficacy of the medicine on the spot. That should put your mind at ease." Before the boy could respond, the others interjected, "What if something goes wrong with the trial?" The murmurs of the gathering disciples grew louder, and more spectators joined the crowd. Lin Yi raised his voice, asserting, "I am a disciple of the Pill Peak and would never jeopardize its reputation." Upon hearing the mention of the Pill Peak, the surrounding disciples fell silent. The Pill Peak held an esteemed position within the sect and was regarded as a sacred ground of the Nanqing sect. Lin Yi continued, "Junior brother, if you trust me, please go bring that fellow disciple here. If you do not, then I am powerless to assist." The boy's expression shifted from uncertainty to determination as he hurried away. The gathered disciples remained, though they no longer dared to speak, their hearts anticipating a spectacle. Yet some among them harbored a glimmer of hope. Chapter 11. Selling pills in the market. Before long, the boy returned, supporting a fellow disciple who limped painfully. "Senior brother, this is my junior disciple, Sun Ku. Help Sun Ku to sit over here," Lin Yi instructed. Initially, some scattered disciples gathered around as they witnessed the young man supporting a fellow disciple. Lin Yi conducted a thorough examination of Sun Ku's sprained area, determining that the injury was not severe. However, due to a lack of timely treatment, it had become somewhat swollen. He retrieved a vial of ointment, preparing to apply it to the sprained region. "When I apply the ointment, it may sting a bit. Please endure for a moment. The pain should subside in about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and the swelling will gradually diminish within an hour." Having endured pain all day, Sun Ku responded eagerly upon hearing that his sprain would soon improve, assuring, "Senior brother, you need not worry about applying it. I can bear it." However, as the ointment made contact with the injured area, Sun let out a piercing cry, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead, while some watching disciples shook their heads in disapproval. One disciple remarked, "He is indeed a fraud. I suspect he is using the banner of the Medicine Peak to swindle others. Such actions that tarnish the reputation of the Medicine Peak will surely incur severe punishment from the sect." Previously hopeful disciples now displayed expressions of disappointment. Sun Ku's senior brother, observing Sun's contorted face in agony, felt a surge of anxiety, silently praying that nothing would go awry, while looking to Lin Yi for an explanation. Understanding the concern, Lin Yi directly addressed them, stating, "There is no need to worry. As I mentioned earlier, please be patient for just a moment." Yet, the onlookers became increasingly agitated upon hearing his words, expressing their discontent that treatment would only worsen while their fellow disciple was subjected to such torture. Indeed, he is a fraud under the guise of the medicine peak. We must report him to the punishment hall and eradicate this scourge from our sect. Gradually, more voices joined in the sentiment. Reluctantly, Lin Yi displayed his token, proclaiming, "Brothers, please observe closely." The crowd fell silent, some words stuck in their throats. Cheeks flushed with suppressed emotion. After a stick of incense had passed, Lin Yi remarked, "Sun Ku, you may attempt to stand and move about." His senior brother prepared to assist him, but Lin Yi gestured for him to refrain. Sun Ku slowly rose, summoning the courage to walk independently. His expression transforming into one of excitement as he exclaimed, "Senior brother Gao, it truly no longer hurts. It truly no longer hurts." The two quickly expressed their gratitude to Lin Yi. "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. There's no need for thanks. I must also express my gratitude for your trust." Lin Yi then produced another vial of medicine, offering it to Sun Ku. "The pills within are highly effective for sprains and will completely heal your injury." He also provided some additional precautions. Gratefully, Sun Ku accepted the vial, inquiring, "Senior brother, how much silver is required in total?" Lin Yi smiled, replying, "As you are my first customer, it shall be free of charge." Sun Ku and his companion were momentarily at a loss for words, repeatedly offering their heartfelt thanks. The surrounding disciples, finally convinced, began to gather around. Everyone greeted Lin Yi, hoping to leave a favorable impression, to which Lin Yi responded with a warm smile. From that moment on, Lin Yi frequently appeared in the trading district, during which he amassed a wealth of experience and deepened his pharmacological knowledge, finally achieving significant progress and, of course, earning considerable income. This led Lin Yi to think of his senior brother Lu Run, and he began to understand him, realizing he would soon follow in his footsteps. One day, as Lin Yi was tidying up his stall and heading back to Yaofeng, an elder called out to him. Observing the elder, Lin Yi noted his yellowed skin, lethargic demeanor, and anxious expression, indicating a potential health issue. He inquired, "Elder, what troubles you?" "Lin Xianzi, I am Elder Duan of the sect. I have heard of your deeds and have come to seek your miraculous remedy. If you can cure my hidden ailment, I am willing to pay any price." "Elder Duan, please explain the cause of your condition first, and then I shall determine whether I possess the ability to assist you." The elder proceeded to recount his tale. Beginning over 9 years ago, after sharing his story, Elder Duan gazed at Lin Yi with eager anticipation, knowing that without treatment, his body could not withstand much longer. He spoke of an expedition to the mountains with a fellow sect member, where he discovered a valuable treasure. Unexpectedly, another individual attempted to ambush him, but he managed to retaliate and eliminate the threat. However, he soon fell victim to a hidden scheme. Initially, his health showed no signs of distress, but recently, his condition had deteriorated significantly. The mention of events from over 9 years ago struck a chord with Lin Yi, as it coincided with his own entry into the sect, a twist of fate. Lin Yi had initially wished to remain uninvolved, but who could discern the truth of the elder's claims? Observing the urgency in Elder Duan's situation, coupled with the knowledge that a sect member had gone missing, Lin Yi reasoned that an investigation must have been conducted. Thus, he replied, "Elder Duan, I have only recently become a pharmacist. I will need to return and research thoroughly before providing you with a response by tomorrow." Upon hearing that Lin Yi had not declined his request, Elder Duan's heart soared with joy. "I am grateful for your assistance, Lin Xianzi." Upon returning to Yaofeng, Lin Yi opened the tome of potion formulas left to him by Elder Fei, meticulously searching for a solution. As he neared the end of his search without finding a suitable remedy, hope began to wane. Just then, he stumbled upon a formula for a pill known as the Huan Yuan pill, which could potentially address the elder's ailment, albeit with extreme effects, either life or death. Realizing that the recipe required numerous rare herbs, 7 of which were unavailable at Yaofeng, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to venture beyond the confines of Jiuqing Gate to identify more herbs. He committed the names of these 7 rare herbs to memory, preparing for his journey the following day. The next day, Lin Yi informed Elder Duan of a specific pill that could offer salvation. But due to the complexity of its formulation and his lack of experience, he would require some time. He assured the elder that he would promptly notify him once the remedy was ready. Lin Yi refrained from divulging his intention to scour the outside world for herbs. Ever cautious, as the incident with the monkeys in town at the age of 5 had left an indelible mark on his memory, Lin Yi, bearing a bamboo basket, departed from a secluded path, embarking on his first solitary journey. Chapter 12. The Valley. At this moment, within a valley, a young lad cradled a freshly gathered herb, his excitement bubbling over. This marked the third type of herb he had discovered. He was Lin Yi, having ventured out for nearly 9 days. In the initial days, he felt as though he were searching for a needle in the ocean, until recently when he began to discern the growth patterns of herbs within the mountain range. His medicinal basket was nearing its capacity, filled with various herbs yet to be cultivated on the medicinal peak. This brought him immense joy, as he was confident that within a few more days, he would gather all the necessary herbs. After carefully placing the freshly harvested herbs in his basket, he continued his journey through the thicket. Observing large predator tracks imprinted in the ground, Lin Yi proceeded with caution, realizing that this area had evidently been frequented by formidable beasts. Having spent many years enhancing his physique through medicinal pills, he was sturdier than his peers. However, his lack of martial practice over the years rendered him nearly devoid of combat awareness. Should he encounter a fierce beast, peril would surely ensue. Pausing in contemplation, Lin Yi recognized that although the path ahead might lead to exceptionally rare herbs, it also harbored significant dangers. He decided to retrace his steps. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, causing him to flinch. Trouble was approaching, seemingly directed at him. Lin Yi remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings and hastily seeking a concealed spot to hide. As the sound drew nearer, it resembled the clamor of a fierce battle. Before long, 2 colossal creatures came into view, a brown bear and a giant tiger. Locked in a ferocious struggle, hidden in his refuge, Lin Yi trembled uncontrollably. The giant tiger was drenched in blood, its vitality waning as it struggled to maintain its stance, while the brown bear was equally afflicted, its front leg hanging limply, balance faltering, its combat efficacy diminishing. This was the first time Lin Yi had witnessed such a brutal confrontation. He realized that this mountain range was home to not only humans, but also these ferocious animals. Reflecting on his previous reckless ventures in the mountains sent a shiver down his spine. Upon returning, he resolved to learn some fundamental combat skills, ensuring he would be better prepared for future journeys through the mountains. Though fear gripped him, the intensity of the beast's savage battle captivated Lin Yi, rendering him unable to look away. Gradually, the conflict neared its conclusion. The giant tiger bled profusely, and the brown bear's injuries worsened. Yet neither beast was willing to relent. Ultimately, even standing became a challenge, yet they fought on until the bitter end. In their final moments, the giant tiger and the brown bear clamped their jaws upon each other, refusing to let go. As time crept by, both creatures gradually became still, yet maintained their fierce grip. Lin Yi, still hidden, dared not make a sound. Only after a considerable time had passed, confirming the absence of breath, did he cautiously approach the 2 mighty beasts. Before him lay 2 titanic figures, once rulers of this mountainous domain, now fallen in a tragic struggle against one another. Both of these ferocious beasts were treasures in their entirety. Had they been extracted from the mountains for sale, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Yet, with such riches before him, Lin Yi could not take them away, and the anguish in his heart was palpable. Despite his distress, he could only accept the harsh reality. However, he was determined not to miss out entirely. At the very least, he could indulge in a splendid feast. Lin Yi skillfully dismembered the finest cuts of meat and made his way to a nearby stream to cleanse them. He gathered kindling, preparing to savor roasted meat from the giant tiger and brown bear. The essence of roasting lies in mastering the heat, a task that Lin Yi, a skilled fire controller, found to be a trivial endeavor. As he watched the meat sizzle and the fat bubble, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, and he could hardly contain his salivation. An epiphany struck him. Why not add some medicinal pills, applying them to the meat to enhance its flavor? He ground the pills into a fine powder and meticulously coated the meat, ensuring it absorbed the exquisite flavors. With the tiger meat perfectly roasted, he brought it to his nose, intoxicated by the savory scent. A gentle bite revealed its succulent tenderness and rich flavor, surpassing any meal he had ever tasted. He feasted for an entire hour, still yearning for more, yet his stomach could hold no further. Regret washed over him as he lamented the loss of his delectable tiger and bear meat. After a brief respite, Lin Yi resumed his journey. The path he had previously shunned due to fears of wild beasts was now devoid of threats, making it an ideal choice. The tumultuous battle between the 2 ferocious creatures had cleared the path of thorns, rendering it exceptionally smooth. He followed this trail until he arrived at a picturesque valley. Upon gazing into the valley, Lin Yi was momentarily entranced. It was a realm of unparalleled beauty, adorned with a riot of colorful flowers, where butterflies danced gracefully. Occasionally, small animals frolicked amidst the vibrant sunlight, creating a breathtaking tableau. As Lin Yi strolled through this enchanting scene, it felt as if he had stepped into a fantastical paradise, detached from the mundane world. Eventually, he regained his composure and began to survey his surroundings closely. The variety of herbs was astonishing, most of which he had not encountered at the medicine peak. He eagerly identified each one, perhaps reveling in the joys of a botanist, comparing them against his herbarium. Oblivious to the passage of time, it took Lin Yi 2 full days to thoroughly recognize the herbs in the valley, during which he also collected numerous herb seeds. Upon his return to Medicine Peak, the variety of herbs he possessed would surely multiply. More importantly, he had gathered 2 of the target herbs. Combined with the 3 he had previously acquired, he now had 5, with only 2 remaining. Suddenly, Lin Yi leaped with excitement. In front of him coiled a snake, which had long been his childhood fear. Instinctively, he recoiled until he had moved a safe distance away. Gradually, he began to assess the situation. A look of joy spreading across his face as he noticed a silver snake herb growing beside the serpent, a target herb he had been seeking. Yet, his heart began to race again, for the snake lay nearby. What should he do? Lin Yi, unwilling to relent, recognized that missing the silver snake herb might mean never encountering it again. Strategies flickered through his mind, each one quickly dismissed. As an apothecary, Lin Yi conjured another plan. Could he utilize a potion to immobilize it? He opened the pharmacopoeia and discovered a concoction called the anesthesia powder, which could temporarily render the herb motionless. Observing the required botanical ingredients, he found that they were all available in the valley. Indeed, the plan proved effective, and Lin Yi successfully acquired the desired silver snake herb. Only one more ingredient remained, the golden sun herb, which thrived in areas with abundant and intense sunlight. With his target narrowed, he could search more efficiently. Standing atop a high vantage point, he scanned the surroundings for the golden sun herb's preferred habitat. By this time, 6 full days had elapsed since he left the valley. Disappointment clouded Lin Yi's expression as he realized the last golden sun herb remained elusive. Yet, he could not afford to pause. The search must continue. Seated beside a deep chasm encircled by cliffs, exhaustion etched across his face. Lin Yi reflected on the 10 days that had passed. Nearly a month had gone by since he departed from the sect. If Elder Duan did not receive timely treatment, finding the golden sun herb would be futile even if he procured the revitalizing pill later. Curiously examining the structure of the chasm, Lin Yi marveled at its cliff-encircled formation. Driven by intrigue, he rose and approached the edge, peering down into the unfathomable depths. His legs trembled involuntarily, but at that moment, a peculiar plant caught his eye on the cliff face. It bore a striking resemblance to the golden sun herb. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi's countenance brightened. It was indeed the golden sun herb, a true stroke of fortune after much labor. The golden sun herb lay several meters below the cliff, making its harvest perilous. Lin Yi secured a rope, and after considerable preparation, he began his descent, struggling against gravity. Halfway down, fatigue set in, leaving him breathless. Upon reaching the golden sun herb, he was utterly spent, yet he forgot his weariness as he collected the herb and stowed it in his pocket. Suddenly, the rope slipped, and he found himself plummeting. A singular thought racing through his mind. It was over. Chapter 13. The mysterious pearl. At this moment, Lin Yi lay sprawled out. A keen observer might notice a pearl beside his left hand. Upon contact with his blood, the pearl emitted a radiant glow, enveloping Lin Yi in its luminescence. In no time, his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Once his injuries were fully mended, the radiant light dissipated, along with the pearl. Soon after, Lin Yi awoke from his unconscious state. As he slowly opened his eyes, darkness engulfed him, with only the sound of flowing water breaking the silence. He recalled falling from the cliff, but where was he now? Had he arrived in the underworld? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind, accompanied by a resonant voice echoing within him. 100 lifetimes of reincarnation to seek transcendence, yet in the end, it amounts to nothing. Alas, 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 this phrase reverberated, filled with a sense of helplessness yet tinged with profound bitterness, lamenting the heavens' injustice. 100 lifetimes of rebirth, all culminating in futility, until the sound faded from his mind. The pain lingered. It was at this moment that Lin Yi realized he might still be alive, for how else could his body still feel pain? The tumultuous highs and lows between life and death made him yearn to unleash a primal scream, a cathartic release of his rebirth. After a while, Lin Yi's tumultuous emotions remained unsettled, yet the voice that echoed in his mind persisted. Who was speaking? Immortal beings across countless lifetimes. Could it be that such entities truly existed in this world? In Lin Yi's imagination, immortals possessed the ability to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, wielding power that could rend the very fabric of reality with a mere gesture. Accompanying that voice was a sequence of incantations, the Wu Wei Ju, a technique for cultivating qi. It comprised 10 tiers, each corresponding to levels of qi cultivation from 1 to 10. Upon breaking through to the first tier, one would be recognized as a cultivator, a being elevated above mere mortals. It dawned on Lin Yi that such individuals existed. Perhaps the world outside held even greater wonders. Lin Yi made another remarkable discovery. He could actually perceive his own mind, where a pearl hovered ethereally. Perhaps everything he had experienced stemmed from this very pearl. How did it come to reside in his mind? When had it arrived? After plummeting from such a great height, he had been fortunate enough to survive. Could this be connected to the pearl? Lin Yi was eager to unravel the mystery of this gem, suspended in his consciousness. Uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane. Yet, he found himself powerless to act. The enigmatic pearl remained still, offering no further response, compelling him to relinquish his inquiries. Recalling the Wu Wei Ju, he diligently began to study the first tier of the incantation, savoring its nuances. He learned that this world contained a substance known as spiritual energy, a high-tier form of energy that, when guided into the body, would open the body's meridians, the 8 extraordinary vessels. Ultimately, this energy would converge in the dantian, compressing into a sphere of qi, which served as the source of the body's vitality. Concurrently, this energy would continuously nourish and refine his physical form, cleansing each cell and fortifying his body daily, evolving him into a more potent life form. Upon reaching the 10th tier of qi cultivation, he would undergo a complete transformation, setting him worlds apart from ordinary mortals. Lin Yi contemplated the prospect of becoming a cultivator. Could he not then seize control of his own fate? No longer rendered powerless as he had been when falling from the cliff, or at the mercy of ferocious beasts. Perhaps this was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him, a chance to alter his destiny, an encounter with such fortuitous circumstances that if he failed to grasp it, he would surely face dire consequences. With renewed determination, Lin Yi meticulously studied the Wu Wei Ju, ensuring that no errors occurred during his cultivation. The human body contained a total of 360 meridians, with the first tier requiring the opening of 36 of these pathways. Each meridian constituted a small cycle, while 36 meridians formed a larger cycle, culminating in a complete cycle of 360. Lin Yi's immediate task was to clear these 36 meridians, breaking through to the qi cultivation phase and becoming a cultivator. Once he confirmed his understanding, Lin Yi silently recited the incantation, initiating the flow of spiritual energy into his body. He felt the surrounding air grow turbulent as a substance surged within him, and suddenly, his body erupted in excruciating pain. With a cry, he halted his cultivation, expelling a copious amount of blood, his body convulsing violently as the intensity of the pain rendered him voiceless. It was only then that he realized the extent of his folly. In his haste, he had failed to control the influx of spiritual energy into his body, resulting in the tearing of his meridians. With his channels now devastated, the prospect of a second chance was utterly extinguished. Was fate playing yet another cruel joke upon him? Suddenly, a warm current surged through the damaged meridians, and the pain gradually ebbed away. Lin Yi beheld a luminous orb radiating light, enveloping the injured channels and rapidly mending them. His previously despondent mood transformed into one of elation. It appeared that this orb had once again saved his life. Before long, the radiance faded, and the damaged meridians had been restored. He sensed that they had become even more resilient than before. This time, he vowed to heed the lessons of his past mistakes. Lin Yi could not be certain if the mysterious orb would come to his aid again should another mishap occur. He dared not tempt fate. After preparing himself thoroughly, he commenced his cultivation. Chanting the incantation, he meticulously guided the spiritual energy into his meridians, mindful and unwavering. As the energy coursed through him, pain assailed him once more, yet the tearing of his channels did not recur, allowing Lin Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. He continued to direct the energy to cleanse the obstructed meridians, feeling as though countless ants were gnawing at him. Gritting his teeth, he bore the torment in silence. As time passed, the pain intensified, and his body began to slip from his control, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Under the excruciating agony, he pressed on, a voice within urging him to persist and not yield. In that moment, Lin Yi's indomitable spirit shone through. After all, had he not triumphed in alchemy through unwavering conviction? Pain could not vanquish Lin Yi. His resolve remained unshakable. Only by becoming a cultivator could he seize control of his destiny. What was temporary pain in the grand scheme of things? When the first meridian was successfully cleared, Lin Yi allowed himself a moment of respite, excitement swelling within him. Yet he reminded himself to remain vigilant and promptly proceeded to clear the second meridian. Gradually, with painstaking effort, the second meridian was also opened. As he continued to the third, he felt a sense of progress. By the time the 18th meridian was cleared, he had traversed half of the 36 channels. Yet Lin Yi understood that the closer he drew to success, the more cautious he must be. He sensed that his body was not experiencing the same level of pain as before. Perhaps it was due to the multiple meridians he had opened, allowing spiritual energy to flow and nourish them. Or perhaps he was simply growing accustomed to the discomfort. Regardless, it was fortuitous news, as he could now devote all his focus to the task at hand. Exhaling deeply, Lin Yi finally cleared 35 meridians, standing on the brink of success. He began to envision his imminent triumph, the moment he would finally become a cultivator. Chapter 14. layer of chi cultivation drawing upon his prior experiences. He cautiously guided the spiritual energy into his meridians. When the energy encountered the channels, the force from the 35 other meridians surged toward this one, causing Lin Yi to momentarily panic and lose focus. Quickly regaining his composure, he directed the immense flow of energy slowly into the meridian, only to be overwhelmed by a pain that was tenfold greater than before. Thankfully, his past experiences fortified his resolve, enabling him to grit his teeth and persevere. However, it is astonishing that such a vast amount of spiritual energy could flow in simultaneously without tearing the meridians apart. The blocked pathways continued to be washed clean, while the agonizing process was excruciatingly slow. The pace of progress was several times more arduous than any previous meridian. Lin Yi attempted to quicken the influx of spiritual energy, but the intense pain nearly caused him to cry out, compelling him to cease this reckless endeavor. At that moment, Lin Yi began to grasp the distinction between the great circulation and the small circulation. The small circulation resembled a small stream, while the great circulation represented 35 streams converging into a principal channel, ultimately leading onward. He could not help but anticipate the scene that would unfold once the 36th meridian was unblocked. Lost in thought, Lin Yi felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, sensing that he was close to a breakthrough. Suddenly, a light cracking sound echoed, and spiritual energy surged in wildly, yet he felt no pain. Instead, he experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort, akin to a fish returning to the river, reveling in the freedom of swimming. At that moment, his body seemed like an endless abyss, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy into his dantian. Initially just a tiny point, the dantian gradually expanded as more energy flowed in, continuously compressing the energy to accommodate even greater amounts. The energy converging within his dantian simultaneously began to nourish every cell in his body, sending delightful tingles throughout him. As he practiced his technique, when no more spiritual energy could enter, his dantian had grown to the size of a lake. Lin Yi clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. If his former self were to stand before him now, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Was this the power of the first level of chi refinement? The disparity between cultivators and ordinary mortals was indeed vast, a chasm as wide as the heavens and the earth. Moreover, Lin Yi sensed a growth in his lifespan. If divine beings truly existed, they would likely share a lifespan with the heavens and the earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. Lin Yi believed that with the enhancement of his cultivation, his lifespan would continue to increase. While he did not aspire to the longevity of immortals, he at least hoped to outlive the majority of humanity. Gradually, Lin Yi became familiar with his newfound strength. If he were to engage with others at that moment, he feared inadvertently causing harm. Thus, he endeavored to master his abilities, slowly savoring the unique sensations brought forth by becoming a cultivator. He began to stabilize his cultivation, adapting to the impact of his transformation. As time flowed unnoticed, Lin Yi gradually acclimated, forgetting the passage of time and his surroundings, immersed in the joy of cultivation. Once his foundation was secure, he made a slight adjustment. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity to challenge the second level of chi refinement. As the saying goes, every beginning is difficult. However, bolstered by his prior experience, this endeavor proceeded remarkably smoothly. The first meridian of the second level was swiftly unblocked. Perhaps the pain he had endured previously had solidified his resolve, allowing him to approach this new challenge with remarkable ease. Indeed, persistence is key. Looking back, success offers no shortcuts, only unwavering determination. Gradually, under Lin Yi's meticulous control, the meridians began to open one by one. He believed that soon he would successfully break through to the second layer of chi cultivation. Observing the meridians, Lin Yi noted that those corresponding to the second layer were significantly wider than those of the first layer, indicating a requirement for a greater influx of spiritual energy. The final meridian, he realized, would have to endure an immense surge of spiritual force. This revelation prepared Lin Yi, albeit only slightly, for what lay ahead. At some point, Lin Yi's face twisted into a contorted grimace, his brow furrowed in concentration. He had underestimated the intensity of pain brought by the final meridian. It was excruciating beyond measure. Even for Lin Yi, enduring it was a challenge. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as his body felt as though it were being pierced by countless blades, each wave of agony crashing over him like a relentless tide. His body trembled gradually, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh, rendering him oblivious to the pain. Though he had anticipated this moment, he had not expected the suffering to be so heart-wrenching. The agony approached the limits of his willpower, and his consciousness began to blur. If this continued, his breakthrough would inevitably falter. While interruptions were not terrifying in themselves, the consequences they could yield were severe, and Lin Yi knew he could not bear them. Suddenly, With a crack, he finally broke through to the second layer of Qi cultivation. Spiritual energy surged into him. But at that moment, Lin Yi collapsed, motionless, slipping into unconsciousness as his cultivation method operated automatically, drawing in a continuous flow of spiritual energy into his dantian. At some unknown time, Lin Yi's fingertips twitched, and he gradually awakened. In that instant of awakening, a wave of apprehension washed over him as he anxiously assessed his body. Fortunately, he had managed to break through to the second layer of Qi cultivation at the last moment, yet he felt a lingering hunger within his dantian. Peering inward, he discovered that his dantian had doubled in size, yet it remained unfilled with spiritual energy. He attempted to circulate his cultivation method, but found that there was not a trace of spiritual energy left for him to absorb. Clenching his fists, he felt a disconcerting loss of control over his physical form, unable to manage the newfound power within him. It seemed that this breakthrough had been pursued too hastily. He had only just begun his cultivation journey. Yet he sought relentless advancements, yearning for greater strength. This proved counterproductive, nearly leading to a grave error. The premature breakthrough, coupled with insufficient nourishment of his physical form by spiritual energy, left him unable to withstand the greater forces he had sought. Having learned from this experience, Lin Yi understood that in the future, before attempting to break through, he must not only temper his will, but ensure his physical form was equally prepared. Only then could he avoid such harrowing scenes during his breakthroughs. After all, not every attempt would be so fortunate. Gradually acclimating to the power his body harbored, he realized that in this place devoid of spiritual energy, stabilizing his cultivation was no longer feasible. He needed to devise a means of departure, though darkness enveloped him. After breaking through to the Qi cultivation stage, Lin Yi found that his surroundings were now vividly clear to him. He did not know what to call this newfound ability, so he tentatively referred to it as spiritual perception. This was Lin Yi's first opportunity to survey his surroundings. The cave was modest in size, approximately 13 to 14 meters in diameter. Apart from a small stream, the walls were stark and bare. Gazing upwards, even with his ability to perceive over 50 meters, he could discern no light, hinting at the profound depth of the cavern and the towering height of the rock faces. Ascending the cliffs was clearly an impossibility. He contemplated the small creek, realizing he could only proceed in the direction of the flowing water, hoping it would lead him to an exit. Otherwise, he risked being trapped indefinitely. Observing the narrow cave entrance, just wide enough for Lin Yi to crawl through, he utilized his spiritual awareness to continuously scan ahead. Although the exit remained elusive, he could at least continue to crawl forward, signifying that his journey was not yet at an end, and a glimmer of hope persisted. With determination, he pushed aside the thick underbrush. As the first rays of sunlight streamed in, piercing his eyes and making them squint, Lin Yi sprang to his feet at the cave's mouth and exclaimed joyfully, "I'm free." The long-suppressed emotions surged forth, and the warm sunlight bathed his face, prompting him to gently close his eyes in pure delight. A foul stench jolted Lin Yi from his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted with the grime that covered his body, some from the cave's mud, but largely the impurities expelled from his body after his breakthrough, nourished by spiritual energy. He leaped into the stream ahead, cleansing himself and emerging refreshed. Dressed in his clean, dried garments, he gazed at the golden sun grass in his hands, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Had it not been for the need to harvest it, he would not have plummeted from the cliff. Yet, from what seemed like a fatal predicament, he had instead gained an extraordinary opportunity, becoming a practitioner, a blessing in disguise. Now, the golden sun grass appeared entirely different from when he had harvested it. Perhaps it had also absorbed spiritual energy during his breakthrough, enhancing its potency manifold. It might no longer be an ordinary herb. It deserved to be called a spiritual medicine. This revelation illuminated why the mountains were filled with commonplace herbs. The spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, unable to facilitate any qualitative transformation. It also clarified why he had never heard of practitioners in these years. The area was simply unsuitable for cultivation, negating the existence of such beings. Chapter 15. Return to the sect. Lin Yi cast a final glance at the cave entrance. Though it was desolate, he felt compelled to conceal the opening. This was his secret alone, one he did not wish to be discovered by others. After ensuring everything was in order and discerning the right direction, he set off towards the location of the medicinal basket. Having broken through to the Qi refinement stage, his steps were light and airy, as if he had shed the shackles of the earth, appearing instantly 10 meters away, leaving behind fleeting shadows. He soon reached the cliff's edge. The medicinal basket remained where he had left it, and he could not ascertain how much time had elapsed since his fall. Was Elder Duan still alive? Was he still waiting for him in anguish? With the basket secured on his back, he proceeded towards the sect. His return marked by a stark contrast to his cautious approach upon arrival. He moved with boldness, exuding a subtle pressure. Should any fierce beast sense him, they would surely retreat far away. On his journey, Lin Yi recalled the exquisite flavors of his last meal, lingering in nostalgia. After breaking through to the qi refinement stage, cultivators no longer required sustenance like mortals, yet the memory of that taste clung to Lin Yi's heart, compelling him to yearn for another grand feast. Upon reaching the foot of Yaofeng Mountain, he released his spiritual sense to survey the entrance, only to find Elder Duan still waiting, his gaze fixed intently on Yaofeng, anticipating Lin Yi's arrival. At that moment, Elder Duan's complexion appeared waxen, his pupils somewhat unfocused, hair disheveled, body emaciated, devoid of color. Even a gentle breeze could topple him. If Lin Yi did not return soon, the elder might well find himself reporting to the underworld. Yet, Lin Yi was not inclined to meet Elder Duan just yet. Presently, he no longer needed to traverse the entrance of Yaofeng to gain access. He could easily ascend to the mountain's summit, thereby evading the elder. Yaofeng remained as desolate as ever. The bamboo cottage was encrusted with dust, and the herbs swayed in the wind. However, now, for Lin Yi, who had become a cultivator, the fragrant aroma of the herbs was utterly lost to him. Arriving at Yaofeng, Lin Yi made a beeline for the apothecary room, intent on concocting the returning essence pill. Otherwise, Elder Duan might not survive the wait. Though as a cultivator, Lin Yi had grown indifferent to the mortal realm's life and death, he did not wish to interfere unnecessarily in mortal affairs and create unwanted karma. Yet, this was a promise he had made. Allowing it to unfold before him would likely become a heavy burden on his heart, detrimental to his future cultivation. Before long, the stone door of the apothecary room creaked open. Gazing at the pill in his hand, Lin Yi recognized it as the most complex he had ever crafted, yet also the one completed in the shortest time with the best efficacy, approaching perfection, devoid of impurities. With his newly acquired skills as a cultivator, refining pills had become remarkably straightforward, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Clutching the pill, Lin Yi descended Yaofeng, and upon seeing him, Elder Duan's previously vacant gaze sparked with life. Akin to a starved man spotting food, his eyes fixated on Lin Yi, fearing his imminent disappearance. Lin Xinzi, how has it been these past 3 months? Elder Duan inquired. He had spent over 2 months in that cave, and fortunately, he had managed to break through to the qi refinement stage. Otherwise, he might have perished from a fall or starvation. Lin Yi replied, I have not failed my mission. Despite the immense difficulty in refining the pill, I am relieved to have succeeded. Upon hearing this, a smile broke forth on Elder Duan's face, albeit one that appeared quite unsettling. Lin Yi presented the vial to Elder Duan, cautioning, Elder Duan, consuming this pill could yield one of 2 outcomes, life or death. If your willpower is not robust. Then Elder Duan hastily took the vial, exclaiming, eating it offers hope, abstaining only invites death. Lin Xianzi, should fortune favor me and I survive this ordeal, I shall repay your kindness by serving you faithfully in the future. Lin Yi responded earnestly, Elder Duan, as an apothecary, it is my inescapable duty to eradicate the ailments of this world. Judging by Lin Yi's expression, one might think he spoke with utmost sincerity. Elder Duan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Lin Xianzi, if only the world were filled with individuals like you, there would be no strife, and peace would reign eternal. Elder Duan, during our last observation of your condition, I surmised it could only last a little over 2 months before a complete eruption. It has now been over 3 months. How have you managed to endure until now? Elder Duan's face contorted in pain as he replied, Indeed, as Lin Xianzi has stated, there were moments when I felt I could not hold on any longer. Yet, the thought of your continued alchemical endeavors and the hope of life compelled me to persevere. Lin Yi pondered silently. Elder Duan's will is remarkably resilient. He has managed to suppress the affliction with sheer determination. However, this may lead to a more severe outburst. Yet, given his formidable spirit, there exists a possibility that he may indeed navigate through this crisis. Lin Yi expressed his apologies. It is my fault for not achieving success in my alchemical pursuits sooner, nearly causing harm to the elder. Lin Xianzi, I am immensely grateful that you have agreed to concoct the remedy for me, and I harbor no grievances whatsoever. Elder Duan insisted. You must return promptly to take the remedy, and do not forget my counsel before consuming it. Elder Duan expressed profound thanks once more and proceeded down a narrow path. Observing his frail and unsteady form, Lin Yi felt a pang of concern that he might collapse along the way. However, at this juncture, it was no longer Lin Yi's concern, and thus, he felt that this chapter of causality had come to a close. Upon returning to Yaofeng, Lin Yi opened the herb basket, meticulously tending to its contents. He took out all the vials, each containing seeds of herbs collected from the valley. Although these seeds held no practical use for him, as a part of Yaofeng, they could be passed on to Elder Fei and future generations of Yaofeng disciples. This act could be considered his contribution to Yaofeng in gratitude for the sustenance he had received over the years. he established a dedicated herb field, categorizing and sowing the seeds, envisioning the light of hope blossoming in the spring, igniting the flames of life. After leaving the herb field, Lin Yi prepared to carve out a stone chamber within Yaofeng, intended as a retreat for seclusion. Within half a day, a spacious stone chamber appeared before him. Though the entrance was modest, the interior revealed an expansive realm measuring approximately 5 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, remarkably spacious, offering no sense of confinement. After attending to all matters, he sealed the entrance, ready to commence a prolonged period of seclusion to stabilize his cultivation and adapt to his newfound power. Chapter 16. Trespassing into forbidden grounds as the sun rose. The peak of Yaofeng was soon bathed in a crimson hue. The herbs upon the peak eagerly soaked in the most precious essence of the day. As the sun gradually descended, the moon ascended, casting a glow upon Yaofeng, illuminating the scene. Dewdrops began to form on the herbs. The interplay of day and night continued. Yet no human presence was observed, leaving the peak feeling somewhat desolate. One day, the sound of footsteps broke the silence, the first sign of life in many days. Soon reaching the summit of Yaofeng, the newcomer was a middle-aged man, tall and upright, with bright eyes that, however, bore a sinister glint. He scrutinized every corner of Yaofeng, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Few knew how many years had passed, but Yaofeng had always remained a forbidden domain of the Nanqing sect, strictly off-limits. Yet now, it seemed to be under the foot of this elder. The middle-aged man strolled leisurely through every corner of the Medicine Peak, akin to a king surveying his dominion, muttering to himself, Indeed, these herbs are worth a considerable sum. Suddenly, he bellowed, Lin Yi, come out. At that moment, Lin Yi, deep in seclusion, was startled awake by the thunderous call. Gradually opening his eyes, his expression fell, and fury ignited in his gaze. Disturbance during a period of meditation is most ill-fated. Not only could all previous efforts be rendered futile, but it could also lead to grievous injury. Lin Yi, visibly displeased, pushed aside the stone door and stepped out. Upon seeing the unfamiliar middle-aged man, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Who is he? The middle-aged man, noticing Lin Yi, wore a smug expression and said, Lin Xianzi, it has been some time since we last met. I apologize for intruding. And you are? Lin Yi inquired. Lin Xianzi. How forgetful you are. I am Elder Duan, he replied. Lin Yi observed the significant transformation in the man before him in such a brief span, suggesting that the pill truly possessed extraordinary efficacy. It seemed the concoction provided by Elder Fei was indeed remarkable. However, Lin Yi speculated that the golden sun herb might also be a contributing factor. After all, it had already evolved into a spiritual medicine, capable of inducing profound transformation in mortals with just a small dose. Elder Duan's presence was a testament to this. Elder Duan, I see your body has fully recovered. Congratulations. Thanks to Lin Xianzi. Otherwise, I would have long since reported to the underworld, Elder Duan replied. Lin Yi, wishing to avoid unnecessary conversation, stated, Elder Duan. Without Elder Fei's permission, one cannot tread upon Medicine Peak. This is a forbidden area of the sect, and you are violating the rules. Elder Duan, with an air of nonchalance, gazed at the Medicine Peak and retorted, Lin Xianzi, are you attempting to drive me away? Elder Duan, you put me in a difficult position. If the sect were to learn of this, severe punishment would surely follow. Elder Duan met Lin Yi's gaze directly and replied, but Elder Fei is absent, isn't he? Here. Only you and I are aware of this, and the heavens and earth as well. As long as you remain silent, I shall too. Who would know? Pausing for a moment, he added with a sly smile, besides, who knows who the future master of Medicine Peak will be? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened, albeit he had anticipated such words. Elder Duan, what do you imply? Oh, it is nothing, merely a passing remark. Do not take it to heart, Elder Duan responded. If there is nothing further, the rules of Medicine Peak cannot be broken. I must insist you leave at once. Elder Duan feigned enlightenment, tapping his forehead and exclaiming, Lin Xianzi, look at my poor memory. I have come to repay a debt of gratitude. Lin Yi, observing his theatrical display, chose not to expose him and replied, Elder Duan, I have long stated that life or death is in your own hands. No need for gratitude. Elder Duan chuckled darkly, Lin Xianzi. How could I not repay such a life-saving favor? I promised that should my body recover, I would serve you for a lifetime, toiling like a beast of burden. Subsequently, Elder Duan approached Lin Yi step by step. Lin Yi gazed calmly at Elder Duan and inquired, Elder Duan, what is the intent behind your advance towards me? Elder Duan halted before Lin Yi, stating that he had come to repay the great favor owed to Lin Xianzi. Lin Yi continued to regard him with equanimity and replied nonchalantly, Elder Duan, I have already expressed all that needs to be said. If there is nothing further, you may descend the mountain. At that moment, Elder Duan withdrew a short sword from his pocket and waved it before Lin Yi. Lin Yi observed his performance. Fortunately, having become a cultivator afforded him the means of self-defense. Otherwise, he would truly be at the mercy of fate, for they were on Yaofeng, devoid of any other souls. Elder Duan, what is the purpose of wielding that blade? He queried. Lin Xianzi, how many times must I reiterate this? It is to repay a debt of gratitude. Elder Duan accentuated the phrase debt of gratitude with emphasis. Lin Yi responded, Elder Duan, I have saved your life, and besides, your actions were not in violation of sect rules. It was merely a forced counterattack. Is this truly how you intend to express your gratitude? Elder Duan refrained from immediate action, observing Lin Yi's calm demeanor with a sense of leisure. He continued to wave the short sword, which gleamed menacingly under the sunlight, as if eager to quench its thirst for blood. With a sinister smile, Elder Duan remarked, what I previously mentioned indeed pertains to a certain matter, albeit in a manner entirely opposite. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a chill run through him, reflecting, alas, I am still too young. Elder Duan continued, if the sect becomes aware and conducts an investigation, and considering this matter is known solely to you, what do you propose I do? As he spoke, he brandished the short sword again. In Chapter 17, Life and Death in a Thought, Elder Duan took one last look at Yaofeng, saying, Lin Xianzi, I thank you for bequeathing me such a substantial fortune. The herbs on this mountain, if sold, would yield considerable wealth. He boasted, not only will Yaofeng belong to me, but with the enhancement of my power, the entire Jiuqing sect will also be under my dominion, along with all the sects within the Qingshan mountain range. Elder Duan was now utterly audacious, lost in grandiose dreams. Lin Xianzi, on this day each year, I shall commemorate you, so rest in peace. Lin Yi regarded the increasingly frenzied Elder Duan and calmly stated, Elder Duan, you ought to ponder carefully. Life and death hinge upon a mere thought. Elder Duan laughed heartily, saying, do you still entertain thoughts of escaping my grasp? Observing your composed demeanor, I wonder if you will maintain such tranquility in the face of death. I am rather eager to witness it. With that, Elder Duan lunged forward, aiming the short sword directly at Lin Yi's heart. Convinced that this thrust would claim Lin Yi's life, Lin Yi watched leisurely as the sword tip neared his heart, only for the short sword to inexplicably slip from Elder Duan's control and fall to the ground. Elder Duan, momentarily stunned, stared blankly at the sword, bewildered by the unforeseen occurrence. In an instant, Lin Yi kicked Elder Duan, pinning him beneath his foot on the chest. Elder Duan finally came to his senses, attempting to rise but found himself unable to move. How can your strength be so formidable? It is impossible, he exclaimed. Old wretch, those who commit numerous injustices will inevitably meet their demise. I have granted you many opportunities, yet you failed to cherish them. I warned you that your life and death hinge upon a mere thought, yet you remain unconvinced. Had you turned back, the outcome might have been entirely different. He continued, I saved your life, nearly sacrificing my own in the process, yet you not only refuse to repay my kindness, but also seek to silence me. Had you not provoked me, who would concern themselves with your trifling matters? You, old wretch, dare to covet the treasures of Yaofeng? Such a sin is unforgivable. For one who repays kindness with malice, such a treacherous and ungrateful character, I had intended to leave your fate to the sect. However, allowing you to live even a moment longer is an affront to the world. You shall perish. At this moment, Elder Duan was truly panicked. He had never anticipated Lin Yi's strength to be so overwhelming, surpassing his understanding. He hastily pleaded, Lin Xianshi, no, young Master Lin, I implore you for another chance. I will surely mend my ways and serve you faithfully. Moreover, I am an elder of the sect. Killing an elder is a grave sin. Do not be foolish. Lin Yi could no longer bear the sight of this old wretch. As long as Elder Duan remained at Yaofeng, everything there would be tainted. Without hesitation, he snapped the elder's neck and kicked him out of Yaofeng, casting him into the unknown. Such a person deserved his fate. As for the sect's reprimand, he was a cultivator. Who could challenge him? Furthermore, turning such a person over to the sect would yield the same result. After surveying Yaofeng and finding no cause for concern, he once again entered the stone chamber, shutting the stone door behind him, resuming his seclusion. Surely, no one would disturb him this time. Yaofeng fell back into tranquility, with only the herbs swaying gently in the wind, producing a soft sound. Days and nights passed. The wheel of time continued to turn, and before long, a month had slipped by. A year passed, yet the stone door of Yaofeng remained tightly shut, as if it were guarding against the arrival of outsiders. Chapter 18. The depletion of spiritual energy and the search for clues to depart time flowed, and soon another year had elapsed. At this moment, Lin Yi had been in seclusion for 2 years and had reached the age of 17. Having spent a full 12 years at the Jiuqing sect, this was meant to be the most beautiful period of life, yet he had remained in stillness. For mortals, 12 years are a precious few. Yet for Lin Yi, there was no sense of worry. As long as he continued to break through realms, his lifespan would also extend. Within a cave, a figure sat with eyes closed, perched upon a stone, remaining motionless as if the world consisted solely of this silhouette, untouched by any disturbance. Suddenly, after 2 years of meditation, the figure opened his eyes, only to furrow his brow, a faint sorrow reflected in his gaze as he shook his head in regret. 2 years have elapsed, and I had anticipated a breakthrough in my cultivation. Yet, the aura emanating from me remains that of the second layer of Qi training, barely managing to stabilize my current level. However, this is not entirely disheartening, as it allows for a more effortless mastery over my present capabilities. Throughout these 2 years, my physical body has been significantly nourished by spiritual energy, resulting in noticeable enhancement. Nevertheless, I find myself at an impasse. Not only is my cultivation stagnating, but my physical form has also reached a plateau. The current spiritual energy is proving to be of little effect unless I achieve a breakthrough in cultivation to access a larger reservoir of energy, or obtain external forces to facilitate further advancement. The crux of the matter lies in the exceedingly sparse spiritual energy of this space, which is nearly negligible. While I can still solidify my cultivation bit by bit, this endeavor has consumed 2 years of my life. This is merely the second layer of Qi training. One can only imagine how many years would be required for higher levels. The aspiration to break through my cultivation feels increasingly like a distant dream. Such a breakthrough necessitates a substantial amount of spiritual energy to cleanse the obstructed meridians, which remains the reason for my stagnation over the past 2 years. In a moment of disorientation, I realize that aside from myself, I have yet to encounter any other cultivators in this realm, leaving me in a state of confusion. However, inactivity is not an option. If circumstances do not improve, I must embark on a journey to seek clues in the outside world and find a realm abundant in spiritual energy. Before departing, I shall first visit the library to research the surrounding areas, ensuring I am well informed on my path forward. Aimlessly wandering would only waste more precious time. It would be even more fortuitous to find someone within the sect to share their knowledge. Having come to this conclusion, I rise and push open the stone door. At 17, nourished by spiritual energy, I stand over 6 feet tall, my physique well proportioned, with a handsome face and bright, expressive eyes that radiate vitality. The warm sunlight bathes my features, making me appear almost luminous. I gaze at the herbs atop the medicinal peak, which have grown increasingly lush, likely absorbing the spiritual energy I have released during my seclusion. The seeds I had planted have all sprouted, swaying gently in the breeze. Descending from the peak, I make my way toward the library. Zhua, did you see that? That is senior brother Lin Yi from the medicinal peak, who became an apothecary at the tender age of 14, remarked a disciple named Zhua as he pointed in a direction, spotting my tall and handsome silhouette. Lu, is that really him? You can't be mistaken, can you? Lu scrutinized again and confirmed, indeed, it is senior brother Lin. He provided me with a potion that cured my ailments swiftly, an affliction that had tormented me for an entire year. Another disciple chimed in, absolutely. He is indeed senior brother Lin, the prodigy of the medicinal peak. All disciples are aware of him. Zhua inquired, how come I was unaware of this? The other disciples regarded him with astonishment, asking, brother, when did you join the sect? It's been over a decade, Zhua replied. A disciple pondered for a moment and remarked, you were likely absent from the sect at that time. Otherwise, you would not have missed senior brother Lin's exploits in the marketplace. A disciple of the Lu surname remarked, brother Zhua, it seems that at that time you were indeed absent from the sect, stationed in the town. The Zhua disciple, puzzled, replied, but I returned to the sect a year ago. How come I have not heard a whisper of this? The Lu disciple responded, brother Zhua, Lin Yi has not made an appearance for over 2 years, and the other disciples have gradually begun to forget him. Naturally, there is no longer any discussion. Besides, you know well that if a disciple from Yaofeng chooses to remain hidden, who could possibly see them? Brother Lu, what exactly transpired with brother Lin? The crowd of disciples began to murmur more fervently. An eager disciple interjected, I was present when brother Lin sold medicine for the first time at the market. I witnessed the entire event. Is what you say true? Many disciples urged him for confirmation. Indeed, the disciple cleared his throat, straightened his back, and with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, adopted a storyteller's demeanor, speaking slowly. Dear brothers, allow me to recount the tale. As the narrative unfolded, time rewound to over 2 years ago when brother Lin was merely a 14-year-old lad, unknown within the sect. However, from that day forth, everything underwent a monumental transformation. One day, brother Lin ventured into the trading area, found an empty spot, unfurled a sheet of paper, and commenced his journey as a purveyor of medicine. Oh no. I should say he embarked on a quest to save lives. Laughter erupted among the disciples. Yet, at that time, none recognized brother Lin. Upon seeing the introduction at his stall, they assumed he was a fraud, for the claims made were simply implausible. At this juncture, a disciple gasped, did that really happen? What happened next? Anticipation filled the air. Coughing again, the disciple paused and said, "Of course." No one believed him. Brother Lin sat there all alone, but eventually, one disciple approached to inquire. At this point, the attention of the assembly was captivated, eagerly awaiting what transpired next. However, the path was far from smooth. Fellow disciples cautioned one another, urging them not to trust Brother Lin, deeming him nothing but a charlatan masquerading under the banner of Yaofeng. At one moment, a disciple even threatened to report Brother Lin to the Hall of Punishments. In that instant, Brother Lin made a significant gesture, just as he was about to reveal more. The disciples grew anxious, urging him to continue. What happened next? They implored. Brother Lin produced a token, which dazzled everyone present. Some disciples, mid-sentence, abruptly fell silent. Their faces flushed. It was indeed true. Brother Lin was a disciple of Yaofeng. Who would dare to speak ill of him or threaten to report him? The action of Brother Lin revealing his token was undeniably impressive. In Chapter 19, the sect master, it was soon confirmed, as Brother Lin had described, that the disciple named Sun Ku indeed ceased to suffer pain and, after some time, made a full recovery. Lin Yi is truly a prodigy. Alas, I too have been plagued by a persistent ailment for many years, and I must seize the opportunity to seek Lin's assistance. Among the gathering, a female disciple, besotted, exclaimed, "Not only is Lin Yi handsome, but he is also an accomplished pharmacist. I have made up my mind. I shall bear his children." This proclamation elicited a hearty laughter from the crowd. Lin Yi walked forward, his spiritual awareness extending 50 meters, allowing him to perceive every movement within that range. Hearing their words, he merely smiled and continued toward the library. Suddenly, a disciple in his 20s rushed toward Lin Yi, bearing a trustworthy demeanor and a goofy smile. Upon reaching Lin Yi, he inquired, "Are you Lin Yi, junior brother?" Lin Yi scrutinized the young man before nodding and asking, "What is it, senior brother?" The disciple, confirming Lin Yi's identity, replied with a cheerful grin, "Wonderful. Junior brother Lin Yi, the master requests your presence." Lin Yi, puzzled, asked, "May I inquire who your master is?" The young man scratched his head and said, "Apologies, junior brother Lin Yi. I became flustered and forgot to introduce myself. My name is Imo Sheng, and my master is the sect leader. He wishes to see you." It dawned on Lin Yi that Imo Sheng was a disciple of the sect leader. Since entering the sect, he had never encountered the leader, so it would be beneficial to meet him. There was no rush to visit the library, especially since the sect leader had summoned him, a request he could not refuse. "Please lead the way, senior brother Imo," Lin Yi said, as they traversed a winding path. Lin Yi inquired, "Do you know why the sect leader seeks me, senior brother Imo?" Imo Sheng shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain, junior brother Lin." Before long, they arrived at their destination, a 3-story pavilion exuding classical elegance. The words Qingxiang Pavilion were inscribed above, written with vigor. The pavilion possessed an antique charm, but the 2 imposing lions at the entrance seemed out of place, disrupting the ambience. Lin Yi silently lamented this incongruity. Imo Sheng guided Lin Yi into the pavilion, leading him to the second-floor balcony. There, a table was set, alongside which stood a tall, middle-aged man. Behind a door, Lin Yi's spiritual perception detected a young woman curiously observing him through a crack. Imo Sheng bowed to the middle-aged man, saying, "Master, I have brought junior brother Lin Yi." The man nodded and instructed, "You may leave now." "Yes, master. I take my leave." Imo Sheng responded and departed. The middle-aged man turned his gaze toward Lin Yi, smiling as he said, "Seeing you in person is indeed more enlightening than hearing about you. It seems our sect is on the verge of great prosperity." Lin Yi was taken aback by the sect leader's flattering words, hurriedly bowing and saying, "I pay my respects to the sect leader." As he stood, he realized his position was directly aligned with the direction from which the young woman was observing him. Through the crevice, their gazes intertwined. The young girl blushed deeply and hastily fled. The sect master, Fu, remarked, "I have long wished to meet our sect's prodigy from Yaofeng, yet even as the sect master, I cannot intrude without Elder Fei's consent, which has delayed our meeting until now. Forgive me for causing you concern, master." The sect master smiled gently. "Lin Yi, there is no need for formality. Speaking of Elder Fei, do you know where he might be?" Lin Yi replied, "Master, it has been 8 years since I last saw Elder Fei, and I am unaware of his current whereabouts." Fu's expression turned contemplative as he noted, "It seems Elder Fei returned 8 years ago." After a pause, his face lit up with anticipation as he asked, "Lin Yi, would you consider taking me as your mentor?" Lin Yi thought to himself, "To become your disciple, but I am already a cultivator. If you were to know this, perhaps." With a troubled expression, Lin Yi responded, "It would be a great honor to receive your guidance, master. However, I have come to regard Elder Fei as my lifelong teacher. Without his meticulous instruction, I would not be who I am today. I hope you do not take offense at my refusal of your gracious offer." "No offense taken," Fu replied. "Your gratitude and loyalty are a blessing to our sect. I believe that with an alchemist like you, our sect will flourish in the future. Lin Yi mused. That would mean disappointing your expectations, as I am preparing to embark on a journey. Thank you, sect master. Fu nodded in acknowledgement. Since the topic of Elder Fei had arisen, Lin Yi admitted he knew little about him, as he remained somewhat enigmatic. Lin Yi asked, Master, what do you know of Elder Fei? Fu regarded Lin Yi thoughtfully before responding. My knowledge of Elder Fei is limited, with very few encounters. What I know has come from the previous sect master, who shared but 3 phrases. First, Elder Fei is very mysterious. Second, without Elder Fei's permission, one cannot intrude upon Yaofeng. Third, Elder Fei is hard to meet. Chapter 20. The sect master's past Elder Fei's mystery only deepened. Lin Yi's greatest wish was to see him once more before departing. That is all I know about Elder Fei. Thank you for enlightening me, master. The conversation shifted away from that topic. Fu inquired, Lin Yi, you are 17 this year, correct? Yes, master, I am indeed 17, Lin Yi confirmed. Have you considered marriage? I am still young and have not given it thought, Lin Yi replied. Fu's face brightened. You have reached the age for marriage. It is time to consider settling down. Do you have someone in mind? Lin Yi shook his head. A young man should aspire to distant horizons and not be tethered by romantic entanglements. Thus, I have not contemplated this matter. Fu's expression turned serious as he earnestly stated, a good man should certainly aim for broader horizons. But he must also have a stable foundation. Family is your most stable support. Lin Yi truly wished to avoid further entanglement in this matter, saying, wandering far and wide. I know not when I may return home. That is the furthest direction, and I do not wish to delay any aspect. The expression in Master Fu's eyes revealed a profound sense of solitude as he spoke earnestly. Only with hope and longing in one's heart can one endure any circumstance, anywhere. Even in the face of despair, the thought of a single soul waiting silently for your return home can fortify one's resolve, ensuring that one never wavers or surrenders. Lin Yi observed the Master's demeanor, sensing it echoed his own past, filled with pain, separation, and perhaps even happiness. Master, have you experienced such things? He inquired. Master Fu nodded. As if having unearthed buried memories, he began to recount his past. Qing'er, my junior sister, was truly a paragon of beauty, captivating all attention in any crowd. Though she possessed a serene demeanor, her silence often led others to perceive her as reclusive, perhaps even withdrawn. Before I ever spoke to Qing'er, I found myself secretly observing her for a long time. To be candid, I could not fathom why I felt compelled to watch her, even if just for a fleeting glance. She was perpetually alone, often gazing at the sky in a daydream, seemingly lost in thought for hours on end. One fateful day, Qing'er accidentally bumped into a senior sister and received a harsh slap in return. Quietly enduring the humiliation, she walked away. And the sight of her departure is etched in my memory. It felt as though my heart had been pierced by a needle. At that moment, I resolved to protect her, vowing never to allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. Yet, forging a connection with her proved to be a daunting task. At first, she hardly acknowledged my presence, but I persevered, and eventually, she opened her heart to me. From that point on, everything changed. Perhaps she sensed that she could truly entrust her life to me, and subsequently, the girl who once stared at the sky now directed all her thoughts towards me, her face gradually brightening with smiles. We enjoyed a blissful and fulfilling life together until the age of 25, when an unexpected realization struck me. In the prime of youth, one should aspire towards distant horizons rather than dwell on romantic sentiments. That night, under the cover of darkness, I secretly embarked on a journey towards the unknown, concealing my intentions from her. Unbeknownst to me, Qing'er had already perceived my thoughts, yet she did not intervene. As I departed, she stood in the shadows, watching me vanish into the night. With hope in my heart, I traversed mountains and rivers, immersing myself in a vibrant world, momentarily forgetting the home I had left behind. Along the way, I encountered diverse cultures, forged friendships with people from distant lands, and visited numerous sections. My journey progressed smoothly until one day, I inadvertently offended a reckless scion and found myself in a desperate flight. It was a time when I felt utterly trapped, with nowhere to turn. And in that moment of despair, thoughts of her flooded my mind. I had yet to share with Qing'er the myriad experiences I had encountered over the years, and she remained silently devoted to me. I could not abandon her. At last, I broke free from the deadly pursuit, but at a significant cost. I bore grievous wounds. Yet, I paid them no heed, hastening towards home, yearning like never before to see her again. The closer I drew to home, the more my anticipation grew. I longed to appear before her and proclaim, "Qing'er, I have returned." Returning home, I was met with a thunderous blow, a devastating piece of news. Qing'er had departed, never to be seen again. In that moment, my heart ceased its rhythmic beating, unable to fathom the reality before me. I wished fervently for it all to be a dream, yearning for the moment of awakening, yet the dream lingered on, unyielding. Qing'er had truly left this world, forever. And I had lost her for eternity. It was only later that I learned she had sat at the door each day, gazing into the distance, lost in silent reverie. Succumbing to despair. Was that not the direction I had taken when I left home that fateful night? She had known everything. Yet she refrained from uttering a single word of obstruction, not even a syllable. In my moments of hopelessness, it was she who had offered me the glimmer of survival. Yet I had betrayed her, forgetting the promises I once made. If only I had consulted her, allowing her to know when I would return. Perhaps I could have bestowed upon Qing'er a semblance of hope. I truly loathe myself. Chapter 21. The matchmaker Lin Yi had not anticipated that the sect master Fu harbored such a profound and heart-wrenching love. Had Qing'er been able to await his return, their tale would have become a legendary romance. Yet, the world often unfolds in ways that leave much to be desired. Achieving perfection is a formidable challenge. However, one can strive for personal excellence, thereby averting many unfortunate occurrences. Much like the path of cultivation, before embarking on each step, one should meticulously consider potential unforeseen circumstances to mitigate unbearable suffering later on. Gradually, Lin Yi's mindset elevated significantly in that fleeting moment. Thanks to Sect Master Fu's willingness to share his poignant narrative. Observing the Sect Master fall into a deep, pained contemplation after recounting his story, Lin Yi refrained from interrupting. Perhaps silent reflection was the most fitting tribute at that moment. He sat quietly beside him, devoid of impatience, hoping the Sect Master could navigate his internal turmoil. From the distant gaze of the Sect Master, a flicker of light emerged, accompanied by a cautionary note. Never emulate my path. Lin Yi expressed his regrets, apologizing for inadvertently resurrecting the Sect Master's painful memories. Fu shook his head, asserting that the long-buried events of the past had finally found release, and he should be the one expressing gratitude. After a brief pause, he continued, "Thus, I advise you, when you reach a suitable age, to establish a family before pursuing your career. This will enable you to traverse the world more effectively. When weary, home will always be your sanctuary." Lin Yi found it difficult to outright refuse the advice. "I shall earnestly consider your counsel, Master." Noticing Lin Yi's acquiescence, Fu promptly inquired, "Lin Yi, do you have someone in mind?" Lin Yi felt both amused and exasperated. This question had been posed multiple times, especially since he could no longer would a mortal woman. Yet, he answered patiently, "I have not encountered anyone." Fu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Shall I act as your matchmaker?" Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to flee. If this continued, he might very well be driven to madness. "Master, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I truly have no plans in that regard at present. Should I ever wish to start a family, I will certainly seek your assistance." Seeing that Lin Yi had spoken to this extent, the sect leader felt it inappropriate to press further, otherwise, it might yield counterproductive results. He wished to firmly bind Lin Yi to the Nanqing sect, so he decided to await favorable news. Lin Yi, feeling a sense of relief, expressed his gratitude to the sect leader. Aware of the leader's past adventures beyond the sect, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to inquire about the external circumstances, preparing himself for his eventual departure from the sect. "Esteemed sect leader, could you kindly share some insights regarding the outside world?" he asked. "It would be beneficial to know in advance, allowing me to mentally prepare myself and avoid a state of confusion or even peril upon venturing out. I first journeyed eastward, then southward, before returning here, and I have not taken a step outside since. I likely shall not again in this lifetime. The region we inhabit is known as Hangzhou, the smallest and most barren of all the regions I have encountered. Any sect from another region could easily obliterate us, yet fortunately, they look down upon this place due to its extreme desolation." Lin Yi, too, felt that the barrenness here was indeed excessive. The spiritual energy was so faint, serving as a testament to the land's inability to yield valuable resources, which perpetuated a vicious cycle of poverty. The largest expanse of land in Hangzhou belongs to the Qingyan mountain range, stretching over 1,000 kilometers. This range is also the most resource-rich area of Hangzhou, housing around 10 sects of varying sizes. Among them, our sect is one of the 3 largest, with the Qingxian sect located 800 kilometers east and the Qingtian sect 500 kilometers to the north. You may notice that these sects all contain the character Qing, which I need not elaborate upon. You likely infer that it relates to the name of the Qingyan mountain range. For centuries, these 3 major sects have coexisted harmoniously, experiencing only occasional minor frictions. They maintain a balance of power, having developed an unspoken understanding over the centuries, while smaller sects find themselves subordinate to these 3. Within a 100-kilometer radius of our sect, there are 3 such affiliated sections. It can be said that the 3 major sects represent Hangzhou, with branches established throughout the region, recruiting disciples of exceptional talent to strengthen their ranks. Continuing eastward, one exits Hangzhou and enters Hangzhou proper. which spans twice the area of Hangzhou and boasts greater abundance in terms of sustenance and a larger population of martial practitioners. The most prominent sect known to me there is the Jioding sect, located in the Luoxia mountain range. The Luoxia mountain range is replete with abundant and high-quality resources, enabling the creation of superior weaponry and potent medicinal herbs, often yielding exceptional efficacy. One may frequently encounter formidable beasts, should one's strength be insufficient. It is wise to refrain from venturing out alone, lest one become prey. During my time as a disciple at the Jioding sect, I engaged in a year of cultivation, significantly enhancing my abilities while realizing that our sect's techniques lagged several tiers behind those of the Jioding sect. Having achieved a measure of success, I resumed my journey. Given the vastness of Hangzhou proper, there remain many regions I have yet to explore comprehensively, compelling me to press onward hastily. Traveling eastward along Hangzhou, one traverses bustling towns, crosses desolate mountains, and fords rushing rivers, ultimately arriving at Qinzhou. Upon reaching this destination, one realizes that all previous experiences pale in comparison. The population here is vast, with each town housing hundreds of thousands, and the architecture is resplendent. Each household gleams with splendor, adorned in luxurious garments and indulging in culinary delights that rival the finest of feasts, creating an ambience reminiscent of paradise. Moreover, the martial prowess of the inhabitants is formidable. Chapter 22. The region here, I chose a moderately esteemed sect, as entry into a prestigious sect demands exceptionally high qualifications, making such an endeavor akin to scaling the heavens. However, should one succeed in gaining admission to such a sect, the benefits are unfathomable, allowing for a more efficient cultivation of power. This intermediate sect, known as the Xiaomen, was initially founded by a man bearing the surname Xiao. It began as a prominent family and later evolved into a sect. For a long time, it has been shrouded in mystery, and one wonders about its current status and whether it has ascended to a higher echelon. My time at the Xiaomen granted me profound insights into the management of sects, revealing a comprehensive structural framework and a system of rewards and penalties. It also afforded me the opportunity to witness the prowess of numerous martial arts masters. During my 2 years at Xiaomen, I transformed from an ordinary disciple into an elite one, forging a close friendship with a remarkable comrade named Qin Sheng, a gallant and righteous genius in martial cultivation. Should you ever find yourself in Hangzhou, faced with insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to him. I trust he will assist you out of regard for our friendship. Lin Yi nodded, attentively absorbing the experiences recounted by Sect Master Fu, not allowing a single word to escape his notice, for he too was on the verge of departure. Fu's subsequent words unfolded before Lin Yi, enhancing his understanding of the perils that lay beyond. Continuing his narrative, Sect Master Fu spoke of resuming his journey over 2 years later, marking over 5 years since his last departure. Rather than continuing eastward, his time at Xiaomen revealed that even farther east lay realms of greater power. Yet, with Fu's current strength, he was ill-equipped to venture there. Thus, he altered his course southward, and the initial phases of his journey were smooth, revealing the diverse landscapes, climates, and martial techniques of the eastern domain. Upon crossing into the southern domain through the Chilean mountains, he encountered bandits for the first time, rogues who specialized in ambushing the relatively weak and affluent travelers journeying from Hangzhou. Despite their reign of terror, no officials or nearby sects intervened, resulting in rampant banditry throughout the mountain passes, where countless lives are lost annually at their hands. Gradually, a pervasive fear has taken root among the populace, as many dare not traverse this area due to its treacherous nature. With no alternative routes available, individuals facing genuine emergencies have no choice but to incur exorbitant costs to hire mercenary escorts for protection. It was later revealed that these escorts colluded with the very bandits they were meant to guard against, creating a more effective scheme to fleece the unwary. Furthermore, it came to light that not only were the mercenaries involved, but even local authorities and sects had become complicit, forming an unbreakable chain of corruption. Lacking experience, the sect leader, Fu, encountered a gang of bandits. The bandits varied in strength. Some groups were massive, comprising potentially over 1,000 men, their collective combat prowess surpassing many established sections. Others were smaller, consisting of only a few dozen, often transient and mobile, with some even hastily formed for the purposes of pillaging and destruction. Fu encountered the latter, a makeshift group of individuals hailing from different sects, gathered here for training. Typically, local bandits would refrain from provoking disciples of major sections. 4 individuals approached Fu with ill intent, resembling hunters closing in on their prey. Their expressions a blend of mockery and menace. They were clad in various sect uniforms. 2 shared identical attire, indicative of a common origin, while the others belonged to different sections. The 2 in matching garments exhibited a notable stance. The one at the forefront was relatively well-proportioned, his skin radiating a brightness. Head held high, exuding the air of a young scion from a distinguished family. Positioned slightly behind him was a robust, dark-skinned middle-aged man, whose vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, likely serving as the young man's bodyguard. The remaining two were markedly different. One was diminutive and frail, his face betraying a cunning demeanor, while the other had less distinguishable features. "You country bumpkin, what are you staring at? Kneel and beg for mercy from our young master. Surrender your possessions, and perhaps you might save your miserable life," the scrawny youth taunted. The young scion, smiling with a hint of mockery, replied to the lean youth, "Qiu Yi, do not frighten our guest. We are but simple, decent folk, discerning right from wrong. Look at the impression we give." Qiu Yi quickly responded, "Indeed, young Master Xing is right." He then turned to Fu, saying, "Do you see? Today you are fortunate to encounter our benevolent young Master Xing. You should express your gratitude for the blessings accumulated over 3 lifetimes. What do you want from me?" Fu asked, his expression unyielding. "Oh, you ungrateful wretch, becoming arrogant. Young Master Xing, one cannot afford to be so kind to such scum. He requires a lesson to understand the humility befitting his lowly status," Qiu Yi remarked. Young Master Xing raised his proud head, observing with an air of indifference, "We must lead by virtue. Let us not be excessively harsh, for shedding blood would be undesirable." With a sly grin, Qiu Yi replied, "Young master, I understand. The lowly wretch, do not say I have not granted you an opportunity. Now, kneel and bow 3 times, while simultaneously striking your own face 100 times. Only then shall we forgive your recent act of disrespect." Observing their clumsy performance, I felt an overwhelming urge to rush forth and eradicate them completely. Such behavior is likely not foreign to them. Chapter 23. Humiliation in return, they waited in silence, eager to witness the gradual despair etched upon the face of the sect leader. Yet after a while, he remained expressionless, standing quietly. Their patience began to wane. "Xing Xiao, it seems this wretch does not appreciate your goodwill. We must take matters into our own hands." Qiu Yi clenched his fists with a crackling sound. His face contorted with fury as he advanced toward the sect leader. At that moment, the sect leader regarded him coolly and remarked, "A sycophant like you relies on the power of others to flaunt your arrogance. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Upon hearing these words, Qiu Yi's veins bulged, and his expression twisted in rage. Very well, he gritted out, repeating the phrase thrice. He continued, "You speak defiantly. Let me show you how I will shatter that insolent mouth of yours, making you eternally regret your existence, rendering you unable to live or die." His words struck a painful chord. In the past, he had been subjected to relentless bullying, enduring countless humiliations without recourse, living a life more unbearable than death. But after aligning himself with Xing Xiao, he believed his fortunes had changed, envisioning a future filled with indulgence, and imagining the day he would repay those who had tormented him 100-fold. Yet now, a mere wretch dared to speak to him in such a manner, igniting a furious desire for revenge. "You lack the capability to humiliate me. Instead, you only bring shame upon yourself." He then uttered words that would surely provoke a violent reaction. "Those who serve as dogs will always remain dogs. You cannot change your vile habits, so embrace your role." At that moment, Qiu Yi was consumed by a singular thought: to shatter his mouth, sever his tongue, and force him to consume filth, torturing him to death. He swiftly threw a punch aimed at the sect leader's mouth, envisioning the moment when this wretch would wail in agony. Yet, to his astonishment, his fist halted midair, immobilized by a single hand that blocked his advance. The sect leader shook his head, observing the frail figure before him, and said, "I have already warned you. Those who live as dogs must accept their fate. I advised you not to bring shame upon yourself." Qiu Yi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and rage as he retorted, "You, release me at once. I am a man of Xing Xiao. Otherwise, Elder Qin will ensure you regret your existence." To such a sycophant, he scoffed, "You are unworthy of my attention." With a forceful grip, the sect leader crushed his hand, eliciting a horrific scream, before delivering a kick that sent Qiu Yi sprawling to the ground. Disregarding Qiu Yi, he fixed his gaze on Xing Xiao and declared, "If you have any further advice, speak quickly and act without delay, or I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to depart. However, Xing Xiao, still exhibiting his haughty disdain, retorted, "Do not presume that a modicum of unsophisticated martial prowess renders you invincible." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Even when dealing with a wretched dog, one must heed its master. Though this cur is indeed pathetic, it remains beyond your capacity to challenge." Zhongzhu Fu halted his steps, contemplating his words. It was evident that the caliber of a master is reflected in the nature of their canine companion. At that moment, Elder Qin, standing behind Xing Xiao, advanced menacingly, declaring, "To insult the young master is to court death." With that, he drew his weapon, a bloodied axe, with droplets still dripping, suggesting recent carnage, and charged at Zhongzhu Fu. Zhongzhu Fu, wary of underestimating his opponent, knew that Elder Qin possessed formidable skills. He swiftly unsheathed his flexible sword to counter the deadly strike. The force behind Elder Qin's axe was tremendous, exuding a chilling aura that swept through the air, causing fallen leaves to swirl in its wake. You think that after a few days of training, you can insult the young master? This place will be your grave, he taunted. Very well, you lowly wretch. Today you shall witness the true essence of martial arts, Elder Qin retorted, swinging his axe towards Zhongzhu Fu's waist, intent on cleaving him in two. Not wishing to expend more effort on such an insignificant adversary. Yet, to Elder Qin's astonishment, Zhongzhu Fu advanced rather than retreating, wielding his soft sword to deflect the axe's onslaught. The audacity of this lowly individual to attempt to thwart the axe with a mere broken sword was laughable. Elder Qin's eyes glimmered with derision. At the moment their weapons clashed, sparks ignited, and a deafening roar echoed, stirring clouds of dust as fiery embers erupted with a hissing sound. The soft sword deftly wrapped around the axe, skillfully mitigating its overwhelming force, redirecting it slightly off course, causing it to miss Zhongzhu Fu and strike nothingness. Elder Qin staggered, surprised that Zhongzhu Fu had evaded such a formidable assault. Even Xing Xiao, who had remained a mere observer, was taken aback by Zhongzhu Fu's adeptness at dodging the powerful blow. It seemed this lowly man possessed more than mere luck. Xing Xiao was acutely aware of Elder Qin's true strength, and what had initially appeared to be a dull game now promised to reveal a captivating spectacle. Chapter 24. Confrontation with Elder Qin. Elder Qin was momentarily taken aback. Although he had not unleashed his full strength and had been somewhat careless, he had not anticipated that this lowly individual could withstand such an assault. At this moment, Elder Qin found himself wishing that the sect leader would not perish so swiftly beneath his battle axe. Instead, he desired to prolong the encounter, to gradually instill a sense of despair in the sect leader, culminating in a scene of him kneeling and begging for mercy. To his surprise, this lowly wretch exhibited a commendable level of skill, despite his apparent inadequacy. You old dog, unable to break through even my modest techniques. If I were you, I would simply crack an egg over my head and end it, he mused. Yet, Elder Qin was not provoked by such a petty individual. Angering a commoner was hardly worth his while. He anticipated the moment when the sect leader would weep, envisioning it to be a most entertaining spectacle. Raising his axe once more, he augmented his strength by 10%. The previously tranquil sky was now beset by howling winds, as fallen leaves danced in the gusts. And the axe blade cleaved through the air, aimed at the sect leader. Sensing the formidable momentum of the axe, the sect leader was momentarily taken aback, retreating 2 steps while striving to parry the oncoming strike with his soft sword. Upon the instant of impact between the axe and the sword, the surrounding atmosphere grew even more oppressive, as dust swirled violently between them, creating a barrier. Although he attempted to withstand the axe's force with all his might, the moment they clashed filled the sect leader with dread. Despite having mitigated a significant portion of the force, a remnant still surged towards him. In a frantic retreat, he stumbled and barely evaded the axe's lethal arc, yet the unspent power of the strike reverberated through the soft sword into his hand, causing it to tremble. On the verge of slipping from his grasp, clenching the soft sword tightly, blood trickled from his mouth. As he wiped away the crimson stain, his expression grew grave. Elder Qin observed this outcome with satisfaction, remarking, "So, how does it feel, lowly wretch? You cannot even withstand a single blow of mine. Perhaps now you comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Old dog, do not revel in your triumph. You have merely practiced a few more years than I. After all this time in martial arts, you only dare to bully the weak. Truly, you are a fine servant to be kept as a dog," retorted the sect leader, striving to provoke him with words, for a direct confrontation would lead to dire consequences. Elder Qin, with a mocking gaze, replied, "Curse all you like, lowly wretch. I shall show you what despair truly is, and let you taste the bitterness of a life worse than death." As he spoke, he swung his axe towards the sect leader, this time denying him any respite, suffocating him under the relentless pressure without delivering a swift end. In that moment, the sect leader was fully prepared. As he witnessed Elder Qin's axe swing, he thrust his soft sword forward, seizing the initiative. Though the outcome remained somewhat precarious, it was certainly an improvement over their previous encounter. The two engaged in a ceaseless exchange of blows, to be precise. Elder Qin was relentless in his assaults while the sect leader struggled to defend himself, barely managing to withstand the onslaught, appearing increasingly beleaguered. In the fierce confrontation with Elder Qin, Sect Master Fu was continuously amassing combat experience. Engaging with such a formidable opponent was indeed a rare opportunity, although fraught with peril. Is it not true that every martial artist grows amidst the trials of blood and blade? Those who emerge from such crucibles are the genuine paragons of strength, fortified by an indomitable spirit, unwavering resilience, and a wealth of combat techniques. From initially struggling to cope, he gradually reached a point of equanimity. and with a little more time, the potential for a counterattack seemed imminent. This marked a significant progression. Sect Master Fu began to discern Elder Qin's patterns, enabling him to make more astute judgments while markedly enhancing his own combat skills. Elder Qin noticed the transformation in Sect Master Fu. Initially, he had intended to spectate, but now he was compelled to unleash 90% of his power, preparing to eliminate his adversary without further delay. For he could not predict what might transpire if he allowed the youth to continue improving at such a rapid pace. It was genuinely alarming. Yet, for Sect Master Fu, who had grasped Elder Qin's martial techniques and enhanced his own prowess, the moment presented an invaluable opportunity. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, he felt a thrill of excitement. Such chances for growth were exceedingly rare, and he intended to seize every moment to elevate his skills, viewing this encounter as an exceptional training session. Had Elder Qin been privy to Sect Master Fu's thoughts at that moment, he would likely have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. For what was once a certain demise now served to bolster his opponent. As their battle raged on, Sect Master Fu grew increasingly adept. Elder Qin's assaults became less and less capable of threatening his life. Observing from the sidelines, young Master Xing sensed something amiss and thought to himself, how is it that this lowly wretch is not only unscathed but appears to be growing ever more relaxed? Exuding an unmistakable confidence, growing increasingly anxious, young Master Xing urged Elder Qin, Elder Qin, cease this dalliance with this wretch and eliminate him at once. At that moment, Elder Qin was filled with despair, yet he had no one to confide in. It had become exceedingly difficult to vanquish Sect Master Fu, and he felt his reputation severely at stake. He had not anticipated encountering such a monstrous adversary, and now realized he had underestimated him. Silly dog. Your master is calling for you to swiftly end my life. Are you defying your master now? It seems you are nothing but a rebellious hound, Sect Master Fu taunted. Elder Qin's face turned a shade of deep crimson, yet he could only utter a single word in response. Sect Master Fu continued, did you not say you would slowly lead me to despair, allowing me to experience the torment of a fate worse than death? Why have you not hastened my experience? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Elder Qin coughed up a mouthful of blood. The audacity of Fu's words was truly suffocating. At this juncture, young Master Xing was in a state of utmost agitation, exclaiming, Elder Qin, please, hurry and kill him. Chapter 25. The Decapitation. Elder Qin's countenance darkened. His expression twisted with fury, eyes glinting with malevolence, resembling a ferocious beast ready to obliterate any foe in its path. You have brought this upon yourself, you wretched spawn. He resolved to employ his most formidable trump card, a decision he loathed to make. Each time he invoked it, he aged significantly, and his power diminished. Little did he anticipate that today he would resort to such measures against someone he could have easily vanquished. Old dog, hurry and unleash your prowess. I have grown weary of your grandiose claims. Despite these words, the sect leader Fu understood that he would undoubtedly unveil some unforeseen and potent secret weapon. Could it be that Elder Qin was prepared to utilize his own hidden card? Pondered Xing Shaozhen. Elder Qin raised his axe high, its blade shimmering with a chilling brilliance under the sun. His aura surged dramatically, causing the earth to tremble and the trees to sway violently, shedding vast quantities of leaves, some even shattering upon impact. Wretched beast, perish, he declared, executing a strike reminiscent of the creation of the world. As the axe descended, it bore the weight of a cataclysmic force, parting the swirling leaves and dust as though welcoming royalty. It embodied an unstoppable momentum, akin to a deity slaying gods and demons alike. In that moment, sect leader Fu sensed the breath of death as Elder Qin unleashed his formidable presence. A tempest of dread stirring within him. What kind of secret technique possessed such overwhelming power? It was indeed beyond comprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to flee. He quickly employed a footwork technique learned at the Shao sect, known as the Steps of the Multitude, designed for close combat and enabling instantaneous repositioning. Fu had only mastered it to a minor degree, yet in this life and death moment, he pushed it to its limits. Still, it proved insufficient. The axe's speed was relentless, swiftly closing the distance, leaving him no chance of survival. In that fleeting instant, despair began to envelop him. Was he truly to perish here? He had yet to fulfill many aspirations, and Qing'er awaited his return. In this critical moment, sect leader Fu astonishingly transcended his own limits, narrowly evading the specter of death. Though the axe's fierce momentum grazed his left arm, inflicting a wound that would require time to heal. The axe struck empty air, yet it felled vast swathes of trees, creating a profound fissure in the earth, while the rising dust obscured the sky ahead. Fu observed as Elder Qin, after delivering that strike, began to weaken rapidly. His body aging noticeably, the after effects unmistakably manifesting. Fu was determined not to grant him another chance, employing the perfected steps of the multitude. He left only a fleeting shadow in his wake. Elder Qin attempted to evade, but it was too late. Fu's soft sword pierced his heart. Elder Qin's gaze fixed on Fu, a look of unyielding defiance in his eyes, yet he was undeniably on the brink of death. Having sacrificed his own life in the process, he collapsed, overwhelmed by his powerlessness. At that moment, sect leader Fu exhaled a sigh of relief. The encounter had been perilously close, a mere brush with death. Had it not been for his breakthrough in the steps of the multitude, it would have been he lying lifeless on the ground. Turning his gaze towards Xing Shaozhen, he noted that the other young man remained motionless, while the anguished Qiu Yi, momentarily stunned, had forgotten his pain amidst the shock. Xing Xiao had not anticipated that the venerable Elder Qin, employing secret techniques, would meet such a demise. The turn of events was too swift for him to comprehend. At that moment, upon seeing Master Fu gaze in his direction, he was instantly filled with trepidation. The composure he had previously maintained vanished without a trace. Qiu Yi, you cur, are you not going to rise and eliminate this wretched commoner? Xing Xiao bellowed at Qiu Yi, entirely shedding his earlier air of arrogance. At that moment, Qiu Yi dared not utter a single word. He clenched his teeth against the pain in his hands, fearful of making any sound, a pitiful figure cowering on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Observing the pathetic state of Qiu Yi, Xing Xiao was overwhelmed with the desire to end his life immediately. He turned to another young man, saying, bowing, you have been watching for quite some time. Do you not intend to lend a hand? Bowing glanced at Master Fu, then turned to Xing Xiao and replied, Xing Xiao, I bear no grudge against him. It is you who have targeted him. Moreover, I am powerless to intervene. Upon hearing Bao Ying's response, Xing Xiao gritted his teeth in fury, exclaiming, Bao Ying, very well, very well. Master Fu was equally taken aback by Bao Ying's response, which heightened his vigilance, compelling him to monitor Bao Ying's every move as he slowly approached Xing Xiao. Observing the flustered demeanor of Xing Xiao, he remarked, what has become of your earlier poise and arrogance? Indeed, Xing Xiao was beginning to panic. He possessed little strength and had always relied on others for protection, living as a spoiled and unruly young master. In a state of agitation, he stammered, what do you intend? You cannot harm me. I am the son of the sect master of the top-tier Xian sect in the Earth Province. If you dare to touch me, I assure you my father will hunt you down relentlessly. Master Fu was taken aback, realizing the significant background Xing Xiao possessed. Should he proceed to kill him, he would inevitably face the wrath of a premier sect, and escape would be nearly impossible. Yet, he was unwilling to let Xing Xiao go so easily. After all, this was the very individual who sought his demise. Noticing Master Fu's hesitation, Xing Xiao quickly added, I advise you to reconsider. If you spare me, I will not pursue any grievances. Master Fu continued advancing towards him. Xing Xiao, astonished that Master Fu dared to approach him with ill intent, thought to himself, you believe I would let you off so easily? You are quite mistaken. His voice trembled as he questioned, what do you truly want? Master Fu regarded him with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, causing Xing Xiao to feel uneasy. Leave all your wealth behind, about 10 times, and this matter shall be settled. Chapter 26. The pursuit. This individual truly feared neither heaven nor earth. Who was Xing Xiao? In the Earth Province, he was a figure beyond reproach, a being held in high esteem. How audacious it was for someone to demand his submission. Qiu Yi felt a chill run down his spine, repeatedly contemplating the gravity of the situation, and began to pray. Bao Ying, too, was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Master Fu, equally unprepared for such a turn of events. Xing Xiao was nearly driven to the brink of despair. While it was one thing to have his wealth forcibly taken from him, money was the least of his concerns. It was quite another to be compelled to kneel and bow before someone he deemed inferior. Reflecting on his life, he had always been the center of attention, exalted and revered. If word of this incident were to spread, it would become an indelible stain on his reputation, a blemish that would haunt him eternally, perhaps even alienating the father who cherished him. With a countenance darkened by indignation, Xing Xiao declared, do not push your luck. I may kneel, but I fear you lack the courage to accept it. Now it was Fu Zongzhu's turn to mockingly regard Xing Xiao. This is not merely a question of courage. You are compelled to kneel, or else. With that, Fu Zongzhu brandished his soft sword towards Xing Xiao. As the blade approached, terror seized Xing Xiao, rendering his legs weak. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees before Fu Zongzhu, pleading, I beg you, spare my life. I shall bow before you. All this wealth is yours. Observing the cowardice before him, Fu Zongzhu lost interest. Today, I shall spare your wretched life, but should I encounter you again, I will show no mercy. Xing Xiao hastily affirmed, yes, yes. From now on, I shall conduct myself properly, never again resorting to villainy. I will avoid you at all costs. As Fu Zongzhu turned to leave, he was oblivious to the murderous glint in Xing Xiao's eyes. Clutching a concealed box, Xing Xiao activated its mechanism. Die! Fu Zongzhu's heart raced in alarm. He swiftly employed his evasive skills, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet, A poison needle found its mark in his left arm. Little did he expect that having spared Xing Xiao, he would now fall prey to treachery, a truly vile act. Realizing his assassination attempt had failed, Xing Xiao knew he was in peril and was about to issue a threat when Fu Zongzhu, now seething with rage, glared at him. You seek death. With that, Fu Zongzhu unleashed his soft sword, which pierced Xing Xiao's throat. Xing Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom why he had not simply endured and sought help to eliminate Fu Zongzhu. With a sense of bitter resignation, he collapsed. The two onlookers stood agape, unable to comprehend that Fu Zongzhu had indeed slain Xing Xiao. Fu Zongzhu then turned his gaze towards Baoing. Seeing the intensity in Fu Zongzhu's eyes, Baoing quickly interjected, "Esteemed friend, from the beginning, I had no intention of confronting you. It was solely these three who sought your life. I swear, I shall not disclose a single word about this place. If I do, may I be struck down by heaven." Fu Zongzhu pondered this. Although Baoing was not a virtuous character, he had refrained from attacking him today and was not a cold-blooded killer, so he chose not to pursue the matter further. Take heed of your own conduct. Upon hearing Fu Zongzhu's response, Baoing exhaled in relief, having preserved his life. I will. Noticing the poisoned needle embedded in his arm, Fu Zongzhu knew he needed to address it urgently. As he turned to depart, he inadvertently kicked the axe lying on the ground, sending it hurtling toward Qiu Yi, where it struck his head, ending his life instantly. Yet, it was this moment of leniency that had sown the seeds of his own misfortune. Baoing promptly denounced the sect master Fu in exchange for immense benefits. During the pursuit, Fu dared not return directly to Hangzhou, lest the land be drenched in blood. Instead, he sought refuge in the Eastern Territories, where he ultimately took the life of Baoing. After evading the chase, he returned to Hangzhou. Upon recounting these events, Fu let out a long sigh, feeling as though they had transpired just yesterday, amidst a harrowing flight for survival filled with both despair and hope, where faith was fortified in desperation and progress was made in optimism. The regions I have traversed resonate with this sentiment, and I hope it proves beneficial to you. At this moment, Lin Yi snapped back to reality, captivated by the gripping narrative. It was an experience far removed from his existence on Yaofeng. He reminded himself that he must not show any leniency, for any threat must be extinguished in its infancy. Just as mortals face such realities, so too does the world of cultivators. Master, this has been immensely helpful for me, providing a preliminary impression of the outside world. I had no idea you had such a thrilling past, Lin Yi remarked. If you venture out in the future, always remember to eliminate any threats to your life in their infancy. Otherwise, they will strike back fiercely, potentially at the cost of your life, Fu cautioned. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will certainly heed your words, Lin Yi expressed gratefully. Though Lin Yi had only recently interacted with Fu, the sect master generously shared these experiences without reservation, leaving Lin Yi profoundly grateful. After conversing for a while longer, he prepared to take his leave. As he bid farewell, Fu presented him with a tome, stating, "This is the secret method of the steps of the many. In the future, it may serve as a means of self-preservation." Lin Yi accepted the manual, replying, "Master, I am truly unworthy of such a gift." Fu responded, "Lin Yi, you are the hope of our sect, a talented apothecary. It is only fitting that we protect you. As the sect master, I represent the whole in this offering." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yi exited the fragrant pavilion. Fu then knocked on the door of a young girl, but upon receiving no response, he opened it to find the room empty, with no indication of her whereabouts. Chapter 27. The Book Pavilion. Upon reaching the third floor of the fragrant pavilion, a youthful woman stood by the window. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, her face lit up with a smile as she called out, "Father." The middle-aged man was indeed sect master Fu. He gazed at the young woman before him with a tender expression and said, "Tinger, why did I not see you before?" The young woman blushed and shyly replied, "Father." Through the crack, he seemed to have noticed me, so I stepped away. Fu was taken aback, saying, "Tinger, how could that be? The crack is so tiny, it is impossible for him to have seen you. You must be imagining things." Upon hearing her father's disbelief, the young woman hurriedly insisted, "Father, it is true. I am not fabricating tales. He truly noticed me, and he even winked at me." Fu Zongzhu gazed at his anxious daughter and said with a smile, "Tinger, this is quite fortuitous. You have unexpectedly encountered Lin Yi. What are your impressions of him?" The young woman, hearing her father's direct inquiry, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and shyly responded, "Father, what are you saying? What do you mean by impressions? I do not understand." Fu Zongzhu, with earnest intent, replied, "Tinger, you have reached the age of marriage. Happiness must be pursued actively. If you find someone you like, do not let the opportunity slip away. After my brief interaction with Lin Yi, I found him to be quite commendable. I entrust you to him with peace of mind." "Father, what are you talking about? I am still so young and wish to remain by your side," she exclaimed, before hurriedly making her exit, her heart racing. Watching the young woman's retreating figure, Fu Zongzhu fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself, Tinger has finally met the one she desires. I hope she finds everlasting happiness and faces no grievances. Rest assured, I shall not permit such circumstances to arise. After leaving, Lin Yi proceeded directly to the library, hoping to uncover something of value. He stood at the entrance, recalling that it had been many years since his last visit. Thoughts of his senior brother Lu filled his mind. He sincerely wished for an opportunity to express his gratitude. Without Lu's assistance, he would not be the person he is today. Lu had taught him how to read and write, and to identify medicinal herbs, all of which formed the essential foundation for his future growth. Since learning to read and write, he had not returned here for over a decade. Time had truly flown by, and Lin Yi found himself reflecting on this as he stood at the doorway. Upon entering the library, Lin Yi's previous purpose had been to seek books that would aid his literacy, thus he had not paid close attention to the layout. The arrangement was rather simple. As it belonged to a sect with only a few centuries of history, it could not boast a wealth of cultural heritage. The library was primarily divided into sections for techniques, biographies, and miscellaneous records. Lin Yi first approached the techniques section, skimming through its contents, which consisted of rather ordinary martial arts methods, including swordplay, knife techniques, and staff skills, an eclectic assortment. The disciples of the sect could freely borrow these materials, as no restrictions were imposed. If the sect had only this level of resources, it could never aspire to be one of the top 3 sects in Hangzhou. It was likely that the more advanced techniques were held exclusively by the higher echelons of the sect. Observing these techniques, Lin Yi shook his head. Since becoming a cultivator, he had yet to practice a single technique. The mundane martial arts were as insignificant to him as scraps of chicken. He longed to discover the world of true practitioners. For not only would it enhance his cultivation, but it would also provide opportunities for interaction with other cultivators, thereby fostering even swifter advancement. He bypassed the techniques section and ventured into the biographies area. Here, he learned that it served as a tribute to the ancestors of Jukingmen who had contributed to the sect over the centuries. Their life stories were meticulously recorded, allowing future disciples to draw inspiration from the illustrious deeds of their predecessors, fostering a sense of identity and belonging. It was hoped that this would motivate the younger generation and ensure the long-lasting prosperity of Jukingmen, even propelling it to greater heights. Many of these works are penned by their authors, with some composed by later generations, primarily chronicling their experiences, insights into martial techniques, reflections on their extensive lives, perspectives on existence, and aspirations for their sections. Lin Yi harbors a profound interest in such biographies, as he finds himself lacking in experience and understanding of the world and human nature. Within these texts lies a wealth of thoughts, reflections, and actions from the predecessors of various sects, a priceless spiritual treasure that could spare Lin Yi from many missteps. Additionally, some of these predecessors had ventured into other realms, with some accounts briefly summarized while others are elaborated upon. Lin Yi particularly selected a biography of the second leader of the Jiuqing sect, which contains the information he urgently seeks, intending to bring it back to Yao Feng for thorough reading, holding it in his hands. Eventually, he arrived at the miscellaneous records section, where the books were rather disorganized, encompassing a variety of topics, such as weapon introductions, basic herbal knowledge, and common ailments faced by martial practitioners. Lin Yi picked up a book that introduced various weapons, with the majority of its content dedicated to swords, along with descriptions of other armaments like knives, staffs, spears, and halberds. Until now, Lin Yi had yet to possess a weapon of his own, contemplating what type would best suit him. After much reflection, he seemed to be particularly drawn to swords. He decided on a short sword for its portability. It was not for self-defense, as mundane weapons posed no threat to him, but rather for specific circumstances, such as when he needed to cut through a fierce beast while roasting meat in the mountains. Therefore, the short sword required exceptional sharpness. Chapter 28. The Weapon Pavilion. At this moment, Lin Yi stood at the entrance of the Weapon Pavilion, selecting a weapon for the first time. The pavilion is situated on Qifeng, which features a small volcano used for forging weapons from special materials, taking advantage of the high temperatures for melting. The Weapon Pavilion forges weapons according to specifications, while also allowing direct selection from existing stock. Lin Yi stepped through the threshold and entered the pavilion. Inside the Weapon Pavilion, dozens of disciples were present. Some were queuing, presumably awaiting their custom-forged weapons, while others were consulting about purchasing existing ones. An old man, eyes closed, appeared to be dozing off in one corner. "Brother Lu Feng, what do you think of this knife?" one disciple inquired. Lu Feng took the knife from the disciple, examining it closely. After a moment, he responded, "This knife is primarily made of Qingyan iron, which is of above-average quality from the Qingyan mountain range. So the material is sound." Pausing, he continued, "From the forging marks, it appears to be crafted by Elder Ling Shun, who has forged weapons for many disciples in our sect with excellent feedback. It seems this knife has passed through other hands, yet the blade remains intact, indicating its quality is assured. Furthermore, the knife's overall design is quite imposing, weighing approximately 10 pounds, fitting comfortably in hand. Thus, for a swordsman, it is a commendable weapon to bear. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, the disciple's face lit up with excitement. He held the sword in high regard, having been captivated by it at first sight, and now found it even more irresistible. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Senior Brother Lu, praising him as the esteemed master of weapon appraisal at the weapon pavilion. Lu Feng shook his head, humbly replying, "Junior brother, I cannot accept the title of master. I have merely spent a bit more time at the weapon pavilion and have seen more weapons than you." At that moment, another disciple approached Lu Feng with a question. Suddenly, a voice reverberated among the disciples. "Isn't that Senior Brother Lin Yi?" The disciples turned in unison, and indeed it was Lin Yi. After 2 years apart, they were astonished at how much he had changed, becoming ever more handsome. Lin Yi, a skilled apothecary, had evidently improved his physique significantly. With more than 2 years since their last encounter, the opportunity to procure some potions and pills from him was not to be missed. They believed that Lin Yi had become even more adept in this regard over the years. A few disciples rushed toward Lin Yi. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lin," they called out. Lin Yi smiled and nodded at each one. "Senior Brother, is it a convenient time? Do you still have pills for sale? How have you managed to enhance your appearance over these 2 years? Have you been using the pills you concocted yourself?" One disciple, though indifferent about his own looks, wished to purchase something for his fiancée. 2 female disciples chimed in, "Senior Brother Lin, we would like to buy some as well." A flurry of questions filled the air, turning the already noisy weapon pavilion into a cacophony. Lin Yi had not anticipated such a scene. He knew that indulging these inquiries would consume considerable time, especially since this was the weapon peak, and it should not be treated like a marketplace. He could not afford to attract trouble from the locals here, particularly as he still had matters to discuss with them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi addressed the crowd. "Dear brothers, this is the weapon peak, and it is not convenient to address everyone's questions here. If you require assistance, I will be at the trading area of the marketplace by day's end, where I can attend to your inquiries. Would that be agreeable?" His words elicited a slight disappointment from some eager disciples, though they understood the constraints of the situation. "Senior brother, I will head to the marketplace to await your arrival." One exclaimed, "I shall go as well." Another added. At that moment, a previously dozing elder suddenly opened his eyes to glance at Lin Yi, but soon closed them again. Resuming his nap, the disciples gradually dispersed, and Lu Feng approached Lin Yi, saying, "Junior Brother Lin, I am Lu Feng, a disciple of the weapon pavilion. Should you require anything, please feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you." Lin Yi was favorably impressed by Lu Feng and promptly replied, "Thank you. Senior Brother Lu, I appreciate your help. It is no trouble at all. We are all brothers of the sect. Junior Brother, do you prefer to select a weapon directly, or do you have specific requirements for crafting one?" Lin Yi remarked, "Senior Brother Lu, I shall first examine the weapons in the armory. If I encounter a suitable weapon, I will select it directly. Otherwise, I shall resort to forging one." Lu Feng nodded in agreement and said, "Junior Brother Lin, that is indeed a prudent approach. May I inquire what type of weapon you have in mind? This will allow me to assist you more effectively." "A short sword," Lin Yi replied succinctly. Observing Lin Yi's decisive demeanor, Lu Feng recognized that he possessed a clear objective. "Junior Brother Lin, please follow me this way." Lin Yi accompanied Lu Feng to the section displaying swords, where an array of weapons hung, including bronze, iron, copper, and wooden swords. With the short swords neatly arranged in a wooden cabinet, Lu Feng retrieved a short sword from the cabinet, its blade a striking yellow-green hue. He presented it to Lin Yi, stating, "This sword is named the Crane Sword, forged from the unique crane copper found in the Qingyan Mountains. It boasts over 70 years of history and is exceedingly sharp, a fine choice indeed." As Lin Yi handled the short sword, he acknowledged its quality. However, it failed to resonate with him. It felt devoid of any affinity in his grip. Shaking his head, he said, "Senior Brother Lu, this is undoubtedly a splendid sword, but perhaps it is not meant for me. Perhaps the fates do not align." Lu Feng chuckled, "Junior Brother Lin, your words remind me of a saying. A person chooses a sword, and a sword also chooses its bearer." Chapter 29, Levels 2 and 3. Lu Feng returned the sword to its place and retrieved another, this one measuring over a foot in length. He handed it to Lin Yi, explaining, "This sword is known as the Gentleman's Sword, crafted by a master of our sect a century ago for a valiant and noble hero. After a series of travels, it has returned to our sect, where it has been preserved ever since." Lin Yi accepted the sword and gripped it firmly. It was indeed a fine weapon, yet it still did not suit him. Primarily, he did not consider himself a gentleman, nor did he aspire to be one. Such a sword should be reserved for those of noble character. Once again shaking his head without elaborating, he returned the sword to Lu Feng. Seeing Lin Yi dismiss even the gentleman's sword, Lu Feng was curious about the reason but chose not to press further. instead presenting Lin Yi with several more short swords. Unfortunately, none met Lin Yi's requirements. Lu Feng was at a loss, realizing that they might have no choice but to commission a custom forge. With a wry smile, Lu Feng remarked, "It seems that none of these swords are destined for you, junior brother Lin. We must convey your specifications to the blacksmith." Lin Yi, observing Lu Feng's expression of resignation, felt similarly disheartened. Since becoming a cultivator, he had found that most weapons could not satisfy his needs. To select one at random would not only be irresponsible towards the weapon, but also towards himself. "Senior brother Lu, are all the short swords displayed here?" Lin Yi persisted, aware that even consulting a blacksmith might not yield a satisfactory outcome. Lu Feng replied, "Not at all. This is merely the first level of the armory. There are also the second and third levels, which house superior weapons, especially on the third level. However, I am unable to ascend." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Senior brother Lu, what conditions must be met to gain access to the second and third levels of the armory pavilion?" Lu Feng, believing that Lin Yi had little hope of achieving this, nonetheless patiently responded, "Firstly, recognition is granted to those who have made contributions to the sect, allowing them a singular opportunity to enter. Secondly, the sect occasionally issues tasks. Those who successfully complete these tasks also receive a chance to enter. Lastly, and this is the rarest avenue, the sect leader possesses a single opportunity that can be bestowed upon a disciple to grant them entry. However, such a scenario is virtually impossible, as it represents the leader's sole privilege." Lin Yi pondered internally. The first option was certainly unfeasible, the second might not manifest for years, and the third, while possible as he had recently departed from the sect leader, presented its own dilemma. He felt uncertain about how to broach the subject. If the leader were to agree but he failed to find a weapon that satisfied him, what would happen? Moreover, he had only met the leader once, who had selflessly shared his knowledge and gifted Lin Yi a manual. To ask for a coveted opportunity in return seemed daunting. He also wondered if the leader's opportunity had already been utilized, perhaps it was no longer available. Standing in place, Lin Yi wavered, his heart growing increasingly restless. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice beckoned him, "Come with me." Startled, Lin Yi realized he had been so absorbed that he had not noticed someone approaching. The speaker was the elderly man with closed eyes, and Lu Feng had mysteriously vanished. Lin Yi quickly bowed. "Disciple Lin Yi pays respects to the elder." The elder acknowledged him with a nod, saying, "You may call me Elder Wang." "Elder Wang," he responded, and the elder gestured for him to follow. Lin Yi was uncertain about the elder's intentions, but hastened to keep pace. Gradually, he discerned that they were approaching the entrance to the second level. Could it be that the elder intended to take him upstairs? Yet, wasn't access reserved solely for the sect leader's beneficiaries? As he approached the entryway, his curiosity piqued. "From here, you can ascend to the third floor," the elder instructed, "but remember, you may only select one weapon and then bring it to me for registration." Lin Yi was eager to inquire about the reasoning behind this, but before he could speak, Elder Wang turned and departed. Filled with questions, Lin Yi ascended to the second floor, which was significantly smaller than the first, housing only about 70 weapons. He refrained from rushing, determined not to overlook a suitable weapon, and began to inspect each one meticulously. Indeed, the weapons here were a marked improvement over those on the first level, crafted from superior materials and exhibiting exquisite workmanship, each accompanied by descriptions indicating they were forged by renowned masters. Had he encountered these weapons prior to becoming a cultivator, each one would have captivated him completely. Soon, he arrived at the sword section, where 3 short swords hung in display. Lin Yi picked up one of the short swords, remarkably sharp, and upon examining its description, learned that it was named the Cliff Sword, forged from materials sourced from a precipice, and it boasted a history of over 2 centuries. Having quenched the thirst of countless lives, it had passed through the hands of 2 masters before being sealed away. Grasping this sword, he acknowledged its quality. Far superior to the first, yet it still fell short of his expectations. With a regretful shake of his head, he set the Cliff Sword down and reached for the second one. This sword, crystalline and translucent, was crafted by a renowned master smith, utilizing precious magnetic yang iron, with a small infusion of Yin iron stone, elevating its quality to a new pinnacle. The unparalleled craftsmanship and unique materials resulted in this extraordinary magnetic sword. As Lin Yi held it, he felt a flicker of desire. However, he noted a slight imperfection on the blade. Should he not encounter a more satisfying short sword, he would choose this one, lest he squander the goodwill of old Wang. He rehung it and proceeded to examine the other short swords. Chapter 30. The origins of the short swords. He picked up the third sword, a soft sword, gleaming silver in hue, yet it did not surpass the second. Thus he did not dwell on it further. At that moment, Lin Yi glanced towards the staircase leading to the third floor, eager to assess the weapons there before making a definitive choice. As the highest level, he believed it would house superior arms. Ascending the stairs, which were not steep, The third-floor armory soon lay before him. The spatial layout here was somewhat smaller than the second floor, yet it contained only 13 assorted weapons, rendering the area somewhat sparse. Lin Yi began to meticulously examine each weapon in order. The first weapon he lifted was a spear, somewhat damaged and bearing scars inflicted by other arms. Its material quality was not the finest, although it reached a commendable standard. Nonetheless, it could not compare to the best spears found on the second floor, which surpassed it in both material and craftsmanship. Puzzled, he continued to the next weapon. Before him now was a halberd. Its chilling aura palpable even before he grasped it, an attribute unmatched by the other weapons. Holding this Fontian Huaji, it felt as though it sought to compete with the sun and moon in brilliance. Such a halberd would surely be deemed extraordinary in the mortal realm. Its overall construction was simple yet elegant, primarily made from the finest rock gold. Any martial artist who favored the halberd would find it irresistible. Although Lin Yi did not wield it, he could not help but admire its beauty, lingering for a while before reluctantly moving on to the next weapon. As he continued his exploration, he finally discovered a description that illuminated why the weapons on the third floor, while not necessarily the best, were worthy of display. It turned out that the weapons here belonged to those who had made significant contributions to their sect throughout history. Perhaps their arms were not the finest, but they had wielded them to safeguard the foundation of their sect, contributing to its legacy, which had evolved through generations into one of the most powerful sects in Hangzhou. If the members of the sect were to acquire such a weapon, it would not merely enhance their strength, but also bestow upon them a sense of honor, pride, and legacy. Before Lin Yi lay two short swords, and he found himself drawn to one in particular. Although it was not the most striking among the myriad of weapons, indeed, it paled in comparison to the gem-encrusted sword beside it. Lin Yi sensed that it possessed an understated complexity beyond its unassuming exterior, lacking any superfluous embellishments. The blade bore subtle engravings that hinted at its extraordinary nature. Unable to resist, he grasped the sword, unable to discern the material from which it was forged, yet confident of its exceptional quality. The more he gazed upon the short sword, the more he found himself enchanted by it. Just as he prepared to set it down, the blade quivered slightly, emanating a wave of spiritual energy that sent a tremor through Lin Yi's heart. This sword truly seemed remarkable, perhaps harboring further secrets. He attempted to evoke that response again, yet could not replicate the sensation. Resolute, Lin Yi chose this sword, losing interest in all the other weapons. He hurried downstairs, intent on purchasing it. Approaching Elder Wang, he found the elder still with his eyes closed. Sensing Lin Yi's presence, he opened his eyes slightly and noticed Lin Yi cradling a short sword. Upon closer inspection, a look of surprise crossed Elder Wang's face. "Elder, I have made my choice," Lin Yi declared earnestly as he presented the short sword to him. Elder Wang accepted the blade and inquired, "Are you certain about your decision?" "There is no turning back." With unwavering conviction, Lin Yi replied, "Elder, I have chosen this sword and will not regret it." Elder Wang regarded Lin Yi's steadfast gaze and asked, "Do you know the origins of this sword?" Lin Yi shook his head and responded, "Elder, I am unaware of its background. But the moment I picked up this short sword, I felt destined to select it. Perhaps this sword and I are fated to be connected. Might you enlighten me about its history?" Elder Wang studied the sword in his hand, lost in contemplation. This blade had been brought back by the founding ancestor during his travels to foreign lands. However, he returned gravely injured and passed away prematurely despite having had a long life ahead of him, all due to this sword. The ancestor, along with several others, had discovered a tomb out of curiosity and ventured deep within to investigate. Before entering, they reached an agreement that if any treasures were found, they would belong to the one who first claimed them, in an effort to prevent conflict amongst themselves. The tomb was fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to a fatal abyss. Despite the dangers, they indeed uncovered numerous treasures, though none of great value, until the ancestor stumbled upon this short sword, the only weapon within the tomb. Its placement indicated that the tomb's owner held it in high esteem, suggesting its exceptional nature. The other seekers, having found little of worth, soon forgot their agreement, and, upon seeing the ancestor with the sword, coveted it for themselves. The ancestor stood firm, refusing to yield, which led to a fierce confrontation. He managed to escape their deadly onslaught, albeit severely wounded, and returned to the sect with the sword in hand. However, the master never deciphered the essence of this short sword before his demise. Yet, he bore no regrets, attributing the outcome to an insufficient fate, and chose to place it on the third floor of the armory after his passing, awaiting a destined individual from the sect. Chapter 31. The Anomaly at Medicine Peak. Old Wang recounted the origins of this short sword with a hint of melancholy, and upon concluding his tale, he remained momentarily disoriented. Lin Yi had not anticipated that this short sword had such a storied past. Old Wang turned to Lin Yi and said, "Now you must decide whether you still wish to choose this sword. Do not rush your answer. Contemplate it carefully." Once you make your choice, you must never let it languish, for it was acquired at the cost of the master's life. At this moment, Lin Yi felt an immense weight upon him. The connection of this short sword to the master, especially given the sacrifice made for it, was a heavy burden. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt no hesitation, believing unequivocally that this sword was destined for him. It radiated spiritual energy, and considering the reverence with which the tomb's master held it, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. To forego it would mean missing a significant opportunity. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, Lin Yi declared, "Old Wang, I still choose this sword. It is fated for me, and I vow to honor it throughout my life." Old Wang handed the sword to Lin Yi, saying, "I hope you remain true to your word. Now let us go." "Thank you, Old Wang. How much silver is required?" "There is no need for thanks. Simply cherish the master's teachings in your heart. This sword is a gift from the master to a destined disciple and requires no conditions in return." "Old Wang, I have a question that I am unsure whether to ask." Old Wang seemed to surmise Lin Yi's inquiry, stating, "You wish to know how I was able to bring you inside. It is because I have an unused quota." Lin Yi stared at Old Wang in astonishment. "Old Wang, were you the former sect leader?" Old Wang smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further, and closed his eyes once more. Waving his hand to signal Lin Yi that he could leave, Lin Yi stepped out of the armory, descending the weapon peak. Although he yearned to return to Medicine Peak immediately to study the sword, he recalled that it was nearly the time of the unseen hour, and he had promised to visit the trading area to address the physical ailments of his fellow disciples. A promise must be fulfilled. So Lin Yi made his way toward the trading area. Upon arriving at the trading area, Lin Yi was taken aback. It was already teeming with people. Listening to their descriptions, he treated each individual accordingly. By the time he returned to Medicine Peak, it was quite late, yet Lin Yi exhibited no signs of impatience. Once back at Medicine Peak, Lin Yi eagerly retrieved the short sword, examining it meticulously. The more he observed, the more he felt a sense of satisfaction in the sword's extraordinary nature, yet he still could not grasp its true essence. The waves of spiritual energy had not re-emerged, leaving him in uncertainty about when or if they would return. Possessing such a treasure without the means to utilize it left Lin Yi feeling quite helpless. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yi. What if he were to drip blood onto the sword? He made a small incision on his fingertip, allowing his blood to flow and drip onto the short sword. Lin Yi watched intently, observing the sword for any sign of change, yet as the blood coagulated, there was no response whatsoever. Could this also be futile? A wave of disappointment washed over him. Perhaps ordinary blood would not suffice. It requires the essence of human blood. Lin Yi felt a pang of anguish at the thought of using such primal blood, for if the short sword remained unresponsive, the loss would be immense. Yet, he had no alternative. Failure was a possibility he would not regret. As the essence dripped onto the sword's blade, it vanished upon contact, and gradually, the short sword began to emanate a radiant glow, growing increasingly intense until it nearly illuminated the entire medicinal peak. The extraordinary phenomenon at the medicinal peak captured the attention of numerous disciples. What was happening? Why was it shimmering with such brilliance? Uncertainty filled the air as they speculated, seemingly originating from the direction of the medicinal peak. Wasn't Brother Lin there? Could it be that Brother Lin Yi had concocted an extraordinary elixir? Before long, many disciples gathered at the foot of the medicinal peak, yet none dared to ascend. It was a forbidden area of the sect, and transgressions would be met with severe repercussions. However, a few disciples, driven by desire, prepared to scale the mountain. Just then, an angry roar echoed from behind, admonishing them for their audacity. The medicinal peak is a sacred ground of the sect. No one is permitted to enter without elder phase consent. Do you intend to disregard the rules? The disciples turned towards the source of the voice, where a middle-aged man glared fiercely. The few who were poised to ascend began to speak, but one disciple recognized the man. Disciples pay their respects to the sect master. At this moment, realization dawned upon them, and they hurried to offer their greetings. Disciples pay their respects to the sect master. The disciples, who had contemplated entering the medicinal peak, were taken aback to find that the newcomer was the sect master. Panic surged through them as they regretted their lack of self-restraint. They were acutely aware that those who violated the rules would face dire consequences, and now they could only hope for leniency or a light punishment to escape this predicament. Fear was evident on their faces as they rushed to the sect master's feet. Disciples pay their respects to the sect master. The sect master, with a face darkened with anger, coldly inquired, "Are you aware that the medicinal peak is off limits?" "Master, forgive us. We were wrong." The trembling disciples replied, "Knowing full well it is a forbidden area, you still dared to trespass, showing utter disregard for the rules. What use do we have for disciples like you, who can so easily dismiss the tenets of our sect? If this is how you behave, it is only a matter of time before you turn your back on the sect itself. Do you think the sect invested so much to harbor threats? If all disciples were like you, the sect would surely face ruin. And how could you face the ancestors after death? Upon hearing the sect master's words, the disciples felt as though their hearts had plummeted into despair. Any hope for leniency or forgiveness vanished. They were to face the judgment of fate. These disciples have gravely violated the sect's regulations, causing a profoundly negative impact. Henceforth, they are expelled from the sect and shall never be allowed to return. The sect master declared, his words leaving no room for dispute. At that moment, many elders of the sect also arrived, none daring to utter a word, plead for mercy, or show any compassion. The sect master turned to an elder, saying, "Elder Shao, I entrust this matter to you. Expel these individuals from the mountain at once." Elder Shao approached, responding, "Yes, sect master." Upon hearing the master's decree, several individuals turned ashen, utterly unprepared for such grave consequences. Being cast out from the sect left them in a state of stupor, resembling mere husks, as Elder Shao led them away. Even as they departed, they failed to react or plead with the master for clemency. Once they had vanished from sight, Master Fu remarked, "Let this serve as a lesson to all. The rules of our sect must not be transgressed, nor should we breach our bottom line, for such actions will inevitably invite severe repercussions. I also hope that the elders and disciples present will unite in their efforts to strengthen the Jiqing sect." "We understand, Master." The crowd responded in unison. Let today's events not be the subject of gossip. You are all dismissed. Chapter 32. The purple sun soared at this moment. The strange phenomenon at the Medicine Peak had faded. Though the spectacle had vanished, its repercussions continued to ripple throughout. The elders and disciples had already departed, leaving only Master Fu, who remained lost in contemplation, gazing toward the direction of the Medicine Peak. An elderly figure approached slowly from the distance. Halting at the foot of the peak, Master Fu turned to face the elder and greeted him respectfully. "Elder Wang, you have come as well." Elder Wang nodded, casting his gaze toward the peak with a sigh. "Ah, after centuries of seclusion, has the brilliance finally been revealed?" Master Fu astonished, sensed that Elder Wang possessed knowledge of the phenomenon's origins. "Elder Wang, do you know the reason behind this spectacle?" "Today, Lin Yi visited the armory pavilion. I granted him my quota, and he chose the sword brought back by our ancestor. I believe tonight's manifestation is a result of that sword's aura. Yet it is a pity our ancestor cannot witness it." Elder Wang continued to observe the Medicine Peak as he responded to Master Fu. Master Fu was taken aback, not anticipating that the short sword, long ensconced in the armory pavilion, would reveal its secrets after centuries, and that it would be a disciple of the Medicine Peak who would unlock this mystery. Was it destiny? He soon considered another matter. The phenomenon at the Medicine Peak would undoubtedly spread, likely causing quite a stir. Would this event be a blessing or a curse for our sect? Regardless of its nature, we must prepare ourselves promptly for any eventuality. "Let us proceed," Elder Wang advised. Elder Wang speaks wisely, and no matter the tempest that may arise, the Jiqing sect will endure. The extraordinary occurrence at the Medicine Peak set the Jiqing sect abuzz, yet Lin Yi remained unaware, still reeling from the shock. At that moment, the short sword underwent a profound transformation, elongating into a 3'3" long sword, its length adjustable at will with but a thought. Concurrently, Lin Yi felt an intrinsic bond with the sword, as though it were a part of his very being. With a focused intent, the sword soared into his dantian. At the instant the sword acknowledged its master, a voice resonated in his mind. "To the fated one, this is a fragment of my will. For my true self has perished. I am the Yin-Yang Taoist, and this is my life's weapon, known as the Purple Sun Sword. It is one of the principal swords, alongside the Purple Yin Sword, with each of the two main swords accompanied by 5 subsidiary swords, forming the formidable Yin-Yang 5 elements sword array. It was this very array that allowed me to traverse the realms of cultivation with unparalleled prowess. Regrettably, if you seek to obtain this sword formation from me, it is now an impossibility. At that time, I encountered an unimaginable adversary, and during the confrontation, the Purple Yin Sword and its accompanying subswords were utterly destroyed. The rank of the Purple Yang Sword has also plummeted to its nadir. However, it remains an exceptional artifact in your possession. Should you aspire to elevate the Purple Yang Sword further, you must seek out the requisite refining materials. Yet, restoring it to its former glory is unattainable, for the patterns inscribed upon it have been obliterated, unless the original runes can be found. Nonetheless, if you truly desire to resurrect the Yin-Yang 5 elements sword formation, there exists another avenue: to await the opening of the Xianxian secret realm, which occurs but once every 500 years. The methods for forging the Yin-Yang 5 elements sword formation reside within. However, entry into the Xianxian secret realm is no trivial matter. One must possess the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, and it does not manifest on every occasion. For you, it may be far too premature. Since you have acquired my life's weapon, it signifies a fateful connection between us. In closing, I shall bestow upon you a set of my personal sword techniques. Furthermore, The purple yang sword serves as a key to a treasure hidden within the misty forest. Should you find the opportunity to reach it, this sword will naturally resonate, revealing some of my cherished possessions. I hope they aid you on your path of cultivation. However, be forewarned, I have numerous formidable enemies, their prowess exceedingly formidable. Exercise utmost caution in employing my sword techniques. Should they discover you, barring a miracle, your demise is all but assured. Remember this well. Upon concluding these words, the voice vanished, leaving Lin Yi in a state of astonishment. He had not anticipated that merely selecting an ordinary short sword concealed such profound fortune. Through the words of the Yin-Yang Taoist, Lin Yi realized he had not erred. Indeed, there exists a world of cultivators, prompting him to hasten his departure. Time could no longer be squandered. Yet, many of the concepts articulated by the Yin-Yang Taoist left him in bewilderment. What are life weapons, sword formations, runes, the Xianxian secret realm? And what constitutes the nascent soul stage? How many ranks does it surpass the Qi refining stage? As he pondered these matters, Lin Yi found himself increasingly perplexed. Yet his yearning for the world of cultivators deepened, longing to join them swiftly. Gazing at the purple yang sword in his hand, he felt it bore no weight. After acknowledging its master, the inscriptions concealed themselves, rendering it somewhat mundane. However, as he infused it with spiritual energy, its devastating power began to manifest. Given Lin Yi's current cultivation, the destruction of this sword was utterly impossible. Were it an ordinary sword, he could easily obliterate it. A sword that has fallen to such depths still possesses such might. One can only imagine the splendor it wielded at its zenith. If given the chance, Lin Yi would undoubtedly forge his own yin-yang 5 elements sword formation. Where lies the misty forest? What treasures have been left behind there? Alas, it is yet another instance of possessing a treasure mountain while remaining unable to claim it. In his mind, a sword technique materialized, that of the Yin-Yang Taoist life sword technique, known as the Annihilation Sword Art, one of the pinnacle sword techniques within the cultivation realm. It consists of 6 forms, of which only the first 2 are currently revealed. The remaining 4 will gradually manifest as one breaks through to a higher realm. The first form, Sun Pursuit. The second form, Nightfall. Each form encompasses 4 stages: minor achievement, major achievement, pinnacle, and perfection. Lin Yi repeatedly immersed himself in the comprehension of the disintegration sword technique. The first form proved to be quite arduous, making immediate success in its cultivation seem improbable. The second form was akin to an incomprehensible script, likely due to insufficient cultivation, rendering him unable to grasp its essence. Recognizing that mastering the initial 2 forms of the disintegration sword technique was unattainable in the short term, Lin Yi opted to peruse a biography he had borrowed from the library. The biography, penned by the second sect master, Ding Hao, recounted a remarkable journey. Ding Hao joined the sect at the tender age of 7 and became the disciple of the first sect master, the esteemed ancestor who wielded the Xiang sword, at 14. Upon the ancestor's abdication at 35, Ding Hao ascended to the position of sect master, thereafter refraining from venturing into other territories. At the age of 21, he embarked on a journey of exploration. In chapter 33, titled Steps of the Masses, Ding Hao chose a route towards the northeast, which bore some correlation to the accounts provided by sect master Fu. However, the distinction lay in Ding Hao's passage through the second region, leading him into the third region. Shuzhou, a veritable land of abundance, a paradise for martial practitioners, yet a hell for the weak. Those who traversed its grounds found it difficult to depart, for the environment was exceptionally conducive to martial cultivation, with flora and fauna imbued with spiritual essence. Yet, many were compelled to leave, as the presence of formidable practitioners was overwhelming. Those lacking influence found the prospect of solitary exploration to be a mere illusion. Many departed Shuzhou with a heavy heart. Lin Yi was deeply intrigued by this segment of Ding Hao's travels. From his descriptions, it was evident that the spiritual energy in that region was markedly richer than in others. Hangzhou, by comparison, possessed the least potent energy, with the first region being somewhat better, suggesting a gradual increase. It remained uncertain whether further regions beyond Shuzhou existed. After perusing the account, Lin Yi felt a glimmer of clarity regarding his own journey, experiencing a sense of relief as the fog of confusion began to lift, thus preventing further wastage of time. However, the travelogue did not reveal any insights from practitioners, nor did it document any cultivation methods. This indicated that even in areas with abundant spiritual energy, the presence of practitioners was scarce. From this information, it could be inferred that the more one ventured in that direction, the denser the spiritual energy became, suggesting a potential proximity to the realm of true cultivation. Thus, he resolved to pursue this line of thought. Lin Yi's speculations were not mistaken. This was merely a world of mortals. Even with a notable increase in spiritual energy, it remained insignificant to practitioners, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. Consequently, this world lacked practitioners. save for those who might have descended from higher realms. As for Lin Yi's ascension to the ranks of practitioners, it was attributed to a mysterious orb. Otherwise, he too would merely be an ordinary mortal, destined for a lifespan of no more than a century before returning to dust. Contemplating whether to first master the first form of the disintegration sword technique, Rising Sun, or to practice the footwork taught by Sect Master Fu, he found himself with clarity on his priorities. As the moonlight crested the hills, it grew late. Since becoming a practitioner, Lin Yi had seldom felt fatigue. Yet at that moment, he was overwhelmed by a desire for a restful slumber. He collapsed onto his bed and, unbeknownst to him, drifted into a peaceful dream, leaving behind all his worries. The following day, at an uncertain hour, when Lin Yi opened his eyes, he was greeted not by blinding sunlight, but by a gentle drizzle outside, the sun obscured by clouds. Lin Yi, unaware of the time, arose and tidied himself, feeling an overwhelming desire to indulge in a sumptuous feast of roasted meat. Given his current cultivation level, capturing a rabbit was a trivial task, almost effortless. As he gazed at the tantalizing roasted rabbit on the grill, he couldn't help but salivate. In a matter of moments, he devoured the entire rabbit, still yearning for more. It was his first taste of roasted meat in over 2 years. If only he could venture into the depths of the Qingyan Mountains once more to hunt some formidable beasts, that would truly enhance the experience. At that moment, Lin Yi had undoubtedly transformed into a true gourmand. After regaining his composure, he commenced his cultivation. The demolishing sword technique was exceedingly profound, demanding considerable time to master. Thus, Lin Yi began his practice of the step of the multitude. Holding in his hands the secret manual bestowed by the sect leader, he pondered whether this technique would still bear any efficacy for him, given that it was designed for mortals. Even without practicing the technique, it was ludicrous to think that an ordinary person could match his speed. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was eager to try it out and discern its effects on him. The step of the multitude first elucidated that should one cultivate it to a minor realm, their speed would double. Advancing to a major realm would enhance it by approximately 80% more than the minor realm, and if one could attain the pinnacle, achieving perfection in the technique would result in an astonishing speed increase of 5 to 6 times, though this was contingent on one's physical constitution. If one's body could withstand it, there was potential for even greater speed. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. Regardless of whether it would enhance his abilities, practicing the step of the multitude would not consume much of his time. Now that he had become a cultivator, his comprehension had undoubtedly surpassed that of a mere mortal. He believed reaching the pinnacle of this technique would pose no challenge for him, and only such perfection could offer him any substantial benefit. As for his physical prowess, none could compare to his current physique. He eagerly anticipated the extent of his speed upon successfully mastering the technique, confident it would exceed mere multiples of 5 or 6. Rainy days were indeed troublesome. Initially, he had intended to cultivate on the Medicine Peak, where there was ample space, but the incessant drizzle forced him to remain confined within his modest cave. Opening the manual for the step of the multitude, Lin Yi immersed himself in deciphering its intricate footwork. Each step was exquisitely refined, like the unfolding of a lotus, harmonizing beautifully with the natural world. The creator of this secret technique was undoubtedly a genius. It was unclear who had crafted it, but their mastery had reached the pinnacle of mortal cultivation, complemented by an extraordinary intuition and creativity. Yet, Lin Yi discerned that something essential seemed to be missing. Perhaps this very flaw constrained the step of the multitude, preventing its speed from surpassing its limits. This shortcoming vexed him, as it was precisely what he needed. The swifter his movements, the better. He pondered, was this truly a creation of mortals? It is possible that it may not be, yet it could also be true. The mortal realm is vast, and the emergence of a few extraordinary beings is not beyond the realm of possibility, much like how ordinary individuals can ascend to become cultivators, who in turn can extend their lifespans, an act that defies the heavens and is not unlike other existences in this world. On the first day, time passed unremarkably. Due to the cramped confines of his cave dwelling, Lin Yi found that even without employing his movement technique, he could cover a distance of 30 meters with a single step. Moreover, practicing his movement technique rendered it impossible to fully unleash its potential. After exiting the cave, he danced amidst the gentle drizzle. If someone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly find it beautiful and enjoyable. However, Lin Yi could not find joy in it. Although he had successfully reached the minor accomplishment stage after just 1 day of training, his speed had not improved in the slightest. The sole comfort he derived was from gaining better control over his physical form. Lin Yi did not relent. He continued his cultivation, striving to perfect the Zhongji step. Another day passed, yet he remained at the minor accomplishment stage, although his control over his bodily speed had become more fluid, allowing for greater freedom of movement. 2 days elapsed, and the sky showed no signs of clearing. The rain continued to fall, and Lin Yi danced through it. Yet he had not broken through to the major accomplishment stage. Nevertheless, he did not abandon hope, attempting again and again. On the 5th day, Lin Yi finally overcame the barrier, achieving true mastery over his body, such that he felt confident in a confrontation with an adversary. With each breakthrough in his movement technique, his control over his speed improved remarkably. In Chapter 34, The Informant, Lin Yi perfected the Zhongji step to its pinnacle, yet it still did not enhance his speed. It merely refined his self-control. 3 more days passed, and Lin Yi reached the summit of his technique, but speed remained elusive, seemingly relegating him to the realm of perfection without further elevation. During Lin Yi's period of cultivation, the outside world began to undergo notable changes. The disciples who had been expelled from the sect arrived at the Qingtian sect and the Qingxian sect, harboring resentment towards the sect leader as punishment. They decided to report the unusual occurrences at the Medicine Peak, believing that Qingtian sect and Qingxian sect were the ideal factions to ensure that the Jiuqing sect paid a heavy price. Several disciples stood at the entrance of a mountain gate. "Who goes there?" shouted a disciple from Qingxian sect, blocking their path. "Senior brother, we possess crucial intelligence regarding the Jiuqing sect and wish to inform your sect's leader or elders. We kindly request that you relay our message." One of them spoke. The Qingxian disciple narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomers as he assessed the veracity of their claim. "What evidence do you have to substantiate your assertions?" "Senior brother, we have uncovered a shocking secret of the Jiuqing sect and were subsequently expelled. Many disciples of the Jiuqing sect are aware of this," one replied, his face a mask of resentment, teeth clenched. The disciple observed that they did not seem to be fabricating their story. Although there had been no significant conflict with the Jiuqing sect, both sides harbored ambitions of annihilating the other to claim dominance over Hangzhou. He could not make a decision on his own, and thus sought to consult the higher-ups of the sect. "You all wait here for a moment. I shall now inform the sect of your claims, and it will be for them to decide. However, pray that what you have spoken is indeed as you assert. Rest assured, my esteemed elder brother, our decision will be devoid of any insincerity. We would never jest with our lives and fortunes." Shortly thereafter, the disciple hurried back and addressed the group, instructing them to follow him. "Thank you, elder brother," they exclaimed, hastily trailing behind him. They arrived at a grand hall, where numerous figures were already gathered, presumably elders of the Qingxian sect. The sight of such a multitude caused trepidation to stir within some, as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. One misstep could indeed cost them their lives, rendering their legs somewhat unresponsive. The disciple of Qingxian bowed to a middle-aged man. "Sect master, the visitors have been brought forth. This man, known as Qin Feng, is the current sect master of Qingxian." "Very well, you may withdraw," he commanded. "Yes, sect master, I take my leave." Upon the disciple's departure, Qin Feng scrutinized the individuals before him, his gaze piercing and formidable. The group, feeling the weight of his stare, lowered their heads in trepidation, frozen in place. "Are you the ones intending to expose the secrets of the Jiuqing sect?" Qin Feng's voice was authoritative, instilling fear and preventing them from uttering a single untruth. "Sect Master Qin, I have urgent matters to report." One disciple stepped forward, bowing his head in response. "Speak, and leave not a syllable unaccounted for." The disciple recounted the events that transpired at Yaofeng, embellishing the tale as he revealed everything, with the others doing likewise, before being escorted away. Upon hearing their accounts, Qin Feng's expression turned contemplative as he regarded the assembled elders. "Esteemed elders, what are your thoughts?" An elder surnamed Lu was the first to respond. "Sect Master, I believe this matter is fundamentally credible, yet further investigation is warranted. We must not dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives from the Jiuqing sect." Another voice chimed in. "I concur with Elder Lu. However, this situation demands swift action, for opportunities are fleeting. Given our sect's strength, even if the claims prove true, we may find ourselves incapable of countering them. Perhaps a collaboration with the Qingtian sect could be advantageous." A spirited discussion ensued, each contributing their perspective. Finally, Qin Feng declared, "Agreed, let us proceed as suggested. I will send disciples to ascertain the veracity of these claims and dispatch individuals to the Jiuqing sect." A similar scene unfolded at the Qingtian sect. The winds of change in Hangzhou were rapidly stirred, heralding an impending storm. From this moment forth, history was destined to be rewritten. At that instant, Lin Yi took a stride, covering a distance of 60 meters, doubling his previous speed. Now, after a full 25 days, he had finally perfected his mastery of the Zhongji step. Indeed, the consummate state of the Zhongji step did not disappoint him, although it was a mundane technique. It significantly enhanced his speed. Yet, Lin Yi sensed that as his cultivation continued to ascend, its efficacy would diminish, ultimately rendering it ineffective. Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness, yet the prospect of enhancing his speed with a mere mortal technique brought him a modicum of solace. He resolved to leave future matters for later, trusting that the path would naturally unfold as he progressed. If no road existed, he would forge one himself. The day of departing from the Nanqing sect and Hangzhou drew ever closer. But Lin Yi intended to complete one final task before setting off, mastering the first form of the destruction sword technique. Casting his gaze upon the medicine peak, he mused that practicing his swordsmanship there would likely leave no trace of the peak intact. Instead, he recalled a previous visit to a cliff, which seemed a far more suitable venue. Additionally, the presence of formidable beasts in the Qingyan mountain range would aid him in honing his swordplay and augmenting his combat experience. At that moment, the medicine peak shimmered with brilliance, having emerged from over 20 days of incessant rain just 2 days prior. Lin Yi beheld the serene beauty of the medicine peak as he stepped beyond the confines of his sect for the second time. Chapter 35. The storm approaches. As Lin Yi departed from the sect, disciples from the Qingtian sect and Qingxian sect finally returned, bringing clarity to the unfolding events. Within a grand hall of the Qingxian sect, numerous figures gathered, though it was evident from their attire that some bore no allegiance to the sect. Seated at the head of the assembly were two middle-aged men, Qin Feng, the sect master of Qingxian, and Gao Cheng, the sect master of Qingtian. Gao Cheng remarked, "Sect Master Qin, the unusual phenomena emanating from the medicine peak of the Nanqing sect indicate that they have acquired an unimaginable opportunity. It appears the Nanqing sect is poised for rapid ascendance, a thunderclap for both our sections." Gao Cheng's imposing figure resonated with a deep, commanding voice. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "Sect Master Gao, now that the situation is clear, we need not engage in further probing. We must hasten to devise a strategy, otherwise, both our sects face dire peril." Gao Cheng's expression turned grave as he responded, "You speak wisely, Sect Master Qin. We find ourselves at a critical juncture of survival. We must eliminate this threat before the Nanqing sect fully rises. However, neither of our sects possesses the capability to do so alone, which may lead to our own undoing. It is only through our alliance that we can succeed." Qin Feng's demeanor grew serious as he concurred, "Indeed, this aligns with my thoughts. The stakes involve the very existence of our sects. We cannot afford to show mercy." After a moment's pause, he added, "Yet, we must ensure our actions are justified." Gao Cheng nodded, acknowledging Qin Feng's insight. The assembly engaged in earnest discussion, aspiring to devise an impeccable plan. One elder rose to speak. "The sects within the Qingyan mountain range are disunited. With the combined strength of our two sects, we can establish an alliance that bolsters the martial prowess of Hangzhou's warriors. The primary aim would be to leverage this alliance to compel the Nanqing sect into submission. Should they dare to resist, we will seize this opportunity to strike." Qin Feng and Gao Cheng exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. It was clear that this strategy was fraught with peril. The relationship between their sects was tenuous at best. While confronting the Nanqing sect, they must also guard against one another. If an alliance were formed, who would lead? Who would give orders? And could they trust that the same tactics would not be turned against themselves? As time passed, the dialogue among the assembly flowed, each voice contributing to the discourse. A statement from an elder captured the attention of the crowd. "Since the medicinal peak has emitted strange phenomena, we might achieve a breakthrough there. It is well known that those disciples did not uncover any secrets that led to their expulsion. Rather, they trespassed without permission, attempting to ascend the medicinal peak. The medicinal peak of the Nanqing sect is a forbidden area. Entry is strictly prohibited unless granted permission. We could propose that, for the prosperity of Hangzhou, the Nanqing sect should open the medicinal peak to allow our disciples to cultivate there. Although the Nanqing sect would undoubtedly refuse, this approach would likely garner support from other sects who are observing and hoping for a chance at the medicinal peak. Indeed, this strategy holds merit." The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming the proposal. As they turned to the two sect leaders, Qin Feng and Gao Cheng exchanged glances and nodded in unison. With the matter settled, they knew there was no time to waste. Preparations must be made to depart and to inform other sections. Thus, the plan to confront the Nanqing sect was set in motion. As the winds of change swept through Hangzhou, the fate of the Nanqing sect hung in the balance, unbeknownst to Lin Yi. Standing upon a precipice, he grasped a sword firmly in his hand. The once smooth surroundings were now marred with cracks and uneven terrain, strewn with debris, resembling a battlefield ravaged by violence, blood spilled, and flesh torn asunder. All of this chaos stemmed from Lin Yi's pursuit of the destruction sword technique. Had he attempted it at the medicinal peak, the devastation would have been even more catastrophic. Raising the Xiang sword, its tip glimmered with an intensifying radiance, as if vying with the sun and moon for supremacy, competing with the heavens for dominance. The sight was almost unbearable to behold. Suddenly, a surge propelled him forward. What was once tranquil became tumultuous. The very fabric of space threatened to collapse under the unleashed power, darkness encroaching as fear spread. Yet in that moment, a flicker of light emerged. igniting hope for a passage through the shadows, heralding the dawn. But as Lin Yi approached, he realized that this glimmer was not a beacon of hope. It was a harbinger of hell, a specter of death. When he sought to resist, he had already missed the opportune moment. The outcome was sealed. A descent into the abyss. A deafening roar erupted from the cliff, which had once stood resolutely firm, now teetering dangerously, stones scattering like rain, dust obscuring the sky. The cliff's fate was sealed under the weight of immense power. Lin Yi stared, entranced by the spectacle before him, astonished by the unparalleled brilliance of the destruction sword technique. He had never anticipated such formidable might. It was no surprise that it had taken him half a month to master it. Although he still struggled with its execution, he believed that with relentless practice, he would eventually wield it with ease. However, as he glanced at his dantian, a wave of bitterness washed over him. He had not realized that the destruction sword technique would consume such an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy at that moment. 90% of the energy in his dantian had been depleted. How could he recover? Relying solely on the spiritual energy in this place would take an eternity. Thus, amidst his joy at mastering the destruction sword technique, he found himself in constant distress. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "Oh heavens!" Gazing at the ravaged cliff, he pondered, how long would it be until he returned to this place? Here, the journey cannot continue, but one can seek the formidable beasts to enhance their prowess. The mere thought of these colossal creatures ignites a passionate gleam in Lin Yi's eyes, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A curve that would send shivers down the spine of any beast that dared to gaze upon him, compelling them to curse him as more ferocious than themselves. Lin Yi extends his spiritual awareness to locate the beasts. "Master, what shall we do?" At this moment, the sects of Hangzhou are already aware of the anomalies emanating from Yaofeng. An elder spoke with evident concern. Sect Master Fu's expression mirrored the elder's worry as he replied, "Continue to monitor their movements and provide timely feedback." After a brief pause, he added, "From today onwards, expand the sect's defensive perimeter to 50 miles. "Yes, Master." The assembly responded, burdened with trepidation. Who leaked the secrets of Yaofeng's anomalies? It is imperative to uncover this individual and bring them to justice. Indeed, we must ascertain the truth and hold them accountable, the elders said through gritted teeth. At that moment, a disciple rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Master, Qingxian sect and Qingtian sect are heading towards our sect, and those few expelled disciples are among them." Sect Master Fu's gaze turned grave. They had indeed come. As for those expelled disciples, he felt he had no time to spare. The foremost concern was how to navigate the sect through this life and death crisis. Yet, the elders were ablaze with rage, cursing vehemently, for those wretches had once sought their demise. Despite their words, worry clouded their eyes, uncertain of the sect's fate. Chapter 36. Gathering at Jiqing sect at this moment, a grand procession was making its way toward Jiqing sect, with even more sects preparing to embark. However, some sects hesitated. Jiqing sect represented a formidable wave, a tide that could easily wash away the insignificant, leaving them gasping for survival. Yet, the fear of missing an opportunity weighed heavily on them, as their sects risked losing the chance to rise. More critically, without supporting the two major sects now, would they face retaliation later? In this precarious situation, the vast majority of sects found themselves with no choice but to align with the two major sects heading toward Jiqing sect. For they understood that in the face of the encirclement by these two formidable powers, Jiqing sect would possess little capacity for resistance. Supporting the two major sects was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. Under the leadership of Qingtian sect and Qingxian sect, the crowd swiftly approached the territory of Jiqing sect. Everyone remained vigilant. "We are nearing Jiqing sect's domain. We must not be careless." Indeed, though the atmosphere was tinged with anxiety, the presence of Qingtian sect and Qingxian sect provided a sense of reassurance. At this juncture, the two individuals at the forefront glanced toward a specific direction. "Master, Jiqing sect is just ahead. Shall we charge straight in?" Qin Feng inquired nonchalantly. Gao Cheng did not respond immediately, his expression inscrutable as he gazed ahead. Lost in thought, after a prolonged silence, he finally said, "Sect Master Qin, I believe it prudent to hold for the moment and rest here, as many sects are still en route." Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon Gao Cheng, attempting to discern his true intentions, and inquired, "Why do we linger here? We could advance further." Gao Cheng replied with a faint smile, "Do not overthink it, esteemed leader Qin. I am considering the larger picture. The more sects there are, the greater the pressure on the Nanqing sect, which would ultimately present us with greater opportunities. Let us hope so." Qin Feng turned to address the assembly, commanding, "Disciples of the Qingxian sect, prepare to set up camp here. Inform the other sects to gather at this location, and we shall proceed to the Nanqing sect together. Additionally, arrange for the disciples to expand the perimeter of vigilance." "Understood, sect leader." Gao Cheng added, "The disciples of the Qingtian sect will also act according to your directives, esteemed leader Qin." Yes, sect leader. At this moment, the Nanqing sect was enveloped in an unusual silence, an unprecedented cloud of foreboding hovering overhead, casting a pall over every heart. Each face bore the weight of concern. Some were anxious for the sect's safety, while others were preoccupied with their own fates. Yet, the vast majority of disciples remained focused on the sect's welfare. As a premier sect, they possessed a proud spirit. Although confronted by two formidable sects simultaneously, the scales of victory did not favor them, yet they remained resolute. Unflinching in the face of adversity, willing to draw their swords until the last drop of blood was shed. Within the grand hall of the Nanqing sect, the assembled members, though seated, felt as though they were perched upon needles. Their expressions clouded with worry, silence reigned, so profound that the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in with urgency. Sect leader, we have received word that the Qingxian sect and Qingtian sect have established a camp 60 miles ahead. However, they have not advanced further and have chosen to remain there for the time being. Outrageous. They show complete disdain for our Nanqing sect. We must ensure they pay a price for their audacity in encamping outside our domain. A group of elders, filled with righteous indignation, erupted in furious shouts, recalling the humiliation they had never before endured. Sect leader, we must expel them. The countenance of the sect leader turned grim, dark clouds gathering as he inquired. How many have they sent? According to reports, over 1,000, led personally by Qin Feng and Gao Cheng, the disciple answered. The elders fell silent upon hearing the names Qin Feng and Gao Cheng, realizing that the situation had become irretrievable. Further news arrived, indicating that various sects from Hangzhou were converging upon their own. The elders, upon hearing that lesser sects dared to provoke them, could no longer remain seated. They leapt up, exclaiming, "Preposterous! How dare these insignificant factions encroach upon us? They must be dealt with." I surmise that even if they were granted 1,000 lives, they would not dare act without the impetus from the Qingtian and Qingxian sects, one elder asserted. Indeed, the root of the problem lies with these two major sects, others echoed in agreement. However, once this matter concludes, we must make it abundantly clear to those inferior sects that the might of the Nanqing sect is not to be trifled with, one elder declared with conviction. Yet, despite their fierce rhetoric, the worry etched on every face deepened. The situation had spiraled beyond their control, leaving them at a loss. Sect leader, what shall we do? An elder inquired. The sect leader spoke. Everyone, prepare yourselves and await orders, remaining patient as events unfold before us. In stark contrast to the atmosphere of the Nanqing sect, 60 miles away, a throng of people gathered, with numerous sects continuously converging upon this location, creating an exceedingly magnificent scene. Within a hastily erected tent, the elders of the Qingxian sect convened, with Qin Feng occupying the esteemed position at the forefront. What is the situation outside? He inquired. Sect leader, there has been no movement from the Nanqing sect. However, the actions of the Qingtian sect appear somewhat unusual. Currently, 15 sects have arrived, 10 of which have proceeded to the Qingtian sect, an elder replied. Sect leader, we must be cautious regarding the Qingtian sect. It seems they have long been prepared. Qin Feng pondered. Could the Qingtian sect be scheming something more grandiose under the guise of this opportunity? He continued. Gao Cheng's suggestion to station ourselves here feels somewhat amiss, yet his rationale is both reasonable and irrefutable. Is he attempting to rally more sects to his cause? We must remain vigilant, an elder cautioned. The intentions of the Qingtian sect are glaringly obvious. They may seek to eliminate the Nanqing sect, while simultaneously extinguishing our own Qingxian sect. Qin Feng retorted, but what gives them such confidence? Are they relying solely on these lesser sects? Furthermore, he added, if there were indeed a plot, it would be conducted covertly rather than in such a conspicuous manner. Perhaps they intend to obfuscate their true motives, another elder suggested. The assembly fell into contemplation, acknowledging the plausibility of such a theory. Silence enveloped the tent until, after a pause, Qin Feng spoke. Regardless of the Qingtian sect's objectives, they will find it nearly impossible to simultaneously eradicate the Nanqing sect and our own. Without us, the Qingtian sect cannot hope to contend with the Nanqing sect. Nonetheless, we must exercise utmost vigilance, dispatching individuals to covertly monitor the Qingtian sect. Should any anomalies arise, timely reports will enable us to respond swiftly. Upon concluding his remarks, he turned to an elder, saying, Elder Qi, I entrust this matter to you, and I hope you can uncover any hidden threads behind it. Elder Qi rose, his gaze resolute, replying, Yes, sect leader. Days passed, and the gathering of sects increased, with a multitude of tents being erected amidst a cacophony of voices, creating an atmosphere more vibrant than any in the history of Hangzhou. Some sects had yet to comprehend the reason for their presence, enveloped in confusion about the delay in departure. The two sects refrained from intervening, allowing the situation to escalate. While Qingxian sect quietly observed, particularly scrutinizing the Qing Tian sect for any hidden agendas, simultaneously dispatching disciples to inquire when they would set forth to the Nanqing sect. At that moment, within one of the tents, three figures conversed. An elderly man with hair as white as snow remarked, "Sect leader, the Qingxian sect has sent more personnel." Another added, "The murmurs from the outside world grow louder," accompanied by discontented voices. "I fear, as time progresses, the dissatisfaction may intensify." Gao Cheng spoke solemnly after a brief pause, expressing his concern. "These are merely insignificant sects. Yet I worry that the discontented voices may be manipulated by the Qingxian sect, which raises questions about their ulterior motives." The elderly man with white hair replied, "Sect master, if that is indeed the case, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us, and it will arouse suspicion from the Qingxian sect." Gao Cheng nodded, his expression slightly grave. He addressed the elder, "Esteemed elder, how much longer until that individual arrives?" The elder responded, "Approximately 3 more days." Gao Cheng remarked, 3 days is too long. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must first enter the Jiuqing sect and devise a strategy to delay matters upon our arrival." The white-haired elder and the others concurred, acknowledging that further delay could lead to uncontrollable consequences detrimental to them. "Without further ado, I shall notify the Qingxian sect and set forth immediately." "Very well." Gao Cheng agreed, recognizing that the decision required no further hesitation. Meanwhile, within the tent of the Qingxian sect, Elder Qi stated, "Sect master, the Qing Tian sect is prepared to depart." Qin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired, "Elder Qi, have there been any unusual discoveries in recent days? We have intentionally stirred discontent, hoping to catch the Qing Tian sect off guard. Yet thus far, we have gleaned nothing." The tents occupied by elders of the Qing Tian sect are constantly guarded by disciples, preventing us from approaching and acquiring any leads, Elder Qi reported candidly. Qin Feng nodded and said, "Then let us proceed. But Elder Qi, you must continue to monitor the movements of the Qing Tian sect." "Understood, Sect master." A formidable procession, brimming with momentum, advanced towards the Jiuqing sect. Within a grand hall of the Jiuqing sect, reports were continuously coming in. "Sect master, to date, over 60 various sects have gathered, both large and small. These minor sects are resolutely determined to oppose us. Very well, we shall deal with them all at once." The elders were filled with indignation, outraged that such small sects dared to defy them. Suddenly, a disciple rushed into the hall, his face displaying extreme anxiety. His voice trembling as he spoke. "Sect master, they have already set out and are approaching our sect. At their current pace, they will arrive in just 1 hour." Sect master Fu stood up, his expression grave. "Our sect stands at a critical juncture of life and death. The Jiuqing sect must not perish by our hands. From its humble beginnings to its current strength, every challenge has been a test of survival, relying on both intellect and the courage to fight to the death. It is this spirit of our predecessors that has allowed the Jiuqing sect to stand at the pinnacle of Hangzhou." Looking intently at the gathered crowd, Sect Master Fu's eyes glimmered with a fierce resolve. "No, we shall not retreat, nor shall we bow our heads. The combative spirit of our forebears resides within us as well. Let us advance with fervor. Kill, 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 and carve out a resplendent realm. Kill, kill." The atmosphere of bloodlust permeated every corner of the Jiuqing sect, their eyes emanating a ferocious light. A dense throng of several thousand individuals flocked to the entrance of the Nanqing sect, the disciples guarding the mountain gate. Despite their efforts to maintain composure in the face of such a spectacle, felt a palpable anxiety within. One stepped forward and proclaimed, "Halt! This is the Nanqing sect. What brings you here?" A disciple from the Qingxian sect leapt forth, exclaiming with indignation, "Impudent! Our sect leader approaches, so clear the way at once." The mountain guard, though gripped by trepidation, stood firm and replied, "This is the Nanqing sect. We are unaware of your sect leader's purpose for visiting. I shall convey the message." The Qingxian disciple scoffed, "You, a mere mountain guard, presume to comprehend the significance of our leader's arrival? Make way, or else." Just as the guard was about to respond, sect leader Fu and several elders approached, their expressions brightened with joy. "Greetings, sect leader." "Greetings, esteemed elders." Sect leader Fu nodded, clearly pleased with the disciple's demeanor. "Well done. What is your name?" The mountain guard promptly answered, "Sect leader, I am Huangshan." Fu nodded again. "Very well, I shall take over here. You may withdraw." Disciple takes leave. Chapter 38. Sharing the medicine peak. Sect leader Fu's countenance turned cold as he addressed the two men. "Why have you gathered such a multitude to my Nanqing sect?" Gao Cheng replied with a smile, "Sect leader Fu, you may be under some misconception. As a premier sect, it is unbecoming to leave other sects waiting in such a manner. Is this not contrary to the principles of hospitality?" Others echoed his sentiments, remarking, "I did not expect the Nanqing sect to be so arrogant. It appears all I have heard previously is true. Indeed, had I not witnessed it firsthand." I would not have believed the Nanqing sect to be so presumptuous. Sect leader Fu regarded them with a mocking gaze, saying, "If you come as guests, my Nanqing sect welcomes you with open gates. But is that truly your intention?" Sect leader Fu, what do you mean? Of course, we come as guests, otherwise. Why would we travel such a distance? You are judging our intentions with a petty mindset, retorted sect leader Fu coldly. To visit my Nanqing sect as guests, you bring the full might of your sect. Are you not concerned about potential mishaps? Sect leader, we brought our entire sect here out of respect for the Nanqing sect, one of the 3 foremost sects in Hangzhou. With the strength of the Nanqing sect, we are insignificant before you. What is there to fear? Sect leader Fu's eyes narrowed as he observed their shamelessness. As guests, did my sect extend an invitation? To arrive unbidden, what are your true intentions? Pausing, he derisively added, moreover, do you believe you are worthy of visiting my Nanqing sect? Upon hearing sect leader Fu's words, the faces of the gathered turned crimson. At that moment, Gao Cheng interjected, Sect leader Fu, all sects are equal. What is there to be worthy or unworthy of? Qin Feng also stepped forward, saying, Sect leader Fu, are you seeking to make enemies of the world's sects with such remarks? Has the Nanqing sect ceased to regard us as equals? At these words, the Nanqing sect disciples glared furiously. Their anger ignited further by Qin Feng's caustic words, which seemed intent on pushing the Nanqing sect into a corner. Fu Zongzhu gazed coldly at the 2 individuals and remarked, Qin Zongzhu, I find your words perplexing. Since the inception of the Jiuqing sect, we have coexisted with the various sects of the world. Where is the notion of enmity? Qin Feng responded with a smile, Fu Zongzhu, if we are to coexist with the sects of the world, why then have you left us here unattended? Furthermore, why do you obstruct our presence? With an impassive expression, Fu Zongzhu replied, that may be so, but the entrance of the Jiuqing sect is too limited to accommodate you all. How about this? I will immediately initiate renovations to enlarge the premises, and subsequently, we shall extend invitations to all sects to gather at our abode. Would that be agreeable? Qin Feng and his companion could not possibly acquiesce. They had not come here as guests. Fu Zongzhu, we have heard that the Jiuqing sect recently experienced a remarkable phenomenon. Might you enlighten us on its mysteries? Feigning surprise, Fu Zongzhu said, Qin Zongzhu, phenomenon? What phenomenon? I am unaware of any such occurrence. Surely, there are those who wish to slander us. Do not allow yourselves to be manipulated. Qin Feng pointed to a few individuals, asserting, these are your disciples from the Jiuqing sect. Can their eyewitness accounts be dismissed? Fu Zongzhu regarded the individuals with a shake of his head. Qin Zongzhu, it seems you have indeed been deceived. They have already been expelled from our sect. They are no longer disciples of the Jiuqing sect. They were cast out due to their treachery against their own masters. Can you truly trust such individuals? Their intentions are clear. They harbor resentment and seek revenge, aiming to ensnare you in their schemes. I recommend immediate execution. Otherwise, allowing these traitorous wretches to exploit you will tarnish your reputations further. Upon hearing Fu Zongzhu's words, the expelled disciples turned pale and knelt before Qin Feng and his companion, urgently proclaiming, that night, Yao Feng indeed manifested an astonishing phenomenon, and the entire Jiuqing sect can attest to it. An elder of the Jiuqing sect, consumed by rage, shouted, you treacherous wretches, how dare you return? I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. Your very existence sullies the name of the Jiuqing sect. The accused trembled in fear. At that moment, Gao Cheng moved to block the elder's path, stating, if you wish to kill them, there is no need for haste. We can ascertain the truth of the phenomenon together. The elder's expression darkened as he replied, Gao Zongzhu, I am in the process of eliminating the scum of our sect. I ask that you do not interfere. Gao Zongzhu responded coolly, they have already been expelled from your sect and have no further ties to the Jiuqing sect. How can they have no ties? Even if they are not disciples of the Jiuqing sect, their slanderous words must be silenced, the elder insisted. Gao Cheng chose to ignore him and turned to Fu Zongzhu, saying, as I have stated, if they are lying, I will personally deliver them to you. May we now proceed to Yaofeng? Fu Zongzhu replied, Gao Cheng, such a request cannot be granted. Yaofeng is a forbidden ground of our sect. Even our own members are prohibited from entering, let alone outsiders. Furthermore, whether or not Yaofeng exhibited a phenomenon is of no concern to you. Gao Cheng spoke, Master Fu, we understand that this situation places you in a difficult position. However, the astonishing phenomena signify great opportunities and fortuitous chances. You have traveled abroad, and given Hangzhou's current state of backwardness, we must unite our efforts resolutely. The manifestations from Yaofeng will undoubtedly benefit all martial artists in Hangzhou. How far can Hangzhou's strength be from realization? Indeed, Master Fu, another chimed in, Hangzhou is so weak. If it becomes powerful, we shall all remember the immense grace bestowed upon us by the Jiqing sect. I vow here and now that should the Jiqing sect encounter hardships, my sect shall bear full responsibility and dedicate all our resources. We feel the same way, the crowd echoed in unison. Master Fu replied, esteemed ones. We too wish to contribute everything for the strength of Hangzhou. But the crux of the matter is that our Jiqing sect is powerless in this regard. Yaofeng possesses no so-called opportunities. The crowd was unwilling to relent. Qin Feng declared, Master Fu, whether Yaofeng holds opportunities can easily be discerned. If not, we shall offer our apologies on the spot. Master Fu's expression turned grave as he stated, I have already declared that Yaofeng is a forbidden ground for my sect. It is utterly impossible. Do not utter such nonsense again. Qin Feng continued, Master Fu, rules are created by people. What harm is there in modifying them for the benefit of Hangzhou? Master Fu retorted coldly, by your reasoning. Do you wish to abolish your own sect's founder and establish yourself as the new one? Preposterous. To insult my sect is an unforgivable crime. The members of the Qingxian sect erupted in outrage. Chapter 39. The fire of medicine ignited. The Jiqing sect looked on with disdain, declaring, to enter Yaofeng. You must tread over our corpses, otherwise, it is simply impossible. If you seek death, we shall oblige. The elders of the Jiqing sect stood their ground, warning those who would seek to annihilate them to consider their own strength. Addressing the weaker sects, they proclaimed, and you, should you dare to take a single step forward today, be prepared to face our endless pursuit. I hope you can bear the consequences. Hearing this, the smaller sects grew anxious. If they could not destroy the Jiqing sect today, they would face annihilation themselves, and they began to regret their presence. Seeing the uncertainty among those sects, the Qingxian sect hastily interjected, regardless of how this ends today, both our sects shall stand behind you. Should the Jiqing sect dare to act against you, they will be opposing us, and indeed, all sects under heaven. Master Fu, do not think for a moment that such threats will make us retreat. Today, Yaofeng shall be opened, whether it likes it or not. Master Fu surveyed the members of the Jiqing sect and called out, are the disciples of the Jiqing sect present? Present, with synchronized steps and voices. The disciples of the Jiqing sect appeared before all like a force capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Who dares to invade our sect? Kill, kill, kill. The aura of slaughter enveloped the sky, blotting out the sun and instilling fear in every person present. They seemed to envision scenes of carnage, where the heavens and earth were turned upside down, rivers flowed with blood, and the sun and moon were obscured. The atmosphere in the room was palpably tense. At any given moment, flames could ignite and engulf everyone, leading to utter chaos. The acrid scent of gunpowder thickened in the air, becoming increasingly suffocating, and a violent eruption seemed imminent. Among the sects present, one in particular was most reluctant to witness such an outcome, as their plans remained unfinished and the current escalation must be curtailed. Gao Cheng stepped forward and proclaimed, everyone, please remain calm. We are here for the prosperity of Hangzhou, not to create a scene of devastation and rivers of blood. Such an outcome would not only be a tragedy for those present, but also for Hangzhou itself. All eyes turned to Gao Cheng. Qin Feng cast a meaningful glance at Gao Cheng, reflecting inwardly. Throughout this journey, Qing Tianmen has behaved unusually, and his current words are exceedingly peculiar. We must remain vigilant. If the Nanqing sect is not extinguished, then my Qingxian sect will be the first to face peril. The leader of the sect, Fu, coldly interjected, none of this concerns my Nanqing sect. It is all due to your actions. Qin Feng disregarded Fu's remark and turned his gaze back to Gao Cheng. Master Gao, what is your decision? Gao Cheng replied, Master Fu, I propose that both our sects send 5 disciples, 5 elders, and 1 sect leader to engage in a contest. The side that secures 6 victories shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Additionally, we could include a duel between the sect leaders, a decisive match that differs from the aforementioned contests. The competition will span 3 days, the first day for the disciples, the second for the elders, and the third for the sect leaders. Should we lose, we will withdraw from the Nanqing sect's territory. If your sect loses, you must open the Medicine Peak. Should you refuse this proposal, then let us prepare for war. Master Fu, do you consent to my proposition? Fu did not respond immediately, needing to confer with the elders of the Nanqing sect. He pointed at Qin Feng and addressed Gao Cheng. Can he agree to your proposal? Gao Cheng, uncertain about Qin Feng's agreement to his sudden proposition, recognized that the repeated oddities might have already aroused Qin Feng's suspicions. However, to buy time, he pressed on, Master Qin, what do you think? Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Gao Cheng, hoping for enlightenment. I hope you can provide me with an explanation. Very well. I shall reveal everything during the contest, Gao Cheng assured him. Ultimately, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Gao Cheng then turned to Fu. What is your sect's decision? Fu responded, I cannot answer at this moment. I need to discuss it with the elders. Please wait briefly. That is acceptable, but I hope this brief wait truly is brief. Humph. Fu scoffed, leading the elders back to the grand hall. Gao Cheng remarked, you may select 10 disciples first, and ultimately, I and Master Qin will determine the final 5. Master Qin, what do you think? This matter poses no issue, but will you provide me with an explanation now? Master Qin, this way please. Within the grand hall of the Nanqing sect, the expressions of the gathered individuals were ashen. They felt oppressed, and were now compelled to accept the terms set forth by others. When had the Nanqing sect ever faced such humiliation? Master Fu remarked. Please do not hesitate to share your thoughts. Master, I believe we should not compromise. Otherwise, it would become an indelible disgrace for the Nanqing sect. Indeed, we cannot yield. Let us remain calm. I understand everyone's sentiments, but we must not gamble with the fate of our sect. A slight misstep could plunge us into an abyss. I concur that we should avoid direct conflict. The risks are too great. However, a series of paired duels would be more fitting. If we triumph, it would not be a disgrace for the Nanqing sect, but rather a source of pride for us. To have our sect emerge victorious against all the warriors of Hangzhou is something we should take immense pride in. It would elevate our sect as prestige to new heights. Elder Wu, your perspective is valid, but the crux of the matter is whether we can secure victory. It is entirely possible. From disciples to the sect master, we of the Nanqing sect do not fear anyone. The attendees turned their gazes towards Master Fu, awaiting his decision. Chapter 40. The outbreak of the disciples' battle. After a moment of silence, Master Fu stated, I also do not advocate for direct warfare. We cannot wager the lives of our disciples nor the fate of our sect. Moreover, even if there were issues in the duels between the disciples and elders, I assure you, I will not falter. With unwavering confidence, Master Fu continued, let us resolve this through duels. Elder Bai, please inform them. We shall select the 5 strongest disciples from our sect. Meanwhile, in another location, 2 figures stood. Master Gao, may I speak now? Gao Cheng smiled lightly and replied, Sect Master Qin, I apologize for making unilateral decisions without consulting you. My intention is to prevent excessive casualties on both sides. The Nanqing sect is formidable. Should we engage in battle, both our sects will undoubtedly suffer losses. If we can defeat the Nanqing sect openly before the eyes of the world, they will have no grounds for regret afterward. We can then justifiably denounce them, and the sects across the realm will surely respond, as we shall possess legitimate reasons. Unlike our current predicament, where our claims lack legitimacy, instilling fear in all. Qin Feng gazed intently at Gao Cheng and asked, do you truly believe victory is assured? Gao Cheng smiled mysteriously, saying, even if there were unexpected developments in the duels between the disciples and elders, it would not pose a problem. The final duel between the sect masters will undoubtedly result in your defeat, Sect Master Qin. Qin Feng replied, I hope your words ring true. Absolutely. Qin Feng turned to leave. 10 disciples stood ready, each possessing extraordinary talent and formidable strength. An elder spoke, Sect Master Qin, Master Gao, the 10 have been selected. Meng Hao, hailing from the Qingtian sect, age 21, has trained in martial arts for 15 years and is immensely powerful, undefeated in strength contests. Ji Sheng, also from the Qingtian sect, age 19, is a favored disciple of Master Gao, specializing in swordsmanship. His skills are unparalleled, and he is renowned as the undefeated champion of the North. Master Gao nodded in approval. Indeed, Mulan, hailing from the Qingtian gate, is a 23-year-old who once lingered in obscurity. However, in recent years, he has gained notoriety as the disciple of the Grim Reaper, renowned for his decisive and ruthless nature, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Yang Qing, a 20-year-old from the Qingxian gate, possesses unparalleled speed, rendering his movements elusive in combat, often leading to the exhaustion of his adversaries. Lastly, there is Qin Feng, the final contender, also from the Qingxian gate, celebrated as the most favored disciple of sect leader Qin and the elder brother of the Qingxian disciples, reputed to be invincible in the realm of swordsmanship. With no defeats to his name, sect leader Qin regards his disciples with great satisfaction. With both sect leaders present, the 10 disciples stand ready, with the ultimate 5 to be chosen by them. The 10 disciples, brimming with enthusiasm, are eager to engage in the battles ahead. Qin Feng turns to Gao Cheng and states, Sect Leader Gao, please make your selection first. Gao Cheng replies, Sect Leader Qin, for the sake of fairness, let us each choose our 2 strongest disciples, thus establishing 4 slots, and then we can each select 1 additional contender through a draw to determine the final spot. What do you think? Qin Feng nods in agreement, saying, let it be as you propose, Sect Leader Gao. Thus, the 2 factions proceed to select their combatants. The first day of the disciples' battle is fast approaching, with the arena already prepared, clearly delineating the 2 factions. Gao Cheng rises and addresses Sect Leader Fu. These disciples are exceptionally gifted. Any injuries would be detrimental to both our sections. Surely, Sect Leader Fu does not wish for such an outcome. In the forthcoming duel, let us determine only victory or defeat, without endangering lives. What say you? Sect Leader Fu responds coldly, but does not refuse, as he too wishes to avoid casualties among his disciples. Gao Cheng surveys the crowd and declares, since all is in readiness, let us not waste time further. The disciples' battle shall commence. Sect Leader Fu gazes at the 5 disciples of the Jiuqing Gate, each with resolute expressions. Eager to step up first and defend the honor of their sect, he turns to one of them and says, Qin, you shall be the first to battle. Remember to give your all, but do not overextend yourself. Yes, sect leader, replies the disciple named Qin, who rises with a deep gaze, exuding an aura of danger. Brother Qin, the disciples of the Jiuqing Gate erupt in deafening cheers, rallying behind Qin, hoping he will triumph in the first duel with overwhelming force. With unwavering determination, Qin strides confidently towards the arena. The opposing faction also selects their combatant. To everyone's surprise, a woman of average height. She gracefully approaches Qin and says, Brother, I am the humble poet, here to pay my respects. Truly a captivating beauty. Qin is momentarily taken aback, not expecting his opponent to be a woman he has never encountered before. Yet, he dares not underestimate her. Rather, he remains vigilant, for being among the chosen 5 signifies exceptional prowess. Should he let down his guard, he may find himself caught off guard by her unexpected abilities. Chapter 41. The first duel. Qin was not deceived by her appearance and clasped his hands together, introducing himself. Jiuqing sect, Qin. Brother Chun, why do you appear so serious? Is this not merely an exchange of skills between disciples? You make it seem as though we are mortal enemies. Qin teased in a melodious tone. Junior sister, given that your sect has initiated conflict with mine, should I not express my gratitude? Qin replied solemnly. Brother Chun, please refrain from calling me junior sister. I am Qin. If you call me Qin, or even Qing, I would be even more delighted, she continued, exuding charm. Shall we commence now? Qin disregarded her flirtations. Brother Chun, you are rather impatient. I am not yet prepared. Qin swayed her body, casting flirtatious glances. If you are unprepared, you may request a substitute. There is no need to waste time, Qin stated. Fool. Qin feigned a shy demeanor, her face radiating an unspoken allure. For someone lacking self-discipline, they might easily fall into her ploys, but Qin, with his unwavering resolve, was impervious to her charms. The first move had already resulted in her defeat. As Qin listened to her words, he felt an increasing disdain, not because she was a woman, but due to the shamelessness of her behavior in front of so many onlookers. A harlot, truly devoid of shame. Does Brother Chun dislike such temptresses? Qin queried. But Qin was disinclined to engage further. Raising his iron staff, he advanced upon Qin, the weapon reaching her in an instant, poised to strike. Qin feigned panic, quickly evading the blow, her heart racing. Brother Chun, why did you strike without warning? You startled me. Shameless, he thought, yet his caution heightened. Although she had evaded his attack with apparent ease, Qin raised his staff once more, launching another assault. In a blink, the staff transformed, spinning to create a vortex that blocked Qin's retreat, intending to ensnare her completely. Just as it seemed Qin was on the verge of defeat, she suddenly brandished a soft sword, deftly locating a gap in his defense. With a swift thrust, the sword tip entwined around the staff, momentarily halting its momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Qin retreated. Though Qin momentarily paused, he quickly perceived her nimble footwork, which would undoubtedly play an extraordinary role in their confrontation. Since Brother Chun is so eager, I shall indulge you in this playful contest, and see who falters first, Qin declared, raising her sword. Be careful, Brother Chun. With a charming smile, Qin launched a swift attack with her sword, her movements astonishingly rapid and almost impossible to evade. As Qin observed the approaching strike, he had yet to make a countermove when the sword's tip was already mere inches from his face, forcing him to retreat hastily to avoid this lightning-fast blow. Qin, don't run away. I'm serious about this sparring now. Are you really going to retreat? Aren't you a man? Qin remarked with a playful roll of her eyes. Indeed, are you a man? Haha, a useless fellow who can't even handle a woman. Just get down here. The crowd below erupted in uproar. The disciples of the Jiuqing sect clenched their fists, their expressions dark as they glared at the taunting onlookers. Qin's agility is truly remarkable. Her footwork is nothing short of magical, Qin commented, ignoring the jeers from the crowd. Brother Chun, you flatter me. Why not let me take the lead? That way, we can both avoid unnecessary fatigue, Qin continued, her allure undiminished. Yet, her sword lunged forward, aimed directly at his waist. Qin responded by sweeping his staff towards her. At the moment their weapons were about to collide, Qin left behind a shadow, reappearing at Qin's left side, her sword tip poised to strike. In a panic, Qin raised his staff to block her, retreating quickly. But the flexible sword glided along the staff, leaving a trail of blood on his hand. Brother Chun, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Qin feigned innocence, her actions betraying her words as she continued her assault. Her footwork was so elusive that Qin found himself overwhelmed. Having no prior experience in such combat, now bearing several new wounds, The disciples of the Joqing sect began to worry for Qinqing. The opposing disciples shouted even louder. Useless. Get down here. You're embarrassing us men, unable to handle even a woman. Just die already. Lord Qin, I never expected your sect to have such an outstanding woman. She is truly remarkable, Gao Cheng praised, addressing Qin Feng. Lord Gao, you flatter her. Shi Qing is merely slightly more talented than others. It's not that exaggerated, Qin Feng replied, though a look of satisfaction graced his face. Chapter 42. Defeat. Despite Qinqing appearing rather disheveled, he had improved significantly. Through continuous exchanges with Shi Qing, he began to discern the patterns in her footwork. As their rounds increased, it became increasingly difficult for Shi Qing to land a hit on him, and he started to mount counterattacks. The situation became increasingly unfavorable for her, causing her to grow anxious. The longer the match continued, the slimmer her chances of victory became. The expressions of the disciples below shifted dramatically. The Joqing sect disciples wore excited faces as Qinqing grew more assertive. With just a bit more time, victory seemed inevitable. In contrast, the expressions of Shi Qing's disciples grew pained. They had been mocking Qinqing just moments ago, and now, how swiftly the tides had turned. At this moment, Qinqing refrained from hastily subduing Shi Qing, instead seeking the most opportune moment to decisively defeat her. Otherwise, he risked relinquishing a favorable situation to the opponent. Shi Qing's attacks accelerated, becoming increasingly sharp, as her agile soft sword incessantly targeted his vital points, both combatants in search of an opening. Suddenly, Shi Qing appeared before Qinqing in an instant, her soft sword moving with astonishing speed, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Qinqing swung his staff horizontally before him, bracing to block the lethal strike, while his left hand was also poised to act swiftly and subdue her. However, from the glint in Shi Qing's eyes, he discerned an ominous shift and realized, to his dismay, that her soft sword had entwined with his staff. In her left hand, a small wooden box emerged, from which flying needles shot forth. Qinqing hastily withdrew his ensnared staff, spinning it rapidly to encircle himself, forming a protective barrier. Though he managed to deflect the majority of the needles, two nonetheless pierced his shoulder, causing his staff to clatter to the ground. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shi Qing's soft sword was pressed against his throat. The use of hidden weapons was despicable. This match was invalid. The disciples of the Joqing sect, filled with righteous indignation, voiced their outrage. Losing is losing. Who cares how you lost? Any means are a form of strength. If you cannot bear to lose, then concede at once, retorted the opponent's disciples. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed brother. I am immensely grateful, Shi Qing replied with a captivating smile. Qinqing stood there dazed, oblivious to the voices around him, his mind echoing the question, how could this happen? There was clearly a chance to win. Sect leader Fu regarded Qinqing and said, Qinqing, come down. At that moment, he regained a semblance of clarity and descended from the stage, addressing sect leader Fu. I apologize, sect leader, for failing to meet the expectations of the sect. I am willing to accept any punishment. Your participation is already a contribution to the sect. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Do not lose heart. Reflect on this experience and strive for greater breakthroughs. Sit down and recover, sect leader Fu reassured him. Yes, sect leader. Qin Feng rose and said, thank you, sect leader. Sect leader Fu acknowledged him. The second match was about to commence, and as he surveyed the remaining 4 participants, he contemplated before calling out Wang Sheng's name. Wang Sheng stood up and walked forward. He was a 21-year-old youth with striking purple hair that shimmered distinctively, setting him apart. He was a remarkably handsome man. Ah, is that a man or a woman? Has the Joqing sect no one else? How can such a person exist in this world? The disciples of the Qingtian and Qingxian sects clamored, while the disciples of the Joqing sect were still reeling from the previous defeat. Wang Sheng gazed unblinkingly at the raucous disciples, remaining silent, internally resolved. He must win. Losing was not an option. The sect could not afford another defeat. Gao Cheng addressed a young man. Mu Lin, you shall go up. Mu Lin stepped forward, his expression impassive yet exuding a chilling aura. Responding to Gao Cheng, disciple obeys. Ah, it is indeed Brother Mu. Thus, this confrontation is devoid of suspense. I can scarcely withstand a mere glance from him. Brother Mu has become increasingly formidable. That ambiguous figure is doomed. As the disciples extolled Mu Lin, they incessantly mocked Wang Sheng. Mu Lin stood before Wang Sheng, his expression inscrutable, rendering him even more unsettling, and stated, those who have engaged me in battle have perished. They call me the Grim Reaper, and you shall not be an exception. Wang Sheng, with his flowing purple hair billowing in the wind, appeared strikingly otherworldly, retorted, the disciples who have fallen beneath my blade are countless, and you shall not be the last. Listening to Wang Sheng's words, Mu Lin regarded him with the gaze of one observing a corpse, slowly drawing forth his weapon. As the blade met the sunlight, it emitted a chilling gleam. infused with a sanguine hue and a thirst for blood. This was a blade of slaughter, a blade of death. With a flourish, Mu Lin wielded the lethal blade, slicing through the air, and the fierce energy surged towards Wang Sheng, terrifying in its intensity, streaking across like a meteor. Wang Sheng swiftly brandished his sword, meeting the oncoming blade's energy with his own lethal force. When the two energies collided, the very fabric of space trembled slightly, producing a thunderous explosion that echoed for ages, stirring up clouds of dust. The surrounding crowd fell into a profound silence, captivated by the stunning clash of blade and sword. Chapter 43, utterly gruesome at this moment. Mu Lin remained steadfast, gazing at Wang Sheng with an air of nonchalance. Conversely, Wang Sheng staggered back several steps, barely steadying himself. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his heart tumultuous with overwhelming waves. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity between himself and Mu Lin. He could not even withstand a single strike. In this predicament, he was oblivious to the extent of his opponent's power. Wang Sheng, you have greatly disappointed me. You lack the qualifications to be my adversary, let alone warrant my drawing of the blade. Yet, the blade is unsheathed, and it shall be quenched by blood, Mu Lin declared coldly. At that moment, sect leader Fu was exceedingly anxious. He understood all too well the immense gap between Wang Sheng and Mu Lin. If the battle continued, Wang Sheng might encounter dire repercussions, even falling to Mu Lin's hand. He hastily urged, Wang Sheng, the disparity is too great. There is no need for bravado. Withdraw. Wang Sheng, however, shook his head, his gaze resolute as he looked to sect leader Fu and replied, Leader, I shall not yield. Sect leader Fu, in a state of urgency, implored, Wang Sheng, losing one match is inconsequential. We have other opportunities. To continue fighting him is perilous. How shall I explain this to others? Quickly, come down. Yet, Wang Sheng remained unshaken, stating, Leader, there is no need for further persuasion. I shall not retreat. The members of the Jiuqing sect were inspired by Wang Sheng's tenacity, embodying the spirit of daring combat, yet they could not help but worry for him, silently praying he would not encounter misfortune. Since you have chosen death, I shall oblige, Mu Lin declared before launching his attack. Wang Sheng, anticipating Mu Lin's move, initiated his assault first. With a graceful footwork that felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of Lin Yi's steps, he executed his movements, although they paled in comparison to Lin Yi's finesse. The purple strands of hair danced in the wind, and the blood staining his lips rendered Wang Sheng even more otherworldly. In an instant, he found himself before Mu Lin, striking at his knife-bearing hand, preventing him from executing a proper attack and causing him to deviate from his original techniques, thus diminishing his combat efficacy. However, Mu Lin effortlessly countered the adversary's intentions with a single strike, thrusting his blade forward with a fierce gust of wind that roared like a tempest, sweeping through with an overwhelming force that left no vegetation in its wake. His swordsmanship had reached a transcendental level. Witnessing the ease with which Mu Lin neutralized his assault, Wang Sheng realized that he could not confront him head-on and hastily retreated, wielding his sword to fend off the formidable foe. As the blade met the knife, sparks flew, conjuring a cataclysmic force that sent shockwaves through the air, stirring clouds of dust. Wang Sheng found himself unable to withstand Mu Lin's strike, sent flying and crashing to the ground. He coughed up copious amounts of blood, his spirit plummeting to its nadir, trembling as he struggled to rise. Yet, Mu Lin offered no respite, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Wang Sheng's injuries worsened, and he barely managed to hold on, aware that if this continued, not only would he be defeated, but he could also face death. Nevertheless, he did not falter, driven by a singular conviction. Victory was imperative. At this moment, the disciples of the Nine Azure Gate watched Wang Sheng, gravely injured, yet still fighting valiantly. They were moved, hoping he would concede, believing that surrender would not be a disgrace but would earn him the respect of all. Wang Sheng's gaze hardened, as if he had made a momentous decision. He invoked a secret technique, causing his aura to surge, visibly healing his wounds at an astonishing rate. Seeing this, the sect leader, Fu, turned pale and exclaimed, Wang Sheng, do not. But it was too late. Wang Sheng's power had reached its zenith, more than doubling, subtly surpassing Mu Lin. Mu Lin, witnessing Wang Sheng's sudden transformation, coldly remarked that even with his secret technique, he could not alter the outcome of the day. Wang Sheng, however, had no time to waste, for once the duration of the technique expired, he would be left with no means of escape. With his enhanced strength came a swifter footwork. He lunged at Mu Lin with his sword. Before Mu Lin could fully comprehend, the blade was upon him. He instinctively wielded his knife to counter the incoming assault, but upon contact, he realized he could not fully withstand it. Mu Lin instinctively intensified his power, yet it was too late. Though he managed to deflect a portion of the force, he still felt his hand tremble uncontrollably around the knife, blood trickling from his mouth. Mu Lin's expression grew grave, for Wang Sheng's newfound strength was overwhelming. and he could not block it entirely. Wang Sheng's movements became increasingly erratic and swift, and the scars from Yulin's blade multiplied, blood staining his garments, rendering him a far cry from his previous elegance. The disciples of the Nine Azure Gate were ecstatic, their emotions palpable, yet one individual could not share in their joy. After this battle, Wang Sheng might be left incapacitated, and he pondered how he would explain such a fate. As he gazed upon the severely injured Yulin, Wang Sheng found no joy in his heart. He could not truly inflict a decisive blow. The time to unleash his secret technique was rapidly approaching, and he could not allow his efforts to go to waste. At that moment, Wang Sheng's fervor intensified. The sword in his hand radiated an ever-growing aura, yet his countenance grew increasingly pale, as if he might collapse at any moment. The sword's energy reached its zenith, surging forth towards Yulin with formidable strength. The outcome rested upon this singular moment. Confronted with Wang Sheng's strike, Yulin was seized by terror. He was no longer the harbinger of death, but rather death itself beckoned him. Without hesitation, he summoned his secret technique to its pinnacle and advanced to meet the attack. The arena was engulfed in chaos. Clouds of dust swirling upward, until a cataclysmic explosion resounded, leaving the spectators oblivious to the events unfolding on the stage. In an instant, a figure appeared on the arena. Another figure lay lifeless upon it, and the first rushed forward to lift the fallen body and return. This individual was none other than the sect leader, and the fallen figure was Wang Sheng, who had invoked his secret technique twice to deliver a final blow before collapsing, teetering on the brink of death. If he survived, it would be a stroke of luck, yet even in survival, he would be rendered a shell of his former self. Observing Wang Sheng, the sect leader's expression darkened to an extreme. At that moment, a cry of agony echoed from the arena. Yulin knelt, his already pallid face now resembling that of a ghost. He clutched his right arm with his left hand, where his shoulder now felt hollow. Yulin's gaze was fixed on his right arm, unable to comprehend the loss. That hand had been his tool for wielding a sword, the embodiment of his hope for ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts. The loss of his right hand shattered that hope, a torment more profound than death itself. He howled to the heavens, "You worthless fool, I shall have your body torn asunder." Yet Wang Sheng's figure had vanished from the arena, and Yulin's gaze remained locked on the sect leader. The entire ordeal transpired in the blink of an eye. The onlookers were still processing the shocking events, only hearing the chilling cries of despair. Gao Cheng rose, glaring at the sect leader. "Why did you intervene in a duel between disciples?" The sect leader, in a foul mood, replied coldly, "When did I interfere in their contest? I merely brought my disciple down. Our sect concedes this match." Gao Cheng glared fiercely but did not concede. Given his current state, could he utter the words of surrender? Before the contest, who had proclaimed that only victory or defeat mattered, not life or death? The sect leader pointed at the unconscious Wang Sheng, his demeanor icy. Gao Cheng's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his proposition would leave him speechless. With gritted teeth, he repeated, "Fine, fine, fine," 3 times. Gao Cheng looked at Yulin with profound sorrow. He was one of the most gifted disciples of the Qingtian sect, and his future held significant implications for the sect. Ascending the arena, Gao Cheng addressed Yulin. "Though you have lost your right arm, your left hand can still grasp a sword. The path of martial arts is fraught with obstacles. This is the most arduous challenge of your life. Surmount it, and your future will be transformed, soaring to new heights. The grievances of today shall one day be avenged." As Mu Lin listened to Gao Cheng's words, his previously vacant gaze began to shimmer with renewed brilliance, ultimately radiating a dazzling light reminiscent of Chui Can. He respectfully addressed Gao Cheng, saying, "Thank you, sect leader, for unraveling the enigma for your disciple. I shall not disappoint your expectations." "Haha, splendid," Gao Cheng exclaimed with immense excitement. The transformation of a waste into a genius was enough to ignite his fervor. He instructed Mu Lin, "First, return and tend to your wounds." Sect leader Fu entrusted Wang Sheng to an elder, whispering a few words in his ear. The elder nodded and carried Wang Sheng away. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly grim, so much so that even breathing felt stifled. The Jiuqing sect had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and the morale of its disciples was plummeting to an all-time low, necessitating a resounding victory to uplift their spirits. This time, the allied faction took the initiative to select a contestant. Qin Feng turned to a disciple and announced, "Yang Qing, it is your turn to take the stage." "Yes, sect leader." Yang Qing appeared as elusive as the wind as he ascended the platform. Sect leader Fu then gestured towards a young man, saying, "Wu Xing, it is your turn." With unwavering determination, Wu Xing replied, "Yes, sect leader. I shall secure victory." His steps were slow yet resolute as he approached the arena. He regarded Yang Qing, and despite being adversaries, he maintained decorum, clasping his fists and stating, "I am Wu Xing from the Jiuqing sect. I look forward to your guidance." However, Yang Qing responded with a mocking tone. Ah, so it is you, junior brother Wu. What an honor. I shall grant you an opportunity to strike first, otherwise your defeat is inevitable. Wu Xing, uninterested in further banter, remained silent. Such confidence, junior brother, places great pressure upon your elder brother, Yang Qing continued with his sardonic remarks. After a brief pause, he added, Yet, as your senior, it is only fitting that I afford you the chance to attack first. Though Yang Qing's taunts were incessant, they were not without purpose. His greatest advantage lay in his speed, unpredictable and elusive, but his attacks were somewhat lacking in strength. His strategy was not to swiftly vanquish his opponent, but rather to wear him down. Who among the disciples could be deemed weak enough to participate in this battle? Especially after 2 consecutive losses for the Jiuqing sect, this individual must possess formidable strength. Then let it be as if I have said nothing, Wu Xing declared. At that moment, Wu Xing's figure shifted, and a piercing scream echoed. He had already grasped Yang Qing's shoulder, the bones cracking audibly, the cry a harrowing one. Yang Qing had barely registered Wu Xing's presence before he launched an attack, rendering his greatest advantage moot. Like an ant facing an elephant, it was an instant annihilation. The disciples beneath the platform, initially eager for a spectacle, were left bewildered by the abrupt conclusion of the duel. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Jiuqing sect, resonating through the heavens, the sound reverberating long after, as they finally released the pent-up frustration within, feeling an exhilarating sense of relief. Wu Xing descended from the platform and approached sect leader Fu, stating, Sect leader, I have fulfilled my promise. Sect leader Fu's face broke into a smile as he replied. Excellent. This single word encapsulated his sentiments and resonated with the collective voice of the Jiuqing sect. Yang Qing clutched his shoulder, his expression one of anguish as he approached Qin Feng, his head bowed in silence. Qin Feng's countenance was grim. The Qing Tian sect had secured 2 victories, while the Qing Xian sect had suffered a loss in their first match, evoking a profound sense of discomfort. Coldly, he uttered, What a disgrace, get lost. Chapter 45. The Duel of Swords. The current score stood at 2 victories for the United faction and 1 for the Jiuqing sect, with 2 disciples' battles remaining. The first day of competition was drawing to a close, and the tension reached a crescendo. Should the United faction secure another win, they would claim victory for the day. Qin Feng gazed at a formidable young man and commanded, Qin Feng, go forth, and do not bring shame upon your master. Qin Feng stepped forward, affirming, Yes, master. I shall not bring shame upon you. He ascended the platform, awaiting his opponent. Sect Master Fu observed the young man on the stage, noting his formidable combat prowess. Victory would be a daunting task. He turned to the remaining 2 disciples and, finally, addressed a seemingly simple-minded youth. Imo Sheng, go ahead and do your utmost. Imo Sheng bowed respectfully, replying, Yes, master. He earnestly made his way to the platform. Now, an exciting spectacle was about to unfold, a clash between the disciples of 2 great sects, a precursor to the impending duel of sect leaders. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Whispered disciples from other sections. Is that even a question? It will undoubtedly be the senior disciple of the Qing Xian sect. He has been renowned for years, an invincible presence in the realm of swordsmanship among disciples. Indeed, look at that one from the Jiuqing sect, rather foolish. I fail to comprehend why such a disciple was permitted to compete. Has the Jiuqing sect resigned itself to defeat? I perceive that possibility, especially since the senior disciple of the Qing Xian sect is exceptionally formidable. The murmurs of the crowd grew increasingly animated. Imo Sheng, with a sincere demeanor, addressed Qin Feng. I am Imo Sheng of the Jiuqing sect. Qin Feng, not underestimating his opponent, replied, I am Qin Feng of the Qing Xian sect. With these exchanges, silence enveloped the stage, gradually permeating the audience as both combatants scrutinized one another, observing every subtle movement, missing no detail, poised for an imminent eruption. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, every breath held in anticipation of the next moment's explosion, yet it remained elusive as both fighters awaited a sign of weakness from the other. In this stillness, a leaf drifted down from the sky, the only movement in the entire space. Every gaze followed its descent, as it floated delicately between the 2 combatants. Slowly descending, though it fell swiftly, it seemed to linger interminably. The spectators fixated on the leaf, sensing it would never touch the ground. Just as it seemed poised to land, both fighters appeared to move in unison. Qin Feng swiftly drew his sword, launching it towards Imo Sheng with a fierce swing. Imo Sheng unsheathed his flexible sword from his waist, deftly evading the oncoming sword strike and countering by sending it flying away. At that moment, Qin Feng had already closed the distance. With a fierce and domineering grip, the sword hand of Imo Sheng surged forth, exuding an aura of invincibility that instilled awe and despair in those who beheld it. Imo Sheng wielded his flexible sword as though conjuring a domain. Ensnaring the formidable blade of Qin Feng within its grasp, much like a quagmire from which escape was rendered impossible, rendering the moment's ferocity into mere nothingness. Qin Feng regarded Mo Sheng with a grave expression, remarking on the remarkable efficacy of his soft approach to overcoming strength, a mastery unmatched in his experience. Mo Sheng, ever the simpleton in demeanor, humbly replied, acknowledging the prowess of Qin Feng's unyielding and formidable swordsmanship as the pinnacle of excellence. Having encountered a swordsman of your caliber, I anticipate a most exhilarating engagement to validate my invincible sword domain, Qin Feng stated, his voice laced with subtle excitement. I am more than willing to oblige. Mo Sheng responded. With both hands firmly grasping his sword, Qin Feng began to wield it with increasing fervor. The air around him roaring and vibrating as if converging the forces of heaven onto the blade. The momentum of the sword grew ever more potent, radiating an indomitable and fierce presence. As he swung, the very fabric of space began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of succumbing to his might. At that moment, Mo Sheng appeared to commune with the earth itself, each motion of his flexible sword resonating with the ground, which quaked in synchrony, intensifying with each strike, embodying the depth of the world itself. As Qin Feng's power reached its zenith, the sword energy surged towards Mo Sheng with astonishing velocity, fracturing the earth in its wake, the surroundings echoing with a tumultuous roar. Yet, as the sword energy approached within 3 feet of Mo Sheng, it failed to inflict even the slightest harm, vanishing as if swallowed by a black hole, leaving the atmosphere eerily tranquil. Onlookers, bracing for a breathtaking spectacle, found themselves astonished by the unexpected serenity, rendered speechless. The clash of swords, though adversarial, bore a mutual respect. One pressed forward relentlessly while the other fell silently into the depths of the sea, stirring not a ripple. However, this was not the conclusion. Qin Feng unleashed a more powerful strike, diminishing his previous ferocity in favor of speed, an embodiment of the adage that speed is the ultimate weapon. Mo Sheng fortified his defenses, slowing Qin Feng's assault while entwining the latter's sword with his own, initiating an offensive with calculated precision. Qin Feng intensified his strength, striving to extricate his sword from the entanglement, seeking to thwart Mo Sheng's advance. Yet, the flexible sword seemed to have rooted itself in his blade, proving impossible to dislodge while simultaneously obstructing Mo Sheng's strike, thus establishing a tenuous equilibrium between the two. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng noticed a subtle movement of Mo Sheng's left hand, which swiftly drew forth yet another flexible sword from his waist. Before Qin Feng could react, the second sword was poised at his throat. Chapter 46. The outcome of the duel revealed. Staring in disbelief at the sword against his throat, Qin Feng was paralyzed, grappling with the incredulity of his predicament. How could he possibly be defeated? In the realm of swordsmanship, he harbored absolute confidence. He was the strongest, undefeated thus far. Yet, in this crucial confrontation, he had succumbed. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure and admitted to Mo Sheng, I have been bested. Mo Sheng retracted his soft sword and spoke earnestly. Thank you, Taoist Qin, for your graciousness. Qin Feng, embodying the spirit befitting a swordsman, shook his head and replied. Taoist Mo, your mastery of the sword, which blends softness with strength, has reached an admirable zenith. At present, I find myself unable to breach your defenses. Yet I shall devise a method. When the time comes, I will seek you out for a grand duel. I shall await your esteemed arrival, Taoist Qin, Mo Sheng said, turning towards the direction of the Nanqing sect, as thunderous applause and accolades erupted from the audience. Indeed, Brother Mo is truly deserving of being the favored disciple of the sect leader. He is the benchmark for my future studies. Yes, I too aspire to master the sword. To learn the kind of technique exhibited by Brother Mo Master, your disciple has returned. Mo Sheng approached sect leader Fu, perpetually wearing his endearing expression. At this moment, sect leader Fu's joy was palpable. Excellent. Though a single word, it encompassed the entirety of his sentiments. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was on the verge of fury. For on the united front, his disciples numbered 5, while his sect had only 2 slots. Yet the final outcome was a complete defeat, a humiliation beyond measure. He had harbored high hopes for his disciple Qin Feng, fully aware of his capabilities, believing there was none among his disciples who could stand against him. However, he had not anticipated encountering a nemesis today. Reflecting on the day's events, he was relieved that a full-scale conflict had not erupted, possibly saving the sect from devastation. This was the sole thought that provided him solace. Master, I have failed your expectations and am willing to accept punishment. Qin Feng approached sect leader Qin with a bow. You may take your leave. This cannot be solely attributed to you. From now on, endeavor to enhance your swordsmanship, Qin Feng instructed. Thank you for your understanding, Master. I shall strive diligently, the disciple replied before taking his leave. With both sides having secured 2 victories each, a temporary stalemate ensued, leading to the decisive battle for the disciples, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The united faction had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the Nanqing sect's disciples. It seemed they had underestimated them earlier. Their gazes towards the Nanqing sect had markedly transformed, as respect was earned through strength. In the final confrontation of the disciple battles, both sides were left with little choice. The last disciple of the Nanqing sect rose, clad in white with flowing black hair, and approached sect leader Fu, bowing respectfully. Sect leader. Fu nodded and advised, "Be cautious, proceed." Gao Cheng addressed a young man, saying, "Ji Sheng, you are my most exceptional disciple. I trust in your capabilities to secure victory. Go forth." Ji Sheng, gripping his saber, bowed and declared, "I shall ensure my master's satisfaction." The blade scraped against the ground as he ascended the platform. The disciples of the Nanqing sect regarded the somewhat sinister youth before them. "I am Su Lei of the Nanqing sect. I look forward to your guidance," he said, extending his hand in greeting. Ji Sheng, regarding Su Lei, shook his head and replied, "You are unworthy of knowing my name, for you do not deserve to be my opponent. You are too weak. To duel with you would be an affront to my skills." He continued to shake his head, yet found himself compelled to take action. Caressing the blade in his hand, he vowed that he would never allow him to insult you, nor would he engage you in combat. "Fellow cultivator, you are rather arrogant, aren't you?" Su Lei's face turned ashen. Ji Sheng, however, did not even glance at Su Lei, stating, "Only those capable of defeating me possess the right to call me arrogant. You are not worthy." Ji Sheng lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Since our words do not align, let us settle this matter through our actions." Su Lei brandished his sword, aiming a direct strike at Ji Sheng. Ji Sheng remained still, unperturbed by Su Lei's fury. As Su Lei noticed Ji Sheng's indifference, his anger flared, intensifying his assault. Yet, just as he was about to strike Ji Sheng, the latter deftly evaded the blow, raising his left hand to strike Su Lei, who collapsed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. In that moment, he finally comprehended the vast chasm that lay between them. Moreover, he was the weakest of the 5 disciples of the Nanqing sect, and fatefully, he had encountered the strongest among them. After Ji Sheng's decisive action, he did not pursue further violence, as he understood that killing was not an option, nor could he bring himself to do so. Struggling to rise, Su Lei admitted, "I concede." There was no bitterness in his voice, only resignation. Ji Sheng offered no response and turned to leave. Before he could speak, Gao Cheng interjected, "Indeed. Thank you, master." Su Lei, weakly descending from the arena with blood still trickling from his mouth, murmured, "I am sorry, sect leader." Sect leader Fu reassured him, "Your strengths are not on the same level. Choosing you for this match was an unfair burden. Do not blame yourself. Focus on your recovery." "Thank you, sect leader." Su Lei descended with a heavy heart. At this moment, Gao Cheng was quite pleased. All 3 disciples from his sect had emerged victorious. He addressed sect leader Fu. "In this battle, we were fortunate to prevail. Thank you for your graciousness. Tomorrow, we shall continue with the elders' match." Sect leader Fu offered no reply and departed with the members of the Nanqing sect. Chapter 47. The elders' battle commences. On a bed lay a figure, pallid and devoid of color, the long purple hair lending an eerie aura, rendering him quite unsettling to behold. Upon returning, sect leader Fu hurried to this location to inquire about Wang Sheng's condition. Standing before him was an elder, Wang Lao. "How is Wang Sheng faring?" Wang Lao sighed deeply, stating, "Whether he can awaken depends solely on his own willpower. However, his path as a martial cultivator is irrevocably shattered. Even if he does awaken, whether he can rise again remains uncertain. Can he withstand such a burden?" Sect leader Fu had not anticipated the severity of the situation. "Wang Lao, is there truly no other solution? At this moment, preserving Wang Sheng's life is already the utmost limit of my capabilities," Wang Lao replied helplessly, wishing for Wang Sheng's recovery, for he was indeed a descendant of the Wang family. The two fell into silence, and after a while, Wang Lao remarked, "Unless the person from Yaofeng intervenes, perhaps he could aid Wang Sheng's recovery, but that individual is elusive, rendering hope faint." Fu Zongzhu also thought of Elder Fei. In this world, he was the only one capable of restoring Wang Sheng. However, finding Elder Fei proved elusive. Unless he sought you out, one would remain perpetually unaware of his whereabouts. Nevertheless, there remained a glimmer of hope. This child was exceedingly ambitious. It was unwise to have allowed him to take such risks, and Fu Zongzhu regretted how things had transpired. Each person has their own fate, and now it hinges upon Shaoxing's destiny. Elder Wang addressed Fu Zongzhu. "You should return and make arrangements for tomorrow's preparations." Fu Zongzhu cast one last glance at Wang Sheng and nodded in agreement. Within the tent, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The expressions on everyone's faces were grim, steeped in profound despondency. Today, in front of the entire world of sects, the reputation of Qingxian sect had been utterly tarnished. If the next generation of Qingxian sect continued in this manner, who would ever place their trust in us again? Who would respect the Qingxian sect? Qin Feng questioned vehemently. In recent years, the sect had indeed grown too complacent, lacking any sense of impending crisis, feeling as though they were untouchable. Completely oblivious to the deep-seated concerns surrounding the sect, Qin Feng chastised Ji before the assembly. The future of the sect relied on nurturing its upcoming talents, which necessitated a continuous influx of new blood. Slamming his hand on the table, Qin Feng demanded, "Where has the fresh blood of the sect been these past years?" His piercing gaze swept over the assembly, scrutinizing the elders responsible for the sect's affairs. The relentless questioning silenced some, forcing them into a state of trepidation. If accountability were to be sought, they would be the first to face repercussions. Qin Feng, incensed by the sight of the elders with their heads bowed, resolved that the sect required a stringent reorganization. Otherwise, the century-old legacy of the sect would be jeopardized by their negligence. How could they face their ancestors? Not pursuing this matter any further, he inquired about their perspectives on the impending confrontation. "Zhongzhu, we have 3 slots for tomorrow, and these must be determined by you," one elder remarked. "Tomorrow, our sect cannot afford any missteps. We must at least redeem today's dismal performance, ensuring that the world of sects will restore their confidence in us and that more young talents will join our ranks," Qin Feng asserted resolutely. He surveyed the elders before addressing an elder. "Taishang elder, what suggestions do you have?" At that moment, within the Qingtian sect's encampment, 3 figures stood in stark contrast to the atmosphere at Qingxian sect, their faces unable to conceal their joy. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Gao Cheng exclaimed thrice, revealing the elation he felt. "Today, our sect has shone brightly across Hangzhou. This is immensely beneficial for our future development, and I am certain that more sects will rally to support and ally with us," Gao Cheng stated with unwavering confidence. "Congratulations, Zhongzhu. The ascendance of our sect over Hangzhou is imminent," an elder flattered. "Zhongzhu, there is yet another piece of good news. That esteemed individual may arrive tomorrow," an elderly man with white hair remarked. Gao Cheng was taken aback by the news, his face alight with joy. Indeed, the Grand Elder had delivered splendid tidings, reducing the timeline by a day, which greatly benefited them. The 3 of them seemed to envision a radiant future before them. Gao Cheng turned to the elderly man with white hair and inquired, "Grand Elder, what are the arrangements for tomorrow's duel?" The white-haired elder replied, "Rest assured, Sect Master. Everything has been meticulously arranged. Tomorrow, our sect's brilliance will shine even brighter." Gao Cheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Thank you, Sect Master Xia. It is all for the sake of the sect." As various sects prepared diligently for the imminent duel, an intangible tension enveloped the skies above the Jiuqing sect, where the once bright moonlight was now overshadowed by ominous clouds in the eyes of the onlookers. As the sun began to rise, the first rays of light from the east bathed the Jiuqing sect in a crimson hue. At this moment, more sects arrived in the vicinity, determined to encircle the Jiuqing sect completely. "Have you heard? The battle yesterday was absolutely earth-shattering and truly spectacular," exclaimed a newly arrived disciple. "Indeed, I have heard, but alas, I was not there to witness it. How I wish I had arrived a day earlier. It may well become a lifelong regret. Do not lament. Today we have the elders' battle, which will surely provide us with a feast for the eyes," the disciples chattered amongst themselves. Before long, many had gathered, and Gao Cheng announced, "Sect Master Fu, the time has come. The duel may commence." Sect Master Fu glanced around and stated, "Our sect has been waiting for quite some time." Gao Cheng looked at Sect Master Fu and smiled. "With such confidence in the elders' duel, it seems you are quite assured." Sect Master Fu chose not to engage further, deeming it unnecessary. "Very well, without further ado, let the elder battle begin." With that, Gao Cheng, noting Sect Master Fu's silence, proceeded to declare the commencement. Chapter 48. A different era. An immediate hush fell over the crowd, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they hoped for a captivating display in the duel that, in their lifetimes, they might only witness once: the clash between top-tier sections. Sect Master Fu fixed his gaze upon the elders representing the Jiuqing sect, 3 middle-aged men and 2 elderly ones, the 5 strongest individuals meticulously selected by the sect. "Elder Qin, you shall take the first match," Sect Master Fu instructed one of the middle-aged men. The man rose and bowed respectfully. "Yes, Sect Master." Armed with his weapon, he strode confidently onto the arena. Qin Feng had been observing this middle-aged man intently. He had encountered him before and knew of his formidable strength, which, over the years, had likely only grown. Formulating a strategy in his mind, he turned to an elder and said, "Elder Qin Rini, you must take the stage. Do not underestimate your opponent." With resolute eyes, Qin Rini stood and affirmed, "Yes, Sect Master." He then stepped onto the arena, positioning himself a short distance away. "Qin Yun, it has been several years. Who would have thought we would meet again in such a setting?" Qin Rini remarked, nostalgia lacing his voice. Qin Yun appeared lost in reminiscence, responding, "The memories of that day are etched in my mind. It feels as if it were just yesterday." Haha, that battle was truly exhilarating. Even now, I find myself relishing the thrill of it, Qin Rini exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yet, ultimately, I was the one who lost, Qin Yun replied, tinged with regret. Qin Rini, brimming with self-satisfaction, remarked, I wonder if you shall succumb to despair, or if this will serve as your motivation. Will today's encounter mirror our previous ones? Hehe. I suspect the outcome may differ greatly from your expectations, Qin Yun slowly articulated. Oh, is that so? Let us await the result, Qin Rini replied with a smirk. Come now. Wield your blade. I hope you do not disappoint me too greatly today, he confidently declared, raising his weapon high. The spectators below the arena, intrigued by the history shared between the two, braced themselves for the impending duel, their minds painting vivid images of the exchanges to come. Qin Yun, stroking his Fang Dianhua halberd, replied calmly, as you wish. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed the halberd, akin to a surging river, rushing towards Qin Rini with the intent to overwhelm him. Qin Rini, fixated on the incoming assault, smiled faintly and swung his battle blade to meet it. In an instant, the blade collided with the halberd, producing a dazzling spark that scorched the air around them, filling it with the scent of singed matter and reverberating shockwaves. As the engagement unfolded, Qin Rini stood steadfast, composed, while Qin Yun staggered back slightly, leaving a deep fissure in the ground beneath them. Qin Yun, I never imagined after all these years you would remain stagnant. It is quite disappointing. Qin Rini shook his head. Oh, is that so? My apologies for disappointing you, but are you truly so confident? Qin Yun responded with an enigmatic tone. Qin Yun, it seems your martial prowess has not advanced in these years, yet your verbal skills have flourished. You have indeed regressed, Qin Rini remarked, shaking his head again. Whether I have regressed or not, behold my skill, Qin Yun retorted, sweeping the halberd towards Qin Rini's legs. Dust surged alongside the weapon, momentarily obscuring Qin Rini's vision. Employing the force of the halberd, he quickly retreated, landing firmly before launching a swift counterattack. The exchanges between Qin Rini and Qin Yun grew increasingly intense, the arena feeling constrictive for their fierce combat. Yet, they paid little heed to their surroundings. Gradually, Qin Rini discerned that Qin Yun's combat prowess had evolved. The previous exchanges that once favored him now left him unsettled. As the rounds progressed, he found himself increasingly helpless against Qin Yun, who appeared ever more tranquil. Panic set in, leading him to make frequent errors. Qin Rini, if your strength is truly so limited, perhaps it is time for you to withdraw, Qin Yun suggested, striking as he spoke. Even so, do you think you can truly best me? Qin Rini retorted defiantly. Is that so? After indulging you for so long, it is time for this to conclude, Qin Yun stated matter-of-factly. Suddenly, Qin Yun's aura surged dramatically, amplifying several-fold, causing Qin Rini to panic, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation and an utter lack of resistance. Qin Yun steadily approached Qin Rini, leaving him to ponder if he could still contend with him. At that moment, Qin Rini realized the substantial growth of the man before him over the years, who had now surpassed him by a considerable margin, shattering his confidence and leaving his heart feeling as though it had been forcefully struck, almost causing him to faint. Do you require my intervention once more? Qin Rini stared vacantly at Qin Yun, who had once been his subordinate, but now loomed as an insurmountable mountain. With a sense of desolation, he uttered, I am defeated. I am defeated. These three words not only shattered Qin Rini's self-assurance, but also nearly sent Qin Feng into a furious rage. The shadows of yesterday still lingered, and this moment only compounded his distress, leaving him at a loss for how to accept it. Qin Yun gazed quietly at Qin Rini, knowing all too well the adversities he had faced in recent years. Yet, those tribulations held little significance now. The outcome was clear, and he stepped down from the arena. Elder Qing's prowess had grown increasingly profound, a boon for the sect, remarked the delighted sect master Fu. You flatter me, sect master. At that moment, Qin Rini stood upon the arena, his expression vacant, uncertain of his path forward. Qin Feng, witnessing Qin Rini's humiliating display, felt a surge of anger, yet refrained from acting out in the moment and instead summoned a disciple to assist him down. Chapter 49. The pinnacle battle at this juncture. Both sides had secured 3 victories each, reaching a state of equilibrium. The forthcoming battles would undoubtedly escalate in intensity, particularly for the Qingxin sect, which was in desperate need of a decisive triumph to reverse their fortunes. As time elapsed, the battles continued to reach new heights, one after another, captivating the audience and revealing the vast chasm that existed between them and the top-tier sections. Despite the overwhelming disparities, the contest yielded valuable insights, rendering the experience worthwhile. With joy comes sorrow, and with conflict comes pain. As an elder fell, victory belonged to another, hailing from the allied side. Sect Master Fu rushed forward to assess the elder's condition and was relieved to find only superficial injuries. Although he had lost significant blood and temporarily lost consciousness, he would gradually recover with proper care. This marked the fourth battle for the elders, with the Nanqing sect winning 1 and losing 2 of the previous 3. Notably, both elders from the Qingxian sect had finally secured a victory, their sole win since the onset of the contests. The atmosphere within the Qingxian sect felt exceedingly oppressive, and Qin Feng's complexion darkened. He glanced at Gao Cheng, who had just achieved another victory, his demeanor radiating joy. The Qingtian sect remained undefeated thus far, their momentum reaching its zenith. With only one match remaining, the representatives from the allied faction hailed from the Qingtian sect. As it stood, the allied side had won 5 matches, while the Nanqing sect had won 4, placing the allied faction in an advantageous position. Should they secure another victory, the Nanqing sect would be left relying solely on their sect master to continue the fight. Gao Cheng turned to a figure, his expression grave, and declared, "Elder Daosher, in this final match, we must exert our utmost effort to secure victory. There can be no missteps. This contest is of paramount importance to our sect." Originally, Daosher possessed an exceptionally relaxed demeanor, confident that failure was an impossibility for his side. In this confrontation, victory or defeat had become inconsequential. He was entirely unaware of the sect's underlying strategies. However, upon witnessing Gao Cheng's earnest admonition, he grasped the gravity of the situation and realized the imperative to secure a win. Instantly, his mood darkened, and the weight of pressure surged within him. "Rest assured, Sectmaster," Daosher proclaimed with unwavering resolve. "Very well, I have faith in Elder Daosher. You shall not disappoint me, nor the Sectmaster replied. With heavy steps, Daosher ascended the arena. Opposing him was a middle-aged man from the Jiuqing sect, his hands clenched tightly, producing a series of resounding cracks. "Elder Jiang Hao, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Simply do your utmost." Sect Master Fu observed Jiang Hao's inner turmoil and sought to alleviate his burden. How could Sect Master Fu be oblivious to the significance of this contest for the sect? The enormity of the responsibility resting solely upon Jiang Hao was palpable, and adding further weight would likely prove overwhelming. Jiang Hao remained silent, nodding resolutely as he advanced towards the stage. Both men wore expressions of grave seriousness. After a moment, Jiang Hao declared, "Jiuqing sect, Jiang Hao." Daosher reciprocated with a nod, stating, "Qingtian sect, Daosher." With that, silence enveloped the arena. Gradually, the spectators beneath were swept up in this palpable tension, their breaths synchronizing with the two combatants, rendering the atmosphere even more oppressive. Almost simultaneously, both men unleashed their fists. Their hands were their most formidable weapons. As practitioners of the same martial art, they converged at this moment. Daosher's punch seemed capable of traversing majestic mountains, destined to pierce through the river of time and strike his opponent with devastating force. Yet, Jiang Hao's punch was even more ferocious, relentless in its pursuit to shatter all obstacles and land a devastating blow on his adversary. At the instant their fists collided, a thunderous reverberation echoed, causing a tremor in their ears. Failure to shield themselves would lead to an overwhelming collapse. Both men staggered back 2 paces, leaving a deep fissure in the ground, as if the earth itself threatened to split asunder. The destructive force unleashed was unfathomable, establishing both as masters of martial arts within the Hangzhou region. "Your punches are indeed formidable, my friend. It is truly regrettable that we have not sparred before," Daosher remarked gravely, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Jiang Hao's technique. Achieving victory in this duel would prove exceedingly arduous. "Please, Daosher, you are the most powerful adversary I have encountered in martial arts. Under different circumstances, we would surely revel in our bout, but alas, it is in this setting," Jiang Hao responded. Daosher nodded in agreement. He too was a devoted seeker of the martial path, devoid of cunning schemes. As the battle intensified, neither side could gain the upper hand. Their strengths remained closely matched. Defeating one another was an exceedingly challenging endeavor, destined to be a protracted contest. At the foot of a mountain, a solitary figure sat cross-legged, holding a piece of roasted meat in his hand. He brought it to his nose, savoring its aroma with an expression of ecstasy. On the grill, more meat sizzled, and it was unclear how many pieces had already vanished into his stomach. This figure was Lin Yi, who had been engaged in fierce battles with ferocious beasts, honing his combat awareness and skills while indulging in roasted meat. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly assume he had provoked the beasts solely for the sake of feasting on their flesh. One piece after another disappeared into Lin Yi's belly, and soon, all was consumed. Rising to brush off the dust from his clothes, he surveyed his surroundings and sighed. Alas, finding a ferocious beast again will be quite challenging. If anyone were present to hear Lin Yi's words, they would surely think him mad. Rather than fleeing, he actively sought to provoke the beasts. The truth, however, was that the beasts had no desire to encounter Lin Yi. In his eyes, they were not fearsome creatures, but rather a flock of delightful sheep, tantalizingly succulent, causing drool to well up at the thought. For Lin Yi, the beasts were indeed a source of dread, hoping fervently that this harbinger of calamity would not reappear. Restoring tranquility to the mountains. Lin Yi mused, I cannot linger here any longer. It is time to depart. Continuing on would only squander my time. Yet, before leaving, he resolved to return to the medicine peak, which had accompanied him for 12 years. It was like a silent companion, steadfastly by his side, and he felt compelled to bid it a final farewell. Chapter 50. A turn of events. At this moment, the fists of the two combatants collided with each other, and they both collapsed, unable to rise again. Exhaustion had overtaken them. That last strike seemed to have drawn upon their final reserves of strength. Their bodies bore gruesome wounds. The brutality of the encounter evident, and the prolonged struggle had left them near the brink of demise. More critically, the two were evenly matched in strength. In their full exertion, who could overcome whom? Perhaps such an outcome was the most fitting conclusion for both. The spectators below the arena were equally distressed, unable to bear the sight of the relentless battle, wishing fervently for it to end. At last, they exhaled in relief. Gao Cheng, witnessing this outcome, wore a countenance of disappointment, though he found solace in the fact that they had not lost. Thus far, in the concluded duels, their sect had maintained an undefeated stance, proudly standing above the rest, subtly hinting at the momentum of being the foremost sect. He instructed the disciples, assist Elder Daosher down. Yes, Sect Master. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao of the Jiuqing sect had already been assisted down by Sect Master Fu. The members of the Jiuqing sect gazed at Elder Jiang, whose pale visage bore no hint of color, clearly on the verge of collapse, nearly unconscious. They felt admiration, trepidation, and deep concern for Elder Jiang. Sect Master Fu carefully examined Elder Jiang's injuries. The situation appeared grim, severely affecting his constitution, and it was likely that prolonged treatment would be necessary for full recovery. He turned to another elder and said, Elder Taishang, please take Elder Jiang down for healing. Very well, I shall take charge of Elder Jiang. Upon witnessing the outcome, Qin Feng's expression darkened further. To this point, Qin Tian's sect had achieved an astonishing clean sweep, while Jiyun's sect had triumphed in 4 matches and secured a draw, leaving their own Qingxian sect lagging woefully behind. In the presence of such numerous sects, it was indeed a matter of great embarrassment, as Qingxian sect found itself at the bottom of the hierarchy among the 3 major sections. The more he ruminated on this, the more infuriated he became. Yet he found no outlet for his anger, his face flushing crimson from the pent-up frustration. At that moment, Gao Cheng, brimming with confidence, ascended the arena and addressed Sect Leader Fu, stating, Sect Leader Fu, the elder battle has concluded, and your sect has suffered defeat. Sect Leader Fu gazed at Gao Cheng with an impassive countenance and retorted, 2 sects have banded together to confront my Jiyun sect, yet they have only managed to secure a single additional victory over us. Is that not a source of shame rather than pride? Huh. My sect has not lost a single match. Are you suggesting I should weep and wail? Gao Cheng laughed unabashedly. Qin Feng felt the flames of rage ignited by Gao Cheng's words, barely restraining himself from storming the stage. Gao Cheng's taunts pierced deep, adding salt to his wounds. Gao Cheng, you are audacious. Qin Feng glared furiously. Sect Leader Qin, I assure you, I harbor no ill intent towards you. Please do not misconstrue my words. Gao Cheng replied nonchalantly. Humph. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Qin Feng retorted, his face ashen with anger. With the elder battle concluded, the sect leaders' tournament was set for the following day, where the ultimate outcome would be revealed. However, I must first declare that the sect leaders' tournament will witness Sect Leader Fu and myself engaging simultaneously on the stage. Gao Cheng spoke slowly, seemingly unfazed by the implications of his words. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The members of Jiyun's sect glared at Gao Cheng, incredulous that such words could be uttered. Was there any fairness left in such a contest? Sect Leader Gao, are you frightened? 2 against 1. And you fear the scorn of heroes across the land? Sect Leader Fu's expression remained stoic. Sect Leader Fu, your words betray a lack of confidence. Furthermore, I have violated no rules. Our confrontation is between your Jiyun sect and my 2 sections. Is it not logical that the final sect leader battle involves you and us both? Gao Cheng replied, his demeanor unflinching. After a brief pause, he continued, of course. If Sect Leader Fu believes he stands no chance of victory, we can end the contest here. Let the allied side claim victory to spare you further injury. What do you think, Sect Leader Fu? Sect Leader Fu's countenance darkened considerably as he replied gravely. Gao Cheng, do you think such underhanded tactics will guarantee your victory? Not at all. I have heard of your extraordinary prowess, Sect Leader Fu, and I trust you possess absolute confidence. Gao Cheng responded, feigning earnestness. In that moment, the conversation between the two seemed to overshadow the presence of others, reducing the remaining participants to mere supporting characters. Qin Feng's fury was nearly uncontrollable. Gao Cheng's disregard for him was intolerable. Consequently, the anticipation for the sect leaders' tournament on the morrow heightened among those present. just as the crowd began to disperse. A clear voice echoed through the air, proclaiming, "There is no need for further deliberation. I hereby announce the results." As the crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, an elderly man emerged, making his way to the arena. This venerable figure appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, yet his stride towards the stage was vigorous and powerful, exuding an aura of an extraordinary master. The onlookers were perplexed, wondering what the old man intended to do. Initially prepared to leave, they found themselves halting in their tracks. Upon noticing the old man, Gao Cheng on the stage displayed an expression of uncontainable joy. He had not anticipated the arrival of this elder. Perhaps he had been present all along, lurking in the shadows, only revealing himself when the situation became clear. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the old man had already ascended the arena, prompting Gao Cheng to hastily approach him and bow respectfully, exclaiming, "Elder Ming." The spectators were left in a state of astonishment, witnessing this elder's connection to the Qing Tian sect. What could their relationship be? The old man nodded and smiled, saying, "Indeed, I have not misjudged you. Under your stewardship, the sect has made remarkable advancements. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Ming." Gao Cheng responded, elated. The disciples of the Qing Tian sect were overwhelmed with joy, never having imagined that their sect harbored such an extraordinary master. "This is Elder Ming. Quickly pay your respects." Gao Cheng instructed his fellow disciples. Disciple pays respects to Elder Ming. The disciples hurriedly bowed in reverence. "Good." The elder replied simply, surveying the crowd before continuing, "I am Meng Chongqing, the former sect leader of the Qing Tian sect." "What? He is Meng Chongqing? Wasn't he presumed lost many years ago?" murmured the crowd in disbelief. "Indeed. We thought he had perished. It is astonishing that he is alive and well." Even sect leader Fu had not anticipated Meng Chongqing's survival, and now, with his sudden appearance, one could only wonder what his intentions might be. Qin Feng was equally astonished, contemplating whether Gao Cheng's recent actions were all aimed at awaiting Meng Chongqing. Sensing that the unfolding events were far from simple, disregarding the astonished gazes of the crowd, Meng Chongqing continued, "I have come today for the future of Hangzhou. The region is far too weak and requires a strong leader to guide you towards greatness." He turned to sect leader Fu and Qin Feng, stating, "From now on, both of your sects shall recognize the Qing Tian sect as the leader, consolidating your fragmented powers to enhance Hangzhou's strength." Qin Feng glared at Meng Chongqing defiantly, retorting, "On what grounds?" Meng Chongqing replied calmly, "Simply because my strength surpasses yours." Qin Feng erupted into laughter, "You old fossil, having presumably been buried. Now you crawl out from who knows where, audaciously boasting here." Meng Chongqing paid no heed to Qin Feng's derision, simply stating, "Should you refuse to comply, death will be your consequence. I will see what qualifications you possess to demand my subservience," Qin Feng declared, brandishing his weapon and charging at Meng Chongqing. However, to the astonishment of all present, Meng Chongqing effortlessly struck Qin Feng with a single palm, sending him soaring into the air before crashing to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth, Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of Meng Chongqing's power. The members of the Qing Xian sect witnessed Qin Feng collapsing to the ground, and they hurriedly surrounded him, assisting him to his feet while expressing their concerns. "Master, are you all right?" Qin Feng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and replied, "I am fine." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crowd from the Qing Tian sect, witnessing Meng Chongqing's formidable prowess, erupted in cheers. The onlookers from other sects stared in astonishment at Meng Chongqing, pondering if Hangzhou was on the brink of unification from this day forth. Meng Chongqing paid no further heed to Qin Feng and turned his gaze towards Sect Master Fu, inquiring, "And what of you?" Sect Master Fu, his countenance grave, responded, "Though you possess great strength, to annex my Jiuqing sect, you must first step over my corpse. It seems you are relentless in your pursuit," he thought, as he advanced towards Sect Master Fu. Understanding that this confrontation was unavoidable, Sect Master Fu swiftly drew his soft sword from his waist and launched an attack at Meng Chongqing. In the blink of an eye, the two had engaged in several exchanges. Throughout the encounter, Meng Chongqing remained composed, effortlessly countering Sect Master Fu's techniques without making a single offensive move. Nevertheless, Sect Master Fu's footwork grew increasingly intricate as he danced around. "Indeed, within Hangzhou, you are among the most elite of masters. Perhaps if you were to venture beyond Hangzhou, you might ascend even further," Meng Chongqing remarked sincerely. However, such a level of strength is still insufficient. With that, Meng Chongqing's aura surged dramatically, and before Sect Master Fu could react, his palm struck with force upon Sect Master Fu. Sect Master Fu staggered backward, barely managing to steady himself. Yet blood spilled from his mouth. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, leaving no chance for victory unless his footwork could reach perfection akin to Lin Yi's. A feat more challenging than reaching the heavens. As Meng Chongqing prepared to press his advantage, a voice resonated in his ear. Meng Chongqing, for how long will you continue to flaunt your might in my sect? He ceased his assault, turning towards the voice. I wondered who it was. It seems it is you, old man. I did not expect you to still be alive. Humph, if I have not perished, how could you possibly die before me? Sect Master Fu greeted the newcomer with respect. Elder Wang. The members of the Jiuqing sect were taken aback. Was he not the elderly figure from the armory pavilion who had been in slumber? Could he also be an unparalleled master concealed within the sect? The others from various sects regarded him with curiosity, wondering if the Jiuqing sect held more secrets than previously believed. Step aside, you are no match for him, the elder advised. We have battled for a lifetime, with victories and defeats on both sides, yet the times have changed. The gap between us is substantial. Submit to my Qing Tian sect, and I shall not trouble you. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless nature, Meng Chongqing teased lightly. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to assess the source of your confidence. You shall not be disappointed, replied Meng Chongqing. With that, both men sprang into action, clashing instantaneously. Though their duel appeared unremarkable, every move and counter revealed the essence of mastery. Elder Wang, I did not anticipate you hiding in this corner, and your skills remain intact. Meng Chongqing was taken aback. His desire to eliminate Elder Wang intensified. I had not anticipated that after your brief absence, your prowess would amplify to such an extent. The two engaged in a relentless exchange. Though the spectacle lacked catastrophic upheaval, the audience was utterly captivated, entranced by the unfolding drama. Ultimately, Elder Wang faltered, succumbing to a devastating defeat, lying motionless upon the ground, blood seeping uncontrollably from his wounds, his already aged visage rendered even more ashen. The members of the Nanqing sect were engulfed in worry. Meng Chongqing declared, if you were concealing your true capabilities, I might have spared you, but now, your life is forfeit. No, stop. The members of the Nanqing sect shouted in unison. In Elder Wang's eyes, there was no fear, only a profound sense of regret for his failure to save the Nanqing sect. Just as Meng Chongqing prepared to deliver the final blow, a figure appeared before him. Chapter 52. The return. A youthful silhouette materialized before Meng Chongqing, strikingly handsome, yet bearing an intensity in his gaze that seemed capable of pulling all into an abyss. Upon seeing this individual, Meng Chongqing's expression grew grave. He was bewildered as to when this person had approached him. Who are you? And why do you interfere in our affairs? The figure was none other than Lin Yi, who rushed to Elder Wang's side, assisting him to his feet. Elder Wang, who has harmed you? Elder Wang, taken aback by Lin Yi's timely arrival, couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. You must leave quickly. At that moment, Sect Master Fu also arrived nearby. Lin Yi turned to him and inquired, Sect Master Fu, what is the meaning of all this? Fu did not withhold the truth, recounting the entire sequence of events. Lin Yi was astonished to learn that the chaos had originated from his actions. Observing the injuries sustained by Elder Wang and Sect Master Fu, Lin Yi's demeanor grew cold, directing a frigid gaze at one individual. Was it you who struck? What could an old man like me do? Then perish. Meng Chongqing attempted to interject, but before anyone could comprehend the situation, Meng Chongqing's body exploded. Flesh and blood scattering into the air, a once great master was no more. Silence enveloped the arena. None had witnessed Lin Yi's strike, and Meng Chongqing lay lifeless before them. A voice shattered the stillness. Lin Yi proclaimed, your assault on the Nanqing sect would warrant your execution, but considering the mercy of the heavens, I shall spare your lives this time, albeit with no further chances. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, only to hear Lin Yi continue. However, the Qing Tian sect and Qing Xin sect are the principal culprits. To think this could end without consequence would be too lenient. The sect master shall face execution, and all elders will have their foundations dismantled. Any resistance will be met with annihilation of your sect. Before they could react, Gao Cheng and Qin Feng were slain. The elders sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Once these matters were settled, Lin Yi addressed the disciples of the two sects with a frigid tone. From this day forth, you shall submit to the Nanqing sect. Do any of you dare to defy? At that moment, each disciple fell silent, paralyzed by fear, too terrified to voice dissent or protest. Trembling, he declared, we willingly submit to the Nanqing sect. Henceforth we shall look to them as our guiding beacon. Ever since Lin Yi made his move, the members of the Nanqing sect had been left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom how the dire situation had been so swiftly reversed. Suddenly, a roar erupted, echoing like a tidal wave. Brother Lin Yi, Brother Lin Yi. The sound reverberated across the expanse above the Nanqing sect. Both Elder Wang and sect leader Fu were equally astonished, having never anticipated that Lin Yi's prowess was so unfathomable. Could it be attributed to Elder Fei? Soon after, the crowd began to disperse, and Lin Yi's name spread like a tsunami, resonating in every corner of Hangzhou. His deeds were woven into various tales, enduringly circulating and becoming legendary. On a pavilion, Lin Yi sat with two companions, producing several pills which he offered to Elder Wang and sect leader Fu, saying, "Take these pills, and with further care, I believe you will soon be well." The two received the pills, and Elder Wang's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he inquired, "Lin Yi, can you possibly contact Elder Fei?" Lin Yi, not fully grasping the implications of Elder Wang's words, replied candidly, "Since arriving at the sect, it has been quite difficult for me to meet Elder Fei, and I have been unable to locate him. May I ask what urgent matter you have for him?" Indeed, Lin Yi found it quite challenging to see Elder Fei. He wished to meet him once more before departing. Elder Wang's eyes reflected disappointment and concern as he said, "There is indeed an urgent matter regarding Elder Wang." Sensing the urgency in Elder Wang's gaze, Lin Yi asked, "What is the nature of this matter concerning Elder Fei that you wish to share with me?" Without reservation, Elder Wang recounted the situation regarding Wang Sheng. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a sense of determination and said, "Elder Wang, may I accompany you to check on Brother Wang Sheng's condition?" Elder Wang had shown Lin Yi great kindness. Without his generosity, Lin Yi would not have obtained the Ziyang sword. Moreover, the predicament of Wang Sheng was largely due to his actions, albeit unintentional. Elder Wang did not refuse and led Lin Yi to Wang Sheng's chamber. Upon entering, they found Wang Sheng lying on the bed, devoid of color, without timely intervention. Even a celestial being might not be able to save him. Lin Yi examined Wang Sheng's injuries, and, fortunately, there was still a chance for recovery. Depending on Wang Sheng's willpower, the first step in the healing process was to awaken Wang Sheng and treat his external wounds. Lin Yi said, "Elder Wang, I believe I have a measure of control over Brother Wang Sheng's injuries." Elder Wang, who had been filled with despair, now sparkled with a glimmer of hope, urgently asking, "Lin Yi, is there truly a chance for recovery?" Lin Yi responded with a reassuring gaze, saying, "There is no doubt. However, success will rely on Brother Wang's willpower." Lin Yi proceeded to utilize the medicine to rouse Wang Sheng, requesting that Elder Wang and the sect leader wait outside. Understood. The two, without hesitation, exited the room. Possessing unwavering confidence in Lin Yi's abilities and certain he would not harm Wang Sheng, Lin Yi placed a pill in Wang Sheng's mouth and, channeling his spiritual energy, gradually guided the healing process. Before their eyes, Wang Sheng's injuries began to mend at a visibly remarkable pace. Not long after, Wang Sheng's body was completely free of external injuries, yet his internal wounds remained, and his face was still remarkably pale. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's fingers twitched slightly, a detail that Lin Yi keenly observed, indicating that Wang Sheng was on the verge of awakening. Indeed, a faint cough soon echoed through the room, weak yet unmistakable. Outside the door, Elder Wang and Sect Master Fu exchanged glances, their hearts racing with excitement. He truly had awakened. Wang Sheng struggled to open his eyes, revealing a handsome visage, and he questioned, "Who are you?" However, as he spoke, a sharp pain surged through him. Upon seeing Wang Sheng regain consciousness, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I am Lin Yi from Yaofeng. Elder Wang and the sect master are waiting outside," he explained. Wang Sheng was aware of the genius apothecary from Yaofeng. Chapter 53, The Light of Dueling Sect, The Path to Immortality. Lin Yi opened the door, allowing Elder Wang and Sect Master Fu to enter. Their joy was palpable upon seeing Wang Sheng awake. Elder Wang inquired with concern, "Xiao Sheng, how do you feel?" Wang Sheng attempted to rise to offer his respects, but it proved to be an arduous task, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Elder Wang quickly cautioned, "Xiao Sheng, do not move about, simply lie still." "Master, I am feeling much better," Wang Sheng replied, his voice trembling. "That's splendid. Quickly express your gratitude to your savior. For it was Lin Yi who saved your life," Elder Wang exclaimed with delight. Wang Sheng attempted to rise once more to thank Lin Yi, but Lin Yi gently stopped him, saying, "Wang Shixiang, your injuries were caused by my actions. It is I who owe you an apology." Elder Wang shook his head, responding, "Lin Yi, you cannot take the blame. Even without your involvement, the dueling sect would have faced this calamity, and we would not have escaped. Without you, however, the centuries of foundation built by the dueling sect would have been obliterated. We would all bear the guilt." "Indeed, Lin Yi. It was you who averted a disaster for our sect. You are our greatest benefactor," Sect Master Fu added in agreement. "Elder Wang, Sect Master. As a member of the sect, it is my duty to assist," Lin Yi humbly stated. Internally, he mused, "What was initially a calamity I had invited upon myself has now transformed into a tale of heroism." He then turned to Wang Sheng, saying, "Wang Shixiao, for the next few days, take the medicinal pills to recuperate. Once your condition improves further, we shall address your lingering concerns thoroughly." "Thank you, Lin Shidi." Wang Sheng expressed his deep gratitude, though a flicker of disappointment lingered in his eyes. Lin Yi, understanding the source of Wang Sheng's discontent, reassured him, "Rest assured, Wang Shixiao. Once we resolve these issues, I believe your martial prowess will ascend to new heights." Wang Sheng's eyes sparkled with hope as he responded eagerly, "Lin Shidi, Is that truly the case? Wang Shixiang, as I have said, the truth will soon be revealed, Lin Yi affirmed with confidence. Elder Wang and Sect Master Fu were equally astonished, never having anticipated that Lin Yi could entirely resolve Wang Sheng's hidden troubles. The mere fact that his life was spared was already a miracle. Elder Wang trembled with disbelief, asking, Lin Yi, is this truly possible? Lin Yi recognized that his words might sound somewhat fantastical. No matter how he responded, it may not yield any tangible results. He recounted the events surrounding Elder Duan in great detail, asserting that Elder Duan had met a just fate. Upon hearing Lin Yi's account, both Elder Wang and sect leader Fu displayed expressions of anger, stating that had it not been for Lin Yi's formidable strength, he might have fallen victim to Elder Duan's treachery. Sect leader Fu added that he was astonished by Elder Duan's overwhelming ambition. If left unchecked, it could indeed bring calamity to their sect. Soon, the matter of Elder Duan faded into the background, as their primary concern shifted to Wang Sheng. They worried about the repercussions of his consumption of the remedy and whether his willpower would endure. Lin Yi, will Xiao Sheng's body truly withstand this? Elder Wang inquired. Still apprehensive. Before Lin Yi could respond, Wang Sheng, with unwavering determination in his eyes, declared, Ancestor, rest assured, I will persevere. Lin Yi reassured them, saying, Do not worry. I will stand by Brother Wang's side. I believe that with Brother Wang's willpower, he will undoubtedly succeed. With this clear affirmation, both men felt a slight relief. At that moment, they held immense confidence in Lin Yi, trusting that this young man could indeed perform miracles. As the three exited the chamber, they conversed along the way. Sect leader Fu remarked, Lin Yi, the sect intends to hold a grand ceremony to commend you for saving us from peril. Lin Yi was taken aback by this proclamation, as he had no desire for such fanfare, especially since he was soon to embark on a quest in the cultivation world, effectively leaving the sect behind. He hastily replied, Sect leader, I believe this is unnecessary. It would be an extravagant affair, and the credit does not solely belong to me. Sect leader Fu smiled. Holding a grand ceremony is indeed essential. Otherwise, how would the sect's disciples perceive it? Furthermore, this event can enhance the cohesion within our sect. Elder Wang remained silent, trusting the current sect leader to manage the situation. Lin Yi, opting for directness, stated, Sect leader, once Brother Wang is healed, you should anticipate that I will soon depart. It would be prudent to maintain an air of mystery. He paused before continuing. Although they may be intimidated now, over time, some may harbor ulterior motives. After I leave, I suggest you announce that I am in closed-door cultivation, inaccessible to outsiders and undisturbed, with death as the penalty for any violators. Elder Wang and sect leader Fu were rendered speechless, surprised by Lin Yi's swift plans for departure. Sect leader Fu said, The sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky high enough for birds to soar. Hangzhou is ultimately too small. Remaining here will only constrain your future. Go forth and carve out your own domain. This will also be the pride of our Jiuqing sect. Elder Wang echoed similar sentiments. Afterward, the three parted ways, yet unbeknownst to them, in a corner, a young girl was silently weeping, her cheeks stained with tears. She was the sect leader's daughter. Distressed by the realization that Lin Yi had just returned only to leave again, possibly for good, she longed to express her feelings, but the opportunity eluded her. To this day, they had yet to meet formally. In this regard, Lin Yi remained oblivious, for he had returned to the Medicine Peak. Every blade of grass and every tree on the peak was intimately familiar to him. The herbs swayed gently in the breeze, as if greeting him or bidding farewell. Each corner of the Medicine Peak bore the imprint of Lin Yi's footsteps. Tenderly caressing the flora, he gradually reclined upon the ground. Wang Sheng's injuries had completely healed under Lin Yi's care. He glanced back at the Jiuqing sect and the Medicine Peak before turning in a certain direction, leaving without disturbing anyone. In the direction Lin Yi departed, a young girl gazed at the vanishing figure, tears streaming down her face. Sect leader Fu sighed deeply, silently vowing never to allow such an event to recur. Lin Yi's silhouette gradually faded from their sight. Chapter 54. The Search for the Realm of Cultivation. Have you heard? The disciple from the Chao family is returning to the clan in 3 days. The government is already discussing the reception plans for tomorrow at the Chao family. The scene is bound to be extraordinary. Indeed, the entire city of Chao is abuzz with this news. Our city, once known as the Illusory City, has even been renamed after the Chao family since one of their own became a disciple of the Immortals. If my son could have such fortune, I would willingly descend to the underworld. Haha, old Zhang, if your boy becomes a disciple of the Immortals, then my lad would surely ascend to the realm of the great Luo Immortal. Humph, do not underestimate others. Your little rascal is already 10 and still occasionally wets the bed. Such a lineage would not be like yours. You're talking nonsense. That was ages ago. The surrounding crowd, accustomed to the daily banter between the two, paid little heed as they gradually resumed discussions about the Chao family. and the voices of the quarreling duo were eventually drowned out. I heard that Chao was discovered by an immortal traversing the mortal realm, who took him to the higher realms. Why hasn't any immortal discovered me? Haha, perhaps you should look in the mirror. In a tea house across the way, a man observed the scene with clarity. His visage was handsome, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence. Seated alone in a spacious area, he savored his tea while attentively listening to the surrounding discussions. This was Lin Yi, embarking on a quest to find the realm of cultivation. A year had passed since they last laid eyes on him, and although his cultivation remained at the second level of qi training, there had been no discernible growth. Yet this did not imply a lack of progress. After a year of nourishing spiritual energy, his physical condition had remarkably improved. If he could find a place rich in spiritual energy, Lin Yi believed he had a 60% chance of successfully advancing to the third level of qi training. It was notoriously difficult for any cultivator to ascend a single level, and even a 30% chance was considered substantial. Thus, the path of cultivation became increasingly arduous. Though Lin Yi was unaware of these truths at present, over the past year, Lin Yi did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he followed the ancestral wisdom of the Jiqing sect, journeying from Hangzhou to Hangzhou. Although the names are quite similar, the two places are worlds apart. Any top-tier sect from Hangzhou could easily dominate Hangzhou, as the spiritual energy here is indeed somewhat superior. He sought out sect leader Fu, who narrated the grandeur of the Jioding sect, nestled within the majestic Luoxiao mountain range, a sect that truly exudes the prestige of being the foremost in Hangzhou. However, Lin Yi's primary objective was to delve into the realm of cultivators. Initially, the sect offered numerous obstructions, but after subduing several of Jioding's elite, the sect finally recognized reality and began to cooperate with Lin Yi's endeavors. Despite his inquiries, Lin Yi was unable to glean the information he sought. So he proceeded directly to the library, spending 3 days there. These 3 days marked a significant humiliation for Jioding's sect, as an outsider brazenly occupied their sacred ground, leaving them furious yet unable to voice their grievances. Lin Yi perused the useful texts, yet he found no fragments of knowledge pertaining to cultivation. It seemed the distance to the world of cultivation remained vast, but he did not leave empty-handed. His readings provided him with a more comprehensive understanding of his surroundings. After Lin Yi's departure, no one in Jioding's sect noticed his absence until a month later, when the sect leader could no longer contain his curiosity and entered the library, only to find it utterly deserted. Upon inspecting the texts and manuals, he realized nothing was missing, allowing the entire sect to finally breathe a sigh of relief after a month of anxiety. Subsequently, Lin Yi arrived in Taizhou, visiting the sect, Shao sect, where sect leader Fu had once resided. There, he encountered Chen Sheng, a figure highly esteemed by Fu. Their brief interactions confirmed Fu's praises. Meanwhile, Taizhou experienced a similar atmosphere to that of Jioding's sect, creating an air of unease among the martial artists of the various sects. Yet Lin Yi still failed to uncover the answers he sought. Throughout different regions, a mysterious legend circulated, with many embellishing tales of Lin Yi as a celestial being sent to traverse the mortal realm, leading to countless variations of the story that have persisted over the years. Finally, after 11 months of searching, Lin Yi heard a rumor that a disciple of cultivation from Yuanzhou was set to return to his capital. After extensive inquiries, he learned this news from a businessman. Eagerly, Lin Yi approached the merchant, asking if it was true that a cultivation disciple had appeared in Yuanzhou. The merchant, taken aback, patiently replied that he had heard about it during his travels, noting that many were discussing the matter, with whispers of the disciple's arrival in about a month. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi, who had been searching for 11 months, finally found a lead and hurriedly inquired about the location of Yuanzhou and its distance from where they stood. Noticing Lin Yi's urgency, the merchant asked, "Young sir, you do not intend to meet this celestial disciple in Yuanzhou, do you?" Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. The merchant, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Yi, asked, "Are you aware of how far Yuanzhou is from here? Even if you hasten your pace, it will take several months before you arrive." Upon hearing the merchant's words, Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing how far Yuanzhou truly was. However, upon reflection, Lin Yi was no ordinary individual. He was a bona fide practitioner at the second level of qi cultivation. What mortals cannot achieve does not imply he is incapable. Lin Yi confidently stated that he only needed directions to proceed. Not wishing to be entangled with Lin Yi, the merchant disclosed the location of Yuanzhou and conveniently sold him a map, thus concluding a profitable transaction. Subsequently, within less than a month, Lin Yi reached his destination. Through inquiries, he learned the specific time and place of the returning disciple of the immortal sect. Just as he arrived in Chengdu, seated in a tea house, the scene unfolded as initially described. Chapter 55. Unassailable. After a year of arduous travel and inquiries, Lin Yi had truly endured countless hardships. Yet, in a few days, he would finally learn the results he sought. His heart was in turmoil, yearning to enter the world of cultivators. having lingered at the second level of qi cultivation for far too long. Sitting in the tea house and gazing at the bustling city of Chengdu within Yuanzhou, he observed a vibrant atmosphere. Red lanterns adorned the streets, which were clean and orderly, with people bustling about, making final preparations. It was said that Chengdu was the sole cultivator from the city. Since the news of Chengdu's identity as a cultivator spread, the Chao family status in the city had undergone a dramatic transformation. Officials were compelled to pay their respects to members of the Chao family, who became exempt from any regulations. Gradually, some of the Chao family members began to act tyrannically, and the voices of discontent among the citizens grew louder. However, they dared not speak out against them. In recent years, rumors had circulated that Chengdu's standing within the immortal sect was ascending. These tales, relayed by the Chao family, spread throughout the city. The city, having produced a cultivator of such stature, even adopted the name Chao due to signify its importance, further elevating the Chao family's prestige to unprecedented heights. Yet Lin Yi was indifferent to these matters. He merely needed to ascertain the location of the world of cultivators through Chengdu at that moment. Uncertainty gnawed at him. He was unaware of Chengdu's current situation. If Chengdu possessed a higher cultivation level than Lin Yi and harbored malicious intent, it could prove perilous. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether Chengdu returned alone or was accompanied by members of his sect, both pressing issues that required resolution. Failing to seize this opportunity might mean he would never encounter such a fortuitous chance again. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings and called out to the waiter, "Excuse me, there is no tea left." The waiter promptly replied, "Please hold on a moment. I will refill it for you right away." Swiftly, he approached with a teapot, saying, "I apologize for the wait. I shall fill your cup now." Once the waiter had poured the tea, Lin Yi inquired, "Good sir, are you a local?" The young attendant replied, "Esteemed guest, I am a native of Chengdu. Having lived here my entire life, I assure you, I possess an intimate knowledge of the capital, earning the title of the city's all-knowing guide." He spoke with great enthusiasm and pride. Lin Yi, delighted by the unexpected fortune of his inquiry, reached into his waist and placed a silver ingot on the table. Addressing the young attendant, "My good fellow, I am astounded by your profound understanding of the capital. I have a few questions regarding the city, and I hope you could assist me. This silver is a token of my appreciation." The young attendant promptly responded, "Esteemed guest, feel free to ask anything you wish to know. I shall share all that I am aware of, ensuring your satisfaction. However, you need not concern yourself with the payment. This is merely a matter of conversation, and I cannot accept your money." Surprised by the attendant's generosity, Lin Yi insisted on offering the payment, unwilling to owe anyone a favor. Gathering his thoughts, he inquired, "My good fellow, I hail from another city and have long heard tales of a celestial being emerging from Chengdu. I have held a deep admiration for this immortal figure. Recently, I learned of their impending return to Chengdu, which filled me with excitement. Without hesitation, I journeyed here in hopes of witnessing the immortal's grace. Yet, I find myself yearning for a closer encounter. Upon arriving, I discovered a multitude of travelers from distant lands, and I fear that many more are on their way, all sharing the same desire to meet the immortal. This singular opportunity, should I miss it, may haunt me for a lifetime." As he spoke, a pained expression crossed Lin Yi's face. The young attendant, unsure of how to respond, recognized that many others shared Lin Yi's plight. He too desired to meet the immortal, but felt powerless to do so. After a brief pause, Lin Yi continued, "My good fellow, I understand that the chances of a close encounter with the immortal are exceedingly slim. However, I hope to have more time to behold the immortal's presence. Do you happen to know where the best accommodations are near the immortal's residence? I have heard that there are still rooms available." Lin Yi gazed at the attendant with hopeful eyes. Not wishing to dampen Lin Yi's spirits, the attendant replied, "Esteemed guest, your aspirations are commendable. Many desire to glimpse the immortal, yet the likelihood of interaction is exceedingly low. Firstly, the officials will not permit outsiders to approach the immortal. Should any unruly individual offend the immortal, the officials would bear the brunt of the consequences. Additionally, the Chao family will likely dispatch individuals to clear the area, forcing onlookers to observe from a distance. Furthermore, neither the authorities nor the Chao family have disclosed the route the immortal will take upon entering the city, which only serves to distract the masses." At this moment, the young attendant regarded Lin Yi with admiration, saying, "Esteemed guest, your ability to discern the crux of the matter is truly remarkable." However, he then shook his head and continued, "Despite your astute observations, the sheer influx of people into Chengdu is overwhelming. The inns are nearly at full capacity, especially those in close proximity to the Chao residence." Lin Yi's disappointment was palpable upon hearing the waiter's words. The waiter, observing Lin Yi's crestfallen expression, pondered for a moment and then said, "My esteemed guest, do not lose heart. Why not wait here until I close up? I am very familiar with this area and know many innkeepers. With a bit of luck, you might find a room in an excellent location." Grateful, Lin Yi expressed his thanks and awaited the closing time of the tea house. Chapter 56. Knowing people by appearance, but not by heart. Every half hour, Lin Yi expanded his spiritual awareness, hoping for some unexpected discovery. He wished to maintain his awareness in a state of constant search, yet his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement severely limited him. The maximum range was merely 50 meters. Sustaining this heightened state would lead to dizziness in less than 10 minutes, further motivating Lin Yi to urgently seek the world of cultivation to elevate his powers. As Lin Yi pondered, a voice called out to him, "My esteemed guest. Thank you for your patience. I have finished for the day. We can set off now." It was the voice of the tea house waiter. Following the sound, Lin Yi saw that 3 hours had already passed, and dusk was settling in. Even if they found a room, it would likely be very late. Hastily, Lin Yi replied, "I truly appreciate your help." He then inquired, "May I ask your surname?" The waiter responded, "Oh, esteemed guest, there is nothing inconvenient about that. Since childhood, everyone has called me Little Ma. You may call me that." Lin Yi, feeling no need for formality, addressed him directly, "Little Ma. You needn't keep calling me esteemed guest. Just call me Lin Yi." The waiter quickly replied, "Esteemed guest, you are distinguished and imposing, clearly of noble birth. I shall refer to you as young Master Lin, if that is agreeable." Lin Yi chose not to dwell on the matter of titles, as it was merely a form of address. As they conversed, the waiter led him to an inn named Tianxiang Lu. "Young Master Lin, this is Tianxiang Lu, the finest inn in Sadu City, and it boasts the best location near the Chao Mansion. Not only is it ideally situated, but it is also the safest place in the entire city. Those who can stay here are all notable figures. Allow me to share a tidbit. The proprietor of Tianxiang Lu is actually a celestial being from Saudu. Most individuals are unaware of this, but I, being well informed about Saudu, managed to uncover this highly concealed information after much effort. Now, let us see if we can find a vacant room, though I must caution you not to have overly high expectations, as it is often difficult to find available accommodations here. Many rooms are booked long-term." Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised that the waiter was not merely boasting. He indeed possessed some genuine knowledge. "You are truly remarkable, Little Ma. To acquire such crucial information so easily is impressive, regardless of whether there are rooms available. I am grateful to you. Master Lin, there is no need for such formality. I shall inquire within shortly, as I happen to have a childhood friend working as a waiter there." Lin Yi followed the waiter through the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion. From the outside, it appeared rather ordinary, but once inside, it revealed an extraordinary ambience, exuding opulence at every turn, each detail a testament to the essence of wealth. The waiter surveyed the surroundings when suddenly a voice called out, "Little Ma, what brings you here today? Are you perhaps in search of women again? Sooner or later, you shall meet your demise at the hands of a woman's whims." The waiter turned to see a lean, dark-skinned man standing before him. Little Ma, irritated, retorted, "Xiao He, do not cast such aspersions upon me. Who does not know my character? Yet look at you, what have you become? If you continue like this, you might as well enter joyfully and emerge sideways." Little Ma teased, while Xiao He chuckled, unfazed. "I know who I am, and if it comes to that, it would be my own choice, huh? But some dare not face the consequences of their actions, lurking in the shadows all day long." Out of the corner of his eye, Little Ma discreetly glanced at Lin Yi, relieved to find him unperturbed. What he did not realize was that his furtive glance had not escaped Lin Yi's notice. This waiter seemed far more complex than his demeanor suggested. Opting not to continue the banter with Xiao He, Little Ma inquired, "Do you know where Zhang Yi is? I have a matter to discuss with him." Xiao He cast a meaningful look at Little Ma, gesturing with his head toward a direction. "I just saw him heading that way." Little Ma, following Xiao He's indication, turned to Lin Yi. "Master Lin, please wait here for a moment. I will find my childhood friend and return with news shortly." Lin Yi promptly responded, "That would be splendid. I appreciate your assistance. Rest assured, I shall inquire thoroughly," Little Ma assured, before hastily departing. Xiao He shared a knowing glance with Lin Yi, a different smile crossing his lips, before silently leaving as well. Observing the exchange, Lin Yi surmised that both individuals were not merely ordinary characters, and it was likely that the one named Zhang Yi was of similar stature. Like attracts like, after all. However, these matters held little significance for Lin Yi. His sole objective was to accomplish his own goals. Should they assist him effectively, he would certainly extend his gratitude, yet if they dared to encroach upon his interests, he believed they would soon create lasting memories of a different nature. In truth, as a cultivator, securing a guest room would be a trivial matter for Lin Yi. However, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, particularly given his uncertainty regarding the circumstances of the immortal disciples. Any misstep could potentially expose his identity as a cultivator, placing him in jeopardy. In comparison to the martial artists of other realms, those in this domain exhibited a significantly higher level of cultivation. Since his arrival in the Yuan continent, Lin Yi had sensed the profound richness of its spiritual energy, though this was primarily relevant to mortals. For cultivators, the differences were marginal. Thus, Lin Yi, as an outsider, would find it utterly futile to demand accommodation under the guise of a martial artist. Others would merely regard him as deranged. Consequently, he was compelled to devise an alternative strategy. At this juncture, the young attendant, Xiao Mazi, approached Lin Yi, his expression revealing his predicament. "Young Master Lin," he began, "I have inquired with my childhood friend, and regrettably, all guest rooms are fully booked today. And for the next few days, it will be exceedingly difficult to find vacancies." I implored him to consider my request, but he truly is powerless in this situation, as these days are exceptionally unique. Upon hearing Xiao Mazi's words, Lin Yi felt no disappointment. He had initially come merely to test his luck. Moreover, given the peculiar nature of this location, it was not just Xiao Mazi who was privy to the underlying circumstances. Many esteemed dignitaries were surely well informed, likely having secured all available rooms themselves. "Brother Xiao Mazi," Lin Yi said, "I am immensely grateful for your efforts on my behalf. The outcome is beyond your control. And since this establishment regrettably lacks available rooms, I must trouble you further to guide me to other locales where I might find suitable accommodations." Xiao Mazi, noticing Lin Yi's lack of disappointment, was somewhat taken aback. He had prepared an extensive consolation speech for Lin Yi, only to find it unnecessary, thus sparing himself considerable trouble. "Young Master Lin," he quickly replied, "you are far too courteous. I, Xiao Mazi, am a man of my word. Though I may not guarantee a room, I shall certainly inquire at every inn in the vicinity on your behalf." Lin Yi remarked at the tea house, "I perceived you to be a person of gallant heart and noble spirit. I shall refrain from excessive gratitude. I shall remember your kindness." Xiao Mazi, surprised by Lin Yi's high regard, quickly responded, "Young Master Lin, I do not deserve such praise. I am humbled. Now, let us hasten to the next establishment for inquiries." Thus, Lin Yi followed Xiao Mazi as they visited 5 or 6 inns, only to receive the same disappointing news. All guest rooms were occupied, and the upcoming days showed no signs of availability. Given this situation, the likelihood of finding accommodations seemed increasingly slim. Turning to Xiao Mazi, Lin Yi suggested, "Brother Xiao Mazi, it is growing late. Shall we pause for dinner?" As he spoke, Xiao Mazi's stomach grumbled audibly. However, he replied, "Young Master Lin, I am not hungry at the moment. It is imperative that I resolve your matters first. There are still several inns to inquire about, and if those fail, there are more to the southeast." Despite his earnest words, Xiao Mazi's stomach betrayed him with its incessant rumbling, prompting a sheepish apology. "The search for lodgings can wait," Lin Yi stated. "Besides, I find myself quite hungry. Since you grew up in Chengdu City, you must be well acquainted with its culinary delights. Please do recommend something to me." At the mention of food, Xiao Mazi's face lit up with enthusiasm. "Young Master Lin, when it comes to the culinary delights of Chengdu City, there is not a single establishment that escapes my knowledge. I am well acquainted with the signature dishes of each restaurant. I wonder what specialties young Master Lin prefers, so I can tailor my recommendations to your tastes." Lin Yi mentioned that he does not have particular favorites nor aversions, often subsisting on simple fare. "Therefore, I implore you, my dear friend, to guide me to the dining establishment you deem most distinctive." After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck little Mazi, and he declared, "Young Master Lin, I have indeed recalled a place. I assure you, once you have sampled its offerings, you will be utterly enchanted." After a leisurely 10-minute stroll, which was merely a winding path, they arrived at the restaurant. This establishment appeared somewhat concealed. It seemed to embody the adage that while fine wine may be hidden, it shuns the depths of obscure alleys. Its unremarkable faade belied its extraordinary nature. The sparse foot traffic suggested that little Mazi's recommendation was indeed promising, and Lin Yi found himself filled with anticipation. Despite its seclusion, the name above the entrance was anything but ordinary. It was evident that it bore the mark of a distinguished calligrapher. The characters for the restaurant's name exuded strength and vigor, yet retained an artistic elegance, allowing one to appreciate the beauty of the calligraphic art. Though Lin Yi was a cultivator, he held a deep admiration for the works of renowned calligraphers and often envied their skill. He wished fervently to craft beautiful characters himself. During his studies at Yaofeng, he had diligently practiced his writing, yet the disparity between his own efforts and the characters before him was vast. In that moment, he yearned to meet the master behind such exquisite writing. As Lin Yi reveled in the beauty of the characters, he was pulled back to reality by little Mazi's voice. "Young Master Lin, this is indeed the restaurant I spoke of. Its name may be modest, but it harbors a hidden paradise within, frequented by dignitaries and nobles." Entering through the grand doors, Lin Yi discovered, as little Mazi had said, that the interior was worlds apart from its exterior. The ambience was enchanting, with lush greenery and the occasional serenade of birds. Ahead lay a small lake, adorned with a pavilion that echoed with melodious music. "Young Master Lin," little Mazi remarked, "the enchanting melodies emanating from the pavilion are performed by none other than the famed beauty, Miss Loi. She occasionally graces this place with her performances. How fortunate you are." arriving here for the first time and encountering her. Though Lin Yi paid little heed to the mention of the beauty, he could not help but be captivated by the exquisite music. Unconsciously, he reached out with his spiritual sense to discern the source of the melodies. However, as he drew near the pavilion, his senses met an inexplicable barrier. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. The distance from him to the pavilion fell well within the range of his perception. Yet, he chose not to delve deeper into this mystery, merely satisfied with his curiosity. He remained quietly to listen as the musician completed her piece. Little Ma Zi, overwhelmed by the beauty of the moment, exclaimed, "Marvelous." However, he soon regained his composure and addressed Lin Yi, saying, "Young Master Lin, the dining area is just ahead. Let us proceed to place our order." Lin Yi nodded and walked in that direction. Chapter 58. The Fox's Tale. After Lin Yi finished his dinner and stepped outside, he reflected on the meals, which indeed lived up to Xiao Mozi's description. They were truly distinctive, a delightful fusion of flavor, aroma, and presentation. It was, without doubt, the most exquisite meal Lin Yi had enjoyed in years, albeit at a price that would be prohibitive for the average person. While dining was a pleasant experience, the priority lay in finding accommodations. However, after inquiring at all the nearby inns with Xiao Mozi, he received the same discouraging news everywhere. Xiao Mozi remarked, "Young Master Lin, I have inquired at nearly all the inns in the vicinity, and unfortunately, they are all fully booked. The situation will only worsen over the next few days. It is unrealistic to hope for available rooms in the area. I am unsure of your plans, young Master Lin." Lin Yi did not respond immediately. He too had not conceived a better plan and could only take things as they came, hoping for a favorable outcome in 3 days' time. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Brother Mozi, I truly do not know what to do. I never anticipated the influence of the immortal to be so profound. It seems my chances of encountering such a being are exceedingly slim." Xiao Mozi offered reassurance. "Young Master Lin, you appear to be a person blessed with good fortune. Heaven shall surely protect you, and you may indeed have the opportunity to engage with an immortal." After a pause, he added, "It is already quite late. Surely, you would not wish to spend the night on the streets." Lin Yi sighed. "What other choice do I have?" Xiao Mozi, as if making a difficult decision, said to Lin Yi, "My home is not far from here, and I am the only one residing there, having lost my family when I was merely 10 years old. If you do not mind the humble nature of my abode, I would be honored to have you stay at my home for the night." Lin Yi was indeed troubled by the prospect of where to rest that night. Although he was a cultivator, it would be inappropriate to brazenly impose upon others. Xiao Mozi's direct invitation to stay at his home was a timely solution to his urgent predicament. "Thank you, Brother Mozi. I am more than content to have a place to rest. I would not dare to express any dissatisfaction," Lin Yi replied. Xiao Mozi responded, "For one of your esteemed status to find refuge in my home is a great honor for my family, a testament to our ancestors' good fortune." As they made their way to Xiao Mozi's residence, he described the state of the house. Living alone, many things had not been tidied up, resulting in a somewhat chaotic environment. Before long, they arrived at a rather dilapidated dwelling. Upon entering, it became evident that Xiao Mozi's description was quite accurate. 3 words summed it up: messy, dirty, and shabby. Had one not known that someone lived there, they might have mistaken it for a junkyard. Xiao Mozi hurriedly said, "I apologize, young Master Lin. Allow me to prepare a guest room for you immediately." "Brother Mozi, there is no need for such trouble. It is late, and you have worked hard. Please, go and rest." "I can manage for one night," Lin Yi replied. Xiao Mozi insisted, "Young Master Lin, I am not tired. It was merely a short walk, and cleaning up will not take much time." Lin Yi chose not to persist any longer, and together with Xiao Mozi, they quickly tidied up a guest room. After a brief span of 10 minutes, they assessed their work and deemed it suitable for habitation. "Young Master Lin, you may rest now. I shall not disturb you further," Xiao Mozi remarked. "Brother, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Do take care and rest early." Since embarking on his journey of qi cultivation, Lin Yi had rarely found himself lying down to sleep, and tonight was no exception. He resumed his usual practice of meditative cultivation. Although his qi level would not increase, he felt compelled to maintain his daily regimen, harboring an inexplicable belief that perseverance would yield favorable outcomes. Zhang Yi reported, "Everything has been arranged. That Lin fellow has already taken residence." Upon his exit, I ignited the incense, and I believe it won't be long before he succumbs to a deep slumber. If Lin Yi were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the speaker as Xiao Mozi, while Zhang Yi was the childhood friend mentioned by Xiao Mozi. Zhang Yi expressed a concern. "There won't be any complications, will there?" Xiao Mozi, dismissive, replied, "Having spent the day with that Lin fellow, I've discerned his background is negligible. Moreover, I observed clearly that he carried a substantial amount of silver notes when we settled the bill at the tavern. If this operation succeeds, we shall never have to worry again and can retire in peace, free from fear. We can indulge in a life of leisure, perhaps even surpassing the celestial beings. Xiao Mazi dreamt of a bright future, as vivid as if it were within reach. Zhang Yi, invigorated by Xiao Mazi's words, eagerly urged, "Can we proceed now?" Xiao Mazi glanced at the moon and replied, "There's no rush. Let us wait another quarter of an hour. By then, he will surely be unconscious. This incense is potent. Once inhaled, a normal person will remain in slumber for days on end." For both men, that hour felt as though it stretched into decades. Time seemingly suspended. At that moment, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in meditation, when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching his room. 2 individuals, to be precise. Extending his spiritual awareness, he recognized Xiao Mazi and an unfamiliar companion. Zhang Yi whispered, "He must have already fainted." Unsure, Xiao Mazi motioned for Zhang Yi to conceal himself behind a pillar. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Young Master Lin, are you asleep?" Lin Yi, curious about Xiao Mazi's intentions, reclined on the bed, closed his eyes, and feigned silence, all the while maintaining his spiritual vigilance over the 2 figures. After several calls yielded no response, Xiao Mazi breathed a sigh of relief and informed Zhang Yi, "He has indeed fainted." Zhang Yi, unable to contain his impatience, emerged from behind the pillar and exclaimed, "Xiao Mazi, what are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly to avert any unforeseen circumstances." At this moment, Xiao Mazi concurred with Zhang Yi, eager to secure their objective without delay, gently pushing open Lin Yi's door. Xiao Mazi peered through the crack and saw that Lin Yi had already lain down, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He turned to Zhang Yi and informed him that Lin had settled in. The effects of the medication were taking hold, and it would be several days before he awoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming that in a few days, there would be no trace of this person, and they would no longer have to engage in such trepidation, but could instead revel in carefree pleasures. With that, Zhang Yi hurriedly pushed past Xiao Mazi and strode directly towards Lin Yi, who was lying there. Xiao Mazi followed closely behind. As they approached Lin Yi, Zhang Yi made a hissing sound of disbelief, remarking upon Lin's fair complexion, contrasting it with their own rugged appearances, declaring them to be from entirely different worlds. He mused that such skin could only be nurtured by aristocrats. He questioned why a gentleman like Lin would leave the comforts of home to chase after elusive fantasies, wondering if such deities were truly so accessible. Zhang Yi hoped that Lin's pockets were well filled, ready to offer one last contribution to them, or else they would have no choice but to reduce him to a mere pulp for the dogs, as a means of revenge. As he reached for Lin's pocket, Lin Yi suddenly sat up, staring blankly at the 2 intruders, startling Xiao Mazi and Zhang Yi, who quickly took 2 steps back. However, being seasoned veterans of the streets, they soon regained their composure, drawing knives from their pockets and pointing them at Lin Yi. Xiao Mazi demanded to know why Lin was still awake. Lin, adopting a tone of jest, retorted, "Why am I awake? Am I dreaming?" He feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Xiao Mazi, am I not at your house? Why are you pointing a knife at me? And who is this person? How could I be dreaming of such a thing?" With a feigned sincerity, he wondered if it were indeed a dream. To test this, he pinched his own leg, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ouch, that doesn't hurt. Could it really be a dream?" The 2 men stared, dumbfounded by Lin's performance. Zhang Yi turned to Xiao Mazi, bewildered by the situation. Xiao Mazi himself was at a loss, pressing Lin Yi to stop pretending and to hand over his money, warning him that they could still leave him with a whole corpse if he complied, or else he would face dire consequences. With that, Xiao Mazi advanced towards Lin Yi, knife in hand, his demeanor fierce. Lin, recognizing the threatening look in Xiao Mazi's eyes, leaned back slightly, saying, "Xiao Mazi, there's no need to act so convincingly in a dream." Just then, Zhang Yi chimed in, insisting that there was no need for further conversation, and that they should conclude matters swiftly. Xiao Mazi agreed, lunging forward with his knife aimed at Lin Yi. With Zhang Yi poised to follow suit, ready to settle matters in one swift stroke, Lin covered his face with his hands, while the 2 men thought to themselves how this fool had managed to survive thus far, daring to venture out alone. As the daggers of these 2 individuals neared Lin Yi's chest, he bellowed, "Stop!" Xiao Mazi and Zhang Yi found themselves inexplicably immobilized, their mouths and eyes being the only parts they could move. In a state of panic, Zhang Yi queried Xiao Mazi, "What is happening?" Xiao Mazi, equally bewildered, could only wear a blank expression, having no answers. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Zhang Yi's look of alarm, Xiao Mazi's astonishment, and Lin Yi trembling with his face obscured created a surreal tableau. This peculiar scene persisted for roughly 10 minutes until Lin Yi gradually opened his fingers, surreptitiously glancing at the 2, and then suddenly leaped up. He leaned closer to Xiao Mazi, waving his hand in front of his eyes, then pinching his face, nose, and mouth. "Wow, dreams can be so amusing. It turns out that simply saying stop truly makes everything halt," he exclaimed. Descending from the bed, Lin Yi seized the dagger from Xiao Mazi's grasp examining him intently before scrutinizing the weapon, repeating this several times before finally declaring, "Brother Xiaomatzi, since dying in a dream isn't real death, I might as well stab you in the chest with this dagger. It should be quite entertaining." With that, he pointed the dagger at the area of his chest. Xiaomatzi trembled, his voice quaking with fear. "Young Master Lin, this is no dream. Stabbing would result in actual death. I refuse to believe it." Lin Yi insisted. "If it weren't true, why would I be able to say stop and everything halts? Rest assured, Brother Xiaomatzi, I will stab right here, and I promise it won't hurt." With that, he brandished the dagger, mimicking the motion of plunging it in. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Xiaomatzi shouted thrice, his eyes revealing sheer terror. "Young master, you are magnanimous. I acknowledge my faults. I implore you, spare my life." At this moment, Xiaomatzi realized he had encountered a formidable presence and could only continue to plead for mercy. He added, "None of this was my intent. It was all Zhang Yi's scheme, coercing me into participation. He is the true culprit. You should hold him accountable." Upon hearing Xiaomatzi's words, Zhang Yi snapped out of his daze, seething with rage yet unable to move. He could only retort, "Young Master Lin, do not believe him. When he led you to the inn, it was he who found me, claiming he had discovered a lucrative target for tonight." Without granting Xiaomatzi the opportunity to respond, he continued, "All these years, I was doing well at the inn, but this Xiaomatzi has incessantly instigated me, leading me from petty theft to heinous acts of murder and arson. I have suffered greatly because of him. He has been scouting for victims at the tea house, concocting ways to lure them here to meet their demise. The crimes Xiaomatzi has committed over the years are truly heinous, deserving of the gravest punishment. Young Master Lin, it is genuinely not me. Consider that we have never met before, and I trust your discerning judgment." Xiaomatzi hastily defended himself. "Young Master Lin, it is not as he claims. Reflect on who has been by your side today." Zhang Yi accused Xiaomatzi, asserting that no matter how much he attempted to deny it, the crux of the matter lay in the house, particularly the ominous hole beneath the bed, concealing the bodies of those he had slain, a fact he could not refute. Xiaomatzi retorted loudly, urging Zhang Yi to cease his words, claiming that he too bore culpability. Revealing the truth would serve no purpose for him. "It was he who betrayed me first, so do not blame me for my lack of mercy thereafter. Let us perish together." Lin Yi scrutinized Xiaomatzi, then turned his gaze upon Zhang Yi, causing both men to squirm under his watchful eye. Chapter 60. Effortless acquisition. Lin Yi shook his head at the two, stating, "Having chosen to engage in such deeds, one must bear the consequences that ensue." After uttering these words, he brandished his knife, preparing to advance. Xiaomatzi and Zhang Yi were struck with terror, yet their bodies remained frozen in place, prompting them to plead for mercy. "Young Master Lin, you possess great benevolence. We shall not transgress again. We vow to reform our ways. If not, may the heavens smite us with thunder, and may we meet a miserable end. We beseech you to grant us a chance for redemption." Zhang Yi nodded fervently in agreement, expressing his fear and desperation. As they anxiously regarded Lin Yi, he traced the blade across their faces. When suddenly a distinct odor wafted through the air, both men had succumbed to fear, losing control of their bladders. Lin Yi, pinching his nose, recoiled a couple of steps. Xiaomatzi and Zhang Yi remained oblivious to their disgraceful condition, but even if they were aware, their primary concern was survival, and they continued to beg for mercy. Lin Yi began, "Allow me to share a tale with you. A few years ago, a sect known as the Jukingmen encountered a youth who sought medicine from an elder at Yaofeng. Upon hearing this story, Lin Yi inquired, 'Do you know who this youth is?' The two men, surprisingly in unison, responded, 'Could it be that the youth is young Master Lin? Congratulations, you are correct. Now, I grant you the opportunity to meet Elder Duan," he declared, stepping forward to conclude their fates. Xiaomatzi and Zhang Yi, sensing the impending doom, pleaded, "Young Master Lin, rest assured, we would never be ungrateful, spare our lives." Lin Yi, uninterested in further games, swiftly executed both men. As their lives ebbed away, regret etched upon their faces. One might wonder if this was the inevitable reckoning for good and evil. Subsequently, Lin Yi discarded their bodies into the hole mentioned by Zhang Yi, discovering upon opening it a grim collection of skeletal remains, over a dozen in total. Their grisly fate was justly deserved, had it been an ordinary person facing them that night. Another life would have tragically been extinguished by their hands, and many more innocent souls would fall victim in the future. After a brief tidying up, Lin Yi decided against lingering in this ill-fated place. Contemplating his next move, he recalled the delightful establishment where he had dined earlier that evening. It would serve as a fitting refuge for the night. Entering the restaurant with ease, unnoticed by others, he strolled to the lakeside, only to find that the young girl from earlier had departed. Lin Yi remained perplexed as to why his spiritual senses had failed to penetrate the veil surrounding her. Regardless of the incomprehensibility of the situation, I chose not to dwell on it. instead allowing my spiritual awareness to explore as I walked. I discovered that this dining establishment was quite expansive. Behind the lake stood an artificial hill, beyond which lay several courtyards, presumably intended for habitation. I quickened my pace towards the courtyards, finding them all unoccupied except for one that glowed with light. Maintaining my clarity and grace, I refrained from probing further with my spiritual insight. I randomly selected one of the courtyards and entered. It did not exude an air of opulence, but was arranged with a refined simplicity that was exceedingly comfortable. I settled onto the bed to meditate. As diligence can compensate for inadequacy, an essential daily practice, I lost track of time when suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, approaching the brightly lit courtyard. Driven by curiosity, I extended my spiritual awareness to follow the sound. A man arrived at the courtyard, raised his hand, and knocked on the door, saying, "Sister Miaoying." "It is I." Moments later, the door opened to reveal a young woman, who could also be described as possessing a clear and elegant demeanor, yet she seemed ethereal, as if untouched by the mundane world. Upon seeing her, the man froze, while the young woman appeared unfazed by his reaction and said, "Brother Fong, please come in." She turned and re-entered the room, prompting the man to recover from his daze and hastily follow her inside. I, too, extended my awareness into the room. The young woman poured a glass of water for the man and sat down in a chair, lapsing into silence. "Sister Miaoying," he began, "I have come to understand that Chao Du will not return to Chao Du City in 3 days, but rather tomorrow afternoon. All prior information was a smokescreen. He is merely passing through on a mission from his sect to check in. The members of their sect will not accompany him. Chao Du will return alone. And they plan to rendezvous at the Lilong Mountain Range early the day after tomorrow." Brother Fong relayed the essential details, leaving me astonished at the fortunate acquisition of such significant intelligence. What, I wondered, was the purpose of their inquiry about Chao Du? And how had they come by this information? Miaoying nodded in acknowledgement, but offered no further commentary, while the man seemed unfazed by the exchange. "Sister Miaoying," he continued, "since Chao Du is returning alone, I have also learned that his cultivation level is at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. With our respective levels at the 5th and 6th layers, eliminating him poses no challenge. The question now is when to strike." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback to realize that these two harbored enmity towards Chao Du. They were here for vengeance. Moreover, upon hearing Brother Fong speak of their cultivation levels, I was startled by the vast disparity between us. Had I encountered Chao Du without knowledge of his temperament, I might have found myself in peril. Yet, the very cultivator I had been desperately seeking was so close at hand, and I felt a sense of achievement nearing fruition. The young woman spoke up, "Brother Fong, we must not be careless. Chao Du may possess protective techniques bestowed by his sect. We must not fall victim to them. 34 Miaoying, do not worry. Even though Chao possesses means of self-defense, we are fully prepared to ensure that this time he shall not return." The man spoke with unwavering confidence. Subsequently, the two began to deliberate on the details, ultimately devising a comprehensive and feasible plan that they found to be exceptionally thorough, leaving them quite satisfied. Unbeknownst to them, that one person had overheard the entire conversation. The young woman seemed to recall something and addressed the man surnamed Fong, saying, "Brother Fong, today I encountered something peculiar. While I was playing the zither by the lake, the jade pendant bestowed upon me by my master suddenly glowed. This pendant is meant to obstruct spiritual probing, yet it extinguished almost immediately. I wonder which senior was attempting to investigate at that moment." Upon hearing this, the man surnamed Fong was taken aback and urgently inquired, "Miaoying, did you see the individual? It is known that only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage can possess spiritual awareness. How could such an individual appear in this mundane realm?" Miaoying shook her head. "At that time, I did not see any cultivators. Furthermore, if a foundation establishment cultivator were to hide in the shadows, how could a mere Qi refining level practitioner like myself detect them?" After a brief pause, she continued, "However, I did notice 2 individuals standing on the shore, but they were mere mortals. Logically, no cultivators above the foundation establishment stage should be present in such a place. Yet, what could explain the jade pendant's illumination?" Brother Fong suggested, "Could it be that there is a flaw with the pendant itself?" "Miaoying, do you still have it on you?" Miaoying replied, "I have already removed the pendant and placed it in my storage bag." As she spoke, she tapped her waist pouch, and the jade pendant materialized in her hand. The pendant immediately radiated light, only to vanish shortly thereafter. The two first scanned their surroundings for abnormalities, but found none. They then hurriedly examined the pendant, inspecting it meticulously but uncovering no clues. Finally, Brother Fong proposed, "Miaoying, why not place the pendant back in the storage bag and then take it out again to see if the situation remains unchanged?" Miaoying agreed to Brother Fong's suggestion, placing the pendant back in the storage bag. After a few seconds, she retrieved it once more, yet this time, the pendant showed no response, leaving them perplexed. Brother Fong remarked, "Miaoying, Perhaps you should repeat this process several times. After multiple attempts, the outcome remained the same. The pendant exhibited no reaction. Miao Yin, when Elder Qin gave you this pendant, what did he say? Miao Yin responded. Master mentioned that this pendant not only aids in calming the mind during cultivation, but also prevents spiritual probing by practitioners below the golden core stage. It has accompanied me for many years, yet now it seems ineffective for Master. He bestowed it upon me before my departure. Brother Fong expressed his admiration for Miao Yin's fortunate relationship with a good master and asked, did Elder Qin mention that the pendant might behave in such a manner? Miao Yin recounted that her master had told her that this jade pendant had repeatedly helped him avert perilous situations, each time with remarkable precision, and thus, he believed it would not fail them. Upon hearing this, the man with the surname Fong suddenly tensed and glanced around. Miao Yin, could it be that a senior practitioner above the foundation establishment stage is truly stalking you? Should we proceed with our plan? Miao Yin felt a surge of anxiety at Fong's words. After all, a foundation establishment cultivator was not something that mere qi refinement practitioners like them could contend with. Yet, she pondered, would a powerful practitioner truly need to lurk in the shadows to deal with someone as insignificant as a qi refinement cultivator? Mr. Fong, I believe the situation may not be as dire as you think. Consider this. If a foundation establishment cultivator had ulterior motives, would they need to hide to confront someone as trivial as myself? Perhaps there is no foundation establishment cultivator at all. It might just be an issue with the jade pendant, and our plan to eliminate Chao Du remains unchanged. Miao Yin required Fong's cooperation, for without it, her success would be elusive, and such a rare opportunity, once missed, might never return. While convincing herself, she also sought to persuade Fong. Fong shared her sentiment, believing that the likelihood of encountering a practitioner above the foundation establishment stage in such a location was exceedingly low. However, as the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. What if they truly did cross paths with a foundation establishment cultivator? Their lives could be at stake. Fong intended to voice his concerns, but upon looking at Miao Yin, who was gazing at him with eager anticipation, he swallowed his words and instead remarked, it must be an issue with the jade pendant. Miao Yin, it is getting late. You should rest early. I shall take my leave, he concluded. Miao Yin nodded and saw him out, returning to her room to examine the jade pendant once more, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Lin Yi sat upright on his bed, pressing his head with his hand, his expression far from the ease he had previously exhibited. He was unaware of what had transpired behind him. His spiritual sense had been abruptly repelled by the jade pendant, with several strands of it vanishing entirely. The immediate consequence was that Lin Yi felt dizzy and experienced a slight pain, struggling to adjust to the situation. Amidst the throbbing pain, Lin Yi endeavored to digest the wealth of information he had received earlier. He began to comprehend why his spiritual sense had been obstructed last time. It was indeed the jade pendant that had caused it. However, he was perplexed by the mention of a foundation establishment cultivator. Why was it that only such practitioners possessed spiritual sense? What about his own spiritual sense as a mere second-layer qi refinement cultivator? Lin Yi probed into his mind with his spiritual sense, discovering that the mysterious orb remained immobile. Could this orb be the reason he possessed a spiritual sense typically reserved for higher-tier cultivators at his current qi refinement level? Unable to conceive of any other explanation, he surmised that it must be an ability bestowed upon him by the enigmatic orb. In truth, Lin Yi had yet to fully grasp the nature of this orb. Aside from aiding his breakthrough to the second layer of qi refinement and the newfound possession of spiritual sense, he had only uncovered these two capabilities thus far. Yet, Lin Yi found himself unable to discern whether the mysterious orb within his mind was a boon or a bane. At the very least, he acknowledged that without it, he would have long since perished in that abyss. Since he could not unravel its mystery, he chose to disregard it. He recalled the woman named Miao Yin tapping her waist pouch and producing a jade pendant, piquing his curiosity about the pouch, which they referred to as a storage bag. Its name implied a function of storage, yet the specifics remained elusive, to be discovered at a later time. Given the fog that still clouded his mind, meditating and cultivating that night was out of the question. Important matters awaited him on the morrow, and he needed to rest well. Thus, he succumbed to a deep slumber, eagerly anticipating the dawn. Chapter 62. The arrival of Chao Du. Miao Yin. This is the essential route for Chao Du's return. We can lie in wait here and catch him off guard. At that moment, two figures stood upon a hillside, the woman Miao Yin and a man surnamed Fong. They had set out early in the morning, adhering to the plan devised the night prior. This location was within the Tiger Ridge Mountains, a vast expanse of dense jungle stretching over 100 miles. Typically, this area was devoid of human presence, save for the occasional hunter. Common folk would seldom venture here due to the abundance of wild beasts. Even hunters refrained from acting alone, as solitary endeavors often ended poorly. Few hunters who ventured out alone ever returned, and those who did were often gravely injured. Consequently, hunters preferred to form various hunting groups, significantly reducing casualties. However, due to the impending return of Chao Du, the authorities had issued a decree prohibiting hunting in the Tiger Ridge Mountains until further notice. The mountains served as a crucial passage to Chengdu City, and with only a single rugged path traversing the area. The government sought to avoid disturbing Chengdu by sealing off the region. At present, Miao Yin and the man surnamed Fong stood midway up the slope, where the underbrush was sparse and only some weeds existed, affording a relatively clear view while simultaneously providing excellent concealment, mere meters from the road below. This optimal position had been discovered by Fong through diligent scouting. Brother Fong, I am grateful for your unwavering support during this time. Without your assistance, I would have been lost in my quest for vengeance against Chao Du, not knowing when or if I would ever find hope, Miao Yin expressed. Brother Fong replied, your matters are my own, Sister Miao Yin. Although you have not disclosed the reasons for your vendetta against Chao Du, I firmly believe that this scoundrel has inflicted harm upon you. Pausing briefly, Brother Fong continued, I hope today unfolds favorably, if all goes according to plan. This day next year shall mark Chao Du's demise. Miao Yin responded, I understand your concerns, Brother Fong. Yet I am confident that if a foundational cultivator were truly present, would we still be able to stand here unscathed? Brother Fong nodded, dismissing such thoughts, and remarked that they had half an hour before reaching Chengdu, suggesting they should prepare. As he spoke, he began to clear an area and retrieved his bow and arrows from his storage bag, while the enchanting woman also busied herself with preparations. In a distant corner of the Tiger Ridge Mountains, a figure lay concealed. It was Lin Yi, who had followed the two individuals from the start of the day, seeking a suitable spot to hide. At that moment, Lin Yi positioned himself behind them, with the enchanting woman ahead in the thicket and a vast, dense jungle stretching behind. Hidden within the foliage, he was difficult to detect, while he could keenly perceive every detail through his spiritual awareness. However, he refrained from drawing too close. Uncertain whether the enchanting woman bore any protective charms, fearing a recurrence of the events from the previous night, which would be disastrous. His greatest concern was revealing his presence. Each of them possessed significantly greater cultivation than he did, and should they discover his awareness of their whereabouts, it would be perilous for him. Lin Yi's aim was to enter the realm of cultivators, and currently, he could only place his hopes upon them, taking each step as it came. The half-hour felt interminable for the trio, with the entire mountain range enveloped in an eerie silence. The surrounding flora stood still, not a whisper of sound to be heard. No animal calls echoed through the mountains. Even a falling leaf could be heard distinctly in the profound stillness, as if everything awaited the impending storm. The enchanting woman and her companion fixated on every blade of grass along the path, not overlooking a single rustle. It felt as though a century had passed in this prolonged stillness when, suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats broke the silence, drawing nearer. Brother Fong remarked, Sister Miao Yin, it must be Chengdu approaching. By the sound, they should be about 600 meters away. Upon finishing his statement, the man readied his bow, aiming toward the sound of the hooves, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Gradually, the silhouette of a mounted man emerged in the distance, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. As the horse approached within 50 meters, Brother Fong's arrow flew forth, striking directly at the horseman. The man leaped from his mount just before the arrow struck, but it found its mark, shattering the horse's head into fragments, revealing the arrow's formidable power. Who dares to ambush me? The man shouted towards the direction of the attack. The enchanting woman and her companion swiftly leaped onto the path, blocking the man's escape. Addressing him, she proclaimed, Chengdu, you shall not leave here today. The matters between us will be settled here. The man, taken aback, recognized her. Chu Miaoying, we hail from the same capital. How long has it been? Must you resort to such violence for a trivial matter? Chengdu turned his gaze towards the man beside him, scrutinizing him for a few seconds before shaking his head and emitting a hissing sound. Chapter 63, Beasts in Human Clothing. Today, I shall send you to hell, he declared. Chu Miaoying fixed her gaze on Chengdu, gritting her teeth as she spoke. The moment I laid eyes on you, I could no longer maintain my composure. I am no longer the serene and elegant woman I once was. I long to tear you apart to quell the hatred festering within me. Chengdu, with a smile, looked at Chu Miaoying and remarked, do we harbor such deep grievances against each other? You wish to see me dead? Remember when we were in Chengdu City? Everyone believed we were childhood sweethearts. The perfect pair destined to become a couple admired by many. Pausing for effect, he continued, just because I touched you, you have sought my demise for all these years. Was it not quite normal for me to do so? After all, everyone knows you, Chu Miaoying, belong to me, and it is merely your duty. He then sniffed his hand with a look of intoxication, gazing back at Chu Miaoying, noting, I cannot believe how much more enchanting you have become after all these years apart. It is truly delightful. Chu Miaoying's stare intensified. This secret had been her deepest concealment, shared with no one. She never expected Chao Du to voice it so brazenly in front of others. At that moment, she had no desire for further conversation with him. She only wished to eliminate this beast in human guise, to rend him apart and find peace from her hatred. Brother Fong now understood why Chu Miaoyin was so intent on bringing about Chao Du's demise. It was for this very reason. The thought of the woman he admired being so casually disrespected by this man fueled his rage. He drew his sword, pointing it at Chao Du, and spat out the words, "Beast." He glared fiercely at his opponent before declaring, "Today, you shall find no place to bury your remains." Chao Du glanced at Brother Fong, smirked, and shook his head, saying, "You have no chance. I know better than anyone who Chu Miaoyin is. She would never look at you." Huh. He then turned to Chu Miaoyin, adding, "Am I not correct, my dear wife?" Upon hearing the term "my dear wife," Chu Miaoyin could no longer contain her emotions. She charged at Chao Du with her sword, unwilling to hear another word from him, intent on resolving the matter immediately. Her blade lunged towards Chao Du's heart with swift precision. In response, Chao Du spread his hand, revealing a knife that effortlessly blocked her attack before deflecting it to the side, colliding with Brother Fong's sword. Both men retreated a few steps. As Chu Miaoyin launched her assault on Chao Du, Brother Fong simultaneously attacked, hoping to overwhelm him from both sides, but to their dismay, Chao Du easily countered their combined efforts. Previously, the information was erroneous. At the moment of his attack, Chao Du felt that his cultivation was not merely at the 5th layer of qi refinement, but rather at the 6th layer. Originally, with Chu Miaoyin at the 5th layer and senior Brother Fong at the 6th layer, it would have been a straightforward task to eliminate a 5th layer practitioner like Chao Du. However, it now appeared that considerable effort would be required. With no turning back after the arrow is loosed, Fong's senior brother must take the lead while Chu Miaoyin provides support from the side. The surroundings were devoid of dense forests, only scattered patches of low grass. After several exchanges, the grass around them was sent flying. Aside from the sounds of combat among the three, the mountains were eerily quiet. The oppressive aura released by the qi refinement practitioners caused the beasts within the Tiger Ridge Mountains to cower on the ground, motionless and trembling. After several exchanges, neither side gained a significant advantage. They were at a stalemate. While fending off the attacks from both opponents, Chao Du remarked, "Chu Miaoyin, it seems your aspirations will be thwarted today. You cannot overcome me. Moreover, my cultivation has reached the 6th layer. The gap between us will only widen from here on. It appears your desire to kill me in this lifetime will remain unfulfilled. Why not join me? Although my master has promised my junior sister to me, and I cannot offer you the position of the principal wife, the secondary position will certainly be yours." In a frenzy of desperation, Chu Miaoyin launched relentless attacks at Chao Du, abandoning all semblance of defense, intent on ensuring his swift demise. Observing her increasing madness, Chao Du continued, "Miaoyin, though I cannot grant you the primary position, know that my heart belongs to you. I must adhere to my master's wishes, and I too have my difficulties. My feelings for that junior sister pale in comparison to what I feel for you. Furthermore, when my master arranged for that junior sister to be betrothed to me, he imposed a condition. I may marry only her in this lifetime, or else he would render me crippled, subjecting me to a fate worse than death. Miaoyin, you must understand my plight. Though I cannot openly wed you, I assure you, you are my most cherished woman. All others are but mere shells." Chao Du's words only served to further infuriate Chu Miaoyin, while senior Brother Fong's attacks grew increasingly fierce, reflecting his own tumultuous emotions. Witnessing the humiliation of his beloved ignited a fire within him, transforming his rage into lethal sword strikes aimed at Chao Du's vital points. In truth, Chao Du was equally anxious. He had not anticipated that upon his return, Chu Miaoyin would lay in wait to assassinate him. Despite having reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, he felt no advantage against the two. Uncertainty loomed, as he feared being defeated and perishing in this desolate mountain range. Having finally attained the status of a revered practitioner, he could not allow himself to meet an untimely end before savoring the admiration of others. He could only devise ways to provoke the two, seeking a flaw to exploit, in hopes of either defeating or repelling them. Yet, unexpectedly, after uttering those words, he found himself not only at a disadvantage but increasingly burdened, as his words ignited a greater potential within both adversaries. Indeed, Chu Miaoyin and Brother Fong were well aware of Chao Du's treacherous tactics. As cultivators who had witnessed the deceptions of the immortal world, they were not easily fooled. However, Chao Du's words were so shameless that they left them astounded. Chapter 64. Cornered and fighting back. Lin Yi observed the fierce battle between them and felt an overwhelming sense of disparity. The gap in both cultivation level and combat experience was insurmountable. Should he encounter either of them alone, he would likely fall within mere moves. This stark realization intensified his urgency to immerse himself in the world of cultivation. Since reaching the 2nd layer of qi refinement, his progress had stagnated, hindered by the meager spiritual energy available in the mortal realm. breaking through had proven exceedingly difficult, almost impossible. It was only through a stroke of luck, aided by a mysterious pearl and the Wu Wei decision technique, that he had narrowly advanced to the second layer of qi refinement. Otherwise, he would have met his demise from a ruptured meridian during the breakthrough. While concealing himself, Lin Yi seized the invaluable opportunity to observe the combat techniques of the cultivators. He meticulously scrutinized every movement, cherishing this rare experience as if he were an infant newly born into a world brimming with wonder, fully engrossed and entranced. Xiao Du, not anticipating the outcome, initially sought to disrupt their focus with taunts. Although their emotions were indeed affected, he did not foresee that it would unleash a greater potential within them. Regret gnawed at him. He dared not provoke them further with his words. After hundreds of exchanges, Xiao Du found himself increasingly overwhelmed. If the battle continued in this manner, his demise was inevitable. His thoughts shifted from how to counterattack to how to escape. However, Brother Fong held him firmly in place while Chu Miaoyin feigned attacks, effectively blocking any avenue of retreat. This predicament began to weigh heavily on Xiao Du's mind. Suddenly, a pained cry escaped Xiao Du's lips. In a moment of distraction, he was struck by Brother Fong's sword, which left a gash on his arm, blood seeping forth and staining his garments. Recognizing the opportunity, Chu Miaoyin and Brother Fong intensified their assault, targeting his vital points. Any hit could prove fatal for Xiao Du. In his state of panic, Xiao Du implored Chu Miaoyin, saying, "Chu Miaoyin, I apologize. I regret my past actions, and I never intended to cause you such harm. I, Xiao Du, am not worthy of the name. I am less than a beast. But we both hail from the same place, having entered the same cultivation sect. Cultivators emerging from the mortal realm are rare, though not entirely non-existent," he continued. "Our journey from the mortal world to the realm of cultivation is undoubtedly a divine arrangement. We should not turn against one another, but rather transform this stroke of fortune into motivation to achieve great things together. To build a thriving city that offers more mortals the chance to cultivate." Xiao Du spoke fervently, seeking to sway their hearts. However, Chu Miaoyin's response to Xiao Du intensified the pace of her attack, as she yearned to swiftly rid herself of this rogue, wishing to hear no more of his voice. Observing that neither Chu Miaoyin nor her companion wavered, Xiao Du exclaimed, "Chu Miaoyin, could you truly be this heartless, wishing to consign me to death? Even if I have wronged you, it hardly warrants such a fate. This incident occurred when we were merely children. It was all in jest, devoid of any malicious intent. For the sake of a childish quarrel, you would seek my utter destruction, Chu Miaoyin?" Xiao Du lamented, filled with regret for having been so foolish as to have touched this woman. Yet, at that time, he recalled, she had not resisted. Her gaze was merely icy. He never expected that she would harbor such a grudge for so many years, biding her time to exact revenge. It was crucial to understand that had Chu Miaoyin truly wished him dead, she would not have returned alone. Now, even if he were to perish here, no one would know. His master would be unable to avenge him, perhaps even believing he had ventured out alone for training. In the world of cultivation, it was commonplace for practitioners to embark on solitary journeys, with some never returning, their fates unknown amidst the vastness of the immortal realm. At this moment, Xiao Du bore several more wounds. "Chu Miaoyin, are you not afraid of us perishing together in this relentless pursuit?" he hissed menacingly. Chu Miaoyin and her companion remained vigilant, wary of any defensive weapons Xiao Du might possess. Although they had prepared extensively, they were still apprehensive about unforeseen mishaps. As Xiao Du's injuries multiplied, the specter of death loomed ever closer. He initially had no intention of resorting to this particular technique, recalling his master's admonition that it should only be employed in dire circumstances, lest one face immediate demise or suffer the severing of meridians. Yet, this technique, once invoked, could grant a cultivator a threefold enhancement, potentially saving their life in critical moments, provided that someone was nearby to administer timely medical aid. Restoring their meridians was not an impossibility. His master had serendipitously acquired this technique, but until now, he had never dared to employ it, uncertain of its consequences. Immediate death or severed meridians were the foreboding words inscribed in the technique's description. Whenever his master faced peril and contemplated invoking this technique, those ominous words would echo in his mind. 1,000 lives taken, 1,000 lives lost. It was far too severe. Fortunately, in the few dangerous encounters he had faced, he had managed to avert disaster. His master had deliberated for an extended period on whether to pass this technique on to them, fearing they might succumb to temptation and use it prematurely, leading to severe injury or even death. Ultimately, considering the dangers of the cultivation world, his master resolved to impart this technique to them, leaving their fortune or misfortune to fate. For many years, Xiao Du has possessed this technique, and each time he attempts to wield it, he recalls the words and solemn expression of his master during its impartation. Over the years, he has refrained from using it, but at this moment, he can no longer afford to hesitate. Failure to act may cost him his life. Quietly, Chao Du begins to channel the technique's incantation, and gradually, Chu Miaoyin and her companion perceive the grotesque transformation of his visage. Chapter 65. The tragic and unyielding Chu Miaoyin and her companion notice something amiss with Chao Du. His face contorts into a ghastly grimace. Sensing the impending danger, they exchange a glance and hasten their assault. Yet it is too late. Chao Du has completed the technique's activation. As he experiences the technique for the first time, he truly comprehends his master's warning. The consequences could lead to severed meridians or, worse yet, fatal injuries. In that fleeting moment of activation, an excruciating agony surges through his meridians, a torment unbearable for an ordinary person. Moreover, he discovers that once initiated, he cannot cease the technique. He estimates that he can sustain it for a maximum of 10 minutes before his meridians collapse, potentially leading to his own demise. With a twisted gaze, Chao Du addresses Chu Miaoyin and her companion. "This is your doing, Chu Miaoyin. Since you have forced my hand, you shall accompany me to death." With that proclamation, he raises his blade. Despite the immense pain coursing through him, a surge of strength fills his being, amplifying his power several-fold. He strikes at the two, and the force of the blade sends a howling wind that startles them. They raise their swords to defend, but upon contact, the overwhelming force propels them several meters away. Weaker in cultivation, Chu Miaoyin coughs up blood, her face paling instantly, while her companion, relying on his greater prowess, fares slightly better but still feels a suffocating weight in his chest. They realize their dire predicament. Chao Du shows no mercy, fully aware that time is of the essence. If he does not eliminate them before his meridians shatter, he will either be dead or awaiting death. Chao Du employs an accelerated foot technique, launching a relentless series of attacks, his speed markedly enhanced. He focuses on the more formidable Fang Shixiao, who is swiftly overpowered and soon bears numerous wounds. Chu Miaoyin finds herself in a similarly precarious situation. At this juncture, if they do not devise a strategy, their lives may be claimed in the next heartbeat. They had previously concocted multiple plans and prepared various contingencies, including magical artifacts, yet they could never have anticipated Chao Du's tremendous enhancement. Even their prepared measures would be futile against him. In a moment of desperation, Fang Shixiang produces a pill from his palm, a serendipitous find within a cave. According to its enigmatic owner, this pill possesses a singular purpose: to expend one's lifespan in exchange for a surge in cultivation. Notably, the owner had concocted this semi-finished product based on the original formula. While it still offers a boost in power, the cost to one's lifespan is exponentially greater, posing a grave risk for lower-tier cultivators who might ultimately exhaust their life force upon consumption. At this moment, faced with the dire circumstances, one could not escape the fate of death without consuming the elixir. Yet, by ingesting this potion, there remained a glimmer of hope. With resolute determination, Brother Fang swallowed the pill he held in his hand. Upon witnessing the emergence of the elixir in Brother Fang's grasp, Chao Du immediately sensed the impending danger and attempted to intervene, but alas, it was too late. The potion had already been consumed. As the elixir entered his body, an immediate transformation occurred. His strength surged rapidly, multiplying several times over, while simultaneously, he felt the precious years of his life slipping away at an alarming rate. Both combatants clung desperately to each fleeting second, engaging in a fierce struggle, yet after several exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. Anxiety gripped their hearts, for time was not on their side. At this juncture, Chu Miaoyin's burden lessened considerably, granting her a moment to breathe. Her condition improved slightly as she had only endured a few strikes from Chao Du. However, her meridians lay fractured in multiple places, and as she relaxed, she faltered and collapsed into the grass, rendered immobile. Initially believing her demise was inevitable, she was astonished to discover Brother Fang possessed such a miraculous elixir, elevating his power significantly. She could no longer share the pressure with him and could only place her hopes entirely upon him. Chao Du, meanwhile, was beginning to bleed profusely, particularly from his eyes, where drops of crimson fell, creating a chilling sight. Brother Fang was not faring any better. His visage aged rapidly, his hair turned completely white, no longer resembling a youth, but rather an old man on the brink of death, poised to depart from this world at any moment. Observing Brother Fang's condition, Chao Du chuckled, though the smile was more sinister than humorous. For a woman you cannot attain, you have squandered your vibrant youth and bright future. Are you content with this? His face bore an expression rife with pity. Turning to Chu Miaoyin, he declared, "It is all your fault." Drawing upon his last vestiges of strength, he unleashed a palm strike from afar. Brother Fang sought to intervene, but it was too late. The force struck Chu Miaoyin in the chest, causing her to spit blood and succumb to unconsciousness. At the very instant Chao Du unleashed his attack, Brother Fang's sword found its mark in Chao Du's heart. Turning to face Brother Fang, Chao Du glanced down at his own chest, a wretched laugh escaping his lips. This return should have been met with reverence, basking in the adoration of many, receiving accolades, flowers, and applause, yet it culminated in his demise here. His pupils widened as memories flooded back to that fateful year. At the age of 14, a cultivator had ventured into the mortal realm, inadvertently discovering Chao Du's aptitude for cultivation. He brought him back to the celestial sect, accepting him as a disciple, due to his commendable talent and diligent efforts. It wasn't long before he rapidly advanced in his cultivation, eventually being recognized as an official disciple by his master. The words spoken days prior to his departure from the sect were indeed true. His master had promised his daughter to him, vowing that, upon successfully establishing his foundation, the day of the foundation building ceremony would also mark the day of their shared cultivation celebration. I vividly recall the first moment I laid eyes on my junior sister. Her ethereal beauty captivated me entirely, leaving me utterly enchanted at first sight. Yet, being acutely aware of my own status, I understood that such a connection was unattainable. Therefore, I resolved to diligently hone my skills, aspiring to elevate my cultivation level swiftly, in hopes of garnering the attention of my revered master. Fortune, it seems, favors the earnest. When my master announced the intention to betroth my junior sister to me, the elation I felt was beyond verbal expression, igniting within me a newfound determination. My initial plan was to dedicate myself to reaching the foundational realm upon my return to the sect, with the ambition of making my junior sister my dual cultivation partner. However, all my aspirations were rendered futile. I refused to accept this, I exclaimed, and as those words left my lips, blood gushed forth, and I collapsed backward, leaving behind only a lingering echo of despair in the silent expanse of the Tiger Ridge Mountains. Chapter 66. The wind has ceased, the rain has stilled, Lin Yi emerges. Was it worth it? Brother Fong stared blankly at his hands, which had lost the youthful vigor of a young man, now marred with wrinkles and the unmistakable marks of age. He dared not touch his own face, although mentally prepared. He found it impossible to accept the harsh reality before him. Though the fighting had ceased, the elixirs continued to drain his lifespan relentlessly. Brother Fong understood that with his current level of cultivation, he would not survive long enough for the elixirs to fully deplete within him. His life force was destined to wither away. Turning his gaze toward the unconscious Chu Miaoyin on the ground, he found himself repeatedly questioning, was it worth it? Before long, his lifespan dwindled, and he fell to the ground, his aged visage still betraying a lingering uncertainty, as if he would question himself until his last breath. Was it worth it? The wind ceased, the rain quieted, and Lin Yi emerged. Concealed within the thicket, Lin Yi bore witness to the entire harrowing ordeal. The outcome was devastating. Is this truly the world of cultivators? As he watched one after another succumb, worry not at him. He had come here, seeking an opportunity to be taken into the realm of cultivation. Yet, as he saw each of them fall, the hope that once felt tangible began to dissipate before his very eyes, leaving a profound sense of loss within him. Reason cautioned him against rushing forward. Even at their peak, they could barely withstand a single attack. What chance would he have now? It wasn't until Brother Fong collapsed and remained motionless for some time that Lin Yi cautiously emerged from the underbrush. The sight of Chao Du and Brother Fong's grim fates left him utterly shaken. What had they endured to end up like this? He approached Chu Miaoyin, whose face was ashen and her once immaculate garments stained with blood. Placing his fingers at her nostrils, he detected a faint breath, eliciting a long sigh of relief from Lin Yi. There remained a glimmer of hope. His dreams were not yet extinguished. However, Chu Miaoyin's condition was dire. Her breath was exceedingly weak, and without prompt medical intervention, she was at risk of fading away. As a pharmacist, Lin Yi meticulously searched through his collection of medicinal herbs, yet he found himself lacking two crucial main ingredients for a particular remedy. He could only provide a rudimentary treatment for Chu Miaoyin, carrying her on his back while seeking a safe haven. Before departing, he laid to rest Chao Du and Brother Fong, ensuring their remains would not be left to rot in the wilderness, becoming prey for wild beasts. Naturally, he took their storage bags, hastily stowing them away without a moment to inspect their contents, and continued his search for shelter with Chu Miaoyin on his back. After spending the better part of a day, he finally stumbled upon an abandoned cave in the Tiger Ridge Mountains. After clearing a small space to rest, he laid Chu Miaoyin down, only to discover her condition had deteriorated further. Time was of the essence. He needed to procure the two missing herbs swiftly. The Tiger Ridge Mountains were a natural treasure trove of medicinal plants, largely untouched by humans due to the presence of wild beasts, with various herbs flourishing abundantly. Before long, he had located one of the main ingredients and gathered a substantial amount of supplementary materials. Now, only the main ingredient, blood silver flower, remained elusive. In an effort to save time, Lin Yi employed his perfected technique, the step of the multitude, swiftly traversing the mountain's corners. The wild beasts within the range froze in terror, wondering what had transformed humans into such formidable beings. After nearly half an hour of fruitless searching, anxiety began to consume him. Perhaps in the next moment, Chu Miaoyin would be lost to him forever. In his moment of frustration, he suddenly recalled the nameless herbal compendium gifted to him by Elder Fei, which contained information on over 100,000 medicinal herbs. Quickly retrieving the compendium, he found the entry for blood silver flower, noting it thrived in damp, chilly environments, often surrounded by snakes. Armed with this knowledge, Lin Yi tucked the compendium away and resumed his search. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a blood silver flower in a cold, dark cave. Indeed, surrounded by snakes, venomous ones at that, seemingly guarding the precious herb. Lin Yi reminisced about his first encounter with snakes while gathering herbs, recalling the various methods he had employed to successfully harvest his finds. However, he was no longer the novice he once was. He radiated the aura of a cultivator, sending the snakes scattering in fear. Carefully, he harvested the blood silver flower, but just as he was about to leave, a snake lunged at him from the base of the flower. Caught off guard, Lin Yi nearly fell victim to its fangs. In a split second, he summoned the Ziyang sword from his dantian. The sword had undergone a remarkable transformation, now brimming with spiritual energy, thanks to his nurturing within the dantian. He swung the Ziyang sword at the snake, severing it in two. To ensure it was truly vanquished, he struck the snake several more times until it ceased to show any signs of life. Satisfied with his blade, Lin Yi reflected on its former glory and silently vowed to restore it to its peak splendor. Reinserting the Ziyang sword back into his dantian, he hastened back to the cave where Chu Miaoyin lay. Upon his return, he was relieved to find her still breathing, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not returned too late. Next came the extraction of medicinal herbs and the crafting of pills, a domain in which Lin Yi was well versed, executing each task with remarkable finesse. Despite his proficiency in pill making, he remained acutely aware of the gravity of the task at hand. While he had access to numerous herbs, the blood silver flower was a rare singular specimen. Should he falter, there would be no opportunity for redemption. Throughout the intricate process of pill production, he approached each step with utmost diligence. Ultimately, he succeeded in creating the pill without incident, and at that moment, the weight on Lin Yi's heart was finally lifted. As he placed the pill in Chu Miaoyin's mouth, it was not long before the medicinal effects began to manifest. Though her complexion remained pale, her breathing gradually steadied. At last, she has been saved, Lin Yi murmured to himself. Turning to glance outside the cave, he noticed that night had fallen. Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. After a day of heightened tension, he now felt the toll of exhaustion on his body. He casually found a spot to recline and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 67. Even celestials cannot resist barbecue. Lin Yi awoke groggily, his vision hazy, and he discerned a beautiful figure resembling Chu Miaoyin. Was he dreaming? Rubbing his eyes, he realized that Chu Miaoyin was indeed awake, a sword poised against her chest. It dawned on him that she had regained consciousness, yet her pallor was alarming, causing Lin Yi to dread that she might strike him down. Cautiously, he addressed her, "Fairy Chu, it is I who saved you. I am not a villain. Please, lower your sword." Chu Miaoyin regarded him with an icy stare, the air thick with tension. Lin Yi, sensing her silence, felt a surge of anxiety. He had witnessed her ruthlessness before, and he could not afford to meet an unjust demise. "Fairy Chu, you must trust me. When I found you, you were unconscious and your breath was faint. I brought you to this cave to heal you, and during this time, I have done nothing improper," he explained, careful to convey the circumstances. Cold sweat began to bead on his brow. In the face of death, fear is a potent adversary. "How did you know my surname is Chu?" she queried, her words sharp and succinct. At that moment, Lin Yi felt as if 1,000 deaths awaited him. Why had he uttered her surname? If he were to answer truthfully, she would surely silence him forever. He had to concoct a plausible explanation to navigate this precarious situation. "Fairy Chu, my name is Lin Yi, a pharmacist. I came to the Tiger Ridge Mountains to gather medicinal herbs. Passing through here, I noticed 3 individuals, and among them, I found you still alive. I brought you to this cave to treat your injuries, and it was here that I crafted the pill." He gestured to the disarray of items he had yet to tidy. "As for how I knew your surname, it was because during your unconsciousness, you uttered, 'Master, Apprentice Chu Miaoyin can no longer honor you,' among other phrases." After speaking, Lin Yi watched Chu Miaoyin closely, awaiting her response with bated breath. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Chu Miaoyin had genuinely placed her faith in him, for her master was the person she held in utmost reverence. Lin Yi was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Slowly, Chu Miaoyin withdrew her sword from Lin Yi's chest, but suddenly, she coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. It turned out that her injuries were far too grave. She had merely mustered the strength to hold on for a brief moment. Had she realized that Lin Yi was aware of the circumstances, she would not have spared him. Despite the harrowing scene that had just unfolded, Upon witnessing Chu Miaoyin fall, Lin Yi hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "Fairy Chu, how are you faring?" Yet, Chu Miaoyin remained unresponsive. Her eyes closed. "Fairy Chu, allow me to examine your condition. If you do not reply, I shall take it as your acquiescence." After a moment of silence, he extended his hand to her nostrils and discovered her breathing was erratic. She had lost consciousness. He took her pulse and found her condition to be dire, the forced exertion exacerbating her already precarious injuries. Fortunately, he had prepared 2 medicinal pills the previous night. Otherwise, he would have had to exhaust himself searching for blood-silver flowers. He placed the last pill into Chu Miaoyin's mouth, waiting for the effects to gradually take hold. Once he had attended to all necessary tasks, the earlier scene flashed before his eyes, and a wave of anxiety surged within him. He had been far too careless and had almost paid the ultimate price for it. Such a mistake must never be repeated. Gazing at the unconscious Chu Miaoyin, he found himself at a loss for what to do, left only to wait for her to awaken, though the duration of that wait was uncertain. Resolving to forage for something to eat in the mountains, he rose and made his way to the cave entrance. Upon his return to the cave, he held 2 plump wild rabbits in his hands. Entering the cave, he discovered that Chu Miaoyin had already regained consciousness, seated on the ground in a meditative posture. Lin Yi approached her and said, "Fairy Chu, you have awakened. How do you feel now?" Yet, Chu Miaoyin did not respond. Lin Yi, accustomed to her silence, continued, "I just went out and caught 2 rabbits. You must be hungry. I shall prepare roasted rabbit." Without waiting for her consent, knowing she likely would not provide any, he moved to a small stream to prepare the rabbits. Once he had finished, he gathered firewood and set up a roasting spit, skillfully starting the fire. As he added various seasonings, along with his specially concocted medicinal liquid, the tantalizing aroma of the roasting meat permeated the cave, greatly enhancing one's appetite. Before long, one of the rabbits was ready. Lin Yi brought the prepared meat to Chu Miaoyin. "Fairy Chu, the rabbit is ready. This one is for you. Eat it while it is hot." He offered the food to her, but she initially ignored it. "Fairy Chu, your injuries are severe. You need nourishment to aid your recovery. This rabbit meat is perfectly safe. If I had intended to harm you, I would not have saved you." Only then did Chu Miaoyin lift her hand to accept it. "Fairy Chu, take your time eating. I shall go roast the other one." With that, Lin Yi turned away to continue his culinary endeavors. Once Lin Yi had prepared the other roasted rabbit, he turned to glance at Chu Miaoyin. To his surprise, one rabbit had already been devoured entirely by her. This woman truly astonished him, he mused. Holding the remaining rabbit, Lin Yi approached Chu Miaoyin and said, "Fairy Chu, this one is ready as well. If you are still hungry, please feel free to enjoy it." Chu Miaoyin, shedding her earlier indifference, replied, "I am already full. You may have this one." Yet, as she gazed at the delectable roasted rabbit, she swallowed hard, her stomach protesting. For one could only understand the exquisite taste through experience, and she had never encountered such delightful fare before. Observing her subtle gestures, Lin Yi remarked, "Fairy Chu, since I cannot finish this rabbit, why not share it equally?" The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. For Chu Miaoyin shot him a piercing glare and retorted, "You should leave. A robust man unable to consume a single rabbit while I, a delicate woman, could devour a half. Wouldn't that invite ridicule?" Hastily, Lin Yi exited the cave, relishing the roasted meat, unaware that his culinary skills were becoming increasingly refined. While he was lost in the pleasure of the roasted delicacy, he suddenly heard Chu Miaoyin's voice echoing from within the cave, filled with irritation. "Try not to make such slurping sounds while eating." Utterly unreasonable, Lin Yi thought to himself, though he dared not voice his feelings. Chapter 68. Interrogation. Lin Yi savored the rabbit meat, still feeling unsatisfied, wishing he had brought back more. Turning back into the cave, he found Chu Miaoyin scrutinizing him, an unprecedented occurrence that left him inexplicably anxious, uncertain of her intentions. Pointing at him, Chu Miaoyin commanded, "Come here." Lin Yi approached her cautiously and inquired, "Fairy Chu, is there something you need?" Chu Miaoyin instructed, "Upon regaining consciousness, recount in detail all that you witnessed, word for word." Her unwavering gaze seemed to pierce through him, seeking to unveil his innermost thoughts. Realizing that her suspicions had yet to dissipate, Lin Yi swiftly organized his thoughts, careful to leave no inconsistencies. He responded, "This path is the only route through the Tiger Ridge Mountains. I come here for several days each month to gather medicinal herbs. Coincidentally, it is that time again. Yesterday, as I passed through, I stumbled upon 3 individuals lying on the ground, one of whom was you, Fairy Chu, while the other 2 had already succumbed to death. At that moment, your condition was dire. As an apothecary, my duty is to heal the ailing. Despite your faint breath, I believe there was a glimmer of hope and sought to provide aid. Knowing of this cave, I brought you here for treatment. I have already buried the other 2, and you are aware of the events that followed." Thus, he recounted the details. During Lin Yi's narration, Chu Miaoyin remained fixated on him. Once Lin Yi concluded, she inquired, What was the condition of the other two when they died? Lin Yi feigned an effort to recall, suddenly displaying a look of terror as he said. Their deaths were truly horrifying. One had all his meridians ruptured, a veritable bloodied corpse, while the other appeared to have succumbed to the exhaustion of life itself. I have never encountered anyone so aged. The expressions on their faces revealed an unwillingness to accept their fate, making their appearances particularly tragic and chilling. After finishing his account, Lin Yi trembled visibly, embodying fear, yet his description was indeed factual. Most would be terrified upon witnessing such a sight. And where did you bury those two? Chu Miaoyin asked casually. In the forest. At the time, I was anxious to attend to Miss Chu, so I handled it rather hastily, Lin Yi replied. Chu Miaoyin nodded and asked, then how did you treat me? At this moment, Lin Yi did not conceal the truth, stating, I am an apothecary, and I used the pills I concocted. Throughout the process, I assuredly did not act inappropriately towards you. You can see your garments still bear the stains of blood, untouched by my hands. Chu Miaoyin extended her hand, requesting, show me the pills you administered. Lin Yi scratched his head, responding, Miss Chu, you've put me in a difficult position. Last night, I only produced 2 pills. I already administered one to you, and now you have fainted again. So I had to give you the second. Furthermore, the primary ingredient of this pill is particularly rare, so please refrain from becoming upset during this time. Otherwise, I shall have no means to procure more ingredients. Chu Miaoyin regarded Lin Yi with skepticism. Lin Yi, feeling wronged, insisted, I assure you, every word is true. There are indeed none left. I wonder if you are familiar with the pharmacology. The primary ingredient is blood silver flower, which only grows in unique environments. Although Chu Miaoyin was not well versed in concocting potions, she had heard of blood silver flower and remarked, since you are an apothecary, do you possess any other finished products? I would like to see what the pills you mentioned look like. Lin Yi reached into his pocket, suddenly recalling that Chao Du and Brother Fong's storage bags were still there, nearly forgetting about them. He was unsure of their contents, but knew he must not let Chu Miaoyin discover them. Maintaining composure, he casually pulled out a vial and handed it to her. Chu Miaoyin accepted the vial, opened the cap, and poured the pill into her palm, astonished as she examined it. Is this what you referred to? She asked Lin Yi. Responding to her inquiry, Lin Yi, perplexed, replied, yes, is there a problem? Chu Miaoyin did not answer him right away, but instead asked again, are you certain it is what you refined, and are you not lying? Lin Yi replied with conviction, absolutely. Miss Chu, is there an issue? He asked. Knowing that Chu Miaoyin had traversed the cultivation world and possessed extensive knowledge, leaving her uncertain about the nature of such mundane items. Chu Miaoyin provided an answer. This thing is not called a pill. Its true name is elixir. Although it is the most rudimentary type of elixir, it still falls within the category of elixirs. Chu Miaoyin was quite astonished. She had not anticipated that someone in the mortal realm could indeed concoct elixirs. It is well known that alchemists in the world of cultivation are exceedingly rare, with exceptionally high qualifications required to attain such a status. Furthermore, alchemists hold a significant position within the cultivation world. Should a sect encounter such an individual, even one with poor cultivation aptitude would be vigorously nurtured, underscoring the esteemed status of alchemists. The fact that this person managed to produce elixirs in the mortal realm suggests an extraordinary level of alchemical talent, one that would surely attract the attention of various cultivation sections. If they were to discover that such an individual existed in this corner, they would undoubtedly rush to secure him, fearing he might be taken by another sect. Who taught you to concoct elixirs? In truth, Lin Yi felt a strong aversion to Chu Miaoyin's tone, reminiscent of an interrogator questioning a criminal. Had he not needed her assistance, he would have long ceased to engage with this woman, having witnessed her ruthlessness firsthand. Brother Fong had met a tragic end for her, yet to this day, there was no sign of sorrow from Chu Miaoyin, which was truly disheartening for Brother Fong. Of course, it was my master who taught me. Who is your master? Chu Miaoyin immediately pressed, realizing that anyone capable of producing an alchemist in the mortal realm must be an extraordinary individual, perhaps hailing from the world of cultivation. Regarding my master, I am not entirely sure myself. All I know is that his surname is Fei, and I haven't seen him for many years. I have no idea where he is now. Lin Yi reminisced about his past experiences at the Medicine Peak, momentarily forgetting Chu Miaoyin's presence beside him. Seeing Lin Yi in this state, Chu Miaoyin became convinced that he was speaking the truth and ceased her inquiries, as she had already gleaned what she wished to know. However, she was now faced with a dilemma. What should she do next? Chapter 69. Pursuing the sun. After several days of recuperation, Chu Miaoyin's condition had improved significantly. However, relying on Lin Yi's elixirs to achieve complete recovery was virtually impossible. The damage to her meridians required higher-grade elixirs for restoration, and the longer the meridian damage persisted, the more detrimental it would be for her future cultivation, a reality she found intolerable. During their time together, Chu Miaoyin had witnessed Lin Yi's alchemical process and recognized his exceptional talent. noting that the quality of his elixirs was remarkable, marking him as a prodigy in alchemy. Lin Yi had also sought an opportunity to inquire about the path to the world of cultivation from Chu Miaoyin, yet he had not found the right moment. He had to venture into the mountains daily to gather various herbs to concoct elixirs for her healing, and he also prepared her meals, leading to her current life of ease. Despite his care, Chu Miaoyin's attitude towards Lin Yi remained lukewarm. If he were to express his intentions, based on Chu Miaoyin's previous conduct, it was unlikely that gratitude would motivate her to escort Lin Yi to the world of cultivation. The risk of her silencing him was far more probable. In recent days, Lin Yi found himself in a state of deep distress. Eventually, he devised a cunning plan. He resolved to remain close to Chu Miaoyin, and when the moment arose for her to depart, he would stealthily follow in her wake, thereby discovering the path she took. With this course of action in mind, a sense of lightness enveloped him. Today, as was customary, Lin Yi prepared to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs and procure some game. Particularly in recent days, his barbecuing skills had reached an extraordinary level, transforming the mundane into the sublime. Initially, Chu Miaoyin required Lin Yi to present the prepared dishes to her, but in the past couple of days, she had taken to directly claiming them for herself without a hint of modesty, consuming even more than Lin Yi each day. As he stood to leave, he heard Chu Miaoyin call out to him, "Come here, I have something to discuss with you." Without hesitation, Lin Yi approached her, ready to speak, when suddenly, a sword materialized in Chu Miaoyin's hand, thrusting towards him with lethal intent. The attack was so abrupt that Lin Yi, in a flurry, executed a swift evasive maneuver, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. However, the blade grazed his arm, drawing blood. "What are you doing, Chu Miaoyin?" Lin Yi exclaimed in outrage. Chu Miaoyin, taken aback, had not anticipated that a mere mortal could evade her ambush. It was only upon witnessing his adept footwork that she recognized he possessed some degree of cultivation. "So you hail from the realm of cultivation as well. I wondered how a denizen of the mortal world could possibly achieve the status of an alchemist and know my full name. Speak, what are your intentions in following me? Have you seen everything?" Chu Miaoyin bombarded Lin Yi with questions, her mind racing as she contemplated how best to deal with him. Initially, upon discovering his remarkable talent for alchemy, she intended to take him back to her sect, anticipating great rewards for such a find. Yet, she recalled his prior encounters with Chao Du and Brother Fong, and the prospect of him revealing their secrets filled her with trepidation. After much deliberation between these two paths, she ultimately resolved to eliminate Lin Yi to preclude any future complications, thus allowing her to pursue her path to immortality without further concern. Having regained her strength over the past few days, she recognized the necessity of returning to her sect without further delay. With the cultivation nearing the 4th level of Qi training, her journey back posed no issues. However, before departing, she deemed it essential to remove this final obstacle. In a fit of anger, Lin Yi retorted, "Without me, you would not be standing here. You would have long since met your demise, your body devoured by beasts." He continued, "If I intended you harm, you would already be dead. Why then have I gone to such lengths to heal you?" He added, "I have lived my entire life in the mortal realm, and the cultivation I possess is solely due to my master. You have a person willing to die for you. Yet you exhibit not a shred of compassion. How could I have failed to foresee that you would resort to murder to silence me?" With that, he summoned the Ziyang sword into his grasp, seizing the initiative as he executed the same swift maneuver towards Chu Miaoyin, ready to retaliate. The Ziyang sword swiftly approached Chu Miaoyin, yet she effortlessly evaded it, primarily due to her superior footwork. The steps from the mortal realm were, after all, vastly inferior to those of the cultivation world. Chu Miaoyin declared, "The chasm between us is insurmountable. Submit and perish without resistance, lest you face a fate worse than death." You are not in a much better position yourself. I am well aware of your meridians. Each movement only exacerbates your injuries. It remains uncertain who shall live and who shall die," she retorted. With no more words exchanged, they engaged in combat. After several rounds, Chu Miaoyin leveraged her cultivation and footwork, consistently overpowering Lin Yi. Though Lin Yi sustained several wounds, they were not severely debilitating. Chu Miaoyin also bore some injuries. Her sword bore several cracks from the clashes with the Ziyang sword, which was of a notably higher caliber. If the exchanges continued, her sword would surely be rendered useless. She had not anticipated Lin Yi wielding such a formidable weapon, likely a gift from the alchemist who had instructed him. Despite the imminent ruin of her sword, she remained unperturbed, for such swords were plentiful. Thus, they continued their fierce struggle, exchanging blows. This was Lin Yi's first encounter with a cultivator, and amidst the fray with Chu Miaoyin, he experienced rapid growth. Yet, the disparity remained vast, and his innate limitations were hard to overcome. If the battle persisted, misfortune was inevitable. Quietly, he began to channel the first form of the destruction sword technique. Chasing the Sun Lin, he had his own strategy. He aimed to exhaust Chu Miaoyin before unleashing the destruction sword technique for a decisive victory. The Ziyang sword emitted a blinding radiance, akin to a sun revolving in the sky, its brilliance intensifying, and the surrounding atmosphere swelling with energy. At that moment, Chu Miaoyin felt an overwhelming sense of peril, a crushing pressure descending upon her. She immediately activated the floating blossom sword technique, but her meridians endured immense torment. Enduring the excruciating pain, she countered Lin Yi's sword light. The two had completed their movements in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi launched a full-force assault, and by then, Chu Miaoyin had also finished her preparation. Though her body had yet to arrive, their sword energies collided. The tremendous impact caused the cavern to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. The two hastily retreated toward the cave entrance. Lin Yi, utilizing his spiritual awareness, discerned Chu Miaoyin's position and swiftly struck with his sword to impede her advance. As they emerged from the cave, a deafening roar erupted behind them, and the cavern collapsed in an instant, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Chu Miaoyin emerged, covered in dust, her appearance far from that of a celestial being, a sight of utter disarray. Chapter 70. A relentless pursuit amidst the swirling dust. The tumultuous noise frightened away all creatures capable of fleeing, leaving the entire mountain range echoing only with the breaths of the two combatants. Lin Yi, of course, would not afford Chu Miaoyin a moment's respite and swiftly launched his assault. As the second form of the rupturing oblivion sword technique commenced, the body of the Ziyang sword began to tremble ever so slightly. It was evident that the power had escalated to at least double that of the previous sunlit sword maneuver. In her moment of emergence, Chu Miaoyin appeared quite disheveled. Although the cave's collapse had not harmed her, she was now shrouded in dust, her celestial demeanor lost, and she was thoroughly enraged. However, witnessing Lin Yi's formidable strike, she understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. Forcing herself to endure the excruciating pain coursing through her meridians as she executed the most potent move of the floating blossom sword technique. Her meridians were on the brink of rupture. In this critical moment, there was no choice but to unleash her power. As their techniques reached fruition, both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously. "Let me show you my knight," Chu Miaoyin declared. When their swords clashed, the initial tension dissipated. A sharp crack echoed as Chu Miaoyin's sword shattered into two pieces. Lin Yi was jolted back half a step, expending the last vestiges of his spiritual energy to perform the step of the multitude, instantly appearing before Chu Miaoyin and delivering a palm strike to her chest. She was sent hurtling backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet Lin Yi was equally spent, his spiritual energy completely depleted, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Although the knight move boasted immense power, it drained spiritual energy excessively. One dared not attempt it lightly, lest they become prey if their opponent remained standing. As Chu Miaoyin fell to the ground, she slowly rose, staring blankly at her chest, momentarily forgetting the agony of her meridians, her mind caught in a haze. Lin Yi, realizing the gravity of the situation, acknowledged that his palm strike had landed squarely on her chest without consideration of any other aspect. His sole focus had been on overcoming his adversary. Now, as he noted her dazed expression, he thought, "This is dire." At that moment, he possessed not a shred of spiritual energy, and the consequences of her awakening could be catastrophic. Dragging his weary form, he still managed to execute the step of the multitude. Though it required no spiritual energy, it was significantly slower without it. Yet still beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. His movements roused Chu Miaoyin from her stupor. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within her, igniting her anger as she shouted, "Shameless rogue, I will take your life." With a cry, she summoned another sword and charged forward, only to be met by a sudden spurt of blood. Old wounds had not healed, and new injuries compounded her condition. Her fury overwhelmed her, and she could not suppress the blood that escaped her lips, her physical state deteriorating to its nadir. Under normal circumstances, Chu Miaoyin might have hesitated, likely choosing to withdraw. Yet, having been touched inappropriately by a man for the first time, she disregarded all else. Her singular focus was on one thought: to eliminate him, even at the cost of her own life. Although her meridians could barely withstand the strain, she nonetheless exerted her agility and pursued Lin Yi, completely oblivious to the excruciating pain coursing through her body. Chu Miaoyin's agility was indeed employed, yet her speed could not compare to its former glory. Constrained by her physical condition, she lagged significantly, only marginally outpacing Lin Yi. As she chased him, she shouted loudly, "Shameless rogue, come and face your doom." Her voice resonated throughout the entirety of the Tiger Ridge Mountains, echoing for what seemed like an eternity. Lin Yi dared not glance back. Through his spiritual perception, he could see Chu Miaoyin rapidly closing the gap. He understood that her condition was dire, yet in her frenzied state, she disregarded her own life and pushed forward relentlessly, placing herself in grave danger. He had no intention of meeting an untimely demise, and he resolved not to surrender until the final moment. Thus, one ran ahead while the other chased behind, the phrase shameless rogue ringing out repeatedly over several miles. Fortunately, Lin Yi had been foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains during this time and was intimately familiar with the terrain of the Tiger Ridge. He maneuvered through the underbrush, managing to avoid being overtaken. At this juncture, both were at their limits. Lin Yi was nearly devoid of strength, and continuing on would spell disaster. Relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere, navigating the landscape, he headed in a specific direction. At this moment, Chu Miaoyin's condition had deteriorated further. Her body was beginning to betray her, yet she felt no such awareness, her singular focus fixated on eliminating the figure ahead. Lin Yi was unaware of how long he had been running when he gradually arrived at an open area. At that moment, Chu Miaoyin was only 30 to 40 meters behind him, having lost the advantage of the terrain and drawing perilously closer, dragging his weary body with faltering steps. As Chu Miaoyin closed in to within 10 meters, Lin Yi found himself at the edge of a precipice. Below, a tranquil pool of water awaited, with a stream flowing onward. He had deliberately come to this spot, having discovered it while gathering herbs. Observing the imminent threat of Chu Miaoyin behind him, he leaped off the cliff without a moment's hesitation. In a moment of desperation, as Chu Miaoyin witnessed his leap, she hurled her sword, which zipped past Lin Yi, narrowly missing its mark. When she reached the precipice, Lin Yi's figure had vanished. Only the splashing water indicated his likely descent. She refrained from following him into the depths, uncertain of where he might be concealed beneath the water or if he had already been swept downstream. Shouting into the pool, she declared, "Shameless rogue, I shall not rest until you are slain." After uttering these words, she could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed to the ground. With her target lost, consciousness returned, and she finally became acutely aware of her physical state. The sensation of pain surged through her, and it dawned on her that the damage to her meridians was far more severe than she had previously realized. Subconsciously, he produced a vial of medicine from his hand. Gazing at the bottle, he was instantly reminded of Lin Yi and a previous scene, contemplating the impulse to hurl it into the abyss. Just as his hand began to rise, poised to discard it, he reconsidered. Without the medicine, the prospect of returning to the sect appeared bleak. And how could he seek vengeance against Lin Yi thereafter? With this thought, he uncapped the vial, poured the elixir into his mouth, and swallowed it. Gradually, the medicine began to take effect, alleviating the pain coursing through his body. Though it provided some relief, it merely stabilized his condition. True healing demanded an urgent return to the sect. Dragging his weary frame, he staggered to his feet. Before departing, he cast a glance at the tranquil waters below the cliff, which lay undisturbed. He then turned towards a specific direction, leaving behind a poignant silhouette. Chapter 71 Awakening Grandpa. The big brother has awakened. A little girl hurriedly rushed out of the thatched cottage, calling out to an elderly man. The girl, petite and around 5 or 6 years old, had a fair, round face adorned with 2 short braids. Her jet-black, lustrous eyes sparkled with innocence, and her delicate lips curled into an endearing smile, making her exceedingly charming. Upon seeing the girl approach in a flurry, the elderly man anxiously admonished, "Xiao Yuer, slow down. Be careful not to fall." At that moment, he was tending to a small vegetable patch and had to set aside his hoe to walk towards her, continuously urging her to take her time. Shortly, the girl reached his side, breathless, and grasped his hand, her words tumbling out in a muddled rush. "Grandpa, the big brother has woken up." The elder patted her head gently and replied, "My little Yuer, no need to rush. Look how tired you are. Let us go see him now." Together, they made their way to the thatched cottage. At that moment, Lin Yi opened his eyes to a strange environment, surrounded by heaps of straw, uncertain of his whereabouts. He only recalled leaping into the chasm, feeling a sword strike from behind, instinctively sidestepping to narrowly evade the attack, and plunging into the water below. Fearing that Chu Miaoyin might have followed him into the depths, he dared not surface. He had to swim swiftly toward the stream, drifting downstream for an indeterminate duration, unaware of how far he had traveled, yet discovering no sign of Chu Miaoyin's pursuit. The tension that had gripped him finally began to ease, revealing the extent of his physical exhaustion. Before he could comprehend the situation, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening once more, he found himself in this unfamiliar place, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired. As Lin Yi pondered, the elderly man and the girl entered. The girl, feeling shy upon seeing a stranger, hid behind the elder, peering out with curiosity. The elder approached the bedside and addressed Lin Yi. "Young man, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" With genuine concern, the elderly gentleman in worn yet impeccably clean attire, adorned with a few patches, inquired about Lin Yi's well-being. Realizing that this kind elder had likely rescued him, Lin Yi hastily replied, "Elder, I am not seriously injured." In truth, he bore no significant ailments. His previous unconsciousness stemmed solely from excessive physical exertion coupled with mental strain. As he gradually regained his strength through rest, he noted the disheartening lack of spiritual energy within him. The spiritual essence in the mortal realm was exceedingly scarce, and he pondered how long it would take to replenish his dantian. Thoughts of the realm of cultivation brought a wave of melancholy, and he found himself once again at a loss for Cho Miaoyin's whereabouts, as the trail had once more gone cold. "Elder, my name is Lin Yi. Are you the one who saved me?" he inquired of the old man. The elder responded, "Then I shall call you Little Lin. My surname is Chun. You may address me as Old Chun." Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement and addressed him as Old Chun, awaiting his further words. Old Chun continued, "To be precise, it was my granddaughter, Little Yi, who saved you." As he spoke, he drew the little girl from behind him to the front. Shyly, she covered her adorable round face with her tiny hands, peeking at Lin Yi through the gaps between her fingers. "At that time, my granddaughter and I were foraging for wild fruits in the forest, and Little Yi, in her playfulness, ran to the stream's edge." Upon hearing her grandfather mention her playfulness before a stranger, the little girl quickly turned to him, insisting, "Grandpa, Little Yi is not playful at all." She shook his hand as she questioned, "Isn't that right, Grandpa? Isn't it?" With a gentle smile, Old Chun reassured her, "Yes, yes, yes. My Little Yi is the most obedient and diligent." Delighted by her grandfather's words, the little girl joyfully exclaimed, "Little Yi is the best." Old Chun then continued to Lin Yi, "It was then that my granddaughter discovered you by the riverbank and informed me of your presence. She noticed you were breathing, yet no amount of calling could awaken you. After we kept watch for half a day, and as twilight approached, I could not bear to leave you alone, so I brought you here. It has been half a month since you fell unconscious," he added, suddenly recalling that Lin Yi had not consumed a morsel of food during that time. With concern, he asked, "Little Lin, you must be hungry now? Let me prepare something for you." As the elder turned to fetch food, Lin Yi quickly rose from the bed and grasped Old Chun's arm, saying, "Elder Chun, please do not trouble yourself. I am not hungry." Ever since entering the qi refining stage, he had found that going months without sustenance posed no issue, and he believed that with higher cultivation, one might ultimately transcend the need for food altogether. Bowing deeply, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Elder Chun, I am profoundly thankful for your life-saving grace." Chun Lao hurriedly helped Lin Yi to his feet, saying, "Do not mention it. It was merely a small act of assistance." Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the little girl. "Xiao Yi, thank you for saving the elder brother." Xiao Yi shyly waved her tiny hand, responding, "It wasn't me. It was my grandfather who brought the elder brother back." Lin Yi regarded the adorable girl fondly, reaching into his pocket only to realize that he was no longer clad in his original attire. Chun Lao explained, "Your clothes were completely soaked. To prevent you from catching a cold, I provided you with this outfit. Your previous garments have been washed and dried. I shall retrieve them for you." Without waiting for Lin Yi's reply, he turned and exited the thatched hut. Moments later, Chun Lao re-entered, holding a neatly folded set of clothing, which was indeed Lin Yi's original attire. "Shaolin, change into these clothes, and here are the items that were in your pockets. Please check if everything is in order." The most conspicuous were the 2 storage bags, which had not been lost. Since acquiring them, Lin Yi had not had the opportunity to examine their contents, and he now felt an eager anticipation to discover what lay within. Taking the items from the elder, Lin Yi solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Chun Lao." Through their brief interaction, he discerned that Chun Lao was a kind-hearted and benevolent old man, devoid of the treachery often found in the world. "Shaolin, there's no need to be so formal. It is my duty," Chun Lao replied. "Shaolin, you should change your clothes. Yi and I will step outside for a moment." Lin Yi stated, "I will change later. It is not urgent. I would like to inquire, where exactly are we?" He was indeed eager to ascertain his current location. Chun Lao responded, "We are at the easternmost edge of the Tiger Ridge Mountains. Our village lies at the periphery of the range, consisting of only 7 households. The nearest town is about 600 or 700 miles away, and the villagers rarely venture to the town even once a year, leaving our village largely isolated from the world. Here, there are no fields, and the villagers rely solely on hunting for their livelihood." As Chun Lao continued to speak, Lin Yi learned of his whereabouts. He had followed the river downstream to arrive at the easternmost edge of the Tiger Ridge Mountains. After departing from the sect, he had been seeking the eastern direction, yet it seemed endless. The mortal realm was vast beyond comprehension, and even more so was the world of cultivation, which promised unimaginable wonders. Having gained a general understanding of his situation, Lin Yi conversed with Chun Lao for a while before the elder and Xiao Yi exited the thatched cottage. At that moment, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, pondering his future plans. After a year-long pursuit, the hard-won clues had abruptly vanished, leaving him with an indescribable sense of disappointment. When would he next receive a lead? With no alternative available, he resolved to rest here for a few days, recuperating his body before continuing his journey eastward. turning his attention to the 2 storage bags on the bed, which he had obtained from Chao Du and Brother Fong some time ago. He realized he had yet to open them. Lin Yi was keen to discover what treasures the world of cultivation held within these storage bags. Lin Yi grasped the storage bag in his hands, yet was at a loss as to how to open it. Although it resembled a bag, it bore no visible opening. He scrutinized it meticulously, turning it over repeatedly, feeling utterly perplexed. A thought crossed his mind regarding the Ziyang sword. Must he perform a blood oath to claim it as his own? Summoning the Ziyang sword, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the storage bag, and then he awaited its transformation in silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Nearly half an hour passed without any sign of reaction. Did he not provide enough blood? With this notion, he made another incision and let several more drops fall onto the bag. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. It seemed that this storage bag was not to be opened through a blood oath, nor did it perhaps require one at all. In this moment of contemplation, Lin Yi suddenly remembered his spiritual consciousness. Why not attempt to use it? He approached the storage bag with his spiritual awareness, and as it enveloped the bag, a different scene unfolded before him. He discerned a minute opening on the bag, invisible to the naked eye, but now vividly clear through his spiritual insight. Above the opening, a net-like structure sealed it, comprised of numerous irregular threads intertwined intricately. Lin Yi endeavored to penetrate the threads with his spiritual awareness, but upon contact, it was repelled and bounced back. Although his initial attempt failed, he had discovered a method. Gradually, he experimented, increasing the intensity of his spiritual consciousness. Realizing that this approach was indeed effective, with each collision, the threads at the opening began to show signs of fracturing, as if they could scarcely endure the pressure. Just as Lin Yi prepared to muster his strength to break the threads, a sudden heaviness overcame him, nearly causing him to collapse onto the bed. He had been so focused on the opening that he neglected to monitor the depletion of his spiritual energy, which had been gradually exhausted through his efforts. Gazing at the opening, so tantalizingly close and within reach, only to falter at the brink of success, left him feeling quite disheartened. He could only hope that the netting did not possess self-repairing capabilities. Otherwise, the next attempt would require considerable effort once more. With no other recourse, he rested on the bed for a while until his head felt lighter. After changing his attire, Lin Yi stepped out of the thatched cottage. At that moment, he beheld Xiao Yuer joyfully playing with a small, pristine white rabbit. Her laughter chimed like silver bells, innocent and delightful, embodying the carefree joy of childhood. Old Chun was preparing the meal when he spotted Lin Yi emerging from the cottage. He called out, "Xiao Lin, why are you up? You should remain in bed and rest after your recovery." Lin Yi replied, "Old Chun, I am quite well now and merely stepped out for some fresh air." Seeing Lin Yi's improved complexion, Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a breath of fresh air would do him good. "Xiao Lin, feel free to wander about. The meal will be ready shortly." Upon hearing their conversation, Xiao Yuer noticed Lin Yi's presence and hurriedly scooped up the rabbit, rushing towards him. Little Yuer beamed with an innocent smile and said to Lin Yi, "Look at my little bai, isn't it beautiful?" She simultaneously lifted the little rabbit in her hands before him. Lin Yi gently ruffled Yuer's hair and replied, "Little bai is indeed lovely. The most beautiful rabbit I have ever seen, just as charming as you." As he withdrew his hand from Yuer's head to reach for the rabbit, it struggled fiercely, eager to leap back into Yuer's embrace, evidently fearful of strangers. Lin Yi paused in midair, ultimately retracting his hand. Yuer soothingly reassured the rabbit, saying, "Little bai, don't be afraid. Big brother is kind and won't he hurt you." Under her gentle comfort, the little rabbit gradually calmed down, though it still resisted Lin Yi's touch. Afterward, Yuer chattered incessantly as she followed Lin Yi, her words flowing like an unending stream, especially animated when recounting the moment she discovered Little Bai. It turned out that she had stumbled upon Little Bai by chance, but at that time, the rabbit had injured its leg. Yuer had brought the wounded creature home, and after it healed, Little Bai chose to stay, becoming Yuer's dearest companion. Just then, the voice of Elder Chun rang out, "Xiao Lin, Xiao Yuer. The meal is ready, come and eat." Elder Chun called for Lin Yi and Yuer. Lin Yi responded, "All right, Elder Chun." He took Yuer's small hand and walked towards the dining area. As they approached the table, Yuer leapt with joy and exclaimed to Elder Chun, "Grandpa, Grandpa? There's meat again today, it smells so delicious." Elder Chun gazed affectionately at Yuer and said, "Then make sure to eat plenty, my dear." Indeed, it had been quite some time since Yuer had enjoyed meat. If it weren't for the occasion of hosting Lin Yi, Elder Chun would have hesitated to part with the last piece, which had been reserved for a special day. Lin Yi was unaware of this context. Yet Yuer's words struck him as peculiar. After all, this village relied on hunting for sustenance, so how could they lack meat? Though puzzled, he refrained from voicing his questions. Yuer quickly settled down, eagerly awaiting her grandfather to commence the meal, her little eyes fixed on Elder Chun with barely contained anticipation. Elder Chun remarked, "Xiao Lin, it's merely a humble meal, I hope you can forgive the simplicity. Lin Yi replied, it is already splendid. Thank you, Elder Chun, for preparing such a lavish spread. Elder Lin, come, don't just sit there, hurry and eat, he urged, turning to Yue, Xiao Yue, make sure to eat well. Upon hearing her grandfather's cue to begin, Yue eagerly grabbed a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl, nearly drooling with anticipation. As she savored the meat, slowly chewing, she became lost in a world of delight, as if it were the finest delicacy in existence. Elder Chen watched Yue's blissful expression, feeling a mix of joy and heartache for her. During this time, the gentle reminder to Lin Yi persisted. Do not be shy, little Lin, eat more. You haven't had a meal in over half a month. As she spoke, she placed meat into Lin Yi's bowl. Chapter 73. Hunting the countryside at night radiated an extraordinary tranquility, devoid of the clamor of towns. As the lights flickered on, a splendid scene unfolded. Occasionally, the distant calls of wild beasts echoed from the Tiger Ridge Mountains. Families secured their doors and windows, wary of potential attacks from these creatures. Generally, wild animals did not venture close to the outskirts, yet the fear of the unexpected lingered. At this moment, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the bed. After finishing his meal, he engaged in a brief conversation with Elder Chun and learned that Xiao Yu's father had succumbed to injuries sustained during a hunting expedition, leading to his untimely death. Grief-stricken by her husband's departure, Xiao Yu's mother soon followed him into the void. At that time, Xiao Yu was but a year old, with no memories of her parents. As she grew older and observed other children with their families, she would occasionally inquire of Elder Chun, where have my parents gone? Why do they never return to see me? Each time, Elder Chun could only respond that they were away on a distant journey and would return after a long while. With the loss of Xiao Yu's father, the family circumstances became exceedingly difficult. Elder Chun, now advanced in age, could no longer hunt, relying instead on the meager offerings from villagers, who themselves were not well off, making such gifts infrequent throughout the year. As Xiao Yu matured, her opportunities to consume meat dwindled to a mere handful. This explained her reaction today. Lin Yi felt a deep sympathy for Elder Chen's family, coupled with profound admiration for the elder's character. Despite the harshness of life, he had not lost his benevolent heart. Reflecting on his own childhood, although it too was marked by poverty in a backward village, at least they were self-sufficient and lived harmoniously. He pondered the fate of his parents, whom he had not seen since joining the sect, to spare himself the sorrow of their absence. The pursuit of immortality was a path destined for solitude, one that no one could accompany him upon. Gradually drawing back his thoughts, he realized it had been quite some time since he had meditated and practiced in the evening. He sought tranquility, concentrating on the art of non-action. Though the spiritual energy was thin, it was better than none, accumulating little by little. As he practiced the non-action technique, strands of spiritual energy began to converge towards Lin Yi, entering through his pores and coursing through his meridians, ultimately gathering in his dantian. The once desiccated dantian began to revive with the influx of spiritual energy, and the purple yang sword within stirred with exuberance, displaying its joyful spirit. However, the spiritual energy in the air was exceedingly sparse, and soon, not a trace remained in the surrounding space. Fortunately, being at the mountain's edge meant that the spiritual energy within the mountains themselves was relatively more abundant, and it would gradually disperse into this area, slowly replenishing the void. Finding himself at a standstill with the spiritual energy, Lin Yi turned his focus inward, gently channeling the previously gathered energy from his dantian back into his meridians, nourishing and warming his body's pathways. With each breakthrough, if the meridians do not meet the required standards, the process can be perilous. Had it not been for the mysterious orb during the last incident, Lin Yi might have already met his demise. As the spiritual energy continuously coursed through his meridians and dantian, Lin Yi directed a portion of his consciousness toward the enigmatic orb, which remained unchanged, spinning endlessly in the depths of his mind. Unable to discern its significance, Lin Yi devoted all his focus to his cultivation. Time, as it often does, slipped away unnoticed. The mountains stood tall and the waters flowed long, and before he realized it, the sun had risen in the east, heralding the revival of all living things to greet the dawn. Outside the thatched cottage, the delightful laughter of little Yu echoed. She knocked on the door, calling out, big brother, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your backside." After a while, receiving no response, she pushed the door open with determination, only to find it unlatched. However, the room was empty, and Lin Yi was nowhere to be seen. In a state of alarm, little Yu rushed outside, exclaiming, "Grandfather, big brother is missing." Hearing this, old Chun hurried over and, together with little Yu, examined the room. The bedding was neatly arranged, but nothing else was amiss. "Grandfather, do you know where big brother has gone?" Little Yu asked, her eyes filled with sorrow. Old Chun lifted her into his arms, offering comfort. "Do not be sad, little Yu. Big brother may have gone out for a moment, but he will return shortly." Deep down, Old Chen reflected that Lin Yi was ultimately just a fleeting visitor, destined to depart, though he had not anticipated it would happen in such a manner. Nestled in Old Chen's embrace, Little Yu questioned, "Grandfather, is it true? Will Big Brother really come back?" Old Chen smiled reassuringly. "Indeed, I promise he will." Within the mountains, a figure dashed forth, trailing behind him 2 wild boars, each weighing over 200 pounds, one of which was estimated to be over 400 pounds. The boars were tightly bound, unable to move, and could only emit pitiful cries. This individual was Lin Yi, who, having learned of Old Chen's family's plight, sought to find a way to repay him and alleviate his burdens. After completing his training, he had ventured into the mountains early in search of prey and had encountered these 2 wild boars. Dragging the boars toward the village, their cries echoed, alerting the villagers, many of whom hurried in that direction. Old Chen had not informed anyone else of Lin Yi's arrival. So when they saw a young man hauling 2 wild boars toward the village, a woman pinched the man beside her and asked, "Dogsy, who is that person?" The man, grimacing from her pinch, quickly removed her hand and replied, "Madam, how many times must I say it? Use your words, not your hands. It hurts." He rubbed his pinched arm and added, "Besides, this is the first time I've seen him. How would I know who he is?" The woman glared at him and retorted, "Dogsy, are you trying to rebel? If you possess any ambition, I would venerate you as my forebear. Yet, look at your disheveled state. Every time you venture into the wilderness to hunt, you return empty-handed. Observe my plight. It has been ages since I savored meat. At such a tender age, I have already transformed into a weary matron. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have wed you, enduring a life of hunger and cold. Death would indeed be a welcome escape, a final resolution." The woman continued her tirade, incessantly berating the man. He stood there, paralyzed, regretting his loose tongue, lamenting his forgetfulness for speaking out again. The villagers, accustomed to such spectacles, watched with keen interest. The misfortunes of others provided a delightful distraction, a seasoning for their mundane existence. Yet soon, their attention shifted to Lin Yi, or rather, to the wild boars he had brought with him. 2 boars of such considerable size. How fortunate it would be if they belonged to one's own family, ensuring abundance for months. Adults and children alike hastened to surround Lin Yi, a gathering of perhaps 30 souls. The children exclaimed in awe, "Wild boars, how magnificent!" Chapter 74. A sensation. Lin Yi found himself encircled by the villagers, unable to proceed further, bombarded with inquiries. The children darted around the boars, eager for a closer view, but the boars' grunts kept them at bay. Meanwhile, the boars, startled by the throng, thrashed about despite being bound. The frightened children scampered away with shrill cries. "Young man, who are you? Did you capture these 2 wild boars? Are you married? What do you think of my daughter? She is the most beautiful girl in the village." "Aunt Wang, I must disagree. Your daughter cannot compare to my daughter Cui Cui." With that, she turned to the crowd and inquired, "Isn't that so?" "Indeed." The spectators chimed in, reveling in the commotion. Lu Auntie beamed with delight, casting a triumphant glance at Wang Auntie, who fumed in frustration. "Bring your Cui Cui here for a comparison." Lu Auntie retorted defiantly, "Let us compare. I fear no one." While they argued vehemently, many others continued to bombard Lin Yi with questions, leaving him at a loss for words. Desiring to escape, yet surrounded by villagers, he raised his voice, "Dear villagers, I am Lin Yi, a guest of Old Chen's family. If you have the time, please visit Old Chen's home. I must deliver these 2 wild boars. So I kindly ask you to make way." Upon finishing, he gestured for them to part. The crowd reluctantly created a path while whispering amongst themselves. I haven't heard Old Chen mention any relatives. What is his family situation that we all don't know? Since the passing of Chen Shilin, no relatives had visited. The villagers began to gossip, and many followed, particularly the children, who were captivated by the sight of such a large wild boar. Their curiosity compelled them to trail behind, circling the creature, with some daring enough to reach out and touch it. What should have been a brief walk took an unexpectedly long time. As they finally arrived at the doorstep of Chen's home, before Lin Yi could knock, the villagers called out, "Old Shun, your relatives have brought you a wild boar." In truth, Old Shun had heard the commotion at the village entrance long before, but he had chosen to remain uninvolved. However, as the noise drew nearer, he sensed something amiss. Upon hearing the villagers exclaim about his relatives, he felt utterly bewildered, as he was unaware of any such kin. Nevertheless, he hastily opened the door, surprised to find a crowd gathered, with Lin Yi and the wild boar standing out prominently. "Shaolin, where have you been? I hadn't seen you this morning." Old Chen began, but before he could finish, a petite figure leapt into Lin Yi's embrace. Looking up at him with a distressed expression, she exclaimed, "Big brother, I thought you had forgotten about me." This was none other than Xiao Yuer, who had been gloomy since Lin Yi's absence. However, upon seeing him, her clouds of despair dissipated instantly. Lin Yi released the rope in his hand, bent down, and lifted Xiao Yuer, playfully pinching her nose. How could I ever forget you? Shall you? I went to catch wild boars for you. Look, aren't these two magnificent? He pointed to the wild boars on the ground. Xiao Yue gazed in the direction of his finger, her attention immediately drawn to the two massive creatures, which continued to whimper. The wild boars captivated her, and she wriggled to get down. Lin Yi set her on the ground, and she cautiously approached the boars, glancing back at him for reassurance. Xiao Yue, follow your big brother. There's nothing to fear, he encouraged, kneeling beside the boars and gently patting one of them. The wild boar froze, remembering previous encounters with humans. See, aren't they well behaved? Lin Yi remarked. Observing his calm demeanor, Xiao Yue grew bolder and timidly patted the boar herself, which remained still. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, Big brother. It really doesn't move. With that, she boldly jumped onto the boar's back. The other children, filled with envy, were eager to join in the fun. A group of audacious children, inspired by Xiaoya's actions, also prepared to leap forward, only to be startled back by a cacophony of grunts from the wild boar. Xiaoya, too, was taken aback and lost her balance, tumbling down, but Lin Yi caught her just in time. Slightly irked, Xiaoya regained her footing and kicked at the wild boar, mumbling, You nearly hurt me. Lin Yi, observing her mischievous demeanor, found himself both amused and exasperated. Turning to old Chun, he remarked, I ventured out hunting early this morning and noticed you were still fast asleep, so I refrained from disturbing you. Old Chun quickly waved his hands, saying, No problem. No problem. But you, my boy, how could you go hunting alone? It's far too dangerous. Old Chun, it's nothing to worry about. I have hunted frequently before. And this is merely a trifle, hardly dangerous at all. Lin Yi pointed to the two wild boars lying behind him and asked, What should we do with these two? Old Chun, taken aback by the size of the boars, was momentarily at a loss and suggested, Perhaps we should place them in the yard for now. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Old Chun prepared to assist in bringing the boars inside, but was quickly surrounded by a throng of villagers. A tall, lean man inquired, Old Chun, who is this young man? I've never seen him before. Indeed, who is he? Echoed other villagers in unison. Old Chun, unable to formulate a suitable response, managed to say, He is a distant relative who has come to visit me and Xiaoya. At that moment, Aunt Lu, having stepped forward, asked, Old Chun, what is the background of this relative? Is he married? Knowing Aunt Lu to be quite the formidable character, Old Chun replied cautiously, Lu Mei. The Lin family lives quite far from here. You might not be familiar with them, and regarding his marital status, I haven't had contact with relatives in a long time, so I'm not entirely sure. Aunt Lu's eyes gleamed at Old Chun's answer. As long as she hadn't heard that he was married, there was still hope. She seized his arm, saying, Old Chun, you know our Cui Cui well. She's beautiful and possesses a fine figure, and she is diligent and well-mannered. Please speak highly of Cui Cui to your nephew. If this works out, we would be family, and you know we would never treat you or Xiaoya poorly. Chapter 75. Old Chun in doubt. All right. I will certainly mention it when the opportunity arises. Old Chun responded, knowing full well the reality of Cui Cui's situation. Her looks were decent, but her temperament mirrored that of her mother, and she was rather lazy, with good manners being far from her forte. Contrary to Aunt Lu's glowing description, just as she was about to head to the yard, another person grasped her arm. Old Chun, you must not show favoritism. My Ho-Hot is indeed a splendid girl. Upon seeing yet another troublesome individual, Old Chun hastily replied, Yes, it is not convenient right now. Can we discuss this another day? Having dealt with Aunt Wang, he hurried into the yard and shut the door, finally finding some peace. Since Lin Yi had been nourished by spiritual energy, he had blossomed into a strikingly handsome young man, the very epitome of beauty. And his prowess in hunting further ignited the village women's desire to marry their daughters to him. However, Lin Yi remained indifferent to these matters. His current thoughts were consumed with how to handle the two wild boars he had captured, as they could not remain bound indefinitely. Upon seeing Old Chun enter, Lin Yi inquired, Old Chun, how do you think we should deal with these two wild boars? Still flustered from earlier events, Old Chun found himself at a loss for a solution. Noticing Old Chun's uncertainty, Lin Yi proposed his idea. Old Chun, how about this? I noticed that these two wild boars are a male and a female. Why not keep them in a pen for now? They could breed and provide piglets, ensuring a steady supply of meat. Any surplus could be shared with our neighbors, and perhaps we could trade for some necessities. What do you think? Old Chun, upon hearing Lin Yi's suggestion, found it quite agreeable and clapped his thigh, exclaiming, Young Lin, that is a splendid idea. Let us proceed, as you suggest. However, a look of curiosity crossed his face as he asked, Young Lin, how did you manage to capture these two wild boars alone? Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for one person to accomplish such a feat. Lin Yi could not divulge the truth, so he concocted a story. At that moment, I spotted the two wild boars resting. Being somewhat familiar with medicinal herbs, I discovered a plant in the mountains that could render wild boars unconscious. Taking advantage of their stupor, I bound them. As luck would have it, I not only encountered these two wild boars, but also successfully found the herb. Otherwise, I would have merely stood by helplessly. In reality, the larger boar had been preoccupied with a rather intimate endeavor, which Lin Yi had rudely interrupted. The boar, initially in high spirits, became furious upon being disturbed and charged at Lin Yi. Unfortunately for the small beast, it was no match for Lin Yi, who swiftly brought it down, rendering it immobile. Observing the male boar subdued, the female attempted to flee but was instantly captured by Lin Yi. Thus, the unfortunate wild boar was dragged back, bound tightly. Listening to Lin Yi's account, Old Chen felt somewhat convinced, though lingering doubts remained. Nevertheless, he refrained from further inquiry, as the outcome was that the wild boars had indeed been captured. Ever since they had been brought into the yard, little Yi had been joyfully playing atop the wild boars, while the creatures dared not move. It seemed they understood that this little girl was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Thus, they endured her playful antics, feeling quite aggrieved. Old Chen, upon seeing Xiao Yue, expressed his concern. "My dear Yue, this is exceedingly dangerous. What would happen if the wild boar were to harm you?" "Grandpa, the pig is very gentle. Look, I can pat its head without any trouble," Xiao Yue replied, playfully tapping the wild boar's head, which could only endure the situation with a sense of resignation. With a joyful laugh, she continued, "Grandpa, see? The pig is truly well behaved." After this, she leapt down from the boar and dashed into the house, her intentions unknown. Old Chen remained uneasy. After all, wild boars possess considerable aggression, and he feared for Xiao Yue's safety. Lin Yi, perceiving Old Chen's anxiety, reassured him, "Rest assured. These two wild boars will not harm Xiao Yue." Old Chen hesitated, beginning to express his doubts, but Lin Yi understood his unspoken concerns. "I promise, Old Chen. I will stay close by while Xiao Yue plays with the wild boars, ensuring she remains safe from harm," Lin Yi assured him, casting a confident glance to alleviate his worries. With no other recourse, Old Chen conceded, "Young Lin, I appreciate your efforts. Please, Old Chen, there is no need for formality. Xiao Yue is like a sister to me. It is only right," Lin Yi replied. Just then, Xiao Yue emerged with a small rabbit in her arms, exclaiming, "Little Bai, did you see? These two pigs will be our companions from now on, and soon we will have even more friends." As she attempted to place the rabbit atop the wild boar's head, the frightened creature flailed its legs, desperately trying to escape. Observing the rabbit's antics, Xiao Yue began to impart a series of lessons to Little Bai, leaving Lin Yi both amused and bemused. This encapsulates the joy of childhood. Children are meant to be carefree and innocent. To confine the wild boars, a sturdy enclosure was essential. Otherwise, their strength would easily enable them to break free. Old Chen would be ill-suited for this task, but for Lin Yi, it was a simple endeavor. Drawing from his childhood experience of raising pigs, he had a clear vision of how to construct the pen. In just half a day, Lin Yi completed the enclosure, robust and secure. Initially, Old Chen assisted, astonished by Lin Yi's swift movements. Was this truly a mere human? He mused that even a dozen strong men could scarcely match such efficiency. Lin Yi had deliberately slowed his pace, wary of startling Old Chen, yet he still worked at a speed unimaginable to most, effortlessly lifting heavy timber. Although Old Chen wished to assist, he found himself at a loss. As Lin Yi required no help, his involvement would only hinder the task. Lin Yi gazed at the completed pen, thoroughly satisfied, knowing that even the largest wild boar would find escape impossible once confined within. Dragging the wild boar into the pen, he untied the rope and patted the boar's head, saying, "From now on, this shall be your home. You may do as you please, and no one shall disturb your delightful affairs." The boar hung its head, indifferent to the proclamation, while the sow trailed closely behind. Lin Yi added, "Do produce some piglets soon, there will be a reward." With that, he exited. "Big brother, look, little white won't acknowledge me anymore," Xiao Yue lamented. The little rabbit had indeed been frightened. No matter how Xiao Yue tried to comfort it, it cowered in a corner, trembling. Lin Yi found it peculiar. Although the wild boar appeared somewhat intimidating, it shouldn't have caused such terror. Could it be related to its legs? In the following days, Lin Yi refrained from meditating in the thatched hut at night, as the spiritual energy in that space replenished far too slowly. Once Old Chen fell asleep, he ventured to the Tiger Ridge Mountains, where the spiritual energy was comparatively more abundant. Whenever the energy in the surrounding space was depleted, it would shift to the next location. Overall, after several days of absorption, the spiritual energy in his dantian improved slightly, but to fill it completely was an uncertain prospect. Moreover, the meager spiritual energy of the Tiger Ridge Mountains could not withstand Lin Yi's fervent absorption, otherwise he would deplete the entire range. Lin Yi had no desire to engage in such ruthless annihilation, for after entering the realm of cultivation, he felt a sense of karmic consequence in the world. If he acted so recklessly, retribution would inevitably follow. Although the spiritual energy in his dantian was far from ideal, today, Lin Yi's spiritual consciousness had been restored. He could not fathom why it had recovered so swiftly without any deliberate effort. He surmised it must be connected to the mysterious bead, as no other explanation seemed plausible. This was indeed a fortuitous development. For Lin, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of the 2 storage bags. However, now was not the opportune moment to explore them. He would wait until nightfall. After his meditation, he continued his routine of hunting for wild game, such as wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits, though he dared not pursue rabbits. He recalled the first day he caught a rabbit and roasted it, causing Xiao Yuer to wail in distress, ignoring him for an entire day. After all, Little White was a rabbit, and it was only natural for Xiao Yuer to be upset. In the following days, he deliberately avoided rabbits and brought back other wild game. Lin Yi's roasting skills had made Xiao Yuer crave more, and she would always be salivating at the prospect of his cooking. As he entered the yard carrying a wild chicken, a figure rushed toward him. "Big brother, we have wild chicken to eat again today. When will we feast?" Xiao Yuer exclaimed with joy and anticipation. Lin Yi picked her up and replied, "I will prepare it for you right now. Is that satisfactory?" Xiao Yuer clapped her tiny hands, her mouth watering as she exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Big brother is making roast chicken." Her excitement was palpable. Passing by the pig pen, she exclaimed, "Big brother, look. Little White has started playing with Big Boar." Zhu Dazhuang, the boar, was recently named by Lin Yi for convenience, much to the vehement disapproval of the wild boars. However, under Lin Yi's formidable presence, they had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. At this moment, Zhu Dazhuang ambled about, humming a little tune, savoring a leisurely existence. Over the past few days, it had gradually acclimated to this new environment. Life was indeed quite pleasant. With food readily available and beautiful maidens nearby, the thought of escape had never crossed its mind. Previously startled, the little white boar had yet to comprehend the cause of its fright, but in recent days, its rapport with the wild boars had blossomed. It often ventured into the pig pen to frolic atop Zhu Dazhuang. Observing the wild boars and Zhu Dazhuang, Lin Yi mused that they seemed to be living quite well. "How fares the task I entrusted to you?" he inquired. Zhu Dazhuang approached the pen upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, greeting him with a few grunts before turning to the sow lying on the ground, proudly raising its nostrils as if to say that such trivial matters were hardly a challenge for it. "You seem rather proud. If you haven't succeeded, just wait and see how I will deal with you," Lin Yi remarked. Zhu Dazhuang responded with a reassuring gaze, putting Lin Yi at ease. Chen Lao had also been intrigued by Zhu Dazhuang's remarkable understanding and was gradually accepting it. Lin Yi discovered a type of pill in his notes that could awaken the rudimentary intelligence of wild boars. After much toil in the Huguang Mountains to gather the necessary herbs, he managed to concoct a single pill for Zhu Dazhuang. Although it only awakened a basic level of intelligence, it was sufficient for Zhu Dazhuang to comprehend human speech. Unfortunately, the sow was less fortunate, as the herbs could no longer be gathered. Nevertheless, with Zhu Dazhuang around, the sow had no option but to obediently follow. As Lin Yi continued to converse with Zhu Dazhuang, a little girl grew impatient, pointing at the boar and exclaiming, "Zhu Dazhuang, go lie down over there," clearly agitated. She was a formidable presence. Zhu Dazhuang, wary of incurring her displeasure, wisely wagged its tail and ambled off to comply, collapsing onto the ground. Little Yuer tugged at Lin Yi's hand, asking, "Big brother, when do we start roasting chicken?" Her large eyes sparkled with anticipation. Looking at the eager child, Lin Yi replied, "We shall begin now." "Yay!" she exclaimed, jumping with joy. As the familiar recipe unfolded, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, tantalizing little Yuer to the brink of tears with hunger. Time seemed to stretch interminably for her. Yet, once the chicken was cooked, she swiftly reached out to snatch a leg from the grill, devouring it with uncontainable eagerness, leaving Lin Yi no time to react. "Yuer, be careful, it might be hot," Lin Yi cautioned, observing her ravenous consumption. "Big brother, I'm not afraid of the heat. It's so delicious," she mumbled, wiping her greasy hands on her mouth, her adorableness undeniable. Lin Yi tore off a piece of meat, intending to offer it to Elder Chun, only to realize that he was absent from the courtyard. He called out, "Elder Chun, come and enjoy the roasted meat." However, there was no response. After calling once more, still no reply came. At that moment, the meat-covered Xiao Yuer chimed in with a few words, "Big brother, Grandma Lu just took Grandpa away." With Elder Chun absent, Lin Yi began to savor the meat he held in his hand. Zhu Dazhuang, having waited impatiently for Lin Yi to share, grew increasingly anxious as the meat dwindled. In exasperation, he began to howl at Lin Yi. Turning to face Zhu Dazhuang, Lin Yi tossed a piece of roasted meat in his direction, remarking, "Why the ruckus? Aren't pigs supposed to be herbivorous? When did you start craving meat?" Zhu Dazhuang, contentedly gnawing on the meat Lin Yi had thrown, turned his back to Lin Yi as if in response. Before long, a roasted chicken had been devoured, and Xiao Yuer instinctively reached for more. only to find an empty carcass. She gazed at Lin Yi with a look of unfulfilled desire. Big brother, when will you bring back more wild chickens? This isn't nearly enough to satisfy my hunger. Looking at the oil-smeared Xiao Yuer, Lin Yi replied, tomorrow I shall procure more, ensuring that you have your fill. Xiao Yuer stepped closer, nestling in Lin Yi's embrace. Big brother, you are so kind to me. Aside from grandpa, no one has cared for me like this. She looked up at Lin Yi, asking, will you always be good to me, big brother? Will you ever leave me? Lin Yi gently patted Xiao Yuer's head, assuring her, with such charm as yours, anyone who sees you will surely adore you and treat you well. He was about to continue when suddenly the door swung open. An elder Chen entered, followed by several others. Chapter 77. No way to hide. Upon seeing the people behind Elder Chen, Lin Yi felt a sense of dread wash over him. Aunt Lu and Aunt Wang had both arrived, accompanied by two young ladies. For the past few days, these two had visited daily. Despite Lin Yi's clear rejections, their persistence had forced him to hide whenever they approached. Elder Chen, caught in a difficult position, could not offend them, and although he was aware of their intentions, he had no choice but to follow along. Having learned from previous encounters, he refrained from giving a definitive answer, responding only that he would do his best to speak with Lin Yi, leaving the final decision to Lin Yi's discretion. This time, however, Lin Yi was caught in the act. With no means to evade the situation, he had no choice but to face them head-on. Aunt Lu and Aunt Wang, upon spotting Lin Yi, lit up with excitement, each grabbing the arm of one of the young ladies as they hurried towards him, playfully shoving one another in their eagerness to reach him first. Ultimately, Aunt Lu managed to get ahead, stepping up to Lin Yi first. Oh my! Isn't this little Lin? You're home today? After completing her words, Aunt Lu hurriedly pushed the young lady she was holding in front of Lin Yi, saying, Young Lin, behold my daughter, Cui Cui. Isn't she charming? I have not deceived you, have I? The girl named Cui Cui cast a shy glance at Lin Yi, lowering her head. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Aunt Wang forcefully pushed Aunt Lu aside, causing her to stumble precariously. Just as she was about to express her indignation, a figure stepped forward and scolded, Old Wang, have your eyes grown where they shouldn't? Can't you see my Chin Cui Cui is right here? Are you looking for trouble? Aunt Lu realized the gravity of the situation and quickly restrained Chin Cui Cui, covering her mouth while signaling her to be quiet. Chin Cui Cui finally understood the predicament, inwardly alarmed. Yet she maintained her shy demeanor and glanced at Lin Yi for his reaction. Aunt Wang, fully aware of Chin Cui Cui's character, seized the opportunity presented by the two of them, not anticipating that her true nature would be revealed. Aunt Wang looked triumphantly at both Aunt Lu and her daughter, as if to say, let us see how you pretend before young Lin. Once he sees through your true selves, you will have no hope left. Huh. My daughter's prospects have just brightened. Aunt Lu glared at Aunt Wang, remaining silent. Aunt Wang felt a wave of relief wash over her, dispelling the frustrations of the past few days. Turning to Lin Yi, Aunt Wang said, Young Lin, I've come to see you again. Look, this is my daughter. Known for her impeccable behavior since childhood, a model child. Ho-Hot, greet young Lin. Aunt Wang gestured to her daughter. Ho-Hot stepped forward, addressing Lin Yi, young Master Lin. I hope I do not embarrass you. Lin Yi nodded in response to Ho-Hot. Aunt Lu could no longer tolerate the situation, exclaiming, Young Lin, do not be deceived by their tricks. Ho-Hot is a fragile flower. Her health has been a constant struggle. If you marry her, our family line may face extinction. You must think carefully. Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, Ho-Hot covered her face and wept, hastily fleeing the courtyard. Aunt Wang rushed to the entrance but failed to catch her, turning back to confront Aunt Lu. Prepared for a confrontation, Aunt Lu stood her ground, but Lin Yi, sensing that the altercation would be endless, quickly intervened, saying, Aunt Lu, Aunt Wang, I appreciate your intentions and am grateful for your regard, but I truly cannot oblige. Both of your daughters are remarkable and will undoubtedly find suitors more suited to them. Aunt Wang, disregarding the quarrel with Aunt Lu, urgently addressed Lin Yi, Young Lin. You are unmarried, and my daughter is not wed either. I believe you are the most suitable match for her. At that moment, Aunt Lu chimed in, nearly causing Lin Yi to choke on his previous meal. Young Lin, must you offend both of us and make it difficult for yourself? I have decided that my daughter and Ho-Hot should marry you together. What do you think? Aunt Wang, momentarily taken aback, eventually echoed, indeed, young Lin. I concur with Aunt Lu's decision. What capable man does not have multiple wives? It is only natural. As Lin Yi listened to their increasingly outrageous remarks, he realized that without administering some strong medicine, he could only anticipate further absurdities from the two. Taking a moment to compose himself, Lin Yi solemnly addressed them, esteemed aunts. I must be candid with you. I am already betrothed, and upon my return, I am to wed. Our union is a matter of familial alliance, with the other party possessing considerable influence and power. We have agreed that I shall marry only her for life. Pausing briefly, he continued, therefore, I must respectfully decline your kind intentions. My marriage is not solely my own decision. It is a matter intertwined with both our families, and I cannot contravene that." Upon hearing this, their hearts sank entirely. Such a family was beyond the reach of common folk like them. Aunt Lu forced a smile and said, "Young Lin, I was unaware of your circumstances. I apologize for the intrusion." With that, she took Chun Suetsue's hand and headed for the door, occasionally reprimanding her. "You foolish girl. How many times must I tell you? A lady should be gentle and gracious, well-versed in decorum." Another voice piped up, "Mother, I learned it all from you. If anyone is to blame, it is you. You insolent child, learning to talk back. Just wait till I catch you." "Ah, mother, come catch me. If you do, I'll let you hit me. Stop right there, you little brat." Their voices faded into the distance. Back in the courtyard, Aunt Wang awkwardly smiled at Lin Yi before turning to leave. Watching the two depart, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The trouble was at last resolved. Elder Chen approached and remarked, "Young Lin, you are to be married. I am unsure of what gift to prepare for you." Lin Yi, bemused, replied, "Elder Chen, I was merely deceiving them. Please do not take it to heart." Elder Chen exclaimed, "Oh, what a surprise. I did it to dissuade them. It was a last resort." Lin Yi explained helplessly. Elder Chen lamented, "Young Lin, you have reached the age of marriage. While both have their shortcomings, they are the most beautiful girls in the village. And both are willing to marry you. It is indeed a pity to refuse them. Elder Chen, you need not concern yourself with these matters. I have my own plans." Lin Yi assured him. Unbeknownst to Elder Chen, Lin Yi was a cultivator, likely to depart soon in pursuit of his own path to immortality. Rather than linger in hesitation, it would be better to extinguish such notions early, for the benefit of both himself and others. Seeing Lin Yi's resolute demeanor, Elder Chen chose not to press further. In truth, he hoped Lin Yi would wed a village girl, allowing him to remain in the village. However, recognizing Lin Yi's stance, he understood that departure was inevitable. At some point, little Yuera approached Lin Yi, tugging at his sleeve, and asked, "Big brother, will you and Aunt Suetsue and Aunt Hohat have a little brother in the future? Then I will have a playmate." Lin Yi was both amused and perplexed by Xiao Yuera's words, gently ruffling her little head, wondering what thoughts occupied her mind. In Chapter 78, titled Spirit Stone, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing at the storage bag in his hands. His spiritual consciousness slowly enveloped the opening, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it had not reverted to its previous state. The opening remained as it was after the last encounter with his spiritual consciousness. Despite this, Lin Yi dared not let his guard down. He remained vigilant, monitoring the fluctuations of the fine threads while being aware of his spiritual energy consumption. After only 2 attempts with his spiritual consciousness, the fine threads that sealed the bag snapped easily. He had worried needlessly, as it had broken far sooner than he anticipated. Elated, Lin Yi eagerly extended his spiritual consciousness into the bag. The space within the storage bag measured approximately 1 cubic meter, eliminating the need to carry items on his person and making it exceedingly convenient to transport goods. Previously, he had discarded many items due to the inconvenience of carrying them, which had pained him greatly. Now, with this storage bag, he could simply stow them away. Inside the storage bag, there were not many items, occupying less than 1/10 of the total space. Various jars and bottles, some jade slips, clothing, and other miscellaneous objects. As he surveyed these items, Lin Yi pondered how to extract them. Suddenly, he recalled the Xiang sword, which could be summoned by thought. Perhaps the items within the storage bag could be summoned in a similar manner. Focusing on a bottle, he willed it into his hand, and to his delight, it appeared. He proceeded to retrieve each item one by one, creating a pile on the bed. Contemplating the items before him, Lin Yi directed his thoughts, and all the items vanished, only to reappear within the storage bag moments later. He was immensely satisfied. The convenience of the storage bag was unparalleled. The realm of cultivation truly differed. Capable of producing such remarkable items, intensifying his anticipation for the world of cultivation. He then began to meticulously sort through the contents of the storage bag. Lin Yi first set aside the clothing, noting their resemblance to those of senior brother Fong. It was likely that this storage bag belonged to him, as they bore a striking similarity. Previously, Lin Yi had been unaware of the ownership of the 2 storage bags. Now, through these garments, he could surmise that this bag indeed belonged to senior brother Fong. After clearing out the unnecessary clothing, Lin Yi's interest shifted to the jars and bottles. Recognizing that as an apothecary, he suspected they contained medicinal pills. A small bottle appeared in his hand, adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns that captivated him. As he uncapped the bottle, he observed what seemed to be a pill, placing it in his palm. It was not perfectly round, slightly flattened, with a surface that was pockmarked and quite rough. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have discarded it, as it hardly resembled a proper medicinal pill. Lin Yi pinched it gently between his fingers and inhaled its scent, confirming it was indeed a medicinal pill. However, its quality was abysmally poor. Had Lin Yi concocted such a pill, he would have cast it aside without a second thought. Although the quality of this elixir was subpar, Lin Yi chose to retain it, for he had observed it for quite some time without discerning its name or purpose. He decided to store it away, hoping that, perhaps in the realm of cultivation, he might uncover its mysteries. Carefully sealing the vial and setting it aside, he produced another bottle, significantly larger than the previous one. Could it also contain elixirs? This vessel likely held an abundance of them. Eagerly, he uncorked the bottle, and an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping him. As Lin Yi inhaled, every cell in his body began to tremble, followed by an exhilarating rush of vitality, akin to the effects of a potent restorative. The quality of this spiritual energy was incomparably superior to what he had absorbed before. If he could harness such energy, his cultivation progress would accelerate exponentially. Returning to his senses, Lin Yi beheld several irregular, stone-like objects resting within the bottle, all of comparable size, from which tendrils of spiritual energy emanated. Holding one of these stones, he immediately sensed an extraordinarily pure essence of energy. How could a mere stone possess such vitality, and at such a high quality? Unsure of its name, he decided to refer to it as a spirit stone for the time being, intending to amend its designation later upon entering the cultivation realm. Unbeknownst to him, by chance, he had accurately named it. In the cultivation world, practitioners indeed referred to it as a spirit stone. Grasping the spirit stone, Lin Yi instinctively activated the Wu Ju, a method for refining energy. In an instant, the spiritual essence from the stone surged into his meridians. His meridians, nourished by this influx, felt momentarily expanded and fortified, though this sensation was fleeting. The overwhelming energy threatened to overwhelm his meridians, risking collapse. Alarmed, Lin Yi focused intently on controlling the influx of energy from the spirit stone, gradually guiding it through his meridians and, after a complete cycle, into his dantian. The spiritual energy within the dantian replenished significantly, and at this rate, it would soon be filled to capacity. The Ziyang sword, invigorated by this surge of energy, reveled within the dantian. Thus, Lin Yi continued the process, repeatedly channeling the energy from the spirit stone into his meridians, ultimately directing it to the dantian. Momentarily forgetting the other items within his storage pouch, time passed, and the spiritual energy completed a full cycle within his meridians, entering the dantian. However, as Lin Yi endeavored to draw more energy from the spirit stone, he felt no response, awakening from his meditative state. Opening his eyes to examine the spirit stone in his hand, he found it to be an ordinary rock, devoid of any trace of spiritual fluctuation. It became clear that the energy within the spirit stone was finite, not an endless resource, a realization that, had all spirit stones been limitless, chaos would surely ensue. Discarding the spiritual stone in his hand, Lin Yi directed his spiritual consciousness into his dantian, only to discover that it was now filled to 4 layers. He believed that with just one more spiritual stone, it would be completely filled. Remarkably, within less than half an hour of cultivation, he had achieved what had previously seemed unthinkable. Despite spending numerous nights in meditation, he had only managed to marginally infuse his dantian with spiritual energy, which had impeded his progress in the mundane world. Contemplating the need to remain here for a few more days to organize his affairs, he resolved to continue his journey in search of the path to the realm of immortality. Lin Yi refrained from further cultivation, sealing the bottle and continuing to extract and assess the items within his storage bag. The remaining bottles yielded no more spiritual stones, and only 2 contained elixirs. The rest were various medicinal liquids, primarily for healing purposes. After organizing these vials, Lin Yi turned his attention to the jade slips in his storage bag. Taking one in hand. Chapter 79. The Heavenly Reversal Pill. Upon picking up one of the jade slips, he surmised that he would need to employ his spiritual consciousness to examine it. Delving into its contents, he discovered that this slip contained the alchemical insights of a cultivator, chronicling his experiences in potion making. Naturally, Lin Yi was fascinated by the wisdom of other alchemists. Ever since he had embarked on his own journey of alchemy, he had been navigating the path alone. He believed that by comparing his experiences with those of others, he could significantly enhance his own alchemical skills. The jade slip was lengthy, filled with numerous accounts, and Lin Yi perused it slowly, unhurried. One day, the cultivator, by a stroke of fortune, stumbled upon another jade slip, which detailed a specific elixir. The creator of this formula deemed the pill to be extraordinary, aptly naming it the Heavenly Reversal Pill. This name was fitting, as the creator had tragically perished during an expedition into a secret realm, and the existence of this pill had remained unknown to the world until now. This elixir possessed a singular function. Upon consumption, it could temporarily enhance one's cultivation by drawing upon the user's lifespan. The greater the lifespan consumed, the more significant the cultivation boost. In the perilous world of cultivation, where risks abounded, The ability to instantaneously elevate one's cultivation during a crisis could mean the difference between life and death. What was the loss of a little lifespan in the face of mortality? The cultivator who discovered the jade slip was ecstatic upon learning of the elixir's potential. If he could successfully concoct this pill and market it within the realm of immortality, he would undoubtedly gain renown, becoming a revered master of alchemy. As his excitement grew, he longed to create the elixir immediately, envisioning the adoration of countless admirers. However, his enthusiasm waned upon examining the rare ingredients required for its creation, many of which were exceedingly difficult to procure. Yet, this challenge did not deter him. The remainder of the jade slip chronicled his relentless quest for the necessary materials, often placing him in grave danger during his forging ventures. After a century of relentless searching, he finally gathered all the necessary herbs. To avoid any interruptions during the refining process, he deliberately chose a secluded location to immerse himself in his work. With great anticipation, he commenced the alchemical procedure, only to yield a mere half-finished product, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. Having devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of this elixir over the years, his cultivation had languished. At this moment, with his lifespan already dwindling, he could ill afford such a setback, resulting in his tragic demise from blood loss. Lin Yi, upon witnessing the plight of this cultivator, felt deep sorrow. He understood that in the realm of cultivation, all external factors are merely auxiliary. The enhancement of one's cultivation is paramount. An increase in cultivation naturally extends one's lifespan, allowing for the pursuit of even greater endeavors. While he mourned for this practitioner, he found little sympathy for him. The cultivator's character was far from commendable, initially driven by a desire to monopolize the achievements of others. Recalling the earlier demeanor of his senior brother Fong, Lin Yi suddenly grasped the sequence of events. It became clear that the cultivator had ingested the half-finished product he had created, leading to his premature depletion of lifespan. Despite his youth, he had perished in an age that was beyond description. Having perused the alchemical experiences of this practitioner, Lin Yi was inspired, eager to validate the insights gleaned. However, he was equally curious about the nature of the elixir known as the heavenly reversal pill. He promptly retrieved several jade slips for examination. While some contained records of martial arts techniques, they were all rather rudimentary and unworthy of his attention. The only notable find was a method of footwork that piqued his interest, yet he set it aside in favor of locating the formula for the elixir. At last, he discovered the recipe for the pill within one of the jade slips. The sheer number of herbs required left him astounded, thousands in total, with over 200 primary herbs, most of which were unfamiliar to him. Additionally, the requirements were exceedingly stringent. According to the creator of this formula, some auxiliary herbs could be substituted, but the primary herbs were irreplaceable and must meet specific age criteria. At the conclusion of the recipe, Lin Yi noted the name of the creator, Master Lin Yi. Contemplating this name, he wondered if it belonged to a female alchemist. Regardless of gender, the ability to craft such a pill undoubtedly marked one as a master of the alchemical arts. Reflecting on his current capabilities, he recognized that even if he possessed all the requisite herbs, he would still be incapable of producing the elixir. With a sense of solemnity, he carefully stored the jade slip. Although he could not refine the elixir at present, Lin Yi remained confident that his alchemical skills would continue to improve, eventually allowing him to meet the necessary criteria. As for the herbs listed, he resolved to keep a vigilant eye and gradually accumulate them, hopeful that one day he might gather them all. After organizing these findings, he was left with a few weapons and some miscellaneous items. He already possessed the Ziyang sword, and the quality of these additional weapons paled in comparison, thus he disregarded them. Among the miscellaneous items, he discovered a token inscribed with the 4 characters of the Tianfeng sword sect, likely belonging to senior brother Fong and Chu Miaoying. Having meticulously sorted through everything, Lin Yi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Not only had he resolved the issue of spiritual energy, but he had also gained invaluable insights from a seasoned alchemist, most importantly acquiring the exceedingly precious formula. Originally, all of this had belonged to senior brother Fong, but now it had fortuitously fallen into Lin Yi's hands. As Lin Yi glanced once more at the storage bag from Chengdu, a sense of anticipation welled within him, wondering what treasures it might hold. Alas, it could not be opened tonight, much to his regret, so he began to stow away the items on his bed into the storage bag. He picked up the jade slip that recorded a technique known as the Gale Step, a cultivation-level movement art. Mastering it would grant him a speed akin to the wind, accompanied by its unpredictable nature, thus providing a significant advantage in battle. Contemplating the Gale Step, Lin Yi aimed to cultivate it to a minor accomplishment, allowing it to replace his current technique, the Crowd Step. He spent an hour meticulously pondering each character's meaning within the technique, and once he grasped its essence, he stored the jade slip away. It was already late, and immediate practice was not feasible. He retrieved Chengdu's storage bag, painstakingly working on the seal. When his spiritual awareness was nearly exhausted, he still had not succeeded in opening it, yet he felt he was close. Estimating that he might achieve it on the next attempt, he took a spirit stone from a bottle and immersed himself in cultivation. Big brother, there aren't enough roasted chickens today. Shall we roast those few together? Xiao Yuer pointed excitedly at the remaining roasted chickens. Lin Yi asked her, Xiao Yuer, would you prefer to have wild chicken every day, or finish them all today and have none afterward? Without hesitation, she innocently replied, of course. I want wild chicken every day, but what does that have to do with these few? Lin Yi responded, it has everything to do with it. The wild chickens on the mountain are becoming increasingly scarce. If we consume these now, there will be none left. However, if we keep these few alive, they can lay eggs, which can hatch into chicks. As they grow, they too will lay eggs, and thus we could enjoy wild chicken every day in the future. The little girl tilted her head in thought, that seems plausible. But I want to eat now, what should we do? Chapter 80. Enlightenment. Seeing the hopeful expression on the little girl's face, Lin Yi said, all right, we'll roast one more, but this will be the last one. The rest we will raise, okay? Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, the little girl nodded enthusiastically, assuring, it will definitely be the last one. Today, Lin Yi had caught more than a dozen wild chickens, a stroke of luck indeed, as he stumbled upon a nest with a flock of wild chickens. He thought to himself that raising them was a good idea. Once he departed, they would still have chicken meat to eat. After capturing the entire nest of wild chickens, he wondered if they could be stored in the storage bag. He took one as a test, but upon placing it inside, it immediately perished. It seemed that living creatures could not be stored. Xiao Yuer, would you like to learn how to make roasted chicken? Xiao Yuer blinked her eyes and exclaimed with excitement, yes, yes. Lin Yi sliced a piece of meat from the prepared wild chicken, set up 2 roasting racks. And while grilling, he began to teach Xiao Yuer. She earnestly roasted her piece, mimicking Lin Yi's actions, filled with excitement and anticipation. After the meat was roasted, Xiao Yuer's small face was smeared with soot, and paired with her adorable features, it appeared quite comical. Glancing at the roasted meat in her hands, its appearance was indeed somewhat unappetizing and difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuer was filled with joy, exclaiming, big brother, I can roast meat too. After saying this, she took a hearty bite, chewed for a moment, and then repeatedly spat it out, tui, tui, tui. With a look of grievance, she turned to Lin Yi, saying, big brother, Xiao Yuer's roast is so terrible, I am truly useless. Lin Yi broke off a piece of chicken from his own portion and handed it to Xiao Yuer. Reassuring her, Xiao Yuer, do not lose heart. When big brother first roasted meat, it was even worse than yours. But I did not give up. And now my cooking is delicious after many practices. So, Xiao Yuer, just keep trying. Receiving the roasted meat from Lin Yi, Xiao Yuer savored it with delight, nodding earnestly. I will make it as delicious as big brother does. Returning to the Tiger Ridge Mountains, the beasts scattered upon seeing Lin Yi, as if they had encountered a harbinger of doom. Such a scene had become a daily occurrence. Lin Yi had spent many days in the Tiger Ridge Mountains, treating it as his own backyard. During his leisure time, he would play with the beasts, who, despite being thoroughly provoked, could do nothing in response. Now, upon merely sighting Lin Yi, the beasts would flee as if they were avoiding a plague. Arriving at the cliffside where he had previously leapt, he found a large flat area. Today, he aimed to practice the Gale step, taking advantage of the location's benefits. He repeated the steps over and over, yet failed to grasp the essence of the technique. After a considerable time, there was no progress whatsoever. Lin Yi took out the jade slip, carefully comparing it. Everything seemed correct, yet he could not understand why he could not master it. Deep in thought, he sought the cause but found no clues, and continuing to practice yielded the same results. Standing quietly at the edge of the cliff, he pondered. Suddenly, a cool breeze brushed against his face, awakening his senses. Indeed, the Gale step was centered on the wind. Though its origin eluded explanation, the nature of the wind was formless and unpredictable, without direction or trace, embodying freedom and ease. Grasping this sudden insight, Lin Yi immersed himself in practice, mimicking the essence of the wind, unfettered and liberated. Gradually, his silhouette appeared now to the left, now in front. Drifting sporadically, time slipped away unnoticed, and when Lin Yi eventually paused, he realized that he had perfected the Gale step. What once seemed a modest achievement had blossomed into a profound mastery, surpassing his expectations in a moment of enlightenment, allowing him to progress further. What truly delighted Lin Yi was not merely the attainment of the great accomplishment in the Gale steps, but rather the unique understanding he had acquired, which set him apart from others. He had genuinely grasped the essence of the technique, and the mastery others achieved in Gale steps could never rival his own. Lin Yi speculated that even should his opponents reach a state of perfection, it would still be exceedingly challenging for them to catch up to him. While diligent practice was undeniably crucial, the moment of enlightenment held its own significance. Yet, Lin Yi also recognized that such moments of insight were often dictated by fortune. Without the right opportunity, one might never experience such a revelation throughout their lifetime. Thus, he understood the necessity of grounding himself in steadfast and rigorous training. Aware that further cultivation might not lead him to a state of ultimate perfection, he decided to solidify his current achievements before continuing his practice of the Gale Steps. Although the Gale Steps were merely a technique of the Qi refining stage, they were unparalleled compared to others. In terms of speed alone, they were leagues ahead. Not to mention the elusive and ethereal qualities they possessed. Had he encountered Chu Miaoyin again at that moment, his mastery of movement would undoubtedly have overshadowed hers, sparing him from the previous embarrassment. Reflecting on Chu Miaoyin, Lin Yi gradually came to a halt, speculating that she had likely returned to her sect by now. However, this vengeful woman was undoubtedly plotting her revenge against him. The fate of Chao Du served as a cautionary tale. In such a vast realm of cultivation, encounters were rare. Yet he feared her return to the Tiger Ridge Mountains. Even if it were just her alone, in her healed state, Lin Yi would find himself unable to withstand her onslaught, especially considering her penchant for enlisting powerful allies. With this in mind, Lin Yi realized it was imperative to depart from the Tiger Ridge Mountains before he inadvertently implicated Elder Chun and Xiao Yuer. Given Chu Miaoyin's injuries, she should not have recovered so swiftly, but the realm of cultivation was rife with miraculous elixirs. Resolving to leave, Lin Yi activated the Gale Steps, and in an instant, a series of his silhouettes flickered through the air, indistinguishable from one another, before vanishing from the space. "Big brother, eat," Xiao Yuer chirped, lifting a skewer of roasted meat towards Lin Yi, her eyes filled with anticipation. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi realized that during his absence, yet another wild chicken had met its end. He doubted that this little girl had the courage to slay it herself, but it was likely that her incessant pleading had compelled Elder Chun to assist her. The chicken she offered looked quite delectable, and as Lin Yi took a bite, he remarked, "This is absolutely delicious." "Xiao Yuer, who prepared this?" he inquired, savoring the aroma. Xiao Yuer, slightly displeased, replied, "Big brother." It was obviously the clever and adorable Xiao Yuer who cooked it. "Can't you tell? You're so silly." Lin Yi, astonished, responded, "Xiao Yuer, you're truly remarkable. You've managed to roast such exquisite meat so quickly. You're far better than I was at your age." Feeling a bit bashful, Xiao Yuer timidly confessed, "Big brother, I caught another wild chicken. I promised you it would be the last one. You won't blame me, will you?" With that, she lowered her head, awaiting Lin Yi's judgment. Chapter 81. Lincian City once again. The time has arrived for the bi-decade recruitment of disciples by the sect of cultivation. One cannot help but wonder how many will be chosen this time. It is indeed disheartening. Last time, only 3 individuals were selected. Missing such an opportunity means the dream of transcending mortality may never be realized. Old Wang lamented, "I have lost my chance. This time, I have brought my grandson in hopes of a fortunate turn of events, though I am uncertain if he will be chosen." Old Zhang sighed up. "A cycle of 20 years. I have experienced it twice already. In this lifetime, I have relinquished my own aspirations and can only place my hopes upon the next generation." His face was marked with a profound sense of desolation. Amidst them, every individual wore a distinct expression, some filled with anticipation, envisioning a bright future, while others bore the weight of despair, feeling hopeless in this lifetime. Lin Yi found himself among them. After spending 2 days with Elder Chun, he was surprised to discover that his spiritual awareness had recovered more swiftly this time. Could it be related to the aura of the spirit stones? The mysterious orb seemed to absorb the essence from the stones, hastening his recovery. While rummaging through Chao Du's storage pouch, Lin Yi stumbled upon a miscellaneous record that detailed the location of the sect's bi-decade disciple recruitment ceremony. More importantly, he uncovered a map that provided a complete route. In that moment, Lin Yi was filled with exuberance. Amidst the darkness, he finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. That very night, he could hardly contain his eagerness to set out and left a letter for Elder Chun, departing without a word. He did not wish to leave behind sorrow. Perhaps this farewell would be eternal. He hoped for little Yu to grow up joyfully. After more than 2 months of relentless travel, he finally arrived at his destination. This place was known as Lincian City, signifying the closest point to immortality. No one knew when the sect would descend. It could be at any moment or might take several months. Yet, none of them harbored a trace of grievance, willingly awaiting their fate, with some having arrived months prior. They feared missing the opportunity, living with the regret for a lifetime. Lin Yi had no alternative but to wait patiently. According to the descriptions in the miscellaneous record, there existed a spatial node controlled by the sects of the cultivation world, a passage through which mortals could enter the realm of cultivation. The sect descended only once every 20 years, presenting a singular opportunity. Anyone over the age of 25 would be outright rejected, thus allowing some to experience 2 chances. However, if one was not selected the first time, the likelihood of being chosen the second time was nil, as there had been no recorded instances of anyone being selected on a subsequent occasion. Therefore, one's lifetime harbored but a single opportunity. Yet, Lin Yi remained untroubled. Should his cultivation aptitude not meet their expectations, he could reveal his identity as an alchemist. He had previously heard from Chu Miaoyin that alchemists were exceedingly rare even within the cultivation realm. If the sect were to discover a disciple with innate talent for alchemy, they would undoubtedly vie for his acceptance. Now, all that remained uncertain was when they would descend. "Friend, may I trouble you for a seat?" A young man, fanning himself, inquired, presenting himself as a scholar. Lin Yi gestured invitingly, saying, "Please, have a seat." "Thank you, dear friend." After the young scholar settled down, he addressed the waiter. "Please bring a pot of tea." The waiter promptly replied, "Certainly, esteemed guest, it will be ready shortly." After serving the tea, the waiter said, "Enjoy your drink, honored guest." The young scholar poured some tea for Lin Yi and remarked, "Friend, I am Ma Hongxing. Have you come to participate in the recruitment ceremony for disciples?" Lin Yi, noticing that Ma Hongxing had poured tea for him as well, replied, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Ma. Yes, I am here for the recruitment ceremony." Ma Hongxing continued, "You possess a dignified appearance, one that clearly signifies exceptional talent. Surely, you will be selected." "Alas, I have little hope." Lin Yi responded, "I appreciate your kind words, but you are being overly modest. Your chances of being selected are certainly greater than mine." The two engaged in mutual flattery, with only a few genuine sentiments discernible amidst their exchange. Ma Hongxing then inquired, "We have been conversing for quite some time, yet I do not know how to address you." Lin Yi, without hesitation, revealed his true name. Leaning closer, Ma Hongxing whispered, "Lin Taoist. I feel a deep connection with you, and I wish to share a secret." Lin Yi looked at him attentively, waiting for him to elaborate. "Lin Taoist. The situation is as follows. I am aware of a tomb that conceals great opportunities. It is said that the owner of this tomb had a family member who was a disciple of cultivation, and within lies many treasures of the cultivation world. If we could obtain them, it would be an extraordinary fortune, greatly enhancing our chances of being selected this time." Lin Yi gazed at Ma Hongxing in confusion and asked, "Such a significant opportunity, why would you not pursue it alone instead of confiding in an outsider like me?" Ma Hongxing seemed prepared for this inquiry and replied, "From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your extraordinary nature. However, I cannot be certain of the dangers that may lurk within that tomb. So I seek a companion for mutual support." Lin Yi hesitated, uncertain of the trustworthiness of Ma Hongxing's words. He was also concerned about potentially missing the recruitment ceremony, an experience that would be regrettable for a lifetime. Furthermore, the level of danger associated with the tomb remained unknown, making it unwise to agree hastily. He finally responded, "I appreciate your trust, fellow Taoist Ma. However, I have come to attend the recruitment ceremony, and I am unaware of when it will commence. Missing it would indeed be a lifelong regret, and I trust you understand." Ma Hongxing said, "Lin Taoist, do not be so quick to decline. You will not miss the recruitment ceremony. I have come here with that purpose in mind, fully aware of what is at stake." After a brief pause, he continued, "The location of the tomb is not far from here. Once the sect arrives, we will be informed immediately, so there is no need for concern." Lin Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "Fellow Taoist Ma, I need to contemplate this matter further." Hearing a hint of acquiescence in Lin Yi's words, Ma Hongxing added, "Lin Taoist, there is no rush. A response within 3 days would suffice, but it should be prompt, as we cannot predict when the selection of disciples will occur, though it is likely to be soon." Lin Yi remarked, "How fortunate." Ma Hongxing replied, "Lin, my friend, I am residing at the Yi Inn. You shall find me there. May I inquire where you are staying?" To his surprise, Lin Yi discovered that Ma Hongxing was indeed lodged in the same inn. He responded, "I too am at the Yi Inn." Ma Hongxing laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a delightful coincidence. Fate is truly remarkable." They then engaged in light conversation about various trivial matters. Rising to his feet, Ma Hongxing said, "Lin, once you have made your decision, please inform me directly, so I can relay the precise departure time." Lin Yi also stood, clasping his fists in respect, and replied, "Rest assured, my friend, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity once I reach a decision." Before taking his leave, Ma Hongxing whispered, "Lin, this matter is known to heaven, earth, you, and me." Lin Yi remained silent, nodding in understanding. "I shall await your good news," Ma Hongxing concluded. "Farewell." He turned with graceful ease and soon disappeared into the throng. Chapter 82. The weak fear the strong. After Ma Hongxing's departure, Lin Yi pondered, in truth. He held little regard for grave goods, for what valuable treasures could the mundane world possibly offer? It was entirely a waste of time and energy. Moreover, to confide such a significant secret to someone he had just met was unfathomable to him. Lin Yi firmly believed that in this world, only interests prevailed. There likely lay unspoken secrets beneath the surface, yet in the realm of mortals, Lin Yi possessed absolute confidence. Schemes and machinations crumbled before overwhelming strength. For him, this was merely a fleeting episode, something to cast aside and let unfold naturally. When will Ma Hongxing finally depart? A man, his head adorned with a hat, face veiled, and a dagger at his waist, bore a striking resemblance to Ma Hongxing, clearly a figure accustomed to the vagaries of the martial world. He took Ma Hongxing aside and inquired. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ma Hongxing patiently explained, "Wang, my friend, in 3 or 4 days, I assure you we shall depart. Kindly await my message." Hearing this, the man named Wang, irate, retorted, "Ma Hongxing, how many times have you uttered those very words? Each time it is 2 or 3 days, or 3 or 4 days. Do you take me for a fool?" He gestured to the dagger at his waist, asserting, "If you intend to toy with me, my dagger shall not permit it." With a fierce glint in his eyes, he issued a blatant threat. Ma Hongxing, observing Wang's demeanor, responded, "My friend, we share no enmity. Why would I deceive you?" He continued earnestly, "It is precisely your capabilities that have led me to confide such a significant secret to you. However, the matter is not as simple as you might believe. It necessitates meticulous planning to ensure absolute success." With heartfelt sincerity, Ma Hongxing advised, "We are seeking opportunities, not courting demise. Wouldn't you agree?" After days of meticulous preparation, Ma Hongxing solemnly assured, "This time it is genuine. I guarantee we shall depart within 4 days. Should I fail to fulfill this promise, you may deal with me as you see fit." The man surnamed Wang, observing Ma Hongxing's earnest demeanor, softened his tone. "Friend Ma, it is not that I doubt your words. Rather, the wait has been exceedingly long. Anyone in my position would feel anxious. I shall place my trust in you once more, but I hope this time is indeed true, without the need for another 3 or 4 days." Ma Hongxing replied, "Rest assured, my friend Wang, you shall await my good news." After addressing Wang, Ma Hongxing pondered how to persuade Lin Yi to accompany him. Originally, he intended to inform the traveling companions of their departure the following day. From the moment Ma Hongxing laid eyes on Lin Yi, he felt an undeniable instinct that Lin Yi must be part of this expedition, although he could not articulate why. The pressing issue now was how to get Lin Yi on board, yet Lin Yi appeared indifferent. What a predicament, with only 3 days remaining. Fortunately, there was a silver lining. Lin Yi was staying at the same inn. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongxing, Lin Yi had already departed the original location, leisurely strolling through the city. Linxian City was not particularly large. If not for this unique temporal circumstance, its population would scarcely fill a single town. The streets were lined with various goods, and the voices of vendors filled the air. Walk by, don't miss out. Our establishment offers superior cultivation techniques. Choose us to advance your path to immortality. One could not deny the effectiveness of this pitch, as the shop was bustling with patrons. Intrigued, Lin Yi decided to enter. At that moment, a burly man barged in, loudly demanding, "Shopkeeper, come here quickly. Where are you?" The crowd ceased their activities, turning to look at the imposing figure, who seemed unfazed by their attention. He continued to bellow for the shopkeeper. A man of about 50 emerged from the throng, approaching the burly man with a friendly demeanor. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am the proprietor of this establishment, surnamed Shui. You may call me Shopkeeper Shui." The burly man cast a glance at Shopkeeper Shui and boomed, "I care not whether your surname is Shui or Ma." The young attendant at the door proclaimed that entering your shop could lead to immortality. "I have come to seek enlightenment. If your shop can indeed grant this, let me attain it swiftly." Upon hearing this, several onlookers who had previously been oblivious turned their attention to the scene, curious to see how Shopkeeper Shui would manage the situation. For the burly man did not seem to harbor benevolent intentions. Perhaps Manager Shui was accustomed to such scenes and was not provoked by the imposing figure of the burly man. With patience, he responded, "Esteemed guest, our establishment merely advertises a potential increase in the chances of achieving immortality. It does not guarantee it. The individuals present can attest to this." However, no one among the crowd echoed his words. They merely watched with expressions of amusement. Once Manager Shui concluded his statement and observed the scene, the burly man, infuriated, exclaimed, "Look around. Not a single person supports your claim. It seems you are deliberately mocking me. If you do not provide a satisfactory answer today, I shall dismantle this establishment." The smile that adorned Manager Shui's face gradually transformed into a cold demeanor as he replied, "If you intend to create a disturbance here, you have surely come to the wrong place." With that, he whistled, and from seemingly nowhere, several individuals emerged, encircling the burly man. These newcomers were all notably tall and formidable, with 2 bearing scars across their faces, exuding a menacing aura that suggested they lived on the edge. The burly man was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. After a brief pause, he forced a smile and said to Manager Shui, "Manager Shui, it's a misunderstanding indeed. Perhaps I misheard. I sincerely came to your esteemed establishment to seek the path to immortality." Manager Shui retorted, "But that is not what I heard from you earlier. Have I grown so old that I can no longer discern what people say?" The burly man, maintaining a forced grin, replied, "Manager Shui, It's a misunderstanding. All fault lies with me. I earnestly seek the teachings. Manager Shue's icy countenance gradually transformed into a beaming smile as he addressed those surrounding the burly man. The esteemed guest has declared it a misunderstanding. So why do you linger? Do you not realize that a guest is to be treated with respect? Should you not swiftly depart? Seeing Manager Shue's seasoned demeanor, the onlookers recognized that without some measure of skill and authority, one could not conduct business here with ease. With the excitement dissipated, the crowd began to disperse, returning to their previous activities. Only Lin Yi remained, still intrigued by the unfolding dialogue. However, the burly man had lost his earlier bravado and now exhibited utmost deference. It is an unchanging truth that the world favors the strong and intimidates the weak. Chapter 83. The unscrupulous apothecary. After a brief examination of the techniques available in the shop, Lin Yi found them to be mundane. Yet they surpassed the offerings of the Joqing sect by a considerable margin. Noticing that nothing was of particular use to him, he chose not to linger and exited the shop, continuing his stroll along the bustling street. One vendor's call caught Lin Yi's attention. Our shop offers a variety of medicinal products, all crafted by renowned masters, essential provisions for navigating the martial world. Upon hearing the mention of medicines, Lin Yi became intrigued and unconsciously made his way toward the source of the voice. The shop assistant noticed Lin Yi approaching and greeted him warmly. Esteemed guest, please come this way. What do you require? Our shop guarantees your satisfaction. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. I shall take a look first. The assistant ushered Lin Yi into the establishment, calling out, Manager, we have a guest. A venerable elder, aged between 60 and 70, emerged from the shadowy alcove, his hair entirely white, yet his spirit vibrant, his steps firm and vigorous, seemingly at odds with his appearance. The shopkeeper, adorned with a broad smile, hastily approached Lin Yi, saying, Young master, greetings. I am the proprietor of this establishment. You may call me Master Tong. May I inquire what specific medicinal items you seek? I shall prepare them for you, he continued. At that moment, as Master Tong made his entrance, a young attendant stepped out of the shop, resuming his enthusiastic calls. Lin Yi replied, Master Tong, I am merely here to browse. Should I find something to my liking, I will consider making a purchase. After a brief pause, he added, Master Tong, I am not familiar with this place. Could you kindly offer some recommendations? Though aware that Lin Yi might not necessarily make a purchase, Master Tong, upon observing the young man's refined attire and delicate complexion, surmised he was undoubtedly of affluent lineage and thus likely to spend generously. With a beaming smile, Master Tong responded, Young master, this way please. I shall fetch some exquisite items for your appraisal, ensuring your satisfaction. As he spoke, Master Tong guided Lin Yi into the dimly lit alcove, which was adorned in an ancient and elegant style, evoking a sense of tranquility. He poured tea for Lin Yi before stepping outside. Shortly thereafter, Master Tong returned, carrying a tray upon which rested 7 small vials. Taking a seat beside Lin Yi, with an apologetic tone, Master Tong said, Young master, I apologize for the wait. These are a few carefully selected items, all crafted by the esteemed Master Xie Wequan. There is no need for extensive introduction regarding Master Xie, as he is renowned far and wide. Those who have used his creations speak highly of them. It is increasingly rare to find genuine masterpieces in public venues, and our shop has procured these 7 vials through various channels. I now present them for your consideration. Lin Yi, unfamiliar with the name Xie Wequan, ventured to inquire. Master Tong, as this is my first visit to Linxian City, may I ask who Master Xie Wequan is? Master Tong gazed at Lin Yi with a look of astonishment, as if to say, how could one venture into the world without knowledge of Master Xie? In the realm of martial arts, injuries are an inevitable occurrence, necessitating visits to apothecaries, all of which prominently feature Master Xie's products. Not knowing of Master Xie was akin to being a stranger in this domain. Perhaps he was merely a wealthy heir who had snuck away to witness the celestial beings recruiting disciples, but the dangers of this world are profound. While it is easy to venture out, returning is fraught with challenges. Master Tong patiently elucidated, Master Xie is a master alchemist of great renown. Any potion crafted by his hand is exceptional. Every aspiring alchemist aspires to be under his tutelage. Realizing his extensive explanation might be futile, he added, Young master, the world is perilous, and injuries are unavoidable. If you can procure Master Xie's potions, their effects will be immediate. His implication was clear. Seize the opportunity to acquire these items, lest he miss out on this rare offering. Lin Yi, however, was in no rush, having entered merely to explore. Yet, should there be truly remarkable items, he would not hesitate to consider their acquisition. Master Tong, may I first examine the works of Master Xie? He requested. The shopkeeper, observing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, remarked, Young master, certainly. After speaking, he picked up one of the personal vials and handed it to Lin Yi. Upon examining the bottle, Lin Yi noted a stark contrast compared to Brother Fong's. One was exquisite while the other was subpar. If the contents were indeed remarkable, the vial was wholly unworthy. When he uncorked it and poured out its contents, a dark, unremarkable pill appeared in his palm. It could hardly be called a pill, for it was merely a half-finished product, indicating that the individual lacked the skill to successfully concoct elixirs. This was not surprising, as pills, as stated by Chu Miaoyin, were considered elixirs in the realm of cultivation, albeit the lowest grade. In the mundane world, few possessed the ability to refine them, with him being an exception. Although it was an unfinished product, it was evident that Master Xia was indeed exceptional. This half-finished pill was infinitely superior to any potion, promising significant improvement for the injured upon use. After a moment of silence, Lin Yi returned the vial, sealing it once more and handing it back to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Tong, this item is indeed commendable. May I see the remainder? He inquired. Shopkeeper Tong, thinking to himself about Lin Yi's pretentiousness, smiled broadly and replied, "Young master, you have a discerning eye." He then pushed the platter forward, saying, "Young master, please." Lin Yi examined each item in turn. Rising, he addressed the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper Tong, I regret to inform you that I have not found what I seek. I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to exit. However, shopkeeper Tong obstructed his path, his previous smile replaced by a scowl. "Young master, I have presented you with the finest medicines from my shop, crafted by Master Xia, yet you dismiss them as unworthy. Are you toying with me?" He continued with a stern voice. "Today, you shall buy, whether you wish to or not." Lin Yi, remaining unhurried and composed, replied, "Shopkeeper Tong, I made it clear before that I merely wished to browse. Should I find something to my liking, I would purchase it. You are attempting to engage in coercive sales," he added, not allowing shopkeeper Tong to retort. "Moreover, among these 7 vials, 2 are genuine, while the rest are mere imitations. Do you presume I am unaware?" With a chuckle, he concluded his statement. Shopkeeper Tong, enraged, pointed an accusatory finger and exclaimed, "Ah, so you are deliberately causing trouble, daring to claim that Master Xia's creations are mere imitations. You possess quite the audacity." Very well, shopkeeper Tong repeated thrice, clapping his hands. Several individuals rushed in, surrounding Lin Yi. It became apparent that every shop in the vicinity had numerous subordinates for such matters. Shopkeeper Tong reiterated, "This is your final chance. Will you buy, or will you not?" Lin Yi, indifferent, refrained from responding. Perceiving Lin Yi's attitude, shopkeeper Tong declared, "Fine, since you refuse courtesy, you shall taste the consequences." He addressed his associates, "Ensure this guest is well entertained." The shopkeeper, Tong, cast a cold glare at Lin Yi before turning to exit the dim chamber. A few individuals, reveling in their bravado, mocked, "Look at this delicate young master, venturing into the world as if he belongs here. Where shall we strike first?" Their laughter echoed, devoid of restraint. Chapter 84. Judging by appearances, Lin Yi surveyed the raucous crowd and declared, "Should any of you manage to grasp the hem of my garment, I shall concede defeat. However, I advise you to desist. The consequences of your actions may prove unbearable." One of them scoffed, "Oh, look at him, playing the young master at home too long. Now he speaks of consequences. Step aside, everyone. It's my turn to enlighten this young master," another interjected. "But, third brother, the shopkeeper awaits. Delaying matters for the employer will not bode well for you," cautioned a third. The third brother replied, "Oh, eldest, it's merely a pretty boy. It's a trivial matter. I'll entertain him for a moment and ensure we do not waste time." The eldest pondered. Conceding that one pretty boy hardly necessitated the involvement of all, he gestured for the others to disperse. The third brother raised his fist towards Lin Yi, wickedly proclaiming, "Young master, where do you think I should land my punch?" He mused aloud, "A blow to the chest? No, I might kill you with that. Perhaps the stomach. That would be just right." Furrowing his brow, he continued, "Yet, without seeing your painted face, it lacks excitement. A slap to the face it shall be, I assure you. I want to kill you. You'll be begging for mercy soon enough, and I'll go easy on you then. After all, a painted face is not to be flaunted." He relished the thought of witnessing Lin Yi's fear, anticipating his plea for mercy, eager to humiliate him. He detested the privileged sons of wealthy families, relishing the opportunity to belittle them and leave them battered. However, Lin Yi remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed, which only fueled the third brother's frustration. Clearly, he would need to resort to force to elicit a response. Without further ado, he swung a fist towards Lin Yi's face, the sound of the punch slicing through the air. The eldest, alarmed by the third brother's reckless aggression, shouted, "Third brother, the shopkeeper didn't instruct us to kill him. Retract your punch." Realizing too late the gravity of his actions, the third brother attempted to withdraw his strike, but it was too late. His fist was already hurtling towards Lin Yi. The onlookers averted their gaze, pondering how they would explain the impending disaster to the shopkeeper. In a swift motion, Lin Yi evaded, causing the third brother's punch to connect with nothing but air, leaving him off balance and nearly stumbling. Confused, he wondered how he had nearly been defeated when it should have been the other way around. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his backside, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, howling in agony. Others were unaware of the circumstances, believing that Lin Yi had already suffered a fatal blow from the third brother, when suddenly the sound of the third brother's agonizing howls pierced the air. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi stood in scathe, while the third brother lay on the ground, writhing in pain and unable to move. At that moment, everyone became vigilant, recognizing that this incident was undoubtedly linked to Lin Yi, suggesting that he was not an ordinary individual. The leader inquired, "What has happened to you, third brother?" The third brother, in a wretched tone, lamented, "Leader, it hurts so much. I can't feel my lower body. What should I do? Avenge me." Alarmed by the severity of the situation, the leader pressed on, "Do you remember how you were injured?" The third brother, with a pained groan, replied, "I don't know, leader. All I recall is a foot kicking me in the backside, and then it all went dark. You must avenge me. It was definitely that pretty boy. Kill him." With each word, his agony intensified. The leader's gaze shifted to Lin Yi, and he asked warily, "What have you done to the third brother? Kill him immediately, or we will ensure you meet a gruesome end." Lin Yi responded coolly, "From the very beginning, it seems you were the ones seeking trouble with me. His fate is a result of his own actions. I advise you to retreat while you still can, otherwise, the consequences will be far worse than his." Lin Yi's warning was calm yet firm. The leader declared, "It appears negotiation is futile. We shall see who prevails." This time, they were not complacent. The group drew their weapons and surrounded Lin Yi, ready to strike. The leader gave the command, and they launched their attack simultaneously, leaving no room for escape. Outside, Manager Tong heard the clash of weapons and was taken aback. It seemed that they were serious about using their arms against Lin Yi. However, he had faith in his seasoned comrades, who were well versed in the ways of danger, believing they could subdue Lin Yi without issue. As Lin Yi observed their approach, he shook his head in disappointment at their refusal to heed his counsel, his irritation mounting. He ceased his words and unleashed his wind step technique. In mere seconds, the attackers found themselves sprawled on the ground. "Ah, my hand!" cried the leader, as he noticed a severed hand lying beside him. Looking at the leader, Lin Yi saw his pallid face, blood gushing forth, a dire situation that could lead to his demise if not addressed swiftly. Lin Yi approached the leader, who, upon seeing him, was overcome with terror. This was no ordinary man. He had never encountered such formidable prowess, far beyond his comprehension. Desperately, he pleaded, "My lord, spare my life. Killing me would only dirty your hands." Noticing Lin Yi's silence and the blood continuing to flow, he knew he needed to procure a hemostatic remedy, but dared not move with Lin Yi present. He continued to beg, "My lord, you are magnanimous. Consider me as insignificant as a mere fart. Lord, the mastermind behind all this is Manager Tong. We were merely his pawns," the leader revealed, continuously calling out for Manager Tong. Only the voice of the shopkeeper, Tong, echoed from outside. "Why call so many times? I am not dead yet. Are you summoning my spirit? Do you still wish to continue?" When the shopkeeper opened the door to the hidden chamber, he was taken aback, momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. The voice of the boss shattered the silence. "Young master, it is all him." The boss cast an angry glance at the shopkeeper. It was only then that the shopkeeper regained his senses, trembling fingers pointing at them as he exclaimed, All of this is your doing." Lin Yi regarded the shopkeeper with a mocking smile and queried, "Shopkeeper Tong, do you believe I should be offered a toast or punished?" Fear gripped the shopkeeper, for he had never practiced any martial arts, relying solely on hired muscle to do his bidding. His establishment had granted him a respectable standing, and until now, he had never encountered trouble in such dealings. At this moment, he realized he had kicked a hornet's nest. Observing the few individuals on the ground and Lin Yi, who remained unscathed, he understood the depths of Lin Yi's capabilities. If this situation were not handled appropriately, the empire he had built could be brought to ruin, and worse, his entire lineage could be obliterated. In desperation, the shopkeeper prostrated himself on the ground, crawling before Lin Yi, pleading for mercy. "Young master, I have been blinded by greed, daring to covet your interests. I am at your mercy, with no complaints." He continued, "However, I am an old man with dependents, especially as I cannot fulfill my filial duties to my parents. It would be an unfilial act. I beseech you, young master, spare this old man's life. Any other demands, I shall comply without hesitation." Chapter 85. The nightmarish dream. Seeing the shopkeeper in such a state, one could imagine that, were it not for his formidable strength, he would be facing the utmost humiliation. If the mortal realm is thus, how much more so in the ruthless world of cultivation, where the weak are devoured by the strong. With his current cultivation level at the second tier of chi refinement, he was inferior even to the most insignificant of beings. If he did not tread carefully, he could fall victim to another's hand at any moment. Since obtaining the spirit stones, he had been preparing to elevate his cultivation. Yet he remained uncertain if these spirit stones would suffice for a successful breakthrough. Should he be interrupted midway due to insufficient spiritual energy? The loss would not merely be the stones. The greatest fear lay in the potential for injury should the breakthrough fail. Thus, for the sake of safety, he resolved to advance his endeavors once he arrived in the realm of cultivation. Not wishing to waste more time on the shopkeeper, he stated, "You may escape death, but you cannot evade punishment." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, "Thank you, young master, for sparing this old man's life. I shall comply with any of your demands without dispute." Lin Yi responded, "Very well. Gather all the medicinal herbs from the shop for my inspection. And do not forget to bring the land deed and property deed as well." Upon hearing Lin Yi's request, the shopkeeper's heart sank. It was over. Should he merely surrender the medicinal herbs, though it would be a significant loss, it would not be utterly devastating. However, handing over the land deed and property deed would sever his roots entirely. In the beginning, the shop did not belong to him. It was only recently, through coercion and temptation, that he managed to acquire it. To purchase it, he nearly exhausted all his savings. Despite this financial drain, he felt no remorse. For this establishment was akin to a treasure trove, promising swift returns. It could be passed down through generations, allowing his descendants to bask in wealth and luxury, free from the hardships he endured in his earlier life. Noticing that the shopkeeper, Tong, remained silent, Lin Yi expressed his displeasure. "What is the matter? Are you reluctant?" Tong pleaded, "Young master, I can give you all the medicinal herbs, but could we negotiate on the land and property deeds?" Lin Yi regarded him coldly. "What do you think? The shop or your life? You have 30 seconds to consider." This half-minute was excruciating for them, as Tong faced the most tormenting decision of his life. The enforcers bore their pain in silence, aware that his choice might dictate their fates as well. Lin Yi returned to his seat, pouring himself a cup of tea while observing the others, initiating the countdown. 30, 29. Each utterance from Lin Yi felt like a heavy blow to their chests, particularly for Tong, who struggled to breathe. As the countdown progressed, the atmosphere thickened. The enforcers fixated on Tong, their own destinies hanging by a thread, hearts racing. 5, 4. Just as Lin Yi was about to reach 3, Tong rose, declaring, "Young master, there is no need to count further. I have made my decision." He approached Lin Yi, yet his legs felt as though laden with lead, taking a full 10 seconds to move forward slightly. "Young master, I have decided." Upon hearing those words, the enforcers held their breaths, terrified of the impending answer. The leader, enduring immense pain, cautioned, "Tong, think carefully before you speak." Tong cast a cold glance and retorted, "I do not require your guidance in my affairs. Remember your place." He then turned back to Lin Yi, stating, "I have decided to fulfill your request." The difficulty of voicing this choice drained him of all energy, collapsing to the ground. In the end, he chose wealth over life. Money could be regained, but without life, what value remained in riches? Upon hearing Tong's response, the enforcers finally exhaled, the heavy burden lifted from their shoulders. Tong gradually regained composure and addressed Lin Yi, "Young master, please wait a moment. I will prepare it right away." Lin Yi cautioned, "Do not attempt any tricks. Young master, rest assured, I wouldn't dare." As Tong exited the hidden chamber, Lin Yi rose to survey the others. Their relief was palpable as he glanced in their direction. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave if you wish to drink tea here." The leader quickly replied, "Young master, we shall depart at once." They supported each other as they made their way to the door. Suddenly, Lin Yi's voice echoed from behind, a sound that struck terror into their hearts as if a portal to hell had opened, beckoning them towards their doom. Trembling, they turned around, and the leader spoke first. "Young master, do you have any further instructions?" They stood as if awaiting the verdict of fate, vowing never to endure such torment again. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice drifted over, "Remember, do not engage in such dealings again. If I catch wind of it, you shall not be so fortunate next time." Upon hearing his words, their hearts, which had been gripped by fear, began to relax. If they were to endure this again, they might not survive the fright. They nodded incessantly, with the leader declaring, "Young master, we would never partake in such actions again. Should we betray this vow, may we perish by 1,000 arrows." The others echoed his sentiment. "Should we betray this vow, may we perish by 1,000 arrows." Noticing Lin Yi's prolonged silence, the leader cautiously inquired, "Young master, is there anything else you wish to convey?" Lin Yi retorted impatiently, "Why are you still here? Do you wish for me to keep you?" They hastily waved their hands, exclaiming, "No, no, we do not wish to disturb you." They quickly exited the shop, and only once they had left did they truly breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yi's voice lingered in their minds like that of a demon, destined to haunt them forever. To avoid any unexpected change of heart from Lin Yi, they hastened their departure from the apothecary, but the onlookers couldn't help but find their hurried retreat amusing, pointing and laughing. Lin Yi waited in the dark chamber for a considerable time until Manager Tong finally entered, and approached him. Young master, here is the complete inventory of the apothecary's herbs, already counted and placed in the hall. After stating this, his trembling hands produced the property deed and land deed from his person and placed them on the table. At that moment, he understood he was left with nothing. Without financial means, those he had once bullied would surely come seeking retribution. The fate that awaited him was all too clear. He needed to return to his family at once, take his closest kin, and live in obscurity until the storm passed. Young master, here are the property and land deeds for your review. Lin Yi picked them up from the table, inspected them, found no issues, and set them back down. He then addressed Manager Tong. Bring me a sheet of paper and a pen. Manager Tong complied, quickly returning with the requested items. Lin Yi instructed, write as I say. I volunteer. Satisfied with the signed document, Lin Yi found himself alone in the apothecary, as Manager Tong, having signed, was eager to leave. Lin Yi made no further attempts to detain him, allowing him to depart. Chapter 86. Unending troubles. Lin Yi gazed at the property deed and land certificate in his hands, uncertain of how to proceed. Alone and without the luxury of time or energy to manage the establishment, he pondered its fate. Selling it seemed a pity. Although acquiring it had been relatively effortless, even a sale would not yield the resources he desired. In that moment, Lin Yi considered the Jiqing sect. If disciples from the sect were stationed here, he could entrust the management of the property to them, thereby providing the sect with substantial returns to facilitate the procurement of supplies for the cultivation of its disciples. This would significantly enhance the strength of the sect, allowing it to gradually shift eastward, where the concentration of spiritual energy was greater, thus improving the physical aptitude of its disciples. Moreover, this would serve as a means of repaying the sect for its kindness. Without the Jiqing sect, Lin Yi might still be in that small mountain village, leading a mundane life of marriage and children. However, this was not a feasible plan. The distance to the Jiqing sect was simply too great. With his current Qi training level, it would take him over a year to reach this place. The disciples of the sect, with their modest cultivation levels, would likely struggle to make the journey and might even fall victim along the way. Even if they did arrive, without Lin Yi's deterrent presence, they would likely soon find themselves in dire straits. And if all of this did not transpire, how would they transport the resources back? It was a scenario best described as a far-fetched tale. Presenting the property to the Jiqing sect at this juncture would be more of a calamity than a blessing. With a wry smile, Lin Yi shook his head, unable to devise a viable strategy. He placed the property deed and land certificate into his storage bag for the time being. Initially, he had assumed the shop comprised only a single ground floor. But to his surprise, there was a second floor as well. The total area, combining both levels, was nearly 400 square meters, quite substantial indeed. The second floor, previously unopened by Manager Tong, was divided into two sections, a residence and a storeroom. Observing the living quarters, Lin Yi noted the extravagant furnishings, all crafted from the finest materials. Given that a residence was available here, he decided against returning to the inn, as this location was exceptionally tranquil and conducive to his evening meditation and cultivation, unlike the inn, where strange noises often disrupted his peace. However, Lin Yi's decision would soon bring trouble to Ma Hongsheng. Exclusive news. Don't miss out while passing by. The pharmacy owned by Manager Tong has changed hands. A crowd of curious onlookers gathered, questioning, when did Manager Tong sell the pharmacy? Why would he sell it? I heard he had just acquired it. Others chimed in, indeed. This pharmacy was like his lifeblood. Would he truly part with it? Another voice interjected, puffed. This must be yet another sensational rumor. Young man, beware lest Manager Tong break your legs. The individual proclaiming exclusive news is none other than the young attendant outside the apothecary. When Master Tong informed him that he would no longer require his services, the attendant initially felt a profound sense of loss. After all, this job had been a hard-won opportunity for him to establish himself in the city of Lincian, and now, deprived of his means of livelihood, he felt engulfed in despair. However, a sudden thought struck him. Why not leverage this information to capture attention and perhaps even reap substantial profits? The attendant addressed the crowd. Dear friends, are you aware of my identity? The response was immediate. In a city as populous as Lincian, how could I possibly know who you are? Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. I remember now. All eyes turned towards him, and despite a hint of bashfulness, he mustered the courage to continue, pointing at the attendant. You are the young assistant from the apothecary, aren't you? Upon hearing this, many in the crowd took a closer look and gradually recognized the attendant, murmuring, indeed. He resembles the assistant from the apothecary. The young attendant, observing their reaction, smiled and declared, You are not mistaken. I am indeed the apothecary's assistant. Why would I spread false information regarding Master Tong's establishment? As he finished speaking, another voice chimed in. I just saw one of Master Tong's hired thugs limping away. Eager to know more, the crowd pressed. Do tell us, what transpired? Those unaware of the truth began to believe the attendant's words, igniting their curiosity. Seeing the anxious crowd, The attendant felt a surge of joy. This was a golden opportunity for profit. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, to provide you with a clearer understanding, I shall elucidate the entire matter at Cultivating in half an hour. Those interested should not miss this thrilling event." Without waiting for their reaction, he departed. "Are you going?" "Of course. Having arrived in Lin Yi, I cannot overlook such an intriguing occurrence." Many hurried towards Cultivating, while others remained skeptical, intending to investigate further at the apothecary. Nevertheless, this incident swiftly spread throughout Lin Yi, with each person harboring different intentions. The attendant, as a result, amassed a considerable fortune, leaving the aftermath of the situation to others. Enemies flocked to Master Tong's residence, and the outcome remained uncertain. Lin Yi learned of the events only the following day but did not take them to heart, considering them irrelevant to him. However, some individuals harbored different thoughts, their minds swirling with ulterior motives. Upon returning, Lin Yi noticed someone loitering at the apothecary's entrance. The newcomer, upon seeing Lin Yi, greeted him with a beaming smile. "My friend, I heard you acquired Master Tong's apothecary. Today, I see you are indeed a prodigy." Lin Yi, bewildered by the remark, replied, "And you are? Whom? It seems we are not acquainted." 34. I do not mind this. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Jean, and in Lin Yi City, everyone respectfully addresses me as Master Jean. Lin Yi, unwilling to squander time on him, chose to ignore the man and prepared to enter the apothecary. However, the man with the surname Jean obstructed Lin Yi's path, insisting, 34, please hear me out. I have a significant proposition for you today. Feeling quite displeased at being blocked, Lin Yi still resolved to listen to him until the end. The man said, "It is not convenient to speak here. May I request a moment of your time?" Lin Yi replied, "If you have something to say, then say it here and be quick about it." Observing that numerous onlookers were glancing in their direction, yet not approaching, the man continued, "I have heard that you acquired this establishment. Might you share what you intend to do with it?" Lin Yi regarded him with indifference and coldly retorted, "What I choose to do is none of your business." The man's previous jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a menacing glare as he declared, "It seems this is your first visit to Lin Yi City, and you are unaware of my standing. I advise you to transfer the shop to me. I can offer you a handsome price." Otherwise, a mocking had escaped his lips. Chapter 87. The Transformation of the Mysterious Pearl. Lin Yi, exasperated by the trouble this man represented, had no desire to engage in further dialogue. He seized the man's shoulder and hurled him aside. Ouch! The man landed on the ground, pain shooting through him, still bewildered by the turn of events. Once he regained his senses, he glared at Lin Yi, seething with anger. "You dare lay a hand on me, Master Jean? Just you wait." At that moment, Lin Yi had already entered the apothecary and shut the door behind him. Recognizing that he stood no chance against Lin Yi, the man refrained from pursuing him further. As he noticed the crowd still observing him, he rose to his feet, pointing menacingly, and shouted, "What are you staring at? Keep watching, and I shall deal with you." Most of the onlookers hastily departed, fearing the repercussions of crossing him. However, a few remained unperturbed by his threats. One individual jested, "Oh, isn't this Master Jean? What misfortune has befallen you to end up in such a state?" The man glared at the speaker, warning, "Lida Ben, do not provoke me. My mood is quite foul at the moment." Ignoring the implicit warning, Lida Ben brazenly replied, "Jean, what can you possibly do to me?" After his retort, two companions positioned themselves behind him, glaring at the man with the surname Jean. Realizing he had no choice but to retreat, the man turned and left, only to hear the sound of mocking whistles behind him. This was a humiliation he had never before experienced, and he vowed to exact revenge for today's events at the earliest opportunity. After the man with the surname Jean departed, one of the individuals behind Li Dabin remarked, "Boss, the Jean Wolf gang has already begun to act, targeting the pharmacy. What is there to fear? They have yet to succeed," Li Dabin replied nonchalantly. His expression soon shifted to one of concern as he continued, "The new shopkeeper has made his move. He appears to be quite a formidable character. He is now our primary concern." Another individual interjected, "Boss, with so many brothers in the gang, how could we fear just one person? I assure you, we can deal with him effortlessly." Li Dabin kicked the speaker with disdain, scolding, "You worthless fool. If it weren't for your sister, you would have been thrown out of the gang long ago. Do you think the subordinates hired by Manager Tong are pushovers? Did you not see their fate? Consider his previous actions. Jean had no resistance whatsoever. Do you not understand who Jean is?" The man who was kicked fell silent. For while he feared no one in the gang, he was genuinely afraid of Li Dabin. Despite his imposing stature and seemingly foolish demeanor, those who knew him understood that his mind was exceptionally astute. Otherwise, he would not have risen to become the leader of one of the four major gangs in Lin Yi City. The name Li Dabin was given to him out of exasperation, as he was perceived as dim-witted yet possessed immense strength in his youth. Cautiously, another man inquired, "So, what shall we do next, brother-in-law?" Li Dabin glared at him, causing the man to shrink back in fear. I have told you countless times, unless we are at home, do not call me brother-in-law. You may refer to me as boss or leader, he warned sternly. This is the last time. Next time, I shall deal with you. And your sister will not be able to save you. Seeing the fierce demeanor of his brother-in-law, the man was terrified and quickly replied, yes, brother-in-law. I promise there won't be a next time. Realizing he had erred again, he hastily corrected himself. Boss, I was wrong. I assure you it will not happen again. Spare me this once. Li Dabin chose to ignore him. Another man, who had always looked down upon the previous speaker, thought that if it were not for the fact that the leader was his sister's husband, he would have long since been half dead. He turned to Li Dabin and asked, Boss, what shall we do next? Li Dabin pondered for a moment before replying, we cannot take the lead. Let us simply wait and watch the spectacle unfold. If an opportunity arises, we will act. He was unwilling to gamble with the fate of the gang, a hard-earned foundation, especially since many brothers had fought alongside him. Meanwhile, Jean returned to the Gene Wolf gang and addressed the seated leader. Boss, I have not successfully handled the matter and am willing to accept punishment. The man he spoke to was none other than the leader of the Gene Wolf gang, who had taken the name Gene Wolf. Gene Wolf replied, Jean, tell me about today's situation. Jean recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing Jin's account, Gene Wolf's expression grew grave. It seems this individual is not easy to deal with. Obtaining the pharmacy will likely be exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing the words of the Golden Wolf, Jinzi exclaimed, Boss, are we truly to abandon this? The profits from this apothecary are substantial, and if we could seize it, our gang's power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. More individuals would join us, making it inevitable for the Golden Wolf gang to become the most formidable faction in Lincian City. The foremost aspiration of the Golden Wolf was to lead the Golden Wolf gang to supremacy in Lincian City. He would not forsake any opportunity that presented itself. However, this time, the Golden Wolf sat in contemplative silence for an extended period before addressing Jinzi, instructing, proceed as I have outlined. After Jinzi departed to prepare, the Golden Wolf remained alone in the room, repeatedly questioning himself before ultimately solidifying his resolve. Every step taken towards the abyss could also lead to a path of enlightenment. As night fell, Lin Yi continued his daily meditation and cultivation. His dantian had significantly expanded, now brimming with spiritual energy. His meridians had also widened. And should the spiritual energy prove sufficient, Lin Yi felt confident in his ability to break through to the third level of Qi training. He retrieved a vial from his storage bag and opened it, revealing 13 spiritual stones resting quietly within, which included those he had acquired from Chao Du. Although there were spiritual stones in Chao Du's storage bag, they paled in comparison to those of Brother Fong. Having used some over time, he was left with only these few. Lin Yi found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to utilize these spiritual stones for an immediate breakthrough. Doing so would enhance his chances of being selected during the upcoming disciple recruitment ceremony, while also allowing him to conceal his identity as an alchemist. He was uncertain whether revealing his status as an alchemist in the realm of cultivation would prove advantageous or detrimental. For now, he sought to remain hidden as much as possible, and further enhance his cultivation would provide him with an additional layer of self-preservation in the realm of cultivation. Yet, he pondered the dire consequences should the spiritual energy prove insufficient. Lin Yi found himself ensnared in indecision. Ultimately, he withdrew one spiritual stone, sealed the vial, and returned it to his storage bag, opting not to break through. He dared not gamble, for he could not bear the repercussions of failure. Holding the spiritual stone in hand, he gradually began to absorb the energy within, nourishing his meridians and replenishing his dantian. Lin Yi also noticed something peculiar. The mysterious orb in his mind appeared to shimmer more brightly. If not for his keen observation, he would have overlooked this subtle change. He could not fathom the reason behind this transformation, but it occurred only after he had acquired the spiritual stones and absorbed their energy. Could it be that the mysterious orb had also absorbed some of the spiritual energy? Chapter 88. Interconnected. Just as he delved deeply into his cultivation, Lin Yi sensed a disturbance emanating from the roof above, the sound drawing closer to his position. Expanding his spiritual awareness to discern the situation, he beheld several figures clad in black, their faces obscured by dark fabric, stealthily approaching. Though their forms were entirely shrouded, they could not evade Lin Yi's perceptive awareness. While he did not recognize the others, one individual stood out distinctly. It was the man named Jean he had encountered during the day. He had not anticipated that after failing in the daylight, they would return under the cover of night. Observing their furtive movements, Lin Yi wondered what ruthless measures they might employ this time. Suddenly, one individual inadvertently made a noise, causing everyone to freeze in place. Jinzi remarked, I had previously emphasized the necessity for utmost caution. Be careful, careful, and once more careful. How can one still be so heedless? If this operation encounters any issues, just wait and see how the boss will deal with you. Jinzi spoke sternly yet softly. This operation had been meticulously planned, and even the slightest error was to be feared. Every participant had been rigorously vetted and thoroughly organized. At this moment, the tension he created was palpable. Master Jean, I assure you, there will be no further mistakes, one of them responded. Jinzi refrained from continuing his reprimand, not wishing to distract everyone at such a critical juncture. Yet he reminded them, everyone, please remain vigilant. The group nodded silently in agreement. Subsequently, they resumed their cautious advance. Lin Yi chose not to continue meditating and awaited their next move. In what should have been a short distance, they took nearly half an hour, demonstrating their extreme caution. Jinzi directed one person to remove a roof tile, while another followed closely behind with a bamboo tube to blow smoke into the room. Observing their every action, Lin Yi found it quite amusing how each individual employed the same tactics. Previously in Sadu City, Xiao Mozi had used a similar ploy against him. However, this strategy proved effective against the average person. After approximately 10 minutes, one individual could no longer contain himself and queried, Master Jean, it has been quite a while. He should be unconscious by now. Jinzi shot him a glare, signaling him to silence, then exchanged a knowing glance with another person, who understood the cue and peered through the gap in the tiles. This individual possessed remarkable abilities, perceiving everything in the darkness within a short distance. Jinzi had invested considerable effort to recruit him into the gang, but it was undoubtedly worth it, as his skills would later yield significant contributions to the organization. Upon seeing Lin Yi lying motionless on the bed, he withdrew his gaze and nodded at Jinzi. Observing this response, Jinzi felt as though he had ingested a calming tonic. Success was within reach. He then turned his attention to another individual, who bore a bow and emanated a palpable aura of menace. It was evident that countless lives had been extinguished at his hands. This man was the most formidable archer in the gang. Once targeted, survival chances were slim. When Jinzi glanced in his direction, the archer understood that it was now his turn to act. The perceptive individual relayed the precise location, and the archer readied his bow, aiming through the opening toward the interior. His arrow seemed to possess a mind of its own, perfectly aligning with Lin Yi's position on the bed. One could only imagine the excellence of his marksmanship. For an ordinary person, the next moment would likely herald yet another life extinguished, a soul claimed by his arrow. Drawing back the bowstring, he released the arrow aimed directly at Lin Yi's head. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Alas, Lin Yi caught it effortlessly. After releasing the arrow, the archer stepped aside, offering no further indication of his presence. Jinzi was aware of the assassin's temperament and subtly gestured to the man with peculiar eyes. This time, the man peered through the opening towards Lin Yi. But Lin Yi had already donned a disguise. Upon seeing Lin Yi's appearance, the man withdrew his gaze and, feeling emboldened, spoke up, hit him squarely in the head. Hearing this, Jinzi was immensely pleased, exclaiming, when it comes to shooting wolves, my aim is invariably precise. I have never missed. It was now time to reap the rewards. And he addressed the crowd. Let us proceed through the front entrance and gather the fruits of tonight's endeavors. Unbeknownst to them, their actions were being closely monitored by many, including a familiar figure, Li Dabong. Boss, it seems they have made their move. I suspect the new shopkeeper has met his demise. I never anticipated that Jean Lang would take this so seriously, dispatching his 3 most trusted subordinates. As he spoke, he noticed Li Dabong staring directly at him. Whenever he encountered such a gaze, unease crept into his heart. He wondered what trouble he had stirred up now. He dared not meet Li Dabong's eyes. Li Dabong remarked, why do I even keep you around, you spineless wretch? What do a few subordinates of Jean Lang amount to? Pointing at his own head, he continued, the leader himself is taking action. Do you dare to think I am inferior to Jean Lang? The man hastily fell to his knees, pleading, brother-in-law. That is not what I meant. You know me. How could Jean Lang ever compare to you? Li Dabong kicked him aside, retorting, you useless fool. How many times must I tell you not to call me brother-in-law? Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, he halted his actions and added, we'll deal with you later. What is happening? The commotion from Li Dabong's kick caught Jinzi and his group's attention. Li Dabong replied, it's me, your leader. Jinzi, do you intend to confront me? A gathering of people had convened at the entrance of the apothecary. Jinzi declared, Li Dabong, I advise you to step back. We have already taken control of this establishment, so do not disrupt the rules of our world. Li Dabong scoffed, you claim it is yours merely by saying so. Present the deed and land contract for verification. Li Dabong, the land deed and house contract are kept within the shop. Do we really need to show them to you? Haha. Jinzi laughed heartily, to which Li Dabong cast a sidelong glance and replied, oh, how unfortunate. I too have placed the land deed and house contract in the apothecary. He stepped forward, pushing Jinzi aside. Good dog, stay out of the way, move aside. You. Just as Jinzi was about to erupt, a voice emerged from behind. Li Dabong. It seems we have not clashed in a while. You've become rather arrogant of late. The spoils of my Jean Lang gang are not for you to plunder. Your hopes of reaping rewards from this endeavor shall surely be dashed. The speaker was none other than Jinlang, accompanied by a throng of followers. Li Dabin cast a glance at the speaker, then turned his gaze towards the throng behind him, pointing at them and declaring, "Is this your confidence, Jinlang?" After uttering these words, he let out a sharp whistle, swiftly surrounded by a multitude of voices united in a resounding chant of gang leader. The chorus echoed majestically, reverberating through the tranquil night sky, as if to engulf the entire Linxian city, lingering in the air. Initially, many had peeked out of their doors to witness the commotion, but now they hastily shuttered their windows, wary of the impending storm of bloodshed. They wished to remain unscathed. Chapter 89. Lin Yi's irregularities. The two factions eyed each other warily, the potential for conflict palpable, yet restrained. For both Jinlang and Li Dabin understood that a clash would lead only to mutual destruction. The other two gangs observed the scene, aware that any significant casualties would only serve to benefit them, potentially displacing one of the four major factions. Tension hung thick in the air, every individual holding their breath. The silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, a flash of steel cut through the stillness, a knife hurtling towards Li Dabin's side. Before anyone could react, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence, resonating within the hearts of all present. Li Dabin turned to see the blade strike one of his subordinates at the waist, who writhed in agony, blood pouring forth. Li Dabin addressed Jinlang. "It seems you are determined to engage us in battle tonight." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Brothers, fight with all your might. The more of Jinlang's gang we eliminate, the greater the rewards." At that moment, Jinlang was bewildered, unsure why one of his men had acted without his command, yet this was not the time for clarifications. As he observed his opponent's forces charging forward, he instructed, "Do not hold back. If you can kill, do so without hesitation." Simultaneously, he ordered Jinzi, take a few men and storm the apothecary, secure the property deed and land contract. Jinzi nodded in response, affirming, "Boss, rest assured, I will accomplish this task." Having relayed his orders, Jinlang turned to face Li Dabin, who was currently overwhelming his gang members. With a defensive stance, he proclaimed, "Li Dabin, your adversary is me. Do not strike at my disciples unless you wish to be ridiculed." Li Dabin, momentarily thwarted by Jinlang, had initially aimed to swiftly dispatch several members of Jinlang's gang to demoralize them while rallying his own men. Now, that plan was thwarted. "Jinlang, it has been years since we last clashed. I wonder if your skills have remained unchanged. Can you withstand my strike?" Years ago, they had faced off, with Jinlang narrowly losing. Jinlang retorted, "Anyone can boast. Let's see if you can back it up." Before Jinlang could finish his thought, Li Dabin swung his staff with a fierce whistle, aiming directly at Jinlang's head. With a deft sidestep, Jinlang narrowly evaded the unexpected blow. As the blade was drawn, the speaker addressed the Golden Wolf. "Ah, mighty fool. It has been years since we last met. Your staff technique has not improved, yet your shamelessness has undoubtedly become more refined." With that, the blade swiftly approached Mighty Fool's waist. He quickly withdrew his staff, positioning it horizontally for defense. The clash of their weapons produced a dazzling spark, prompting both combatants to retreat a step. The disciples engaged in battle instinctively distanced themselves, granting the two men ample space. They exchanged blows with fierce intensity, each strike aimed at the vital points of the other, where a single misstep could lead to death. However, their abilities were so closely matched, and their understanding of one another so profound, that despite their vigorous assaults, they consistently evaded calamity. In the absence of an unforeseen twist, it was unlikely that a victor would emerge in the short term. Though their confrontation was fierce, they sustained no injuries. Unlike the scene unfolding among the disciples of their respective factions, several individuals lay in pools of blood, casualties from both sides. Witnessing the losses of their comrades ignited a fervor for vengeance within them. The anguished cries resonated through the air as Golden Master, accompanied by several companions, fought while making his way toward the apothecary's entrance. Observing the change in circumstances, the opposing faction quickly proclaimed, "We must not allow the Golden Wolf gang to enter the apothecary first, block their advance." Realizing that their intentions had been uncovered, Golden Master instructed his companions, "One of you must enter, we will hold them at the door." He pointed to one individual, commanding, "You go inside. Retrieve what we need swiftly, do not waste time." The chosen man nodded resolutely, affirming, "Understood, Master Golden." He then turned and charged toward the door with a blade in hand. "Stop him. Do not let him enter first." More and more adversaries surged toward them, overwhelming Golden Master and his companions. One member was struck by a sword, gravely injured yet still attempting to impede the enemy. Fortunately, others from the Golden Wolf gang joined the fray, gradually alleviating the pressure. As the door was cleaved open, just as he was about to push through, a sword pierced through his back, emerging from his chest, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. The assailant, witnessing the demise of his foe, prepared to enter the apothecary. Golden Master arrived just in time, launching a blade toward the man's head. Sensing imminent danger from behind, the assailant swiftly raised his sword for defense, but it was too late. His head was cleaved in two, brain matter splattering forth in a gruesome display. The members of Mighty Fool's gang, initially elated by their success in vanquishing an opponent and preparing to advance, were suddenly confronted with such a bloody scene, igniting their emotions into a frenzy as they charged recklessly. Observing the chaotic crowd, the casualties mounted, and if this continued, both factions would suffer tremendous losses. At that moment, the door lay before them, and Golden Master resolved to act. Addressing his comrades, he declared, "Brothers, cover me. Hold them off with all your might during this time. I shall return swiftly." Without waiting for a response, he boldly entered the apothecary. Upon witnessing Jinzi enter the apothecary, Li Dabin's fervor intensified. While the Golden Wolf gang strived to obstruct their advance, yet they still managed to shield one individual into the establishment. The Golden Wolf gang had been vigilantly observing the situation, and upon seeing Jinzi successfully infiltrate, one of them remarked amidst the fray, "Li Dabin, your chances are dwindling." Before he could finish his statement, Li Dabin interjected, "Do not celebrate prematurely. Take a closer look." At that moment, another person slipped inside, distracted for a brief instant. Golden Wolf received a blow to his left hand. A sharp pain coursed through him, fortunately avoiding any grievous injury, yet it disrupted his focus. Resolutely, he directed all his efforts against Li Dabin. Meanwhile, Jinzi hurried to the second floor, eager to seize the moment. Upon arriving, he spotted Lin Yi lying on the bed and, reflecting on the events of the day, triumphantly declared, "I warned you before, crossing paths with me, Jin Yi, would lead to no good outcome. Do you believe me now? Alas, there are no remedies for regret, and I suspect Yama is currently escorting you to the underworld." He intended to claim Lin Yi's body, assuming such vital possessions as the deed and land contract would be on him. Just as his hand was about to reach for Lin Yi's garments, Lin Yi suddenly turned, sitting upright with his face inches from Jinzi's, uttering a peculiar sound. "Who are you?" "Oh, it's you. Have you come to join me?" The unexpected sight startled Jinzi to a pallid state. He stumbled backward in a frantic retreat, falling to the ground, his voice quivering with fear. "Why you? Are you human or a ghost?" Lin Yi leaned closer, his voice chillingly echoing. "Am I human or a ghost? Surely, you must know." Jinzi's mind froze in dread, engulfed in an abyss of terror. Chapter 90. Hidden Agendas. With trepidation, Jinzi pleaded, "Do not approach me. I did not kill you." Lin Yi inched nearer, "But Yama informed me that it was you who ended my life upon the rooftop." I presented my grievances to him, and out of pity, he granted me the opportunity for revenge before I report back. How could it possibly not be you? Yama would not err. Shall we not visit him to verify? The eerie undertone of Lin Yi's voice sent shivers down Jinzi's spine. The thought that perhaps Yama had indeed sent him back for vengeance filled Jinzi with dread. He scrambled toward the staircase, incessantly muttering, "It was not me. It was not me. Yama must be mistaken." "Confirm this with Yama," Lin Yi insisted, unwavering in his pursuit. As they approached the staircase, Li Dabin's cohorts ascended to the second floor. The scene before them momentarily left them perplexed. Jinzi, spotting the newcomers, urgently pointed at Lin Yi. "I know who killed you. It was this man, Zhong Wanshan. Go after him. Do not linger with me. Once you avenge your death, your soul may return." As Zhong Wanshan listened to Jinzi's words, he found himself bewildered, utterly unaware of Lin Yi's circumstances. He addressed Jinzi, "What madness has overtaken you?" At that moment, Jinzi had no desire to engage with Zhong Wanshan. He merely wished to escape this place, casting aside all thoughts of property deeds. Yet, he found himself unable to move, experiencing a dizzying sensation as blood rushed to his head, gradually realizing that Lin Yi had seized his foot and lifted him. Jinzi pleaded desperately, "Do not kill me. I swear it was not I who harmed you." Zhong Wanshan began to grasp the situation. Jinzi mistakenly believed the person before him to be a ghost. Truly, the one embroiled in confusion is often blind to the truth, while the observer sees clearly. He discerned at once that the individual before him was very much alive. And he mocked, "Jinzi, awaken. You cannot even distinguish between man and spirit. I truly wonder how the Golden Wolf holds you in such esteem. Alas, what poor judgment." Lin Yi cast a glance at Zhong Wanshan and remarked, "Have I given you permission to speak? Stand still and behave." Jinzi, foolish as he might be, underestimated Lin Yi, thinking him equally gullible. "Do I appear so easily deceived?" Lin Yi shook his head. "I told you to be silent, yet you persist." Just as Zhong Wanshan was about to respond, Lin Yi, still holding Jinzi, shifted his position and applied pressure, rendering him immobile. With only his mind and eyes free to function, Zhong Wanshan's eyes widened in horror. How had this individual achieved such a feat? It transcended his understanding. How tiresome. He began anew towards Jinzi. "You are Jinzi, correct? Tonight's events involve sedatives, extraordinary abilities, and archery, all in a convoluted plot to kill me. Truly, you have gone to great lengths. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Jinzi gradually regained his composure, realizing that Lin Yi was indeed alive. Yet, how did he know of all his actions, as if every deed was performed beneath his watchful gaze? Recognizing that Lin Yi was not a ghost emboldened him, and he declared, I suggest you release me. All the disciples of the Golden Wolf gang are outside. Should I suffer any harm, you will meet a gruesome end. Lin Yi unceremoniously tossed Jinzi to the ground, eliciting a grimace of pain. He took a chair and positioned himself before Jinzi, saying, so all the disciples are present tonight. This conveniently spares me the trouble of visiting them. I can resolve all matters at once. Jinzi observed Lin Yi's demeanor, noting a lack of fear despite the presence of his gang members. He was astonished that this man had evaded tonight's assassination attempts, having previously bested him twice without a hint of resistance. His prowess was unfathomable, seemingly bottomless, which filled Jinzi with apprehension. Yet, he also pondered, every man has limits. No matter how skilled, in the face of so many masters within the gang, who could possibly resist? He, too, was no exception. He said, You may be new to Lin Yi City, unaware of the Golden Wolf gang's strength. We are one of the 4 most powerful gangs in Lin Yi City, boasting numerous experts. I advise you to release me, and I shall intercede on your behalf, ensuring you face no repercussions. As the scene unfolded, Jinzi pointed towards Zhong Wanshan, stating, If you do not believe me, you may inquire with him. Lin Yi chose not to engage in further dialogue, instead kicking Jinzi towards Zhong Wanshan and positioning himself alongside him, immobilized. Lin Yi poured himself a cup of tea, savoring its flavor. Outside, the clash had escalated to a fever pitch, with scarcely anyone unscathed. Both sides were exerting their utmost to maintain the current stalemate, preventing anyone from entering the apothecary. The situation had reached a deadlock, yet the two within had not emerged after a considerable time. Were they still entangled in conflict? Each faction firmly believed in their own ability to triumph, fighting desperately to buy them time. If they could endure just a moment longer, victory might be within reach. However, as time wore on, the absence of their comrades became increasingly unsettling. At that moment, Jinlang and Lidaben exchanged blows, but as they noted the continued absence of their counterparts, anxiety began to creep in regarding the situation inside. Jinlang grew concerned for Jinzi, his most vital subordinate, fearing any misfortune would tip the scales unfavorably, rendering any potential victory meaningless amidst substantial losses. Amidst the fray, Jinlang proposed, given the considerable casualties on both sides, persisting in this manner is detrimental to us both, and will only benefit the other factions. Let us cease hostilities for now. Lidaben, fully aware of Jinlang's intentions, was nonetheless apprehensive. The current circumstances, if prolonged, would indeed jeopardize the future of their faction. Yet, he retorted, You instigated this conflict and now wish to withdraw. What do you take my faction for? You strike at will, yet expect mercy? Abandon any hope of us relinquishing our stance, Jinlang replied. As for the initiation of this conflict, I still cannot comprehend the events leading to this. I never issued such an order, indicating something amiss. Humph, your words hold no weight now. Who can discern truth from falsehood? Jinlang, facing Lidaben's obstinacy, asked, What do you truly desire? Lidaben responded, If you wish to withdraw, the deeds and properties of the apothecary must belong to my faction, along with compensation for our losses. Upon hearing these terms, Jinlang retorted without hesitation, Such conditions are unacceptable. I have yet to demand restitution from you. Lidaben declared, Then there is nothing to discuss. Let us continue to fight. Jinlang could never acquiesce to Lidaben's demands. Agreeing to such terms would undermine his standing within the Jinlang faction, leaving him no choice but to persist in a brutal struggle. Time continued its relentless march. Indifferent to the pain of those entangled in conflict, an increasing number of disciples fell in the blood-soaked ground, with countless others severely injured, some facing a grim fate should they not receive prompt medical attention. Death awaited them. Chapter 91. The spy emerges watching their disciples fall one by one. Both Jinlang and Lidaben were filled with profound sorrow. The Golden Wolf remarked, 34, Mighty Fool, given the current situation, are you certain you wish to proceed? To which Mighty Fool responded, 34, the predicament we find ourselves in has been instigated by your Golden Wolf gang. Compensation for the losses is imperative, otherwise, there shall be no resolution. The Golden Wolf, with a sense of resignation, replied, 34, regarding the matter of right and wrong, the truth remains elusive. I suggest we temporarily cease hostilities. Otherwise, even if you emerge victorious, do you truly believe you will be able to maintain your foothold in Lin Yi City? Perhaps at the very moment of your triumph, the other two factions will seize the opportunity to devour you. Mighty Fool was acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. Yet the conflict had been ignited by the Golden Wolf gang, and he was unwilling to relent without conditions. 34, Golden Wolf, it was indeed your faction that instigated this. Now, With such significant injuries among my disciples, do you think I can simply walk away? The golden wolf proposed. 34. Let us pause our conflict and then discuss the matter of compensation. 34. No, you must first clarify how you intend to compensate us, Mighty Fool insisted. Observing that Mighty Fool remained obstinate, the golden wolf said, 34. Mighty Fool, the more I ponder, the more I suspect the assailant. No disciple of my gang would dare act without my command. After a brief pause, he continued, 34. I am increasingly confident that individuals from other factions have infiltrated our ranks to incite this altercation. Mighty Fool scoffed. Do not dream of persuading me to stand down. The golden wolf grit his teeth and declared, 34. Mighty Fool, let us present evidence on sight. If it is proven that there are indeed spies among us, and that our gang members instigated this conflict, the golden wolf gang shall bear all losses. Mighty Fool regarded the golden wolf, flattering words, who cannot utter them. The golden wolf's expression hardened as he solemnly stated, 34. In my lifetime, I have always honored my word. Have I ever faltered? Surely you, Mighty Fool, are aware of this. 34. Thus, the promise I make now shall be upheld without fail. After contemplation, Mighty Fool acknowledged that although the golden wolf was ruthless, he had never been known to renege on his promises. After much deliberation, he finally said, 34. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Now let us call our brothers to cease hostilities. Upon hearing Mighty Fool's words, the golden wolf exhaled with relief and nodded. He proclaimed, 34, I will count to 3. And we shall simultaneously call for a halt. Mighty Fool replied, 34, understood. 3, 2, 1, halt. Their voices resonated in the minds of everyone present. Upon hearing their leaders, all actions came to a standstill as they turned their gazes towards the golden wolf and Mighty Fool. At that moment, the two had ceased fighting, maintaining a cautious distance while remaining vigilant against one another. Caution was warranted. In the realm of factions, one's survival was paramount, and despite the call for a truce, any opportunity to eliminate the opponent would not be overlooked. The golden wolf called out, 34, disciples of our gang, come forth to attend to the grievously injured. Mighty Fool made similar arrangements. He then turned to the golden wolf and said, 34, it is your turn. The golden wolf, observing the substantial casualties among his disciples, vowed that if he were to capture the mastermind behind this calamity, he would ensure the individual met a grievous end. He surveyed the crowd with a stern gaze and inquired, who among you dared to throw a knife without my command? Step forward. The gathered disciples exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to emerge. Just as the golden wolf was about to speak again, a disciple suddenly pointed out an individual, exclaiming, Master. It was this person who cast the knife. The crowd turned their attention towards the accused, who, in a fit of fear, spun around and fled. The golden wolf, convinced of the individual's treachery, hurled a knife, which struck the fleeing figure in the leg, eliciting a cry of agony. Other disciples quickly apprehended the wounded traitor, bringing him before the golden wolf, whose complexion had drained as he realized his grim fate. Some disciples recollected, I remember this man was the most vocal in the skirmish, yet he cowardly hid behind others. Who would have thought him a traitor? Anger surged through the crowd as they recalled the many brothers who had perished because of him, and they clamored for the traitor's dismemberment. The golden wolf, acknowledging the fervent emotions of his disciples, raised his hand for silence and declared, this man shall not escape unscathed. He will pay a dire price, especially for those behind him. He then lifted the traitor, casting him before Li Dabin, stating, Now do you believe, Li? It appears there are those who have deliberately incited our two factions to engage in mutual destruction. At that moment, not only did the golden wolf's men resent the traitor, but Li Dabin's faction also glared at the man, eager to rend him to pieces. Li Dabin placed his foot upon the traitor's chest and demanded, Who sent you? Realizing his demise was imminent, the traitor bit his tongue and took his own life before anyone could intervene. The golden wolf, observing the nearly lifeless body, spoke with fierce intensity, Do not presume that death absolves you. I will unearth all those associated with you, ensuring they meet a fate devoid of rest. As the traitor seemingly envisioned the horrific scenes of his loved ones perishing, he succumbed to despair. Yet, though the murderer lay dead, the matter was far from resolved. Li Dabin proclaimed, The deeds and property of the apothecary belong to my faction. The golden wolf outright rejected this claim, stating, That is impossible. The truth has emerged. It was not my faction that instigated this conflict. It was you, Li Dabin, who provoked it first. We had already achieved our objectives, and your unwarranted interference has been met with mercy. Upon hearing these words from the golden wolf, Li Dabin retorted, It seems we must battle once more. The atmosphere grew tense, the potential for conflict palpable. The golden wolf, recognizing that the fragile peace he had managed to establish was once again in jeopardy, proposed, I suggest that both sides send forth a representative. Whoever prevails shall claim the spoils. What say you? Reluctant to engage in further conflict and inadvertently allow others to benefit, Lida Bin acquiesced to Jean Lang's suggestion. They each selected another individual to enter the apothecary and await the outcome. As time gradually elapsed, none emerged from within, leaving both parties in uncertainty regarding the circumstances inside. Neither side was willing to yield, thus they continued to send disciples into the establishment. However, the dispatched disciples remained absent. And after both sides had sent in 6 individuals, it became evident that something had transpired within. Jean Lang turned to Lida Bin and declared, "I have decided to enter myself. You wouldn't dare send another disciple, would you?" Lida Bin, equally curious about the unfolding events, merely chuckled in response. Jean Lang, with a knowing tone, remarked, "Do you possess any other viable options? Which of your disciples could possibly rival me?" Jean Lang. Lida Bin laughed. "Why provoke me to accompany you then? Are you not afraid that, in your absence, none of your disciples could withstand my might?" Both parties discerned each other's intentions, refraining from further unnecessary dialogue, and proceeded to make arrangements for their respective disciples. A crucial stipulation was established: until their return, fighting was strictly prohibited, and any violations would be met with harsh consequences. Chapter 92. Do not rush, one at a time, gazing at the neatly arranged 12 individuals. Both Jean Lang and Lida Bin were taken aback, failing to anticipate that their absence was not due to conflict-induced casualties, but rather the result of being subdued by someone they believed to be deceased. The 12, witnessing their leader's entrance, found themselves immobilized, their eyes darting about in a comical display. They conveyed a singular message: the leader must not let down his guard. Caution was warranted, for Lin Yi instilled fear in them. Simultaneously, Jean Lang and Lida Bin inquired, "You are still alive?" Lin Yi, taking a sip of tea, rose and replied, surprised. "Are we? Thrilled, perhaps?" Jean Lang stepped forward, declaring, "I care not whether you are alive or dead. Release my disciples at once." Approaching Jean Lang, Lin Yi pointed at Jean Zi and asked, "Is this not your accomplice?" Jean Lang cautioned, "What are you planning? I advise against foolish actions." Upon hearing Jean Lang's words, Lin Yi trembled, exclaiming, "Ah, I am so frightened." With that, he struck Jean Zi's chest, sending him toward Jean Lang. "Here, take him back. Are you satisfied now?" Jean Lang caught Jean Zi and hurriedly inquired, "Jean Zi, what has happened to you?" Yet, Jean Zi offered no response. At that moment, Jean Zi's pupils widened, his eyes reflecting terror and resentment. Jean Lang then realized that Jean Zi had perished, his organs shattered beyond recognition. Witnessing Jean Zi's demise, Jean Lang's emotions erupted. Jean Zi had been a brother who saved his life. Long before the establishment of their faction, Jean Zi had stood by him, and over the years, his counsel and support had enabled Jean Lang's gang to flourish, ultimately becoming one of the most formidable factions. The Golden Wolf unsheathed his treasured blade, furiously pointing it at Lin Yi, exclaiming, "You dare to slay him? Very well, your head shall serve as a tribute to the gold." With that, he prepared to strike. Lin Yi gestured for him to stay his hand, saying, "Do not be hasty. Are there not so many others present? Are there none left among your ranks? I shall point, and you shall confirm. Failure to respond will be deemed as your acceptance," Lin Yi declared as he approached the next individual. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, the brawny man, Li Dabin, hastily interjected, "Young master, this one belongs to our faction. Do not mistakenly harm him." Lin Yi glanced at the Golden Wolf and remarked, "See how eager he is, saving us both time and effort." He then turned to Li Dabin and inquired, "Are you certain this individual is from your group?" Li Dabin quickly affirmed, "Young master, I know every disciple in our faction. This one is undoubtedly one of us." "I jest not." "Ah, as long as you confirm," Lin Yi replied, and with a swift motion, he struck once more, casually tossing the lifeless body to Li Dabin. Upon receiving it, Li Dabin discovered the man was already deceased, and in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "You." Lin Yi innocently retorted, "What of it? Did we not confirm this already? I merely returned him to you." The Golden Wolf, witnessing the same scene with Li Dabin, remarked, "Li Dabin, there is nothing more to discuss. He is deliberately toying with us, allowing our disciples to perish one after another." Li Dabin drew his staff, warning, "This is a provocation against 2 factions simultaneously. Do you comprehend the consequences?" Lin Yi blinked, intrigued, and asked, "Pray, enlighten me about these consequences." The Golden Wolf insisted, "Do not waste words with him. Let us unite and eliminate him." Without waiting for Li Dabin's response, he charged at Lin Yi, convinced that Li Dabin would make the prudent choice, as he had no alternative. Indeed, as the Golden Wolf attacked, Li Dabin followed suit. He could not discern the true nature of this young man. Their initial plan was to avoid direct confrontation, but circumstances left them with no room for retreat. As the Golden Wolf's blade neared Lin Yi, the latter remained motionless, leading the Golden Wolf to believe he was merely posturing. However, when he witnessed the young man's readiness to strike, he was taken aback. The Golden Wolf swung his blade towards Lin Yi's head, while Li Dabin aimed for Lin Yi's lower body, sweeping his staff in a calculated strike. This dual assault left Lin Yi with no opportunity to resist. In the instant the blade and staff were about to reach him, Lin Yi executed a swift kick towards Li Dabin's staff, which inexplicably veered off course, striking another individual in the head. A resounding thud echoed as the man's skull shattered, brain matter splattering in a horrific display. Turning his attention back to the Golden Wolf, Lin Yi retaliated with a deft motion, causing the blade held by the Golden Wolf to slip from his grasp, propelled by an overwhelming force. The knife traced a perfect arc, embedding itself in the chest of another unfortunate soul, who, upon witnessing the impending doom, found himself paralyzed by despair, ultimately succumbing to his fate. Others witnessed death unfolding one after another, each consumed by terror, perhaps fearing they would be next. Confronted with the specter of death, the fragility of their inner selves was laid bare, instantly shattered by the dread of mortality. Initially, they had intended to ambush Lin Yi, hoping to vanquish him in a single blow. However, the outcome saw 2 disciples perish instead, leaving half of their 12-member cohort slain. At this moment, the surviving duo felt a profound sense of fear. Through their recent skirmish, they recognized the insurmountable chasm separating them from Lin Yi. One of them, Jin Lang, pointed at Lin Yi and began to speak, but the words failed to escape his lips. Lin Yi, undeterred, retorted, "What do you mean? These 2 deaths bear no relation to me. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with you." He gestured to the ground. "Look, this is my newly acquired shop, and you have reduced it to ruins. How can anyone reside here now?" Li Dabin, realizing the gravity of their earlier misjudgment regarding Lin Yi, lamented the current predicament. Had they known he would survive, he would never have dared to confront him. In a tone of desperation, he implored, "We were wrong to covet your apothecary, noble sir. Whatever compensation you desire, we shall provide without hesitation." Lin Yi inquired, "Oh, what could you possibly offer me?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Dabin proposed, "Sir, at the easternmost end of this street, I possess a shop that I could relinquish as compensation. How does that sound?" Lin Yi scoffed, "As a wanderer in this world, what would I do with so many establishments? They would only be a burden. It appears I cannot provide that. Let us proceed," Lin Yi stated, preparing to identify the remaining individuals. The sight of Lin Yi approaching sent shivers down their spines, inducing sheer panic. Li Dabin quickly interjected, "Sir, wait. Everything is negotiable." Lin Yi regarded him in silence. After a moment, Li Dabin gritted his teeth, as if reaching a momentous decision, and declared, "Sir, our gang is called Long Ba, and I am its leader. I hereby offer you my position as the leader of the gang." This was the most significant and painful decision of his life. Yet it was necessary. Lin Yi's demeanor suggested an intent to eradicate them entirely. Who could be blamed for this predicament, if not their own avarice, which had led to this irrevocable situation? He could only hope that Lin Yi would find value in the title of gang leader. Upon making this decision, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Chapter 93. The sensation of Linxian City upon hearing Li Dabin's proclamation. Jin Lang was incredulous. How could he so easily cede the leadership he had painstakingly built? He pondered this, realizing he had never considered such a notion. Even in death, he would never relinquish it without a fight. Lin Yi, too, was taken aback by this unexpected offer, yet he questioned the utility of aligning himself with a mortal gang. Suddenly, he entertained the thought that perhaps retaining it could prove beneficial. Thus, he decided to accept the offer for the time being. Moreover, this individual and his faction were not involved in the assassination. They only emerged to vie for the apothecary upon learning of his demise. Lin Yi saw no necessity for total annihilation and inquired, "Do you not harbor any regrets?" Li Dabin promptly bowed and declared, "Li Dabin pays his respects to the leader. Well, I have yet to consent, and you have already made the introduction. You are called Li Dabin, are you not? Point out who among these is a member of the gang." Upon hearing this, Li Dabin recognized Lin Yi's implicit agreement and hurriedly replied, "Leader, these 3, and that one as well." He indicated 4 individuals. Lin Yi released their acupoints, and the 4 immediately regained their mobility, gathering around Li Dabin, exclaiming, "Boss, this is unacceptable." Li Dabin sternly proclaimed, "I have made my decision. Anyone who dares to defy it shall be violating the gang's rules and will face severe punishment," followed by expulsion from the Longba gang. "Boss, what are you all still doing here? Hurry and pay your respects to the leader." Observing Li Dabin's resolute demeanor, the 4, realizing his determination, turned to Lin Yi and bowed, declaring, "We pay our respects to the leader and congratulate you on becoming the new chief of the Longba gang. We vow to obey your commands unto death. Should we defy them, let us perish by 1,000 arrows." Lin Yi replied, "It is not so dire. Things shall remain as they were." Having resolved matters with Li Dabin, Lin Yi was reluctant to squander any more time with the Golden Wolf gang, as this triviality had already cost him an entire night of meditation and cultivation. He turned his gaze toward the Golden Wolf. The Golden Wolf retorted. If you wish for me to relinquish the position of leader to you, do not harbor such delusions. That is utterly impossible. Lin Yi chuckled. Rest assured. I have no interest in such a title, but your audacity to attempt my assassination has rendered the situation irreparable. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ben exclaimed, Leader, I shall slay the Golden Wolf. With that, he brandished his club and charged at the Golden Wolf. Lin Yi interjected, Do you intend to demolish the apothecary here? Besides, do you truly believe you can defeat him alone? Li Ben halted in his tracks, bowed his head, and said, Leader, I beg your pardon. I acted without careful consideration. Please punish me. Observing Li Ben, Lin Yi reassured him, There is no need to be overly anxious. I do not hold you at fault. I entrust you with a task. You need not concern yourself with these individuals. Those who attempted to assassinate me must be executed. As for the others, if they can be persuaded to join our ranks, so be it. If not, let them dissolve on the spot. Any who resist shall be slain. Li Ben bowed in acknowledgement. Understood, leader. The Golden Wolf bellowed in fury, Li Ben, how dare you? He realized that without his obstruction, none in the gang could stand against Li Ben, and the outcome was all too clear. Li Ben did not cast another glance at the Golden Wolf, for he already understood his fate. The years of rivalry had reached their conclusion. Henceforth, there would be no more Golden Wolf, and the city of Lin Xian would be devoid of the Golden Wolf gang. Lin Yi did not wish to eradicate everyone, as many were innocent. However, the masterminds and those who took action had to be dealt with. Golden Wolf, in a fit of madness, charged at Lin Yi with reckless abandon, fists flying. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi evaded, and before Golden Wolf could discern his presence, he was struck squarely, blood seeping from his mouth, as if his internal organs had been shattered. Breathless, he staggered backward, consumed by regret and resentment in his final moments. Having been driven by ambition that ultimately led to his demise, Li Ben had already departed, leaving behind the remaining 4 members of the Dragon Tyrant gang. To them, Golden Wolf's might loomed like an insurmountable mountain, akin to Li Ben himself. Yet, witnessing the scene unfold before Lin Yi, they realized they had no means to retaliate, and their hearts were compelled to submit. Observing the remaining 4 from the Golden Wolf gang, Lin Yi lost any desire to engage further. Addressing the 4 from the Dragon Tyrant gang, dispose of those 4 and ensure the room is cleaned up. Understood, boss. They replied, departing to fulfill his command. Following this incident, Lin Yi believed that no one would dare to disturb him again. Those lurking in the shadows silently rejoiced at their decision to abstain from involvement. Yet one gang found itself steeped in trepidation. The next day, news swept through Lingxian City like wildfire. Even the young and old were aware, with conversations revolving around the events of the previous night. Have you heard? The Golden Wolf gang has been annihilated. One of the strongest gangs in Lingxian City, exclaimed one incredulous individual. Who could have done such a thing, capable of obliterating an entire gang? What had the Golden Wolf gang done to offend someone? Another queried. You may not know, but I heard it was the new proprietor of the apothecary, came the reply. Thanks to the enthusiastic promotion by the innkeeper, many were now aware of the change in ownership at the apothecary. Confused individuals asked, what grievance could the Golden Wolf gang have with him to warrant their destruction? One man whispered, I heard through the grapevine that the Golden Wolf gang had set their sights on the apothecary and attempted to target the new owner, only to be met with a deadly counterattack that led to their downfall. Within the crowd, others chimed in, it seems that way. But I also heard that the Dragon Tyrant gang was involved. How is it they faced no repercussions? Before he could finish his thought, someone in the distance shouted, big news. The latest scoop. The shouting individual continued to proclaim the news, causing impatience among some in the crowd. What news? Speak up, they urged. Yes, hurry up. Can't you see everyone is waiting? The crowd echoed. The messenger replied, don't rush me. Allow me to share the details slowly. Upon hearing this, some began to jeer. If you keep us in suspense, we might just take you down. The crowd grew restless, realizing the situation was spiraling. He understood he had to deliver the news without further delay. He shouted to the crowd, I declare that the leader of the Longba gang is no longer the mighty but clumsy Li Ben. It has now been replaced by the owner of the apothecary. The Longba gang has just publicly announced this news. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who exactly was this apothecary owner? First, he acquired the apothecary of the esteemed manager Tong, who, it was rumored, was now being pursued by enemies, with his fate uncertain. Subsequently, he annihilated the Jinling gang, one of the 4 most formidable factions, and then ascended to the position of leader of the Longba gang. Each of these events had sent shockwaves through Lingxian City, and they were all intimately connected to the apothecary owner. Curiosity piqued. The crowd wondered if this individual possessed extraordinary powers, perhaps even 3 heads and 6 arms, to wield such immense influence. Lin Yi, however, paid no heed to their chatter, for he was confronted by someone he recognized. Chapter 94. The journey to the tomb. Lin Yi did not visit the headquarters of the Longba gang. Instead, he made a brief arrangement at the apothecary, leaving Li Dabin to continue managing the gang's affairs. Once the apothecary renovations were completed, it would be handed over to the Longba gang for reopening. At this moment, Lin Yi wandered aimlessly through the city, seeking to glean useful information, when unexpectedly, he was seized by someone. "Lin, my friend, you have caused me considerable distress," exclaimed Ma Hongxing. Upon seeing him, Lin Yi realized he had almost forgotten this individual. "Ma, what a coincidence," Lin Yi replied. Ma Hongxing, noticing Lin Yi's apparent nonchalance toward the matter at hand, stated, "Lin, this is no mere coincidence. I have searched high and low throughout Linxian City these past few days, and I have not caught a glimpse of you at the inn. I inquired with the innkeeper, who informed me that the occupant of the guest room had not returned. I apologize, Ma. I have not been back to the inn these past few days," Lin Yi replied apologetically. Now was not the time for explanations. Fortunately, he had found Lin Yi, for today was the final deadline. He asked, "Lin, have you given any thought to that matter we discussed?" Initially, Lin Yi had little interest in the subject. However, if the cultivation sect did not arrive in the near future, he feared there would be little else to occupy his time. It might be more worthwhile to venture forth and see what he could discover. If he gained something, that would be splendid. If not, it would merely be an excursion. With his strength, he was not concerned about any tricks the other party might employ. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi responded, "Ma, I am indeed curious to broaden my horizons. Thank you for your invitation. I have decided to accompany you." Ma Hongxing was overjoyed upon hearing Lin Yi's reply, exclaiming, "Having you join me on this journey will surely make it much smoother. Let us meet at the East Gate tomorrow morning and set off together," he added. Lin Yi nodded, saying, "I shall be there punctually." After conveying these arrangements, Ma Hongxing remarked, "Lin, I shan't keep you any longer. We depart tomorrow, and I have some matters to attend to." "Not at all, Ma. Please, go ahead. We shall meet at the East Gate tomorrow," Lin Yi assured him. With that, the two parted ways once more. Lin Yi surveyed the city, but found no useful information and returned to the apothecary. At this moment, the apothecary was bustling with numerous individuals, each engrossed in their own tasks. Previously, Lin Yi had presented a blueprint to Li Dabin, instructing him to reorganize the apothecary in accordance with the specifications outlined in the drawing. With such a multitude of people engaged in the work, it was believed that the renovations could be completed within a few days. The second floor had already undergone a transformation from its original layout and would soon open to the public. The plan for the second floor was to sell advanced potions, with the stipulation that customers must make a certain amount of purchases on the first floor before gaining access. Having lost his accommodation, Lin Yi sought refuge elsewhere, but was reluctant to return to the previous inn, although Li Dabin had initially suggested that Lin Yi stay at the gang's headquarters. The thought of the attention he would attract deterred him from that option. Left with no alternative, Li Dabin eventually found a tranquil place for Lin Yi to reside. Lin Yi was thoroughly pleased with this new location, which boasted a beautiful and serene environment, ideal for cultivation. He expressed his satisfaction with Li Dabin's efficiency and informed him that he might be absent from Linxian City for the next few days, leaving all matters in Li Dabin's capable hands. The following day, Lin Yi arrived early at the East Gate, but Ma Hongxing had yet to arrive. Shortly thereafter, Ma Hongxing appeared in the distance. As he approached, he greeted Lin Yi. "Dao friend Lin, I did not expect you to arrive so early. I apologize for the wait." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Dao friend Ma, I have just arrived as well." Believing that Ma Hongxing was ready to depart, Lin Yi was surprised to find that he had no intention of moving. Confused, he inquired, "Dao friend Ma, when shall we set off?" Understanding Lin Yi's concerns, Ma Hongxing replied, "Dao friend Lin, there are still a few others accompanying us." Lin Yi had not anticipated that so many had been invited. He didn't mind and simply nodded, awaiting the arrival of the others in silence. Before long, 3 individuals arrived in succession. Observing their presence, Ma Hongxing addressed the group. "This expedition to the tomb is fraught with peril. I invite you all to join me, hoping for our sincere cooperation and a smooth journey. I would like to introduce everyone. This is Dao friend Wang, and these are Li Xiao and Mei Yingxue, a married couple. And this is Dao friend Lin." Dao friend Wang was the masked man from before, still clad in the same attire. Yet Lin Yi noticed a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from him. Prompting curiosity, could he be a cultivator? Lin Yi pondered. As for Li Xiao and Mei Yingxue, they revealed their true appearances, exuding an air of competence. Dressed as seasoned wanderers of the martial world, clearly having navigated its challenges for many years. The group exchanged respectful gestures. Dao friend Wang addressed Ma Hongxing directly, saying, "Ma Hongxing, you did not mention there would be so many accompanying us." Ma Hongxing responded, "Dao friend Wang, I believe that having more people would ensure a safer and smoother return from this tomb expedition. But with so many of us, how shall we divide any treasures we find?" Regarding this matter, Lin Yi was rather indifferent, yet the couple, Li Xiao and his wife were deeply concerned. After all, this journey was a treasure hunt. What significance would it hold if the treasures could not be allocated reasonably? Ma Hongsheng, noticing the collective gaze upon him, remarked, I am unaware of the treasures that lie within the tomb. I propose two options for the distribution. The first option is to divide the treasures equally based on their value, compensating for any discrepancies with monetary means. The second option is to prioritize those who contribute more effort in the selection process. After stating this, Ma Hongxing turned to the assembly. Which option do you all prefer? Without a moment's hesitation, the man surnamed Wang declared, the second option is the most reasonable. Naturally, those who exert more effort should have the first choice. Let us proceed with that. Li Xiao and his wife, however, found themselves in a quandary. Exchanging glances, they reached a consensus. I believe the first option is more equitable, ensuring no one is at a disadvantage. The man surnamed Wang scoffed. To fish in troubled waters, do you expect to lay claim to the finer treasures? Such naive dreaming. Li Xiao and his wife glared at him, retorting, Who told you we intend to take advantage? Mind your words. Unyielding, the man replied, You know in your heart the truth. Seeing the escalating tension, Ma Hongxing quickly interjected, There are 5 of us here. Let us vote, with the majority prevailing. How does that sound? With no objections raised, Ma Hongxing turned to Lin Yi, asking, Friend Lin, what is your choice? Initially, Lin Yi had come merely to observe, indifferent to the treasures, but after some contemplation, he decided to support the labor-based distribution. With a tie of 2-2, Ma Hongxing's vote became crucial. All 4 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him, awaiting his decision. Without much hesitation, Ma Hongxing proclaimed, I choose to prioritize those who contribute more effort. Although disappointed, Li Xiao and his wife ultimately accepted the final distribution arrangement. Seeing the outcome aligned with his desires, the man surnamed Wang urged, Now that everything is in place, let us not waste time and proceed without delay. Under Ma Hongxing's guidance, the group headed toward the tomb. The man surnamed Wang impatiently inquired, Ma Hongxing, how much longer must we travel? You have led us in circles, as if to toy with us. Despite their departure, Ma Hongxing continued to guide them in a seemingly aimless path, as if verifying something. Noticing that no one was following, he reassured, Friend Wang, do not rush. We shall arrive shortly. With that, he led the group towards a mountain range. This range, located near Linxian City, was known to its inhabitants as Funyo Mountain. In no time, they reached the edge of Funyo Mountain. Ma Hongxing remarked, The 34th tomb lies within the Funyo Mountains. Everyone should exercise caution regarding the venomous snakes and wild beasts that inhabit these woods, particularly the snakes, which have claimed countless lives. Let us not be careless. The Wang gentleman, however, dismissed his warning nonchalantly, saying, What snakes? They are merely crawling creatures, hardly anything to fear. Understanding the man's disposition, Ma Hongxing refrained from further comment and led the group deeper into the Funyo Mountains. As they ventured further in, their pace slowed considerably. The thicket grew denser, necessitating the efforts of several individuals to carve a path forward. Venomous snakes lurked unseen among the brambles, and several close calls occurred, but fortune favored them, and they escaped unscathed. At this juncture, the group began to believe Ma Hongxing's words. Indeed, the Funyo Mountains posed a significant threat from snakes, striking at any moment. The Wang gentleman, too, became more cautious. As they delved deeper, the path behind them vanished from sight, and the presence of snakes intensified, with danger lurking at every turn. They had not brought any antidotes for snake bites on this expedition, and should one of them be bitten, it was likely that they would not survive. Even before reaching the tomb, peril loomed large, and the dangers within the tomb were surely far graver than those they faced now. Anxiety began to permeate the group. With some revealing their agitation, Li Xiao spoke up, Ma, why did you not inform us of the situation beforehand? Had we been adequately prepared, we would not be in such a predicament now with so many snakes around. What shall we do if one of us is bitten? Ma Hongxing replied, I sought to prevent any leaks of information that could lead to unnecessary complications. He then produced several vials from his pocket and stated, I possess a special concoction to repel snakes. If applied to the skin, the snakes will instinctively avoid you. I have only a few bottles, and I offer them to you for a mere 500 taels each. Upon seeing Ma Hongxing produce the vials, the group initially assumed he was distributing them freely, only to be taken aback by the price. Li Xiao retorted, Ma, this feels like extortion. Such repellents are hardly worth that much. Ma Hongxing responded, This is no ordinary snake repellent. It is specially formulated, far superior to what you find on the market, and thus its value cannot be equated. After a pause, he added, I have only a handful of these vials, and I present them out of goodwill. Purchase them at your discretion. With no other options, Li Xiao, despite his skepticism, felt compelled to buy 2 vials to ensure his safety, parting with 1,000 taels of silver. Ma Hongxing then turned to the Wang gentleman, who coolly replied, There is no need for your concern. He produced a vial of his own and sprayed it onto himself, likely a similar repellent. Finally, he glanced at Lin Yi, who remained motionless, merely shaking his head. Lin Yi possessed keen senses, aware of every creature and movement within his vicinity. No snake could escape his notice. Yet, to avoid raising suspicion, he discreetly reached into his pocket, retrieving a vial from his storage pouch. The couple, Li Xiao and his wife, expressed their displeasure towards Ma Hongsheng upon realizing that the two individuals were indeed prepared. "Friend Ma," Li Xiao remarked, "this seems rather unjust. They were allowed to prepare, while we received no prior indication." Ma Hongsheng defended himself, stating, "Friendly, I assure you I have not disclosed a single detail to them. You may be misjudging me. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with them." Li Xiao turned to the man surnamed Wang and Lin Yi, who showed no inclination to respond. However, their expressions suggested that they were indeed unaware of any prior information. Thus, the matter was put aside as they resumed their journey towards the tomb. With the snake-repelling potion at hand, they encountered no further disturbances from venomous serpents, allowing them to progress with much greater speed, unencumbered by apprehension. Each took turns leading the way, and after approximately half a day of traversing the thickets, they had lost track of how deep into the Funyo Mountains they had ventured, having taken numerous twists and turns. Even if one wished to remember the path, the current disorientation rendered it futile. Amidst their arduous journey through the brambles, the man surnamed Wang began to grumble. "Ma Hongsheng, how long has it been? Why have we not yet arrived?" Ma Hongsheng attempted to soothe him, replying, "Friend Wang, we are very close to the tomb. Please remain patient." Indeed, it was not long before Ma Hongsheng announced, "The tomb lies just ahead." After navigating through the thorns, they unexpectedly came across a small hill nestled deep within the Funyo Mountains, a remarkably conspicuous location that had somehow escaped prior discovery. Pointing at the hill, Wang inquired, "Is this it?" Ma Hongsheng nodded affirmatively. "The tomb is within." "Then how do we enter?" Wang pressed. Ma Hongsheng explained, "According to the records, there exists an entrance to the tomb. Only through this entrance can one reach the true location of the tomb. Otherwise, searching for the tomb's chambers would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack." Wang glared at Ma Hongsheng. "So, you mean to say that you do not know where the actual tomb lies? Are you deliberately toying with me?" Observing Wang's agitation, Ma Hongsheng replied, "Friend Wang, we can locate the tomb's chambers from here. Our task now is to find the entrance, rather than squandering time on unnecessary disputes." "Very well, but if we do not find the entrance, you shall rue the day," Wang warned. Ignoring him, Ma Hongsheng commanded, "Everyone, gather around the hill and search." Consequently, they began to search meticulously. Lin Yi gazed at the hill before him, sensing that it held some significance, yet he could not pinpoint why. After searching for a while without unearthing any clues, he expanded his spiritual awareness to inspect the hill inch by inch, leaving no trace overlooked. However, after a thorough examination, he found nothing. While the others continued their diligent search, none noticed that Lin Yi had already comprehensively surveyed the area. Lin Yi scrutinized the small hill carefully. Although nothing was apparent on the surface, could there be something concealed beneath? He realized he had never probed the ground with his spiritual awareness before and was uncertain if it would yield results. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yi gradually extended his spiritual consciousness into the earth, much to his astonishment, as he found it could penetrate deeper, akin to discovering a new continent. Chapter 96. Clues emerge. Lin Yi continued to delve his spiritual awareness into the depths, but upon reaching approximately 1 meter, he found himself unable to proceed further. With no alternative, he could only observe within this range, hoping to uncover some clues. As he circled the hillside, diligently searching, he had scoured half the area, yet found not a trace, gradually losing hope, though he persevered to complete the remainder. Others scoured every nook and cranny, each bearing expressions of disappointment. A man named Wang remarked, "Ma Hongsheng, why did you not clarify things from the outset? You've caused us all this wasted time, and we've accompanied you on this folly. What do you have to say for yourself?" Ma Hongsheng, feeling equally vexed, recalled Wang's incessant complaints along the journey, and his frustration mounted. He retorted, "Firstly, I am confident that the evidence I have gathered is authentic. The entrance to the tomb is indeed here. Though it has yet to be uncovered, it does not imply its absence. Secondly, I extended a kind invitation, yet since then, how much trouble have you caused me? Lastly, was I the one who forced you to come? This was entirely your own volition." He concluded firmly, "If you deem this endeavor unworthy, you are free to leave at any moment. No one will stop you." Wang, unconvinced, replied, "Had you been forthright from the beginning, I could have made a more judicious decision, thus avoiding this futile expenditure of time." Ma Hongsheng scoffed, "Even if I had elucidated everything, would you not still have come? Do you truly believe that?" Ultimately, Wang remained silent, recognizing the truth in Ma's words. Even if the details had been clarified, the allure of opportunity would have compelled him to venture forth. Such chances must be seized when encountered. Even a single success might alter one's fate. Now, He merely sought to vent his frustrations. Ma Hongsheng addressed the group. Look at Lin, diligently searching alone. I am 100% certain the entrance to the tomb lies right here. I trust none of you wish to return empty-handed. If the tomb were so easily found, it would have been claimed by others long ago. Let us search once more with care. There must be something we have overlooked. While the four conversed, Lin Yi had already investigated the hillside extensively, yet still found no clues. His hopes were dwindling, as it seemed unlikely that a lead would conveniently appear at the end of his search. In truth, as time passed, Lin Yi felt increasingly fatigued. The consumption of his spiritual consciousness was growing. Fortunately, he sensed a slight enhancement in his awareness during this period. Otherwise, he might not have been able to conduct a thorough examination. The growth of his spiritual consciousness likely correlated with the enigmatic bead, which had undergone changes due to its recent absorption of spiritual energy from spiritual stones. Ultimately, it appeared that the crux lay in the spiritual energy itself. Spiritual stones are indeed a precious commodity. Such treasures must be rare within the realm of cultivation. As Lin Yi was lost in thought, an unusual vision suddenly flashed through his consciousness. He discovered a stone slab that had rebounded from his spiritual probing. How curious it was to find such a sizable stone slab in this location, and it was evident that it bore the marks of human craftsmanship, adorned with exquisite patterns that vaguely resembled the auspicious imagery of a dragon and phoenix. It was clear that this slab was not meant for the use of ordinary individuals. Although he could not definitively ascertain whether it marked the entrance to a tomb, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. Lin Yi could not help but smile wryly. Had he begun his search in this direction earlier, he might have found it much sooner. Perhaps this was fate's design. However, Lin Yi could not immediately disclose to the others that he had discovered a stone slab here. He would have to explain how he had perceived a slab nearly a meter deep beneath his feet. He pretended to stomp around the area for several minutes before gradually positioning himself above the slab, cautiously probing the ground with his foot. The others, observing Lin Yi's antics, paid little mind as long as they could locate the entrance to the tomb. Suddenly, a sound escaped Lin Yi's lips, startling the other four. Ma Hongsheng quickly inquired, Lin Daoyu, have you made a discovery? Lin Yi glanced at Ma Hongsheng and nodded. It seems the sound beneath my feet differs slightly from that in other areas. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the others felt as if they had emerged from a prolonged darkness into the dawn's light. Their excitement palpable as they hastened to gather around him. They pointed at the ground and asked, is it this spot? Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. They mimicked Lin Yi's actions, repeatedly stamping on the ground, but to their dismay, they felt no discernible change. Ma Hongsheng asked, Lin Daoyu, are you certain this spot feels different from others? Lin Yi replied, since childhood, my perceptual abilities have been significantly stronger than those of others. Based on the sounds emanating from the surroundings, this location appears somewhat distinct from the others, though I cannot be entirely certain. His honesty conveyed two layers of uncertainty. He was unsure whether this was indeed the tomb's entrance, and whether it truly differed from other locations. It was up to them to interpret. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the group felt as if cold water had been splashed over them, their excitement plummeting to despair. The man surnamed Wang glared at Lin Yi, exclaiming, why make a fuss over something you are unsure of? You've led everyone to false hope. Lin Yi retorted with a smirk, then by all means, find it yourself and bring joy to everyone. The man, agitated, pointed an accusing finger at Lin Yi. Am I wrong in saying this? Lin Yi, unperturbed, countered, then tell me, what contributions have you made for everyone thus far? All I've heard is your incessant complaining. The man surnamed Wang was momentarily silenced by Lin Yi's words, struggling to find a response. Lin Yi noted that he felt vexed by this individual, but felt compelled to remain cautious, for the aura of spiritual energy surrounding him had yet to dissipate. Upon hearing Ma Hongsheng speak, he implored the crowd to remain silent. Turning to the others, he continued, ladies and gentlemen, since there are no other clues, let us take a leap of faith and trust in Lin Daoyu for once. Let us commence our excavation here. A voice interjected, without tools. How do you intend to dig with your bare hands? Ma Hongsheng shot him a furious glare and coldly retorted, silence. The others disregarded the interruption and immediately set out to find any implements suitable for digging. Before long, they gathered all that could be of use. As several individuals worked together, a man by the surname Wang, feeling a tad awkward, began to dig while remarking, tell me, if only we had a proper tool, would we need to exert ourselves so? At that moment, Lin Yi wished fervently to silence him, for his words were either superfluous or vexatious. Reflecting on how Ma Hongsheng had located this man, Lin Yi pondered that it must not have been as straightforward as it appeared. After all, Ma had managed to find him and was resolute about his involvement. What fueled such confidence? Moreover, the man surnamed Wang, though irksome, was no ordinary character. Who could tell if his current demeanor was genuine or feigned? As for the couple, Lin Yi had yet to discern why Ma Hongsheng had extended an invitation to them. What particular qualities did Ma see in them? The five of them, united in purpose, soon unveiled a stone slab. Without hesitation, Wang leaped down, exclaiming, "Indeed, there is something here. It seems Lin Yi possesses remarkable foresight." The other four regarded him with disdain. And Li Xiao interjected, "What did Wang Yi say earlier?" Wang showed no hint of embarrassment and replied, "Did I say anything just now? I am unaware." Li Xiao, observing his shamelessness, gave a thumbs up, saying, "I admire your audacity." With hope now ignited, the group's spirits soared, and they dismissed earlier grievances. Ma Hongxing urged, "Wang Yi, quickly ascend. We must hasten to clear the surrounding earth while we still have time." This time, Wang refrained from further chatter and promptly hopped back up. The group resumed their efforts, invigorated by their newfound optimism. Before long, the entirety of the stone slab was revealed before them. The slab was elongated, measuring approximately 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, with its narrower edge inclined toward the hillside. As the slab emerged from the ground, Wang, unable to contain his eagerness, rushed forward and grasped one end, attempting to lift it. Yet, despite his vigorous efforts, the slab remained immovable. He persisted in his attempts, growing increasingly frustrated, but ultimately he relented, lowering his head in disappointment. The onlookers found his struggle simultaneously amusing and exasperating, yet no one mocked him for it. All eyes were fixed upon the stone slab. Was it truly so arduous to move? Others had attempted the task, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Ma Hongxing remarked, "Perhaps one person's strength is insufficient. Let us 5 lift it together." The group nodded in agreement, recognizing that the immediate concern was to discover how to open the slab. However, despite their combined efforts, the stone remained as steadfast as a mountain. An air of anxiety enveloped them. They were nearly certain that the entrance to the tomb lay in this very spot, yet the tantalizing prize remained just out of reach. Ma Hongxing inquired, "Does anyone have a good suggestion? Perhaps we could try using weapons," proposed Wang Yi. The others turned their gaze to Wang Yi's dagger and said, "Wang Yi, why not test your treasured blade? It may well cleave the stone." The dagger was indeed his prized possession, and the Wang man instinctively took a step back, retorting, "Why don't you all use your own weapons first?" At that moment, Lin Yi interjected, "Wang Yi, remember when we chose our treasures? You insisted that the distribution should be based on our exertion. Now, the opportunity is before you. If you manage to split the slab, the glory will be immense, and your share of the treasures will undoubtedly be greater." He paused, winking at the Wang man. "Isn't that the case?" The others chimed in, "Wang Yi, don't just talk. Take action." At this point, the Wang man yearned to slap himself for his earlier comments. He had intended to spur them on to split the stone, only to find he had inadvertently stepped on his own toes. Yet, seeing the collective gaze of his companions, he could hardly evade the task. Reluctantly, he drew his treasured dagger, gritting his teeth as he approached the stone slab. Lin Yi added, "Wang Yi, you must exert your full strength to cleave the stone." The Wang man glared fiercely at Lin Yi, replying, "I don't need reminding. I know what to do." Lin Yi, unfazed, continued, "Wang Yi, don't be angered. I only mean well. If one strike can suffice, why waste another?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, the Wang man seethed with anger. "Could you possibly be quiet?" The others secretly chuckled, finally understanding their own feelings. To ease the tension, Ma Hongxing stated, "Wang Yi, please focus on cleaving the stone. We shall not disturb you." Li Xiao and his wife nodded in agreement. With Lin Yi's objective achieved, he chose to refrain from further teasing and also nodded in acknowledgement. The Wang man brought his blade down with force, and as it struck the stone, a jarring sound echoed, accompanied by a shower of sparks. All eyes were fixed on the point of contact, but to their dismay, the slab bore only a faint mark, remaining largely unaffected. Disappointment washed over them, yet they encouraged him. "Wang Yi, we did not expect this to yield any result. Look, there is a mark on the stone. With continued effort, we are certain of success." As he glanced at the blade in his hand, he remarked, "Wang, my friend, this exquisite weapon is no ordinary blade. The stone slab is remarkably tough, yet your sword remains unscathed." Upon hearing the praises of his treasured weapon, his previously gloomy demeanor brightened, and he caressed the blade, disdainfully asserting, "How could a mere stone slab compare to my illustrious sword?" The crowd echoed in unison, "Indeed, indeed. Please, Wang, continue." The Wang surname man, incensed by their words, retorted sharply. Lin Yi interjected, "Wang, observe that I am unarmed. I cannot possibly strike with my bare hands. While I may attempt to do so, I fear you shall not have the patience to wait." Others chimed in with their justifications, unable to cleave the stone slab themselves, extolling that only Wang's weapon could sever it. With no other recourse, the Wang surname man resumed his relentless hacking. Yet, as he assessed the progress, he grew anxious, contemplating how long it would take to fracture the stone. He suggested, "Wang, why don't we take turns? This would significantly enhance our efficiency." Upon hearing the proposal to place his treasured sword in others' hands, Wang's vigilance heightened. That blade was his most prized possession. Everything else could be lost, but not his sword. He firmly declared, "There is no possibility of relinquishing my sword." The crowd was taken aback by Wang's resolute response. They explained Wang, "We would never dream of usurping your sword. We merely wish to take turns. This way, the rate at which the stone fractures will be greatly accelerated." Pointing at the stone slab, they continued, "You alone have made barely a dent. At this rate, we shall not succeed before nightfall. We cannot risk the unknown dangers of the Funyo Mountains at night. We must hasten our entry before darkness descends." Their words began to sway his steadfast resolve. Indeed, if he continued alone, the timeline for success remained uncertain, and even if he did manage to break the slab, he would be utterly exhausted, rendering him incapable of competing for the treasure thereafter. Grinding his teeth, he conceded, "The sword may be temporarily entrusted to you, but should anyone harbor ill intentions towards it, I shall ensure their demise." Ma Hongsheng surveyed the crowd and added, "Should anyone dare to covet it, I shall stand against them as well." In Chapter 98, a sudden strike. Each individual took turns wielding Wang's sword to hack at the slab, while he vigilantly observed, ever wary of any treacherous actions, ready to respond at a moment's notice. When Lin Yi received the sword from Li Xiao, he discerned that this was indeed one of the finest weapons known to man, remarkably resilient and razor-sharp, its material a mystery. The fact that this individual possessed such a weapon suggested his extraordinary nature. However, this merely piqued Lin Yi's interest momentarily. He dismissed it, for no matter how exceptional, it paled in comparison to the Xiang sword. The collective efforts of the group significantly hastened their progress, and soon, a deep fissure marred the stone slab, suggesting that success was imminent. Uncertain of how many hours had passed, with a decisive strike, the stone slab shattered with a resounding crack. The 5 individuals hastened forward, together pushing aside the fractured segment, revealing an entrance before their eyes. At that moment, joy illuminated their faces. Their relentless efforts had finally borne fruit, and they appeared somewhat impatient, eager for the treasures to be within their grasp. Through the opening, they discovered a concealed latch behind the stone slab, which could only be accessed from within. No wonder it had proven impossible to lift. Yet who had secured the hidden latch? This matter, however, was of little concern to them. Just as their attention was captivated by the cavern, a startling scene unfolded. A man named Wang plunged his dagger through Li Xiao's back, piercing his chest. The others were taken aback by this sudden act, retreating several paces and drawing their weapons. Lin Yi had not anticipated that this Wang would turn to murder. His excitement from the opening of the passage had completely diverted his attention, leaving him vulnerable. Had the man aimed at him, he shuddered at the thought, cold sweat trickling down his spine. In critical moments, one must remain vigilant, Lin Yi reminded himself silently. Li Xiao turned his head, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, pointing at Wang and asking, "Why?" With those words, he collapsed, his spirit crushed. The couple had come to the gathering with great confidence, aspiring to attain enlightenment and become celestial partners, yet fate had dealt them a cruel hand. A piercing cry echoed, "Husband!" Mei Yingxue fell upon Li Xiao, unable to comprehend the horrifying scene before her. Wang raised his blade, preparing to strike again. Ma Hongsheng pointed at him, exclaiming, "Do not move." Wang looked at Ma and replied, "Now that the cave is open and we are so many, with one less person, we can share more. You should be grateful to me. Furthermore, they have been of no use from the beginning. Why should they share in the spoils with us?" Lin Yi coldly retorted, "We do not even know if there are treasures, and you begin killing. If treasures are found, will you not eliminate everyone?" Feeling the predatory gazes of the 2 men upon him, Wang sensed his own uncertainty in confronting them together. He declared, "Now that Li Xiao is dead, this woman is his wife. I cannot allow her to remain alive, lest she become a future threat." Suddenly, Mei Yingxue scooped up Li Xiao and dashed into the cave, her anguished voice ringing out, "You will meet a dreadful end." Lin Yi remained speechless. He had not taken a life, so what was it to him? What did she mean by you? It seemed she intended to drag him down with her. Seeing Mei Yingxue rush into the tomb, Wang immediately pursued her with his dagger, shouting, "You cannot escape." Upon witnessing their entry into the cavern, Lin Yi and Ma Hongxing ceased their delay and began to follow, yet now each was on guard, maintaining a distance from one another. As they entered the tomb passage, they discovered it was not shrouded in darkness, but rather brilliantly illuminated. Every few paces in the passage, glimmering gemstones sparkled, casting a radiant glow throughout the interior. After traversing a distance of approximately 100 meters, a multitude of diverging paths emerged before them, leaving them uncertain as to which route was genuine and which was illusory, and where each might lead. At this juncture, only Lin Yi and Ma Hongxing remained. The man with the surname Wang and Mei Yingxue had vanished, their whereabouts unknown as they took one of the passages. Ma Hongxing inquired, "Which path will you choose?" "Lin Daoyu?" Lin Yi surveyed the myriad of paths, glanced at Ma Hongsheng, and shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. Ma Hongsheng was not at all surprised and proposed, "Shall we proceed together along one passage, or shall we part ways and explore different routes?" Lin Yi refrained from directly answering and instead asked, "Do you have any suggestions, Ma Daoyu?" Ma Hongsheng adopted a contemplative demeanor and replied, "None can ascertain which path leads to the true entrance. We must explore them one by one. To expedite our search, we should each enter a different passage. If it proves to be a false route, we can return promptly, thus minimizing our search time. What do you think, Lin Daoyu?" Unable to discern Lin Yi's thoughts, Ma Hongsheng waited for a response. After a moment, Lin Yi affirmed, "All right." Upon hearing Lin Yi's agreement, Ma Hongsheng quickly declared, "Then let us not waste any more time. We shall set off immediately. Whoever discovers the true tomb must return here to mark the spot and signal the other." Lin Yi nodded but remained still. Noticing Lin Yi's reluctance to move, Ma Hongsheng urged, "Why are you not starting, Lin Daoyu?" Lin Yi replied, "You need not wait for me, Ma Daoyu. I am contemplating which passage to begin with, and it may take a moment." Seeing that Lin Yi had no intention of departing, Ma Hongsheng decided not to linger any longer. "Since you require time to consider, I shall choose a route first. Go ahead, Ma Daoyu. I will commence as soon as I have made my choice, without any delay," Lin Yi assured him. Ma Hongsheng nodded, said nothing further, and turned to enter one of the paths, disappearing from sight. Yet, Lin Yi's spiritual sense remained closely attuned to him. Being fully convinced that this was the entrance to the tomb, how could he not discern which path was the true passage? Attempting to lead Lin Yi astray was a futile endeavor. After Ma Hongsheng had entered the passage for a short while, he concealed himself in the shadows, vigilant for any signs of pursuit. Lin Yi observed everything with clarity. After waiting for a while and noticing no one was following, Ma Hongsheng emerged from his hiding place and continued onward, occasionally taking refuge at corners to monitor the rear. Having traveled a considerable distance without encountering anyone, a smile spread across Ma Hongsheng's face as he thought, a twofold advantage. The nature of this advantage was known only to him. In that moment, he quickened his pace, eager to reach the tomb, oblivious to the fact that Lin Yi had been trailing him all along. As Ma Hongsheng quickened his pace, Lin Yi also hastened his steps. At this moment, they had ventured quite deep into the mountains. Who could have excavated these tunnels in such a remote location? In the past, Lin Yi would have found this utterly astonishing. Even now, he felt a tinge of disbelief, for such a feat could not be accomplished overnight. They continued onward, winding through the passages, uncertain of their whereabouts. Suddenly, Ma Hongsheng dashed ahead, exclaiming, "We have finally arrived." At the end of the burial passage, a flat expanse emerged, adorned with peculiar stone statues resembling humans, horses, and serpents, arranged in a circular formation around a stone door. The heavy stone door obstructed their path, evidently serving as the final barrier to the tomb. Ma Hongsheng scrutinized the stone door intently and suddenly proclaimed, "Come out, I know you are here." Lin Yi, trailing at a distance, initially thought he had been discovered, but upon reflection, he realized that was impossible, as he had remained well outside of Ma Hongsheng's line of sight. He recalled that Chu Miaoyin had mentioned only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage possessed spiritual awareness, and clearly, Ma Hongsheng was not one of them. It seemed he was merely conducting a final test. Lin Yi remained silent, hidden in the shadows, observing Ma Hongsheng's every move with his spiritual awareness. Noticing the lack of response, Ma Hongsheng continued, "There's no need to hide. I have already detected your presence." At that moment, a man emerged from behind the statue, none other than Wang Daoyu. He remarked, "Oh, how did you know I was here, Ma Daoyu?" Lin Yi was taken aback. He had focused all his spiritual awareness on Ma Hongsheng and had not anticipated that another person was concealed behind the statue. Ma Hongsheng was equally surprised. His earlier assertion had merely been a test, and he had no inkling that the man had arrived before him. Yet, he feigned profundity, stating, "Humph. You thought you could deceive me flawlessly, but everything has transpired right before my eyes." In truth, Wang Daoyu felt a twinge of regret upon revealing himself. Realizing now that he had left no vulnerabilities, he had entered the passage well before the other two arrived, making it impossible for them to detect him. It appeared he had been misled. He scoffed, "Humph, it seems I have fallen for your trick. Now that I have revealed myself, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to engage me in a battle here?" Ma Hongsheng fixed his gaze upon him and replied, "From the very beginning, I have invited you both to seek treasure together. I harbor no intention of killing anyone to silence them." Upon hearing Ma Hongsheng's words, Wang Daoyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, you think I would believe your words are genuine? You cannot deceive me." He then inquired, "What about Lin Daoyu, who accompanied you? Surely, you haven't killed him, have you?" Looking around, he feigned shock. "You wouldn't have already taken his life, would you? Ah, you believe everyone is like you. Lin Daoyu and I merely took different paths. I was fortunate enough to have chosen this one, which appears to be the true passage. I had intended to return and inform him." Impressive, indeed. One might think you believe your own words. Truly admirable. Upon speaking, He produced a map from his bosom and waved it towards Ma Hongsheng. Surprised, are you? I too have acquired a map of the tomb, albeit lacking an entrance. Who would have thought you would come knocking at my door? It must be fate. Ma Hongsheng fixed his gaze intently upon the blueprint in Wang Daoyu's hands. Though there may not be an entrance, the tomb passage is clearly depicted. I fear Lin Daoyu has met a gruesome end by now. He pointed at the map. Look, these false tomb passages are riddled with traps, teeming with venomous snakes. Even a celestial being would find only death within. Ma Daoyu's methods of murder are beyond my reach, he continued. With his scheme unveiled and his pretense shed, he spoke plainly. Since you are already aware, there is no need for subterfuge. Do you intend to engage me in battle here? No. I have faith that Ma Daoyu is no ordinary individual. I possess no confidence in confronting you. However, should you wish to take my life, do not harbor any delusions. Ma Hongsheng replied. Oh, is that so? The Wang surname man's gaze turned icy. If you doubt, you may test it. The tension in the air reached a palpable peak. Suddenly, Ma Hongsheng spoke again. Wang Daoyu, since it is merely the two of us, surely the treasures within are ample enough for both our satisfaction. Why must we determine life and death? Moreover, any treasures here pale in comparison to the attainment of immortality. Once we enter the celestial gates, who fears a lack of treasures? The Wang surname man gasped in surprise. How does Ma Daoyu know we will surely be chosen? Ma Hongsheng did not respond directly, merely uttering, a secret. It seems this secret is linked to why you invited me here. Otherwise, why would you have specifically selected the four of us? Ma Hongsheng regarded him. I am not at liberty to disclose. Changing the subject, he continued, since neither of us desires to engage in a struggle for survival, why not open the stone door now, seize the treasures, and depart swiftly? The Wang surname man, not wishing to delve further, each harbored their own secrets, and lacking the confidence to conquer him, he could only concede. Very well. He prepared to open the stone door. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed continuously. The serene tomb was abruptly shattered. Who goes there? They drew their weapons, their eyes fixed on the direction of the sound, which emanated from there. As the noise approached, a figure emerged, clapping hands as he neared them. In unison, they exclaimed in astonishment, You are not dead? Surprised, are you? Unexpected, is it not? Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings, realizing that Master Ma had long known that this fork in the path truly led to the tomb. Ma Hongsheng fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi, questioning, So you have been following me all along. What have you heard? Oh, I heard that the false tomb path is teeming with venomous snakes and intricate traps. Does that count? Lin Yi replied. I had always placed my trust in Master Ma, yet it appears you wished for my demise. Pausing momentarily, he continued, I ponder whether, having met only once before without any enmity, you could harbor thoughts of killing me. Master Ma, might you enlighten me on this matter? At that moment, the man surnamed Wang interjected, Indeed, this also serves to resolve my own perplexities. Ma Hongsheng scrutinized the two. What will you accomplish by remaining silent? Haha. The man surnamed Wang chuckled. Previously, I lacked the confidence to take you down alone. But now that Lin Daoist is here, I believe his presence indicates he is no ordinary individual. Together, we shall easily contend with you. With that, he raised the blade in his hand. Ma Hongsheng was taken aback by Lin Yi's survival, especially considering his meticulousness. He had not even noticed Lin Yi trailing behind him. Facing two adversaries now placed him at a distinct disadvantage. He realized he must first placate one of them to create some distance between them. Addressing the man surnamed Wang, he said, My actions are ultimately for our mutual benefit. Oh, is there some unwritten rule I should heed? I am all ears. Ma Hongsheng understood that without presenting substantial evidence, he would not be able to persuade him. He retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom and declared, This pendant was acquired within a hidden cave. According to the words left by its master, this pendant can reveal the innate cultivation potential of individuals in close proximity. The stronger the potential, the more intense the reaction. It was by this pendant that I located the four of you.